शांति शांति शांति। श्रीमन् पूर्वा संध्या प्रवर्तते उत्तिष्ठ सत्यसाईशा कर्तव्यम् दैवमान्हितम् उत्तिष्ठोत्तिष्ठ प्रतीक्षा उत्तिष्ठ जगदीपते उत्तिष्ठ उत्तिष्ठ करुणा पूर्णा लोकमङ्गलसिद्धये चित्रावती तटविशाल सुशान्तसौधे तिष्ठन्ति सेवकजना स्तव दर्शनार्थम् आदित्यकान्तिरनुभाति समस्तलोकान् श्री सत्यसाई भगवन् तव सुप्रव्यकुसुमानि मनोहराणि श्रीपादपूजनविधिं भवधन्त्रिमूले कर्तुं महोत्सुकतया प्रविशन्ति भक्ताः श्री सत्यसाई भगवन् तव सुप्रभातम् देशान्तरागतबुधास्तव दिव्यमूर्तिम् सन्दर्शनाभिरति संयुत चित्तवृत्त्या वेदोक्तमन्त्रपठनेन लसन्त्यजस्रम् श्री सत्यसाई भगवन् तव सुप्रभातम् श्रुत्वा तवाद्भुतचरित्रम् अखण्डकीर्तिम् व्याप्तां जिज्ञासुलोक उपतिष्ठति चाश्रमेऽस्मिन् त्यसाई भगवन् तव सुप्रभातम् सीता सती समविशुद्ध हृदं भुजाता बभङ्गना करगृहीत सुपुष्पहाराः स्तुन्वन्ति दिव्यनुतिभिः फणिभूषणं श्री सत्यसाई भगवन् तव सुप्रभातम् सुप्रभातमिदं पुण्यम् ये पठन्ति दिने दिने शान्ति परं धामा ज्ञान विज्ञान शरणं ज्ञानदायिने मङ्गलं प्रतिवासाय मङ्गलं सत्यसायिने
श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। जोडूनिया कर चरणी ठेविला माथा, परसावी विनंती माझे सद्गुरुनाथा। असो नसो भाव आलो तुझिया ठाया, कृपा दृष्टी पाहे मजकडे सद्गुरु राया। अखंडित आसावे से वाटते पायी, सांडूनी संकोच धाव थोडासा देही। तुका म्हणे देवा माझी वेडी वाकुळी, नामे भव पाश हाती आपुल्या तोडी। उठा पांडुरंगाता प्रभात समयो पाटला, वैश्वनाच्या मेला गरुड पारी दाटला। गरुड पारा पासून महा द्वारापर्यंत, सुरचरांची मांडी उभी जोडून हात। शुक्ल सनकादिक नारद तुंबर भक्तांच्या कोटी, त्रिशूल डमरू घेऊन मागे उभी डोला लावनिया जनी उठा उठा श्री साईनाथ गुरु चरण कमल दावा आदि व्याधि भवताप वारुणी तारा जडवेवा येरी तुम्हा सोडुनिया भवा तमरजनी विलया प्रीहिसी अज्ञानासी तुमची भूलवियोग माया शक्ति नयं हाय किंचित ही तिजला साराया तुम्ही चती ते सारुनि दावा मुख जन ताराया भो साईनाथ महाराज भवति मिरनाश करवी अज्ञानिया भीति की तवा वर्णवी ठोरवी तिवर्णिता भागले बहुवदनानि शेष विधि कवे संकुर्प होनि महिमा तुमचा तुम्ही चवड़वावा आदि व्याधि भवताप वारुणे तारा जन जीवा भक्तमनि सद्भाव दारुणि जय तुम्हा अनुसरले दयास्तवते दर्शन तुमचे द्वारि बैठेले ध्यानस्थ तुम हस पाहुनी मन अमुचे ढाले परित्वा चरणामृत प्राशायाते आतुर जाले उघडू नेत्र कमला दीनबंधु रमाकांता पाहि बा कृपा दृष्टि बालक जशी माता रंजवी मधुरवाणी हरिताप साईनाथा आम्हीच्या फुले कजस्तव तुझा कष्टवितो देवा सहन करी शिलते ऐकून घ्यावे भेट कृष्ण धावा उठा उठा श्री साईनाथ गुरु चरण कमल धावा आदि व्याधि भवताप वारुणे तारा जड जीवा उठा पांडुरंगाता दर्शन द्या सकला जाला अरुणोदया सारली निद्रेची वेला संत साधू मणी अवघे जाले ती गोला सादा शेज सुख आता बघुद्या मुख कमला रंगमंडपी महाद्वारी जालिसे दाती मन उताविल रूप पाहवया दृष्टी राही रकुमाबाई तुम्हा ये उद्यानाया शेजे हाल मुनी जागे करा देवराया गरुड हनुमंत उभे पाहती वाट स्वर्गींचे सुरवर घेऊनी आले मोभाट जाले मुक्ता द्वार लाभ झाला रोकडा विष्णुदास नामा उभा येऊनी काकडा येऊनी पंचारती करू बाबा की आरती करू साईची आरती उठा उठा हो बांधव ओ वाळुहार माधव करुणिया स्थिर मन पाहो गंभीर हे ध्यान कृष्णनाथा दत्त साई जडोति चित्त तुझे पाई काकड आरती करीतो साईनाथ देवा चिन्मय रूप दाखवी घेऊनी बालक लघु सेवा काम क्रोध मद मत्सर आठवणी काकडा केला वैराग्याचे तूप घालुनी मैं तो भिजविला साईनाथ गुरु भक्ती जावने तो में पेट विला तदव्रत जानुनि गुरु ने पराकाश पाड़िला द्वैत तमन सुनी मिलवी तत्स्वरूप जीवा चिन्मय रूप दाखवी गे मुनि बालक लघु सेवा भूखे चर व्यापुनी अवघे हृद कमली राहसी त्यत्र ही तो भक्त स्तव धावसी निरसुनिया संकट दास अनुभव दाविसी त्वद्यश दुन्दुभिने सारे अंबर है कोंडले सगुण मूर्ति पाहन्यातुर जन शिरडी आले प्रशुन्त्वत वचनामृत मुझे देह भान हर पले सोडुनिय दुरभिमान मानस त्वत चरणी वाहिले कृपा करुणिया साई माउली दास पनरियावा चिन्मय रूप दाखवी गेरुनी बालक लघु सेवा भक्तिंचिया पोटी बोध कांकड़ा ज्योति पंच प्राण जीवे भावे ओवालो आरती माजा पंढरी नाथा माजा साई नाथा दोन्ही करा जोडुनि चरणी ठेविला माथा काय व महिमा वर्णो आता संगणे कीती कोटी ब्रह्मा हत्या मुख पाहता जाते राई रुक्माबाई उभया डोगी दो बाही मयूर पिच्छ चामरे ढालते तैचे ठाई तुका म्हणे दीप गे मुनी उन्मदित शोभा वितेवरी उभा दिसे लावण्या गाभा उठा साधु संता अता साधा आपुलले हित जय जिल आ नरदे माग कायचा भगवंत उठो निया पाहटे बाबा उभा असे विटे चरण तयांच्या गोमते अमृत दृष्टी अवलोका उठा उठा हो वेगसी चाला जाऊया राहुलासी जलतील पतंक्याच्या राशी काकड आरती देखलिया जागे करा रुक्मिणीवर देव आहे निज सुरात वेगे लिंलोना करा दृष्ट होल तयसी दारी वाजंत्री वजती ढोल दमन गर्जती होते काकड आरती माझ्या सद्गुरु रायाची सिंहनाद शंख भेरी आनंद होतो महाद्वारी केशवराज वृतेवरी नामाचरण वंदितो साईनाथ गुरु माझे आई भजला धाव जावा पाई दत्तराज गुरु माझे आई भजला धाव धावा पाई श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। साई रहम नजर करना बच्चों का पालन करना बाबा रहम नजर करना बच्चों का पालन करना जाना तुमने जगत पसारा सब ही झूठ जमाना जाना तुमने जगत पसारा सब ही झूठ जमाना साई रहम नजर करना बच्चों का पालन करना मैं अंधा हूँ बंदा आपका मुझसे प्रभु दिखलाना बाबा रहम नजर करना बच्चों का पालन करना साई रहम नजर करना बच्चों का पालन करना दास गण कहे अब क्या बोलो हूँ बंदा तुम्हारा, मैं अंधा हूँ बंदा तुम्हारा, मैं ना जानूं, मैं ना जानूं, मैं ना जानूं, अल्लाह इलाही अब मोरे साई, तुम बिन नहीं मुझे माँ बाप भाई, नजर करो खाली ज़माना मैंने गवाया, खाली ज़माना मैंने गवाया, साकिया कृपा, साकिया कृपा, साकिया कृपा, किया न कोई, नजर करो, नजर करो अब मोरे साई, तुम बिन नहीं मुझे माँ बाप भाई, नजर करो अपने मस्जिद का झाड़ू गनू है, अपने मस्जिद का झाड़ू गनू है, मालिक हमारे, मालिक हमारे, मालिक हमारे, तुम बाबा साई, नजर करो अब मोरे साई, तुम बिन नहीं मुझे माँ बाप भाई, नजर करो। श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। राजा योगी राजा परब्रह्म साईनाथ महाराज, श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय।
चन्द्रशेखराय नमः भवाय गुणसम्भवाय शिवताण्डवाय नमः भवाय गुणसम्भवाय शिवताण्डवाय नमः शिवाय परमेश्वराय चन्द्रशेखराय नमः शिवाय परमेश्वराय
श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। शर्करा खंड खाद्यानि दधिक्षीरदुतानि च आहारं भक्ष्य भोजं च नैवेद्यं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। ओम प्राणाय स्वाहा, ओम अपानाय स्वाहा, ओम व्यानाय स्वाहा, ओम उदानाय स्वाहा, ओम समानाय स्वाहा, ओम ब्रह्मणे नमः। मद्यपान्यं समर्पयामि, पुनर्नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि। ओम प्राणाय स्वाहा, ओम अपानाय स्वाहा, ओम व्यानाय स्वाहा, ओम उदानाय स्वाहा, ओम समानाय स्वाहा, ओम ब्रह्मणे नमः। हस्त प्रक्षालनं समर्पयामि, मुख प्रक्षालनं समर्पयामि, करोदवर्धनार्थे चन्दनं समर्पयामि। अथ धूपः वनस्पतिरसोद्भूतो गन्धाद्यो गन्धोत्तमः। आग्नेयः सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। अथ दीपः शुभं करोति कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदां शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते। सद्गुरु साईनाथ देवताभ्यो नमः। आराध्यक्य दीपं दर्शयामि। शिरडी माझे पंढरपूर साई बाबा रामावर, बाबा रामावर, साई बाबा रामावर। शुद्ध भक्ति चंद्रभागा भाव पुंडलिक जागा, पुंडलिक जागा। साई श्रीवंदना करा बाबा श्रीवंदना, गनु म्हणे बाबा साई भाव भाव माझे आये, भाव माझे आये, भाव भाव माझे आये। नाने लुटांगण वल्लीन चरण डोल्यान पाहिन रूप तुझे, प्रेमे अलिंगिन आनंदी पूजिन भावे अवालिन महीन मा। त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव, त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव, त्वमेव विद्या बुद्ध्यात्मना वा प्रकृतिः स्वभावः। करोमि यद्यत् सकलं परस्मै नारायणाय समर्पयामि। अच्युतं केशवं रामनारायणं कृष्णदामोदरं वासुदेवं हरिं श्रीधरं माधवं गोपिकावल्लभं जानकीनायकं रामचन्द्रं भजे। हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे। श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। राजाधिराज योगिराज परब्रह्म महाराज श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। साई बाबा की जय, साई बाबा की जय, साई बाबा की जय।
Sai Satcharitra, Chapter 1. Salutations. The story of Ganu begins the work, Sai Satcharitra, with various salutations. First, he makes obedience to the god Ganesha to remove all obstacles and make the work a success, and says that Shri Sai is the god Ganesha. 2. Then to the goddess Saraswati to inspire him to write out the work, and says that Shri Sai is one with the goddess and that he himself is singing his own life. 3. Then to the gods Brahma, Vishnu and Shankara, the creating, preserving and destroying deities respectively, and says that Sainath is one with them, and he, as the great teacher, will carry us across the river of worldly existence. 4th, then to his tutelary deity Narayan Adinath, who manifested himself in Konkan, the land reclaimed by Parshurama, Rama in the Hindu version, from the sea, and to the Adi, original Purusha of the family. 5. Then to the Bharadvaja Muni, into whose Gotra, clan, he was born, and also to various rishis, Yagvalakala, Virgu, Parshahara, Narad, Vedvyas, Shanak, Sanadan, Sanat Kumar, Shukak, Vishwamitra, Vaishishta, Valmiki, Vamdeva, Jaimini, Vaishampan, Navayogendra, etc., and also modern saints such as Nivritti Gnandev, Sopan, Muktabai, Gnandan, Ekanath, Namdev, Tukaram, Kana, and Narahari, etc. 6th, then to his grandfather Sadshiv, father Raghunath, his mother who left him in his infancy, to his paternal aunt who brought him up, and to his loving elder brother. 7, then to the readers and praise them to give their whole and undivided attention to this work. 8, and lastly to his Guru Sainath, an incarnation of Sri Dattatri, who is his sole refuge, and who will make him realize that Brahman is the reality and the world an illusion, and incidentally to all beings in whom the God Lord dwells. After describing in brief the various modes of devotion, according to Parsahara, Vyasa and Sandila, etc., the author goes on to relate the following story. It was some time after 1910 AD that I went one fine morning to the Masjid in Shirdi for having darshan of Sai Baba. I was wonderstruck to see the following phenomena. After washing his mouth and face, Sai Baba began to make preparations for grinding wheat. He spread a sack on the floor and thereon set a hand mill. He took some quantity of wheat in a winnowing fan, and then drawing up the sleeves of his kafani robe and taking hold of the peg of the hand mill, started grinding the wheat by putting a few handfuls of the wheat in the upper opening of the mill and rotated it. I thought, what business Baba had with the grinding of wheat when he possessed nothing and stored nothing, and as he lived on alms. Some people who had come there thought likewise, but none had the courage to ask Baba what he was doing. Immediately the news of Baba's grinding wheat spread into the village, and at once men and women ran to the masjid and flocked there to see Baba's act. 4 bold women from the crowd forced their way up and, pushing Baba aside, took forcibly the peg or handle into their hands and, singing Baba's leelas, started grinding. At first, Baba was enraged, but on seeing the women's love and devotion, he was much pleased and began to smile. While they were after, and he lived on alms, and therefore he did not require any wheat flour for making bread or roti. What will he do with this big quantity of flour? Perhaps, as Baba is very kind, he will distribute the flour amongst us. Thinking in this way, and while singing, they finished the grinding, and after putting the hand mill aside, they divided the flour into 4 portions and began to remove them one per head. Baba, who was calm and quiet up till now, got wild and started abusing them, saying, "Ladies, are you gone mad? Whose father's property are you looting away? Have I borrowed any wheat from you so that you can safely take the flour? Now please do this. Take the flour and throw it on the village border limits." On hearing this, the women felt abashed and whispered amongst themselves, went away to the outskirts of the village and spread the flour as directed by Baba. I asked the Shirdi people, what was this that Baba did? They replied that as the cholera epidemic was spreading in the village, and this was Baba's remedy against the same. It was not wheat that was ground, but cholera itself was ground to pieces and pushed out of the village. From this time onward, the cholera epidemic subsided, and the people of the village were happy. I was much pleased to know all this, but at the same time, my curiosity was aroused. I began to ask myself, what earthly connection was there between wheat flour and cholera? What was the causal relationship between the two, and how to reconcile them? The incident seems to be inexplicable. I should write something on this and sing to my heart's content Baba's sweet leelas. Thinking in this way about this leela, my heart was filled with joy, and I was thus inspired to write Baba's life, the Satcharitra. And as we know, with Baba's grace and blessings, this work was successfully accomplished. Philosophical significance of grinding. Apart from the meaning which the people of Shirdi put on this incident of grinding wheat, there is, we think, a philosophical significance too. Sai Baba lived in Shirdi for about 60 years, and during this long period, he did the business of grinding almost every day. Not, however, the wheat alone, but the sins, the mental and physical afflictions, and the miseries of his innumerable devotees. The 2 stones of his mill consisted of karma and bhakti, the former being the lower and the latter the upper one. The handle with which Baba worked the mill consisted of Gnan. It was the firm conviction of Baba that knowledge or self-realization is not possible unless there is the prior act of grinding of all our impulses, desires, sins, and of the 3 gunas, viz. Sattva, Raja, and Tama, and the ahamkara, which is so subtle and therefore so difficult to be got rid of. This reminds me of a similar story of Kabir, who, seeing a woman grinding corn, said to his guru, Niptaranjana, "I am weeping because I feel the agony of being crushed in this wheel of worldly existence. Like the corn in the hand mill." Niptaranjana replied, "Do not be afraid. Hold fast to the handle of knowledge of this mill, as I do, and do not wander far away from the same, but turn inward to the center, and you are sure to be saved." Bow to Shri Sai. Peace be to all.
Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Object of writing the work, incapacity and boldness in undertaking. For discussion, conferring significance of effective title of Hemadpant. Necessity of a guru. In the last chapter, the author mentioned in the original Marathi book that he would state the reason that led him to undertake the work, and about the persons qualified to read the same, and such other points. Now in this chapter, he starts to tell the same. Object of writing the work. In the first chapter, I described Sai Baba's miracle of checking and destroying the cholera epidemic by grinding wheat and throwing the flour on the outskirts of the village. I heard other miracles of Sai Baba to my great delight, and this delight burst forth into poetic words. I also thought that the description of these miracles would be interesting and instructive to his devotees and would remove their sins, and so I began to write the sacred life and teachings of Sai Baba. The life of saint is neither logical nor dialectical. It shows us the true and a great path, incapacity and boldness in undertaking the work. Hemadpant thought that he was not a fit person to undertake the work, he said. When I do not know the life of my intimate friend, nor do I know my own mind, then how can I write the life of a saint or describe the nature of incarnations, which even the Vedas were unable to do? One must be a saint himself before he could know other saints. Otherwise, how can I describe their glory? To write the life of a saint is the most difficult, though one may as well be able to measure the depth of water of the seven seas or enclose the sky with cloth trappings. I knew that this was the most venturous undertaking which might expose me to ridicule. I therefore invoked Sai Baba's grace. The premier poet, saint of Maharashtra, Sri Dhyaneshwar Maharaj, has stated that the lords love those who write the lives of saints, and the saints also have their own peculiar method of assigning the service which the devotees long for. The saints inspire the work, the devotee becomes only an indirect cause or an instrument to achieve the end. For instance, in 1700 Shaka year, the poet Mahipati aspired to write the lives of saints. Saints inspired him and got the work done. So, also in 1800 Shaka year, Das Ganu's service was accepted. The former wrote 4 works, Bhakta Vijaya, Sant Vijaya, Bhakta Leela Amrut, and Sant Leela Amrut, while the later wrote 2, Bhakta Leela Amrut and Sant Katha Amrut, in which the lives of modern saints were described in chapters 31, 32, 33 of Bhakta Leela Amrut and in chapter 57 of Sant Katha Amrut. The life and teachings of Sai Baba are very well depicted. These have been separately published in Sai Leela magazine number 11 and 12, volume 7, Tandulkar of Bandra, in a small book named Shri Sainath Bhajan Mala. Das Ganu Maharaj also has composed various sweet poems on Sai Baba. A devotee named Amidas Bhavani Mehta has also published some stories of Sai Babas in Gujarati. Some numbers of Sainath's Prabha, a magazine published by Dakshina Bhiksha Sanstha of Shirdi, are also published. Then, the question of objection comes in, that while so many works regarding Sai Baba are extant, why should this Sai Satcharitra be written, and where is the necessity? The answer is plain and simple. The life of Sai Baba is wide and deep as infinite ocean, and all can dive deep into same and take out precious gems of knowledge and bhakti and distribute them to the aspiring people. The stories, parables and teachings of Sai Baba are very wonderful. They will give peace and happiness to the people who are afflicted with sorrows and heavily loaded and miseries of this worldly existence, and also bestow knowledge and wisdom both in worldly and in spiritual dominance. In these teachings of Sai Baba, which are interesting and instructive as the Vedic lore, are listened to and meditated upon, the devotees will get that what they longed for was union with Brahma, mystery in eightfold, yoga, bliss of meditation, etc. So I thought that I should call these stories together. That would be my best upasana. This collection would be the most delightful to those simple souls whose eyes were not blessed with Sai Baba's darshan,
So I set about collecting Sai Baba's teachings and expressions, the outcome of this boundless self-realization. It was Sai Baba who inspired me in this meta world. I could not myself ask Sai Baba to give me permission for this work, so I requested Mr. Madhavrao Deshpande, alias Shama Baba's most intimate devotee, to speak to him for me. He pleaded for my cause and said to Baba, "This Anna Sahib wishes to write your biography. Don't say that you are a poor fakir and there is no necessity to write it, but if you agree and help him, he will write, or rather your grace will accomplish the work. Without your consent and blessings, nothing can be done successfully." When Sai Baba heard the request, he was moved and blessed me by giving him his Udi, sacred ash, and placing his boon bestowing hand on my head and said, "Let him make a collection of stories and experiences. Keep notes and memos. I will help him. He is only an outward instrument. I should write my autobiography myself and satisfy the wishes of my devotees. He should get rid of his ego, surrender it at my feet. He who acts like this in life, him I help the most. What of my life stories? I serve him in this house in all possible ways. When his ego is completely annihilated and there is left no trace of it, I myself shall enter into him, shall myself write my own life. Hearing my stories and teachings will create faith in devotees' hearts, and they will easily get self-realization and bliss. Let there be no incense or establishing one's own view, no attempt to refute others' opinions, no discussion of pros and cons of any subject." Significant and prophetic title. The word discussion put me in my mind of my promise to explain the story of my getting title of Hemadpant, and now I begin to relate the same. I was on a close friendly terms with Kaka Sahib Dixit and Nana Sahib Chandorkar. They pressed me to go to Shirdi and have Baba's darshan, and I promised them to do so. But something in meanwhile turned up and which prevented me from going to Shirdi. The son of a friend of mine, Lonavela, fell ill. My friend tried all possible means, physically and spiritually, but a fever would not abate. At the length, he got the Guru to sit by his bed side of his son, but this too was of no avail. Hearing this, I thought, what was the utility of the Guru if he could not save my friend's son? If the Guru can't do anything for us, why should I go to Shirdi at all? Thinking this was, I postponed my Shirdi trip, but inevitable must happen, and it happened in my case as follows. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandarkar, who was a devotional officer, was going on a tour to Basin from Thana. He came to Dadar and was waiting for a train bound to Basin. In the meanwhile, a Bandra local turned up. He sat in it and came to Bandra and sent for me and took me to task for putting off my Shirdi trip. Nana's argument for my Shirdi trip was convincing and delightful, and so I decided to start for Shirdi the same night. I packed up my luggage and started for Shirdi. I planned to go to Dadar from there to catch the train for Manmad. So I booked myself to Dadar and sat in the train. While the train was to start, Mohammedan came hastily to my compartment and, seeing all my paraphernalia, asked me where I was bound to do. I told him about my plan. He then suggested that I should go straight to Boribandar and not to wait at Dadar, as the man-made mail did not stop at Dadar. If this little miracle or leela had not happened, I would not have reached Shirdi next day. As settled, and many doubts would have assailed me, but that was not to be. As fortune favored me, I reached Shirdi the next day before 9 or 10 a.m. Mr. Babu Sahib Kaka Dikshit was waiting for me there. This was in 1910, when there was only one place, was Sateswada, for lodging pilgrims, devotees. After alighting from the Tonga, I was anxious to have darshan. When the great devotee Tatya Sahib Nulkar returned from the Masjid and said that Sai Baba was at the corner of Wada and that I should first get preliminary darshan and then, after bath, see him at leisure. Hearing this, I ran and prostrated before Baba, and my joy knew no bounds. I found more than what Nana Chandarkar had told me. All my senses were satisfied, and I forgot my thirst and hunger. The moment I touched Sai Baba's feet, I began a new lease of life. I felt myself much obliged to those who spurred and helped me to get darshan, and I considered them as my real relatives. and I cannot repay that debt. I only remember them and prostrate mentally before them. The peculiarity of Sai Baba's darshan, as I found it, is that by his darshan, our thought, it is my merit of actions in many past births that such darshan is got, and if only you see Sai Baba, all the world becomes or assumes the form of Sai Baba. Hot discussion. On the first day of the arrival in Shirdi, there was a discussion between me and Bala Bhate regarding the necessity of a guru. I contended, why should we lose our freedom and submit to others when we have to do our duty? Why a guru is necessary? One must try his best and save himself. What can the guru do to a man who does nothing but sleeps indolently? Thus, I pleaded free will. Well, Mr. Bhate took up the other side with his destiny and said, whatever is bound to happen must happen. Even great men have failed. Man proposes one, but God disposes the other way. Brush aside your cleverness, pride, an hour or so, and as usual, no conclusion was arrived at. We had to stop the discussion ultimately. As we were exhausted, the net result of this was that I would be no discussion. In other words, it's an egoism which breeds discussion. Then, when we went to the Masjid with others, Baba asked Kaka Dikshit the following. What was going on in the Satyavade? What was the discussion about? And staring at me, Baba further from Satyavade, where I was staying and where the discussion was going on. How could Baba know your discussion unless he is an omniscient and inner ruler of us all? I began to think why Sai Baba should call me by the name Hemadpant. The word is a distorted form of Hemadpant. This Hemadpant was a well-known minister of the kings, Madhav and Ramdev of Devgiri of Yadav dynasty. He was very learned, good-natured, and the author of works such as Chatruvarga, Chintamani, dealing with the spiritual subjects, and Rajprashati. He invented and started new methods of accounts and was the originator of the Modi Marathi shorthand script. But I was quite the opposite, an ignoramus and of medico and intellect, so I could not understand that the title was a dart of destroy my ego, so that I should always remain meek and humble. It was also a compliment paid to me for the cleverness in the discussion. Looking to the history, we think that Baba's word calling Mr. Damolkar by the name of Hemadpant was significant and prophetic, as we find that he looked after the management of Sai Sanstha very intelligently, kept all the accounts nicely, and was also the author of such a good work, Sai Satcharitra, which deals with such important and spiritual subjects as Dhyan, Bhakti, dispassion, self-surrender, and self-realization. About the necessity of a guru, Hemadpant has left no note, no memo about what Baba said regarding this subject, but Kaka Dikshit has published the notes regarding the matter. Next day, after Hemadpant's meeting with Sai Baba, Kaka went to Baba and asked Baba, where to go? Baba said, high up. Then the man said, where is the high up? Baba said, there are many ways leading there. There is one from here, Shirdi also. The Kaka asked, but Baba, what if we take a guide with us? Baba answered, then there is no difficulty. The guide will take you straight to your destination, avoiding wolves, tigers, the danger of your being lost in the jungles or falling into ditches. Mr. Damolkar was present on this occasion, and he thought that this was the answer Baba gave to the question whether Guru was necessity, with Sai Leela Volume 1, number 5, page 47. And he thereupon took the hint that no discussion whether man is free or bound is of any use spiritual matters, but on the contrary, real Paramatma is possible only as the result of the teachings of Guru, as is illustrated in the chapter of the original work in the instance of great avatars like Ram and Krishna, who had to submit themselves to their gurus Vashishta and Sandipani respectfully for getting self-realization, and that the only virtues necessary for such peace be to all.
Chapter 3. Sai Baba's sanction and promise, assignment of work to devotees, Baba's stories as beacon, light, his motherly love, Rahula's story, his sweet and nectar-like words, Sai Baba's sanction and promise. As described in the previous chapter, Sai Baba gave his complete assent to the writing of the Satcharitra and said, I fully agree with you regarding the writing of Satcharitra. You do your duty. Don't be afraid in the least. Steady your mind and have faith in my words. If my leelas are written, the avidya, nescience will vanish, and if they are attentively and devoutly listened to, the consciousness of, and if one dives deep into my leelas, he would get precious jewels of knowledge. Hearing this, author was much pleased, and he at once became fearless and confident, and thought that work was bound to be a success. Then turning to Shama, Bhaja Bhai, Sai Baba said, if a man utters my name with love, I shall fulfill all his wishes, increase his devotion, and if he sings earnestly my life and my deeds, him I shall be set in front and back and on all sides. Those devotees who are attached to me, heart and soul, will naturally feel happiness. When they hear these stories, believe me that if anybody sings my leelas, I will give him infinite joy and everlasting contentment. It is my special characteristic to free any person who surrenders completely to me and who does worship me faithfully and who remembers me and meditates on me constantly. How can they be conscious of worldly objects and sensations who utter my name, who worship me, who think of my stories and my life, and who thus always remember me? I shall draw out my devotees from the jaws of death. If my stories are listened to, all the diseases will be got rid of. So hear my stories with respect, and think and meditate on them, assimilate them. This is the way of happiness and contentment. The pride and egoism of my devotees will vanish. The mind of the hearers will be set at rest. And if it has the simple remembrance of my name as Sai, Sai will do away with sins and speech and hearing. Different works assigned to devotees. The Lord entrusts different works to different devotees. Some are given the work of building temples and maths, or ghats, flight of steps on rivers. Some are made to sing the glories of God. Some are sent on pilgrimages. But to me was allotted the work of writing the Satcharitra. Being a jack of all trades, but master of none, I was quite unqualified for this job. Then why should I undertake such a difficult job? Who can describe the true life of Sai Baba? Sai Baba's grace alone can enable one to accomplish the difficult work. So when I took up the pen in my hand, Sai Baba took away my egoism and wrote himself his stories. The credit of relating these stories, therefore, goes to him and not to me. Though Brahmin by birth, I lacked the two eyes, i.e. the sight of vision, of Shruti and Smriti, and therefore was not at all capable of writing the Satcharitra. But the grace of the Lord makes a dumb man talk, enables a lame man to cross a mountain, and he alone knows the knack of getting things done as he likes. Neither the flute nor the harmonium knows how the sounds are produced. This is the concern of the player, the oozing of Chandrakant jewel, and the surging of the sea, and not due to the jewel on the sea, but to the rise of the moon. Baba's stories as beacons, light. Lighthouses are constructed at various places in the sea to enable the boatmen to avoid rocks and dangers and make them sail safely. Sai Baba's stories serve a similar purpose in the ocean of worldly existence. They surpass nectar in sweetness and make our worldly path smooth and easy to traverse. Blessed are the stories of the saints. When they enter our hearts through the ears, the body consciousness or egoism and the sense of duality vanish. And when they are stored in the heart, doubts fly out on all sides. Pride of the body will fail and wisdom will be stored in abundance. The description of Baba's pure fame and the hearing of the same with love will destroy the sins of a devotee, and therefore this is a simple sadhana for attaining salvation. The sadhana for Kriti age was Shamandama, tranquility of mind and body. For Treta age, sacrifice for Dwapara worship. And for Kali, present age, it is singing of the name and glory of the Lord. This last sadhana is open to all the people of the four Varanas, Brahmins, etc. The other sadhanas, yoga, yajna, sacrifice, dhyana, meditation, and dharana, concentration are very difficult to practice, but singing and hearing the stories and the glory of the Lord, Sai Baba, is very easy. We have only to turn our attention towards them. The listening and singing of the stories will remove the attachment to the senses and their objects, and will make the devotees dispassionate, and will ultimately lead them to self-realization. With this end in view, Sai Baba made me, or helped me to write these stories, Satcharitra. The devotee may now easily read and hear these stories of Sai Baba, and while doing so, meditate on him, his form, and thus attain devotion to Guru and God, Sai Baba. Get detachment and self-realization. In the preparation and writing of this work, Satcharitra, it is Sai Baba's grace which has accompanied everything, making use of me as a mere instrument. Motherly love of Sai Baba. Everybody knows how a cow loves her infant calf. Her udder is always full, and when the calf wants milk and dashes at the udder, out comes the milk in an unceasing flow. Similarly, a human mother knows the wants of her child and feeds it at her breast in time. In case of dressing and adorning the child, the mother takes particular care to see that this is well done. The child knows or cares nothing about this, but the mother's joy knows no bounds when she sees her child beautifully dressed and adorned. The love of mother is peculiar, extraordinary and disinterested, and has no parallel. Sadgurus feel this motherly love towards their disciples. Sai Baba had this same love towards me, and I gave an instance of it below. In 1916 AD, I retired from government service. The pension that was settled in my case was not sufficient to maintain my family decently. On Guru Purnima, 15th of Ashadha day of that year, I went to Shirdi with other devotees. There Mr. Anna Chinchanika, of his own accord, prayed to Baba for me as follows. Please look kindly on him. The pension he gets is quite insufficient. His family is growing. Give him some other appointment. Remove his anxiety. Make him happy. Baba replied, he will get some other job, but now he should serve me and be happy. His dishes will be ever full and never empty. He should turn all his attention towards me and avoid the company of atheists, irreligious and wicked people. He should be meek and humble towards all and worship me heart and soul. If he does this, he will get eternal happiness. The question, who is this he, whose worship is advocated, is already answered in a note on who is Sai Baba, in the prologue at the beginning of this work. Rahila story. The story of the Rahila illustrates Sai Baba's all-embracing love. One Rahila, tall and well-built, strong as a bull, came to Shirdi wearing a long kaftani robe and was enamoured of Sai, who stayed there. Day and night he used to recite in a loud and harsh tone Kalma verses from Holy Quran and shout, Allahu Akbar, God is great. Most people of Shirdi were working in their fields by day, and when they returned to their homes at night, they were welcomed with the Rahila's harsh cries and shouts. They could get no sleep and felt much trouble and inconvenience. They suffered in silence, this nuisance for some days, and when they could stand it no longer, they approached Baba and requested him to check the Rahila and stop the nuisance. Baba did not attend to their complaint. On the contrary, Baba took the villagers to task and asked them to mind their own business and not the Rahila. He said to them that the Rahila had got a very bad wife, as Antipi, who tried to come in and trouble them, the Rahila and himself. But hearing the Rahila's prayers, she dare not enter, and they were at peace and happy. In fact, the Rahila had no wife, and by his wife, Baba meant Dubudi, a bad thoughts. As Baba liked prayers and cries to God better than anything else, he took the side of the Rahila and asked the villagers to wait and suffer the nuisance, which would abate in due course. Baba's sweetness and nectar-like words. One day at noon, after the arti, devotees were returning to their lodgings when Baba gave the following beautiful advice. Be wherever you like, do whatever you choose. Remember this well, that all what you do is known to me. I am the inner ruler of all, and seated in their hearts. I envelope all the creatures, the movable and immovable world. I am the controller, the wire puller of the show of this universe. I am the mother origin of all beings, the harmony of three gunas, the propeller of all senses, the creator, preserver and destroyer. Nothing will harm him who turns his attention towards me, but Maya will lash or whip him who forgets me. All the insects, ants, the visible, movable and immovable world is my body or form. Hearing these beautiful and precious words, I at once decided in my mind to serve no man henceforward, but my Guru only. But the reply of Baba to Anna Chinchilaka's query, which my mind and I began to think whether it would come to happen, as future events showed, Baba's words came true and I got a government job. But that was of short duration. Then I became free and solely devoted my life to the service of my Guru, Sai Baba. Before concluding this chapter, I request the readers to leave out the various hindrances, viz. Indolence, sleep, wandering of mind, attachment to senses, etc., and turn their whole and undivided attention to these stories of Sai Baba. Let their love be natural. Let them know the secret of devotion. Let them not exhaust themselves by other sadness. Let them stick to this one simple remedy, i.e. listening to Sai Baba's stories. This will destroy their ignorance and will secure for them salvation. A miser may stay at various places, but he always thinks of his buried treasure. So let Sai Baba be enthroned in the hearts of all. In the next chapter, I shall speak of Sai Baba's advent in Shirdi. Peace be to all.
In Shirdi, mission of the saints, Shirdi a holy tirth, personality of Sai Baba, dictum of Golibua, appearance of Vittal, Sri Shagar's story, thus Ganu's bath in Prayag, immaculate conception of Sai Baba and his first advent in Shirdi, and 3 Vadas. In the last chapter, I described the circumstances which led me to write such of saints. Lord Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 4, verses 7 and 8, that whenever there is a decay of dharma, righteousness, and ascendancy of unrighteousness, I manifest myself for the protection of the virtuous and the destruction of the vicious, and for the establishment of righteousness, I manifest myself age after age. This is the mission of Lord and the sages and the saints, who are his representatives and who appear at appropriate times and work in their own way to fulfill that mission. For instance, when the twice born, that is, the Brahmins, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas neglect their duties, and when the Shudras try to usurp the duties of other classes, when spiritual preceptors are not respected but humiliated, when nobody cares for the religious instructions, when everybody thinks himself very learned, and when people begin to partake of forbidden foods and intoxicating drinks, when under the cloak of religious people indulge in malpractices, when people belong to different sects fight among themselves, when Brahmins fail to do Sandhya adoration and the Orthodox leave the religious practices, when yogis neglect their meditation, when people begin to think that wealth, progeny, wife are their sole concern, and thus turn away from the true path of salvation, then the saints appear and try to set matters at right path by their words and action. They serve us as beacon lights and show us the path and the right way for us to follow. In this way, many saints, example Nivruti, Dhyandev, Muktabai, Namdev, Gora, Gonai, Eknath, Tukaram, Narhari, Narsibai, Sajan Kasai, Savata Ramdas, and various others did appear at various times to show the right path to the people, and so the present advent came as Sri Sai Baba of Shirdi. Shirdi, a holy tirth. The banks of Godavari river in the Ahmednagar district are very fortunate for their Kopargaon Taluka or the Ahmad district. After crossing the Godavari river at Kopargaon, one gets the way to Shirdi. When you go 3 courses, you come to Neem from where Shirdi is visible. Shirdi is as famous and well known as other holy places like Gangapur, Rishnihavadi, Udambar on the banks of Krishna river. As the devotee Damoji flourished and blessed Mangal Veda near Pandharpur, as Samat Ramdas at Sajan Shirdi Sai Baba, that Shirdi grew into importance. Let us see what sort of personage Sai Baba was. He conquered the sansar, worldly existence, which is very difficult and hard to cross. Peace or mental calm was his ornament, and he was repository of wisdom. He was the home of Vaishnava devotee, most generous like Karan, amongst all, the quint essence of all essences. He had no love for perishable things, and always engrossed in self-realization, which was his sole concern. He felt no pleasure in things of this world or of the world beyond. His antarang, that his heart, was as clear as a mirror, and his speech always rained nectar. The rich or poor people were the same to him. He neither knew nor cared for honor or dishonor. He was the Lord of all beings. He spoke freely and mixed with all people, watched the actings and dances of Nach girls, and heard ghazal songs. Still, he swerved not an inch from samadhi, that is mental equilibrium. The name of Allah was always on his lips. While the world awoke, he slept, and while the world slept, he was vigilant. His action could be definitely determined. And though he lived in one place, he knew all the transactions of the world. His darbar was imposing. He told daily hundreds of stories. Still he swerved not an inch from his vow of silence. He always leaned against the wall in the masjid, or walked morning, noon and evening to his Lendi, Nala and Chavdi. Still at all times abided in the self. Though a Siddha, he acted like Sadhak. He was meek, humble and egoless, and pleased all. Such was Sai Baba, and as the soil of Shirdi was trodden by Sai Baba's feet, it attained extraordinary importance. As Dhyaneshwar related Alandi Eknath did to Paitan, so Sai Baba raised Shirdi. Blessed are the grass, leaves and stones of Shirdi, for they could kiss the holy feet of Sai Baba and take his dust on their head. Shirdi became to us devotees another Pandharpur, Jagannath, Dwarka, Banaras and Rameshwar, Badri Kedar, Nasik, Trambakeshwar, Mahakaleshwar, Mahabaleshwar and Gokran. Contact of Sai Baba in Shirdi was like our study of Veda and Tantra. It quietened our sansar, worldly consciousness, and rendered self-realization. The darshan of Sri Sai was our yoga sadhana, and talk with him removed our sins. Shampooing his legs was our bath in Triveni Payag, and drinking the holy water of his feet destroyed our sins. To us, his commands were Vedas, and accepting the eating his udi, sacred ashes, and prasad was all purifying. He was our Sri Krishna and Sri Ram, who gave us solace, and he was our Parabrahma, absolute reality. He was himself beyond the pair of dvandas, that is opposite, never dejected nor elated. He was always engrossed in himself as existent, knowledge and bliss. Shirdi was his center, but his field of action extended far beyond to Punjab, Calcutta and wide, and people from all parts came to take his darshan and be blessed. By mere darshan, minds of people, whether pure or impure, could become quiet at once. They got here the same unparalleled joy that devotees get at Pandharpur or by seeing Vittal Rakumai. This is not exaggeration. Consider what a devotee says in this respect. Dictum of Goliboa. An old devotee by name of Goliboa, aged about 95 years, was a Varkari of Pandari. He stayed 8 months at Pandharpur and 4 months Ashad or to Kartik, that's July to November, on the banks of the Ganges. He had a donkey with him for carrying his luggage and a disciple as his companion. Every year he made his wari or trip to Pandharpur and came to Shirdi to see Sai Baba, whom he loved most. He used to stare at Baba and say, "This is Pandharinath Vittal incarnate, the merciful Lord of the poor and helpless." This Goliboa was an old devotee of Vithoba and had made many a trip to Pandhari, and he testified that Sai Baba was real Pandharinath. Vittal himself appeared. Sai Baba was very fond of remembering and singing God's name. He always uttered Allah Malik, God is Lord, and in his presence made others sing God's name continuously day and night for all 7 days of the week. This is called Nam Sapta. Once he asked Das Ganu Maharaj to do the Nam Sapta. He replied that he would do it, provided he was assured that Vittal would appear at the end of the 7th day. Then Baba, placing his hand on his chest, assured him that certainly Vittal would appear, but for that the devotee must be earnest and devout. The Dankapuri Thakur of Dakornath, the Pandhari of Vittal, the Dwarka of Ranchor, that is Krishna, is here in Shirdi. One need not go far out to see Dwarka. Will Vittal come here from some outside place? Here he is. Only when devotee is bursting with love and devotion, Vittal will manifest himself here in Shirdi. After the Sapta was over, Vittal did manifest himself in the following manner. Kaka Dixit was, as usual, sitting in meditation after the bath, and he saw Vittal in vision. When he went at noon for Baba's darshan, Baba asked him point blank, "Did Vittal Patil come? Did you see him? He is a very truant fellow. Catch him firmly, and otherwise he will escape even if you are a little inattentive." This happened in the morning, and at noon there was another Vittal darshan. One hawker came there for selling 25 to 30 pictures of Vithoba. This picture exactly tallied with the picture that appeared in Kaka Sahib's vision. On seeing this and remembering Baba's words, Kaka Sahib Dixit was much surprised and delighted. He bought one picture of Vithoba and placed it in his shrine for worship. Bhagavantrao Sri Sagar story. How fond was Baba for Vittal worship was illustrated in Bhagavantrao Sri Sagar's story. The father of Bhagavantrao was a devotee of Vithoba and used to make varis, that's annual trips to Pandharpur. He also had an image of Vithoba at home, which he worshipped. After his death, the son stopped everything, the vari, the worship and Shraddha ceremony, etc. When Bhagavantrao came to Shirdi, Baba, on remembering his father, at once said, "His father was my friend, so I dragged him, the son, here. He never offered nivedya or offering of food, and so he starved Vittal and me. So I brought him here. I shall remonstrate him now and set him to worship." Das Ganu's bath in Prayag. The Hindus think that a bath in a holy tirth of Prayag, where the Ganga and Yamuna meet, is very meritorious, and thousands of pilgrims go there at periodical times to have the sacred bath there. Once Das Ganu thought that he should go to Prayag for a bath and came to Baba to get his permission for doing so. Baba replied to him, "It is not necessary to go so far. Our Prague is here. Believe me." Then wonder of wonders, when Das Ganu placed his head on Baba's feet, out flowed streams of Ganga and Yamuna water full of tears. Inwardly he felt inspired, and his speech burst forth into a song in praise of Baba and his leelas. Immaculate conception of Sai Baba and his first advent in Shirdi. Nobody knew the parents' birth or birthplace of Sai Baba. Many inquiries were made, many questions were put to Baba and others regarding these items, but no satisfactory answer or information was yet been obtained. Particularly, we know Nothing about this matters. Namdev and Kabir were not born like ordinary mortals. They were found as infants in mother of pearls. Namdev being found on the bank Bhimrati river by Gonai, and Kabir on the bank of Bhagirathi river by Tamal. Similar was the case with Sai Baba. He first manifested himself as a young lad of 16 years under a neem tree in Shirdi for the sake of bhaktas. Even then he seemed to be full with the knowledge of Brahma. He had no desire for worldly objects even in dream. He kicked out Maya, and Mukti, deliverance, was serving at his feet. One old woman of Shirdi, the mother of Nana Chopdar, described him thus: the young lad, fair, smart, and very handsome, was first seen under the neem tree, seated in an asan. The people of the village were wonderstruck to see such a young lad practicing hard penance, not minding heat and cold. By day he associated with none, by night he was afraid of nobody. People were wondering and asking whence this young chap had turned up. His form and features were so beautiful that a mere look endeared him to all. He went to nobody's door, always sat near the neem tree. Outwardly he looked very young, but by his action he was really a great soul. He was the embodiment of dispassion and was an enigma to all. One day it so happened that God Khandoba possessed the body of some devotee, and people began to ask him, "Their father's son is this lad, and whence did he come from?" God Khandoba asked them to bring a pickaxe and dig in a particular place. When it was dug, bricks were found underneath a flat stone. When the stone was removed, a corridor was seen, in which 4 samyas, that is, lights, were burning. The corridor led to a cellar where cow-mart-shaped structures, wooden boards, rosaries were seen. Khandoba said, "This lad practiced penance here for 12 years." Then the people began to question the lad about this. He put them off the scene by telling them that this was his Guru's place, his holy Watan, and requested them to guard this well. The people then closed the corridor as before. As Aswa and Udambar trees are held sacred, Baba regarded this neem tree equally sacred and loved it most. Mahalsapati and other Shirdi devotees regard this site as the resting place, Samadhistan of Baba's Guru, and prostrate before it. 3 Wadas. The site with the neem tree and surrounding space was bought by Mr. Hari Vinayak Sathe, and on this site a big building styled Sathe's Wada was erected. This Wada was the sole resting place for pilgrims who flocked there. A platform was built round the neem tree, and lofts with steps were constructed. Under the steps there was a niche facing south, and devotees sit on the platform facing north. It is believed that he who burns incense there on Thursdays and Friday evenings will be, by God's grace, be happy. This Wada was old and dilapidated and needed repairs. The necessary repairs, conditions and alterations have been made now by the Sanstha. Then some years another Wada, Dikshit Wada, was constructed. Kaka Sahib Dikshit, solicitor of Mumbai, had gone to England. He had injured his leg in an accident there. The injury could not be got rid of by any means. Nana Sahib Chandorkar advised him to see Sai Baba. So he went to Sai Baba in 1909 and requested him to cure Shirdi. So he built a Wada for himself and other devotees. The foundation of this building was laid on 10/12/19 mission to return home, and the night aarti at the Chavdi was started. The Wada was completed and was inhabited on the Rama Navami day. Lots of money was spent on this building, but all the amount was well utilized. As Sai Baba's body is resting in this Wada, which is now called the Samadhi Mandir. The site of this mandir formerly had a garden which was watered and looked after by Baba. 3 Vadas thus came up where there was none formerly. Of these, Sateshwara was most useful to all in the early days. The story of the garden, which was attended by Sai Baba with the help of Vaman Tatya, the temporary absence of Sai Baba from Shirdi, and his coming again to Shirdi with the marriage party of Chand Patil, the company of Devidas, Jankidas and Gangagir, Baba's wrestling match with Mohidin Tamboli, residing in Masjid, love of Mr. Dangle and other devotees, and other incidents will be described in the next chapter. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 5. Baba's return with Chand Patil's marriage party, welcomed and addresses Sai, contact with other saints, his attire and daily routine, the story of the Padukas, wrestling bout with Mohinuddin, and disappearance. They lived in the Aurangabad district, Nizam state, in a village called Dhoop. A well-to-do Mohammedan gentleman by name Chand Patil. Whilst he was making a trip to Aurangabad, he lost his mare. For 2 long months he made a diligent search, but could not get no trace of the lost mare. After being disappointed, he returned from Aurangabad with the saddle on his back. After travelling 4 course and a half, he came on the way to a mango tree under the foot of which sat a fakir, a queer fellow. He had a cap on his head, wore kafni, which is a long robe, and had a satka, short stick, under his arm, and he was preparing to smoke a chilim, pipe. On seeing Chand Patil pass by the way, he called out to him and asked him to have a smoke and to rest a little. The queer fellow or fakir asked him about the saddle. Chand Patil replied that it was of his mare, which was lost some time back. The fakir asked him to make a search in the Nala close by. He went, and the wonder of wonders, he found the mare there. He thought that this fakir was not an ordinary man but an Avalya, a great saint. He returned to the fakir with the mare. The chilim was ready for being smoked, but 2 things were wanting. 1, fire to light the pipe, and 2, water to wet the chapi, piece of cloth through which smoke is drawn up. The fakir took his prong and thrust it forcibly into the ground, and out came a live ember, which he put on the pipe. Then he dashed the satka on the ground from where water began to ooze. The chapi was wetted with that water, then wrung out and wrapped round the pipe. Thus everything being complete, the fakir smoked the chilim and then gave it also to Chand Patil. On seeing all this, Chand Patil was wonderstruck. He requested the fakir to come to his home and accept his hospitality. The next day he went to the Patil's house and stayed there for some time. Patil was a village officer of Dhoop. His wife's brother's son was to be married and the bride was from Shirdi. So Patil made preparations to start from Shirdi for the marriage. The fakir also accompanied the marriage party. The marriage went off without any hitch. The party returned to Dhoop except the fakir, who stayed back in Shirdi and remained there forever. How the fakir got the name Sai. When the marriage party came to Shirdi, it alighted at the foot of a banyan tree in Bhagat Mahalsapati's field near Khandoba's temple. The carts were loosened in the open courtyard of Khandoba's temple, and the members of the party descended one by one, and the fakir also got down. Bhagat Mahalsapati saw the young fakir getting down and accosted him as Ya Sai, other saints. Sai Baba began to stay in a deserted masjid. One saint named Devidas was living in Shirdi for many years before Baba came there. Baba liked his company. He stayed with him in the Maruti temple in the Chowdi and sometime lived alone. Then came another saint by name Jankidas. Baba spent most of his time in talking with him, or Jankidas went to Baba's residence. So also one Vaishya householder saint from Puntambe by name Gangagir always frequented Shirdi. When he first saw Sai Baba carrying pitchers of water in both hands for watering the garden, he was amazed and said openly, "Blessed is Shirdi that it got this precious jewel." This man is carrying water today, but he is not an ordinary fellow. As this land, Shirdi, was fortunate and meritorious, it secured this jewel. So also, one famous saint by name Anandnath of Yavala Mutt, a disciple of Akalkot Maharaj, came to Shirdi with some people. When he saw Sai Baba, he said openly, "This is a precious diamond in reality. Though he looks like an ordinary man, he is not a gar, ordinary stone, but a diamond. You will realize this in the near future. Saying this, he returned to Yevala. This was said while Sai Baba was a youngster. Baba's dress and daily routine. In his young days, Sai Baba grew hair on his head, never had his head shaved. He dressed like an athlete. When he went to Rahata, 3 miles from Shirdi, he brought with him small plants of marigold, jay and jui, and after cleaning, he planted and watered them. A devotee by name Vamantatya supplied him daily with 2 unbaked earthen pitchers. With this, Baba himself used to water the plants. He drew water from the well and carried the pitchers on his shoulders. In the evening, the pitchers were kept at the foot of the neem tree. As soon as they were placed there, they were broken as they were made of raw earth and not baked. Next day, Tatya supplied 2 fresh pitchers. This course went on for 3 years, and with Sai Baba's toil and effort, they grew a garden. On this site, at present stands the big mansion Samadhi Mandir of Baba, which is now frequented and used by so many devotees. The story of Padukas' footprints under the neem tree. A devotee of Akalkot Maharaj by name Bhai Krishnaji, Ali Bakkar, worshipped the foot of Akalkot Maharaj. He once thought of going to Akalkot, Solapur district, take the darshan of the Padukas, footprints of the Maharaj, and offer his sincere prayer there, but before he could go there, he got a vision in his dream. Akalkot Maharaj appeared in the vision and said to him, "Now Shirdi is my resting place, go there and offer your worship." So Bhai changed his plan and came to Shirdi, worshipped Baba, stayed there for 6 months and was happy. As a reminiscence of this vision, etc., he prepared the Padukas and installed them on an auspicious day of Shravan, Shak 1834, which is 1912 AD, under the neem tree, with due ceremonies and formalities conducted by Dada Kelkar and Upasini. One Dikshit Brahmin was appointed for worship and management was entrusted to devotee Sagun. Complete version of the story. Mr. B.V. Dev, retired Mamlatdar of Thana and a great devotee of Sai Baba, made inquiries about this matter with Sagun Meru Naik and Govind Kamlekar Dikshit and was published a full version of the Padukas in Sai Leela, volume 2, number 1, page 25. It runs as follows. In 1834, Shaka 1912 AD, one Dr. Ramrao Kothare of Mumbai came to Shirdi for Baba's darshan. His compounder and friend Bhai Krishnaji Ali Bakkar accompanied him. The compounder and Bhai became intimate with Sagun Meru Naik and G.K. Dikshit. While discussing things, these persons thought that there must be some memorial of Sai Baba's first advent at Shirdi and sitting under the holy neem tree. They thought of installing Baba's Padukas there and were going to make them of some rough stone. Then Bhai's friend, the compounder, suggested that if this matter was made known to his master, Dr. Ramrao Kothare, he would prepare nice Padukas for this purpose. All liked this proposal and Dr. Kothare was informed of it. He came to Shirdi and drew a plan of the Padukas. He went to Upasini Maharaj in Khandoba's temple and showed him his plan. The latter made many improvements, drew lotus, flowers, conch, disc, mess, etc., and suggested that the following shloka, verse regarding neem tree's greatness and Baba's yogic powers be inscribed. The verse was as follows. Sadanimba vrikshasya mula divasad sudastra vinam tektamapya priyantam tarum kalpa vrikshadikam sadayantam namamishwaram sadgurum sainatham. Upasani's suggestions were accepted and carried out. The Padukas were made in Mumbai and sent to Shirdi with the compounder. Baba said that they should be installed on the Purnima, 15th of Shravan, on that day at 11 a.m. G.K. Dikshit brought them on his head from Khandoba's temple to the Dwarkamai Masjid in a procession. Baba touched the Padukas saying that these are the feet of the Lord and asked the people to install them under the foot of the neem tree. A day before, one Parsi devotee of Mumbai named Pastor Sheth then sent rupees 25 by money order. Baba gave this sum for the installation of the Padukas. The total expense of the installation came up to rupees 100, out of which rupees 75 were collected by subscriptions. For the first 5 years, G.K. Dikshit worshipped the Padukas daily and then this was done by Lakshman Kacheshwar Jakri. In the first 5 years, Dr. Kothare sent rupees 2 per month for lighting lamp and he also sent the railing round the Padukas. The expense of bringing the railing from the station to Shirdi, rupees 7 to 80, presently rupees 750, 7.5, and roofing was paid by Sagun Meru Naik. Now Jakri, Nana Pujari does the worship and Sagun Meru Naik offers the Naivedya and lights the evening lamps. Bhai Krishnaji was originally a devotee of Akalkot Maharaj. He had come to Shirdi at the installation of the Padukas in Shaka 1834 on his way to Akalkot. He wanted to go to Akalkot after taking the darshan of Baba. He asked Baba's permission for this. Baba said, "Oh, what is there in Akalkot? Why do you go there? The Maharaj of that place is here, myself." Hearing this, Bhai did not go to Akalkot. He came to Shirdi off and on after the installation of the Padukas. Mr. B.V. Dev concluded that Hemadpant did not know these details. Had he known them, he would have not failed to depict them in his Satcharitra. Wrestling bout with Mohiddin Tamboli and change in life cycle. To return to other stories of Baba, there was a wrestler in Shirdi by name Mohiddin Tamboli. Baba and he did not agree on some points and both had a fight. In this, Baba was defeated. Thenceforth, Baba changed his dress and mode of living. He donned kafni, wore a langot, waistband and covered his head with a piece of cloth. He took a piece of sackcloth for his bed and was content with wearing torn and worn out rags. He always said that poverty is better than kingship, far better than lordship. The Lord is always brother, befriender of the poor. Gangagir was also very fond of wrestling. While he was once wrestling, a similar feeling of dispassion descended on him, playing with God. So he too gave up sansara and turned towards God realization. He established a mutt on the banks of the river near Puntambe and lived there with his disciples. Sai Baba did not mix and speak with the people. He only gave answers when he was questioned. By day he always sat under the Neem tree, sometimes under the shade of a babul tree near the stream at the outskirts of the village. In the afternoon he used to walk at random and go at times to Nimgaon. There he frequented the house of Bala Sahib Dengle. Baba loved Mr. Bala Sahib. His younger brother named Nana Sahib had no son, though he married a second wife. Bala Sahib sent Nana Sahib for taking darshan of Sai Baba, and after some time with his grace, Nana Sahib had got a son. From that time onwards, people began to come in numbers to see Sai Baba, and his fame began to spread and reached Ahmednagar. From thence, Nana Sahib Chandorkar and Keshav Chidambar and many others began to come to Shirdi. Baba was surrounded by his devotees during day and slept at night in an old dilapidated masjid. Baba's paraphernalia at this time consisted of a chilim. The piece of white cloth on the head was twisted like matted hair and flowed down from the left ear on his back. This was not washed for weeks. He wore no shoes, no sandals. A piece of sackcloth was his seat for most of the day. He wore a kupin, waistcloth band, and for warding off cold, he always sat in front of a dhuni, sacred fire, facing south with his left hand resting on the wooden railing. In that dhuni, he offered an oblation of egoism, desires, and always uttered, "Allah Malik, God is the sole owner." The masjid in which he sat was only of 2-room dimensions, where all devotees came and saw him. After 1912, there was a change. The old masjid was repaired and a pavement was constructed. Before Baba came to live in this masjid, he lived for a long time in a place, Takya, where with gunguru, small bells tied on his ankles, Baba danced beautifully and sang with tender love. Turning water into oil. Sai Baba was very fond of lights. He used to borrow oil from shopkeepers and keep lamps burning the whole night in the masjid and temple. This went on for some time. The banyas who supplied oil gratis once met together and decided not to give him oil. Disturbed, Baba returned to the masjid and kept the dry wicks in the lamps. The banyas were watching him with curiosity. Baba took the drum-roll tin pot, which contained very little, a few drops of oil, and put water into it and drank it. Then forced it full into the container. After consecrating the tin pot in this way, he again took the water from the tin pot and filled all the lamps with it and lighted them. To the surprise and dismay of the watching banyas, the lamps began to burn and kept burning the whole night. The banyas repented and apologized, and Baba forgave them and asked them to be more truthful in future. The pseudo-guru Jawahar Ali. "5 years after wrestling about the above mentioned, one fakir from Ahmednagar by name Jawahar Ali came to Rahata with his disciples and stayed in Bakkal, spacious room near Virbhadra temple. The fakir was learned, could repeat the whole Quran, and had a sweet tongue. Many religious and devout people of the village came to him and began to respect him. With the help of the people, he started to build an Idgah, a walled enclosure in which Mohammedans pray on Eid day, near the Virbhadra temple. There was some quarrel about this affair on account of which Jawhar Ali had to leave Rahata. Then he came to Shirdi and lived in the Masjid with Baba. People were captured by his sweet talk and he began to call Baba his disciple. Baba did not object and consented to be his chela, disciple. Then both Guru and Chela decided to return to Rahata and live there. The Guru teacher never knew his disciple's worth, but the disciple knew the shortcomings of the Guru. Still, he never disrespected him, observing carefully his duties. He even served the master in various ways. They used to come to Shirdi off and on, but their mainstay was in Rahata. The loving devotees of Baba in Shirdi did not like that Baba should stay away from them in Rahata, so they went in a deputation to bring Baba back to Shirdi. When they met Baba near the Idgah and told the purpose for which they came, Baba said to them that the Fakir was an angry, ill-tempered fellow, he would not leave him, and that they should better go back to Shirdi without him before the Fakir returned. While they were thus talking, the Fakir turned up and was very angry with them for trying to take away his disciple. There was some hot discussion and alteration, and it was finally decided that both the Guru and Chela should return to Shirdi. And so, 12 years before Baba arrived in Shirdi with the marriage party, this Devidas, aged about 10 or 11 years, came to Shirdi and lived in the Maruti temple. Devidas had fine features and brilliant eyes, and he was dispassion incarnate and a dhyani, a learned person. Many persons named Tatya Kote, Kashinath and others regarded him as their guru. They brought Jawhar Ali in his presence, and in the discussion that followed, Jawhar was worsted and fled from Shirdi. He went and stayed in Bijapur and returned after many years to Shirdi and prostrated himself before Sai Baba. The delusion that he was guru and Sai Baba his chela was cleared away, and he repented. Sai Baba treated him with respect. In this case, Sai Baba showed by his conduct how one should get rid of egoism and do the duties of a disciple to attain the highest end, means self-realization. This story is told here according to the version given by Mahasapati, a great devotee of Baba. In the next chapter, will be described Rama Navami festival, the birth of Lord Rama, and the Masjid, its former condition and later improvement in it, etc. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Festival and Masjid repairs. Effigy of the touch of the Guru's hand. Ram Navami festival, its origin, transformation, etc. Repairs to the Masjid. Before describing Ram Navami's festival and Masjid repairs, the author makes some preliminary remarks about Sadguru as follows. Effigy of the touch of the Guru's hand. Where real or Sadguru is the helmsman, he is sure to carry us safely and easily beyond the worldly ocean. The word Sadguru brings it to mind Sai Baba. He appears to me as if standing before me and applying Udhi, sacred ash, to my forehead and placing his hand of blessing on my head. Then joy fills my heart and love overflows through my eyes. Wonderful is the power of the touch of the Guru's hand. The subtle body, consisting of thoughts and desires which cannot be burnt by the world-dissolving fire, is destroyed by mere touch of the Guru's hand, and the sins of the many past births are cleaned and washed away. Even the speech of those whose heads feel annoyed when they hear religious and godly talks attain calmness. The scene of Sai Baba's handsome form chokes our throat with joy, makes the eyes overflowing with tears, and overwhelms the heart with emotions. It awakens in us, I am He, Brahman. Consciousness manifests the joy of self-realization, and dissolving the distinction of I and Thou, there and then makes us one with the Supreme, one reality. When I begin to read scriptures, at every step I am reminded of my Sadguru, Sai Baba, who assumes the form of Rama or Krishna and makes me listen to his life. For instance, when I sit to listen to Bhagavat, Sai becomes Krishna from top to toe, and I think he sings the Bhagavat or Uddhav Gita, song of the teaching of Sri Krishna to his disciples, Uddhav, for the welfare of the devotees. When I begin to chit-chat, I am at once put in mind of Sai's stories for enabling me to give a suitable illustration. when I myself start to write anything, I cannot compose a few words or sentences. But when he of his own accord makes me write, I go on writing, and there is no end to it. When the disciple's egoism props up, he presses it down with his hand and gives him his own power, makes him gain his object, and thus satisfies and blesses him. If one prostrates before Sai and surrenders heart and soul to him, then unsolicited all the chief objects of life, viz. Dharma, righteousness, artha, wealth, kama, desire, and moksha, deliverance, are easily and unsolicitedly attained. 4 paths, viz. of karma, jnana, yoga and bhakti, lead us separately to God. Of these, the path of bhakti is thorny and full of pits and ditches, and thus difficult to traverse. But if you, relying on your Sadguru, avoid the pits and thorns and walk straight, it will take you to your destination, God. So says definitely Sai Baba. After philosophizing about the self-existent Brahman, his power, Maya, ultimately one and the same, the author quotes Sai Baba's words, guaranteeing the welfare of the bhaktas. There will never be any dearth or scarcity regarding food and clothes in any devotees' homes. It's my special characteristic that I always look to and provide for the welfare of those devotees who worship me wholeheartedly with their minds ever fixed on me. Lord Krishna has also said the same in the Gita. Therefore strive not much for clothes, for food or clothes, and if you want anything, beg of the Lord, leave worldly honours, try to get the Lord's grace and blessings and be honoured in his court. Do not be deluded by worldly honour. The form of the deity should be firmly fixed in the mind. Let all the senses and the mind be ever devoted to the worship of the Lord. Let there be no attraction for any other thing. Fix the mind in remembering me always, so that it will not wander elsewhere towards body, wealth and home. Then it will be calm, peaceful and carefree. This is the sign of the mind being well engaged in good company. If the mind is vagrant, it cannot be called well merged. After quoting these words, the author goes on to relate the story of Rama Navami festival in Shirdi. As Rama Navami is the greatest festival celebrated at Shirdi, another fuller account as published in Sai Leela magazines of 1925, page 197, is also referred to, and a summary of the festival as related in both these accounts is attempted here. Origin. 1. Mr. Goparao Kund was a circle inspector at Koppagaon. He was a great devotee of Baba. He had 3 wives, but had no issue. With Baba's blessings, a son was born to him. In the joy that he felt regarding the event, an idea of celebrating a fair of Urus occurred to him in the year 1897 AD, and he placed it for consideration before other Shirdi devotees, V. Tatya Patil, Dada Kot Patil, and Madharao Deshpande Sharma. They all approved of the idea and got Sai Baba's permission and blessings. There an application for getting the collector's sanction for celebrating the Urus was made, but as the village Kulkarani reported against holding the fair, the sanction was refused. But as Sai Baba had blessed it, they tried again and ultimately succeeded in getting the collector's sanction. The day for the Urus was fixed on the Rama Navami day. After having consultation with Sai Baba, it seems, he had some end in view in this, viz. The unification of the 2 fairs of festivals, the Urus and the Rama Navami, and the unification of the 2 communities, the Hindus and the Mohammedans. As future events showed, this end or object was achieved. Though the permission was obtained, but other difficulties cropped up. Shirdi was a village, and there was scarcity of water. There were 2 wells in the village. This brackish water was turned into sweet one by Sai Baba by throwing flowers into it. The water of this well was insufficient, Sir Tatya Patel had arranged to get water from a well by fixing moats, leather sacks thereon at a considerable distance. Then temporary shops had to be constructed and wrestling bouts arranged. Gopalrao Kund had a friend by name Damu Anna Kesar of Ahmednagar. He also was similarly unhappy in the matter of progeny, though he married 2 wives. He too was blessed by Sai Baba with sons, and Mr. Kund prevailed upon his friend to prepare and supply one simple flag for the procession of the fair. He also succeeded in inducing Mr. Nana Nimankar to supply another embroidered flag. Both these flags were taken in procession through the village and finally fixed at the 2 ends of the corners of the Masjid, which is called by Sai Baba as Dwarkamai. This is being done even now. The sandal procession. There was another procession which was started at this fair. This idea of sandal procession originated with one Mr. Amir Shakar Dalal, a Mohammedan Bhakta from Kola. This procession is held in honor of great Muslim saints. Sandal, that is jandan, paste and scrapings are put in a thali, flat dish, and these are carried with incense burning before them in procession to the accompaniment of the band and music through the village. And then, after returning to the masjid, the contents of the dishes are thrown on the nimbar, niche, and walls of the masjid with hands. This work was managed by Mr. Amir Shakar for the first 3 years, and then afterwards by his wife. So one day the 2 procession of the flags by the Hindus and that of sandal by the Muslims went on side by side, and are still going on without any hitch. Arrangement. This day was very dear and sacred to the devotees of Sai Baba. Most of them turned out on the occasion and took a leading part in the management of the fair. Tatya Kot Patel looked to all outward affairs, while the internal management was entirely left to one Radha Krishnamai, a female devotee of Baba. Her residence was full of guests on the occasion, and she had to look to their needs and also arrange for all the paraphernalia of the fair. Another work which she willingly did was to wash out and clean and whitewash the entire masjid and its walls and floors, which were blackened and were full of soot on account of the ever-burning dhuni, sacred fire of Sai Baba. This work she did during the night when Sai Baba went to sleep every alternate day in the Javadi. She had to take out all the things, including even the dhuni, and after thorough cleaning and whitewashing, replace them as they were before. Feeding the poor, which was so dear to Sai Baba, was also a great item in this fair. For this purpose, cooking on a grand scale and preparing various sweet dishes was done in Radha Krishnamai's lodging, and various rich and wealthy devotees took a leading part in this affair. Transformation of the Urus into Ram Navami festival. Things were going on in this way, and the fair was gradually increasing in importance till 1912 AD, when a change took place. That year, one devotee, Mr. Krishnarao Jageshwar Bhishma, the author of the pamphlet Sai Sagunapsana, came for the fair with the Dada Sahib Kaparde of Amror. Lakshman Rao alias Kaka Mahajani was going down with puja materials to the masjid. A new thought arose in his mind, and he accosted the latter thus: "There is some providential arrangement in the fact that the Urus or fair is celebrated in Shirdi on Ram Navami Day. The Ram Navami Day is very dear to all the Hindus. Then why not begin the Ram Navami festival, the celebration of the birth of Lord Sri Rama, here on this day?" Kaka Mahajani liked the idea, and it was arranged to get Baba's permission in this matter. The main difficulty was how to secure a Haridas who would make Kirtan and sing the glories of the Lord on the occasion. But Bhishma solved the difficulty by saying that his Ram Akhyan composition of Rama's birth was ready, and he would do the Kirtan himself while Kaka Mahajani should play on the harmonium. It was also arranged to get the Sundhavada, ginger powder mixed with sugar, as prasad, prepared by Radha Krishnamai. So they immediately went to the masjid to get Baba's permission. Baba, who knew all things, and what was passing there, asked Mahajani as to what was going on in the Wada. Being rather perturbed, Mahajani could not catch the purport of the question and remained silent. Then Baba asked Bhishma what he had to say. He explained the idea of celebrating Ram Navami festival and asked for Baba's permission, and Baba gladly gave it. All rejoiced and made preparations for the Jayanti festival. Next day the Masjid was decorated with buntings, etc. A cradle was supplied by Radha Krishnamai and placed in front of Baba's seat, and the proceedings started. Bhishma stood up for Kirtan, and Mahajani played on the harmonium. Sai Baba sent a man to call Mahajani. He was hesitating to go, doubting whether Baba would allow the festival to go on. But when he went to Baba, the latter asked him as to what was going on and why the cradle was placed there. He answered that the Ram Navami festival had commenced and the cradle was put on for that purpose. Then Baba took a garland from the Nimba niche and placed it round his neck, and pound sounds of victory to Rama music. Everybody was overjoyed when suddenly roaring was heard. The red powder thrown promiscuously all around went up and somehow entered Baba's eyes. Baba got wild and began to scold and abuse loudly. People got frightened by this scene and began to take to their heels. Those intimate devotees who knew Baba well took these scoldings and outpourings of Baba's blessings in disguise. They thought that when Rama was born, it was proper for Baba to get wild and enraged to kill Ravana and his demons in the form of egoism and wicked thoughts, etc. Besides, they knew that whenever a new things was undertaken at Shirdi, it was usual with Baba to get wild and angry, and so they kept quiet. Radha Krishnamai was rather afraid and thought that Baba might break her cradle, and she asked Mahajani to get the cradle back. When he went to loosen and unfasten the cradle, Baba went to him and asked him not to remove it. Then after some time, Baba became calm and that day's program, including Mahapuja and Aarti, was finished. Later on, Mr. Mahajani asked Baba for permission to remove the cradle. Baba refused the same, saying that the festival was not yet finished. Next day, another kirtan and Gopalakala ceremony, an earthen pot containing parched rice mixed with curd, is hung only to be broken after the kirtan, and the contents distributed to all, as was done by Lord Krishna amongst his cowherd friends, were performed, and then Baba allowed the cradle to be removed. While the Ram Navami festival was thus going on, the procession of the two flags by day and that of the sandal by night went on with the usual pomp and show. From this time onwards, the Urus of Baba was transformed into the Ram Navami festival. From next year, 1913, the item in the program of Ram Navami began to increase. Radha Krishnamai started a Nama Sapta, singing the glory of the Lord's God's name continuously day and night for 7 days, from the first of Charitra. For this, all devotees took part by turns, and she also joined it, sometimes early in the morning. As Ram Navami festival is celebrated in many places all over the country, the difficulty of getting a Haridas was felt again. But 5 or 6 days before the festival, Mahajani met accidentally Balbua Mali, who was known as Modern Tukaram, and got him to do the kirtan that year. The next year, 1914, another Balbua Sataka of Birhasida, Gavate district Sata, could not act as a Haridas in his own town, as plague was prevailing in his own town, and so he came to Shirdi. With Baba's permission, which was secured through Kaka Dikshit, he did the kirtan and was sufficiently recompensed for his labour. The difficulty of getting a new Haridas every year was finally solved from 1940, successfully and creditably conducting that function up till now. Since 1912, this festival began to grow gradually year by year. From the 8th to the 12th Charitra, Shirdi looked like a beehive of men. Shops began to increase. Celebrated wrestlers took part in wrestling bouts. Feeding of the poor was done on a grander scale. Hard work and sincere efforts of Radha Krishnamai turned Shirdi into a Sansthan state. paraphernalia increased. A beautiful horse, a palanquin chariot, and many other silver things, utensils, pots, buckets, pitchers, mirrors, etc., were presented, and maintained his simplicity as before. It is to be noted that both the Hindus and the Mohammedans have been working in unison in both the processions and during the entire festival, all so far, 25,000 in some years. Still, there was no outbreak of any epidemic disease, nor any riots worth the name during so many past years. Repairs to the Masjid. Another important idea occurred to Gopal Kund. Just as he started the Uruz affairs, he thought that he should put the Masjid in order. So in order to carry out the repairs, he collected stones and got them dressed. But this work was not assigned to him. This was reserved for Nana Chandokar and the pavement work for Kaka Dikshit. First, Baba was unwilling to allow them to have these works done, but with the intervention of Malsabati, local devotee of Baba, his permission was secured. When the pavement was completed in one night in the Masjid, Baba took a small gadi for his seat, discarding the usual piece of sackcloth used till then. In 1911, the Sabha Mandap courtyard was also put in order, with great labour and effort. The open space in the front of the Masjid was very small and inconvenient. Kaka Dikshit wanted to extend it and put on it a roofing. At great expense, he got iron posts and pillars and trusses and started the work. At night, all the devotees worked hard and fixed the posts, but Baba, when he returned from the Javadi next morning, uprooted them all and threw them out. Once it so happened that Baba got very excited, caught a pole with one hand and began to shake and uproot it, and with the other hand he caught the neck of Tatya Patil. He took Tatya by force. Tatya's peta struck a match and set it on fire and threw it in the pit. At that time Baba's eyes flashed like burning embers. None dared to look at him. All got terribly frightened. Baba took out a rupee from his pocket and threw it there as if it were an offering for an auspicious occasion. Tatya also was very much frightened. None knew what was going to happen to Tatya, and none dared to interfere. Bagoji Sinde, the leper devotee of Baba, made a little boldly advance, but he was pushed out by Baba. Madhav Rao was also similarly treated, he being pelted with brick pieces, so all those who went to intercede were similarly dealt with. But after some time, Baba's anger cooled down. He sent for a shopkeeper, got from him an embroidered peta, and himself tied it on Tatya's head as if it were being given a special honor. All the people who were wonderstruck to see this strange behavior of Baba. They were at a loss to know what enraged Baba so suddenly, and what led him to assault Tatya Patil, and why his anger cooled down. The next moment, Turks got enraged. Many such incidents may be related, but I do not know which to choose and which to omit. I therefore refer to them as they occur to me. In the next chapter, the question whether Baba was a Hindu or a Mohammedan will be taken up, and his yogic practices and powers and other matters will be dealt with. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 7. Wonderful Incarnation. Sai Baba knew all yogic practices. He was well versed in the 6 processes, including dhoti, stomach cleaning via a moistened piece of linen, 3 inches in breadth and 22.5 inches in length. Khanda Yoga, i.e. separating his limbs and joining them again, and Samadhi, etc. If you think that he was a Hindu, he looked like a Yavan. If you think him to be a Yavan, he looked like a pious Hindu. No one definitely knew whether he was a Hindu or a Mohammedan. He celebrated the Hindu festival of Rama Navami with all due formalities, and at the same time permitted the sandal possession of the Mohammedans. He encouraged wrestling bouts in this festival and gave good prizes to winners. When the Gokulashtami came, he got the Gopal Kala ceremony duly performed, and on Eid festivals, he allowed the Mohammedans to say their prayers, namaz, in his masjid. Once in the Muharram festival, some Mohammedans proposed to construct a tajiya or tabut in the masjid, keep it there for some days, and afterwards take it in the procession through the village. Sai Baba allowed the keeping of the tabut for 4 days, and on the 5th day removed it out of the masjid without the least compunction. If we say that he was a Mohammedan, his ears were pierced, i.e. he had holes, according to Hindu fashion. If you think that he was a Hindu, he advocated the practice of circumcision according to Nana Sahib Jadorkar, who observed him closely. He was not himself circumcised. Wide article in Sai Leela on Baba Hindu Ki Yavan by B.V. Dev, page 562. If you call him Hindu, he always lived in the masjid. If Mohammedan, he had always the Duni sacred fire there, and the following things, which are contrary to Mohammedan religion, i.e. grinding on the handmill, blowing of the conch and bells, oblation in the fire, bhajan, giving of food, and worship of Baba's feet by means, argya, water, were always allowed there. If you think that he was a Mohammedan, the best of Brahmins and Agnihotris, leaving aside their orthodox ways, fell prostrate at his feet. Those who went to make inquiries about his nationality were dumbfounded and were captured by his darshan. So none could definitely decide whether Sai Baba was a Hindu or Mohammedan. This is no wonder, for he who completely surrenders himself to the Lord by getting rid of his egoism and body consciousness, thus becomes one with him and has nothing to do with any questions of caste or nationality. Such a one as Sai Baba was, saw no difference between caste, and even between beings and beings. He took meat and fish with fakirs, but did not grumble. When dogs touched the dishes with their mouths, such a unique and wonderful incarnation was Sai Baba, on account of the merits in my past birth. I had the good fortune to sit at his feet and enjoy his blessed company. The joy and delight I derived therefrom was incomparable. In fact, Sai Baba was pure Anand and consciousness. I cannot sufficiently describe him, his greatness and uniqueness. He who took delight at his feet was established in his own self. Many sannyasis, sadhakas, and all sorts of men aspiring for salvation came to Sai Baba. He always walked, talked, and laughed with them, and always uttered with his tongue, Allah Malik, though irritable at times. Always preached full Vedanta, and nobody knew till the last. Who was Baba? Princess and poor people were treated alike by him. He knew the inmost secrets of all, and when he gave expression to them, all were surprised. He was the repository of all knowledge. Still, he feigned ignorance. He also disliked honor. Such were the characteristics of Sai Baba. Though he had a human body, his deeds testified to his godhood. All people considered him as the Lord God in Shirdi. Behavior of Sai Baba. Fool that I am, I cannot describe Baba's miracles. He got almost all the temples in Shirdi repaired. Through Tatya Patil, the temples of Shani, Ganpati, Shankar, Parvati, village deity, and Maruti were put in order. His charity was also remarkable. The money he used to collect as dakshina was freely distributed, 20 rupees to some 15 rupees or 50 to others every day. The recipients thought that this was pure charity money, and Baba wished that it should be usefully employed. People were immensely benefited by having a darshan of Baba. Some became hale and hearty. Wicked people were turned into good ones. Kushta leprosy was cured in some cases. Many got their desires fulfilled. without any drops or medicine being put in the eyes. Some blind men got back their sight and some lame ones got their legs. Nobody could see the end of his extraordinary greatness. His fame spread far and wide, and pilgrims from all sides flocked to Shirdi. Baba sat always near the Duni and eased himself there, and always sat in meditation, sometimes with, and on other times without a bath. He used to tie a small white turban on his head and wear a clean dhota round his waist, and a shirt on his body. This was his dress in the beginning. He first practiced medicine in the village, examined patients and gave medicines. He was always successful, and he became famous as a hakim, doctor. A curious case may be narrated here. One devotee got his eyes quite red and swollen. No doctor was available in Shirdi. The other devotees took him to Baba. Other doctors would use ointments, unguents, cow's milk, and camphorated drugs, etc. In such cases, Baba's remedy was quite of them and thrust them on each eye of the patient and wrapped a cloth bandage round them eyes. Next day, the bandage was removed and water was poured over them in a stream. The inflammation subsided and the pupils became white and clear. Though the eyes are very delicate, the biba caused no smarting but removed the disease of the eyes. Many such cases were cured, and this is only an instance in point. Baba's yogic practices. Baba knew all processes and well near a banyan tree at a considerable distance from the masjid every third day, and washed his mouth and had a bath. On one occasion he was seen to vomit out his intestines, clean them inside and outside, and place them on a jam tree for drying. There are persons in Shirdi who have actually seen this and who have testified to this fact. Ordinary dhoti is done by a moistened piece of linen 3 inches broad, 22.5 inches long. This piece is gulped down the throat and allowed to remain in the stomach for about half an hour for being reacted there, and then taken out. But Baba's dhoti was quite unique and extraordinary. Khanda Yog. In this practice, Baba extracted the various limbs from his body and left them separately at different places in the masjid. Once a gentleman went to the masjid and saw the limbs of Baba lying separately at separate places. He was much terrified, and he first thought of running to the village officers and informing them of Baba being hacked to pieces and murdered. He thought that he would be held responsible, as he was the first informant and knew something of the affair. So he kept silent, but next day, when he in the previous day was only a dream. Baba practiced yoga since his infancy, and nobody knew or guessed the proficiency he attained. He charged no fees for his cures, became renowned and famous by virtue of his merits, gave help to many a poor suffering. The famous doctor of doctors cared not for his interests, but always worked for the good and welfare of others, himself suffering unbearable and terrible pain many a time in the process. One such instance I give below, which will show the all-pervasive and most merciful character of Sai Baba. Baba's all-pervasiveness and mercy. In the year 1910 AD, Baba was sitting near the Duni on Diwali holiday and warming himself. He was pushing firewood into the Duni, which was brightly burning. A little later, instead of pushing logs of wood, Baba pushed his arm into the Duni. The arm was scorched and burnt immediately. This was noticed by the servant Madhav and also by Madhavrao Deshpande. They at once ran to Baba, and Madhavrao clasped Baba by his waist from behind and dragged him forcibly backward and asked, "Deva, for what have you done this?" Then Baba came to his senses and replied, "The wife of a blacksmith at some distant place was working the bellows of a furnace. Her husband called her, forgetting that her child was on her waist. She ran hastily and the child slipped into the furnace. I immediately thrust my hand into the furnace and saved the child. I do not mind my arm being burnt, but I am glad that the life of the child is saved. Leper devotee service. On hearing the news of Baba's hand being burnt from Shama, Madhavrao Deshpande, Mr. Nana Saheb Chandorkar, accompanied by the famous Dr. Paramanand of Mumbai with his medical outfit consisting of ointments, lint and bandages, etc., rushed to Shirdi and requested Baba to allow Dr. Paramanand to examine the arm and dress the wound caused by the leper devotee Bagoji Shinde. His treatment consisted in massaging the burnt part with ghee and then placing a leaf over it and bandaging it tightly with putties, bandages. Mr. Nana Saheb Chandorkar solicited Baba many a time to unfasten the putties and get the wound examined and dressed and treated by Dr. Paramanand, with the object that it may be speedily healed by Dr. Paramanand himself made similar requests. But Baba postponed, saying that Allah was his doctor and did not allow his arm to be examined. Dr. Paramanand's medicines were not exposed to the air of Shirdi as they remained intact, but he had the good fortune of getting a darshan of Baba. Bagoji was always allowed to treat the hand daily. After some days, the arm healed and all were happy. Still, we do not know whether any trace of pain was left or not. Every morning, Bagoji went through his program of loosening the putties, massaging the arm with ghee and tightly bandaging it again. This went on till Sai Baba's Samadhi, death. Sai Baba, a perfect Siddha as he was, did not really want this treatment, but out of love to his devotee, he allowed the Upasana service of Bagoji to go on uninterrupted all along. When Baba started the Lendi, Bagoji held an umbrella over him and accompanied him. Every morning when Baba sat near the post, close to the Duni, Bagoji was present and started his service. Bagoji was a sinner in his past birth. He was suffering from leprosy. His fingers had shrunk. His body was full of pus and smelling badly. Though outwardly he seemed so unfortunate, he was really very lucky and happy, for he was the premier servant of Baba and got the benefit of his company. Master Kaparde's plague case. I shall now relate another instant of Baba's wonderful leela. Mr. Kaparde, the wife of Dada Saheb Kaparde of Amarvati, was staying at Shirdi with her young son. For some days, one day the son got high fever, which further developed into bubonic plague. He went near Baba. In the evening, when he was coming near the Wada, now Samadhi Mandir, in his evening rounds for asking his permission, she informed him in a trembling tone that her dear young son was down with plague. Baba spoke kindly and softly to her, saying that the sky is beset with clouds, but they will melt and pass off, and everything will be smooth and clear. So saying, he lifted up his kafni up to his waist and showed to all present 4 fully developed buboes as big as eggs, and added, "See how I have to suffer for my devotees? Their difficulties are mine." Seeing this unique and extraordinary deed, Leela, the people were convinced as to how the saints suffer pains for their devotees. The mind of the saints is softer than wax. It is as soft in and out as butter. They love their devotees without any idea of gain and regard them as their true relatives. Going to Pandharpur, I shall now close this chapter after relating a story illustrating how Sai Baba loved his devotees and anticipated their wishes and movements. Mr. Nana Saheb Chandorkar, who was a great devotee of Baba, was Mamlatar at Nandurbar in Khandesh. He got an order to transfer to Pandharpur. His devotion to Sai Baba bore fruit, as he got an order to go and stay at Pandharpur, which is regarded as the Bhuvaikuntha, heaven on earth. Nana Saheb had to take immediate charge, so he left. immediately for the place without even writing or informing anybody at Shirdi. He wanted to give a surprise visit to Shirdi, his Pandharpur, see and salute his Vishnu Baba, and then proceed further. Nobody even dreamt of Nana Sahib's departure for Shirdi, but Sai Baba knew all about this as his eyes were everywhere, omniscient. As soon as Nana Sahib approached Neem, a few miles from Shirdi, there was a stir in the Masjid at Shirdi. Baba was sitting and talking with Malsapti, Apashinde and Kashiram when he at once said, "Let us all four do some bhajan. The doors of Pandari are open. Let us merrily sing." Then they began to sing in chorus, the burden of the song being, "I have to go to Pandharpur and I have to stay on there, for it is the house of my Lord." Baba sang and the devotees followed him. In a short time, Nana Sahib came there with his family, prostrated before Baba and requested him to accompany them to Pandharpur and stay with them there. The solicitation was not necessary, as the devotees told Nana Sahib that Baba was already in the mood of going to Pandharpur and staying there. Hearing this, Nana Sahib was moved and fell at Baba's feet. Then, after getting Baba's permission, Udi, sacred ashes and blessings, Nana Sahib left for Pandharpur. There is no end to Baba's stories, but let me now make a halt here, reserving for the next chapter other topics such as importance of human life, Baba's living on alms, Baya Jabsi's service and other stories. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 8. Importance of human birth. Sai Baba begging food, Bhaja Bhai's service, Sai Baba's dormitory, his affection for Kushal Chand. As hinted in the last chapter, Hemadpant now explains at length in his preliminary remarks the importance of human birth and then proceeds to relate how Sai Baba begged his food, how Bhaja Bhai served him, how he slept in the masjid with Tatya Kote Patil, Malsapati, and how he loved Kushal Chands of Raita. Importance of human birth. In this wonderful universe, God has created billions, 84 lakhs, according to Hindu Shastra's calculation, of creatures or beings including gods, demigods, insects, beasts and man, inhabiting heaven, hell, earth, ocean, sky and other intermediate regions. Of these, those creatures or souls whose merits preponderate go to heaven and live there till they enjoy the fruits of their actions, and when this is the consequences of their misdeed, for as long as they deserve it. When their merits and demerits balance each other, they are born on earth as human beings and are given a chance to work out their salvation. Ultimately, when their merits and demerits both are worked out completely, they get their deliverance and become free. To put the matter in a nutshell, souls get their birth or transmigration according to their deeds and involvement. Special value of the human body. As we all know, 4 things are common to all creatures, viz. Food, sleep, fear, and sexual union. In the case of man, he is endowed with a special faculty such as knowledge, with the help of which he can attain God vision, which is impossible in other birth. It is for this reason that gods envy human species and aspire to be born as men on the earth, so as to get their final deliverance. Some said that there is nothing worse than the human body, which is full of filth, mucus, phlegm and dirt, and which is subject to decay, disease and death. This is true to a certain extent, but in spite of these drawbacks and defects, the special value of the human body is that man has to go the capacity to acquire knowledge. It is only due to the human body or on account of it that one can think of perishable and transitory nature of the body itself and of the world, and have an aversion and run after sense enjoyments because it is precious. We go to hell. The proper course, therefore, for us to pursue is the fear of his pony on the way till he reaches the destination and returns home. Thus, the body should ever be used or engaged to attain God vision or self-realization, which is the supreme end of life. It is said that though God created various sorts of creatures, him with a special faculty was knowledge. And when he saw that man was able to appreciate his leela, marvelous work and intelligence, he was highly pleased and satisfied. So really it is fortunate to get a human body, better still to get birth in Brahmin family, and best to get an opportunity of having recourse to Sai Baba's feet and surrendering to him. Man's endeavor. Realizing how precious the human life is and knowing that death is certain and may snatch us at any time, we should be ever alert to achieve the object of our life. We should not make the least delay, but make every possible haste to gain our object, just as king leaves to stone unturned to seek his lost son. So with all earnestness, we should strive to attain our end, that is self-realization. Casting aside laziness, warding off drowsiness, we should day and night meditate on the self. If we fail to do this, we reduce ourselves to the level of beast. How to proceed? The most effective and speedy way to gain our object is to approach a worthy saint or sage, Sadguru, who has himself attained good vision. What cannot be achieved by hearing religious discourses and study the religious texts is easily obtained in the company of such worthy souls. Just as the sun only gives light which all the stars put together cannot do, so the Sadguru alone imparts spiritual wisdom which all the sacred books and sermons cannot do. His movements and simple talks give us silent advice. The virtues of forgiveness, calmness, disinterestedness, charity, benevolence, control of mind and body, egolessness, etc. are observed by the disciples as they are being practiced in such pure and holy company. This enlightens their minds and lifts them up spiritually. Sai Baba was such a sage or Sadguru. Though he acted as Fakir, he was always engrossed in self. He always loved all beings in whom he saw God or divinity by pleasures. He was not elated. He was not depressed by misfortunes. A king and a pauper were the same to him. He whose glance would turn, see how he did. Oh my, give me a piece of bread, and spread out his hand to receive the same. In one hand he carried a tumbler, tin pot, and in other a zoli, chopati, a rectangular piece of cloth. He daily visited certain houses and went from door to door. Liquid or semi-liquid things such as soup, vegetables, milk or buttermilk were received in the tin pot, while cooked rice, bread and such solid things were taken in the zoli. Baba's tongue knew no taste. He had acquired control over it. So how could he care for the taste of the different things mixed up together? Whatever things he got in the zoli and in the tin pot were mixed together and partaken by Baba to his heart's content. Whether particular things were tasty or otherwise was never noticed by Baba, as his tongue was devoid of the senses of the taste altogether. Baba begged till noon, but his begging was very irregular. Some days he went a few rounds, on other days up to 12 noon. The food thus collected was kept in a kundi, that's earthen pot. Dogs, cats and cows freely ate from it, and Baba never drove them away. The woman who swept the floor of the masjid took some 10 to 12 pieces of bread to her house, and nobody prevented her from doing so. How could he, even in his dream, never warded off cats and dogs by harsh words and signs, refuse food to poor helpless people? Blessed indeed in this life of such a noble person. People in Shirdi took him in the beginning for a mad fakir. He was known in the village by the name. How could one who lived on alms by detached and charitable? Though he looked restless from outside, he was firm and steady inside. His way was inscrutable. Still, in the small village, there were a few kind and blessed people who recognized and regarded him as a great soul. One of such instances is given below. Bhaja Bhai's brilliant service. Tatya Kote's mother, Bhaja Bhai, used to go to the woods every noon with a basket on her head containing bread and vegetables. She roamed in the jungles course about 3 miles after course, trampling bushes and shrubs in search of the mad fakir, and after finding him out, fell at his feet. The fakir sat calm and motionless in meditation while she placed a leaf before him. spread her things eatable, bread, vegetables, etc. thereon and fed him instantly. Wonderful was her faith and service. Every day she roamed at noon in the jungles and insisted Baba to partake of the lunch. Her service, upasana of penance, by whatever name we call it, was never forgotten by Baba till the end. Remembering fully what service she rendered, Baba benefited her son significantly. Both the son and his mother had a great faith in the Fakir, who was their god. Baba often said to them that Fakir is real lordship, riches and transient. After some years, Baba left going to the woods and began to live in the village and take his food in the Masjid. Hence, by much trouble of roaming in the Vasudev dwells, and fortunate indeed are the devotees who get the benefit of the company of such saints. Two such fortunate fellows, Tatya Kotil Patil and Bhagat Malsapati, equally shared the company of Sai Baba and loved them both. These three persons slept in the Masjid with their heads towards the east, west and north, and with their feet touching one another at the center. After spreading their beds, they lay on them, chit-chatting and gossiping till late at night. If any one of them showed any signs of sleep, others would wake him up. For instance, if Tatya began to snore, Baba at once got up and shook him from side to side and pressed his head. If it was Malsapati, he pulled his nose, he pulled his clothes, stroked his legs and patted his back. In this way, for a period of 14 years, Tatya, leaving his parents at home, slept in the Masjid on account of his deep love for Baba. How happy and never to be forgotten were those days, how to measure that love and how to value the grace of Baba. After the passing away of his father, Tatya took charge of the household affairs and began to sleep at home. Kushal Chand of Raita. Baba loved Ganpat Kote Patil of Shirdi. He equally loved Chandra Bhan Sheth Marwadi of Rata. After the demise of this Sheth, Baba loved his nephew Kushal Chand equally or perhaps more, and looked after his welfare day and night. Sometimes in bullock cart, at other times in Tonga with intimate devotees, Baba went to Rata. Then he was taken into the village with a great eclat and ceremony. Kushal Chand took Baba to his house, seated him on the comfortable seat and gave him a good meal. Then they talked freely and merrily for some time, after which Baba returned to Shirdi, giving delight and blessings to all. Shirdi is midway and equidistant from Rata, on one side south and Nimgaon on the other north. Baba never went beyond these places during his lifetime. He never saw any train nor travelled by it. Still, he knew exactly the timings of arrival and departures of all trains. Devotees who acted according to Baba's instructions given at the time of taking his leave fared well, while those who disagreed them suffered many a mishap and accident. More about these and other matters will be told in the next chapter. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all.
तू है फकीर, तू ही है राजा, तू ही है साई, तू ही है दाता, अखिल जगत के दाता साई, 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 Hare
The matters dealt with in this chapter. Characteristics of Shirdi pilgrimage. One special peculiarity of Shirdi pilgrimage was that none could leave Shirdi without Baba's permission, and if he did, he invited troubles. But if anyone asked to quit Shirdi, he could stay there no longer. Baba gave certain suggestions or hints when devotees went to bid goodbye and take leave. These suggestions had to be followed. If they were not followed and were departed from, accidents were sure to befall them. We give below a few instances. Tatya Kote Patil. Tatya Kote was once going in a tonga to Kopargam Bazaar. He came in haste to the Masjid, saluted Baba and said that he would go to Kopargam Bazaar. Baba said, "Don't make haste. Stop a little. Forget the bazaar. Don't go out of the village." On seeing his anxiousness, he drove off his tonga. Of the two horses, one which cost rupees 300 was very active and restless. After passing Savli Vihir, it began to run harshly, got a sprain in its waist and fell down. Tatya was not much hurt, but was reminded of Mother Sai's direction. On other occasion, while proceeding to Kola village, he disregarded Baba's direction and drove in a tonga, which met with a similar accident. European gentleman. One European gentleman of Mumbai once came to Shirdi with an extraordinary note from Nana Sahib Chandorkar and with some object in view. He was comfortably accommodated in a tent. He wanted to kneel before Baba and kiss his hand. Therefore, he tried thrice to step into the masjid, but Baba prevented him from doing so. He was asked to sit in the open courtyard below and take Baba's darshan from there. Not pleased with the reception he got, he wanted to leave Shirdi at once and kept to bid goodbye. Baba asked him to go the next day and not to make hurry. People also requested him to abide by Baba's direction. Not listening to all this, he left Shirdi in a tonga. The horses ran all right, but when Savli Vihir was passed, a bicycle came in front, on seeing which the horses were frightened and ran fast. The tonga was turned topsy-turvy and the gentleman fell down and was dragged over some distance. He was immediately rescued, but had to go and lie in Kopagaon hospital for the treatment of his injuries. Such experiences were legion, and all the people learned the lesson that those who disobeyed Baba's instructions met with accidents in one way or the other, and those who obeyed them were safe and happy. The necessity of mendicancy. Now, to return to the question of mendicancy, a question may arise in the minds of some that if Baba was such a great personage, God manifest, why should he have recourse to the begging bowl throughout his lifetime? This question may be considered and replied from two standpoints. Who are the fit persons who have a right to live by the begging bowl? Our Shastras say that those persons who, after getting rid of or becoming free from the three main desires, that is, for progeny, for wealth, for fame, accept sannyas, are the fit persons to live by begging alms. They cannot make cooking arrangements and dine at their home. The duty of feeding them is laid on the shoulders of householders. Sai Baba was neither a householder nor one prasha. He was a celibate sannyasi, that is, sannyasi from boyhood. His firm conviction was that the universe was his home, he was Brahm, so he had the full right to have recourse to the begging bowl. Now, from the standpoint of Panchasun, life sins and their atonement, we all know that in order to prepare foodstuffs and meals, the householder have to go through 5 actions or processes. That is, khandani, pounding, pashani, grinding, udakumbi, washing pots, mahajani, sweeping and cleaning, chuli, lighting hearths. These processes involve destructions of a lot of small insects and creatures, and thus the householder incur an amount of sin. In order to atone for his sin, our Shastras prescribe 6 kinds of sacrifices. That is, Brahma Yagna, Veda Yagna, offering to Brahma or the study of the Vedas, Pitru Yagna, offering to the ancestors, Dev Yagna, offering to the gods, Bhuti Yagna, offering to the beings, Manushya Atithi Yagna, offering to men or uninvited guests. If these sacrifices enjoyed by the Shastras are duly performed, the purification of their mind is affected, and this helps them to get knowledge and self-realization. Baba, in going from house to house, reminded the inmates of their sacred duty, and fortunate were the people who got the lessons at their home from Baba. Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, verse 26, whoever devoutly offers to me a leaf, a flower, or a fruit or a water of that pure-hearted man, I accept that pious offering. In the case of Sai Baba, if a devotee intended really to offer anything to Sai Baba, and if he afterwards forgot to offer the same, Baba reminded him or his friend about the offerings and made him bring it to him and then accept it and bless the devotee. A few instances are given below. Tarkad family, father and a son. Mr. Ramchandra Atmaram alias Baba Sahib Tarkad, formerly a Pratna Samajist, was a staunch devotee of Sai Baba. His wife and his son equally loved Baba, or perhaps more. It was once proposed that Master Tarkad should go with his mother to Shirdi and spend his summer vacation there. But the son was unwilling to go, as he thought that in case he left his home in Bandra, the worship of Sai Baba in the house would not be properly attended to, as his father, being a Pratna Samajist, would not care to worship Sai Baba's picture. However, on his father's giving an assurance under oath that he would perform the worship exactly as his son was doing, the mother and the son left for Shirdi on Friday night. Next day, Saturday, Mr. Tarkat got up early, took his bath, and before proceeding with the puja, prostrated himself before the shrine and said, Baba, I'm going to perform the puja exactly as my son has been doing. But please let it not be a formal drill. Saying so, he performed the puja and offered a few pieces of lump sugar as nivedya offerings, and the sugar was distributed at the time of the lunch. That evening and the next evening, Sunday, everything went on well. The following Monday was a working day, and it also passed well. Mr. Tarkad, who had never performed puja like this in all his life, felt great confidence within himself that everything was passing on quite satisfactorily as per the promise given to the son. Next Tuesday, he performed the morning puja as usual and left for his work. Coming home at noon, he found that there was no prasad, sugar to partake of when the meal was served. He asked the servant cook, who told him that there was no offering made that morning and that he had completely forgotten to perform that part of the puja, that is offering nivedya. At this, he left his seat and prostrated himself before the shrine, expressed his regret, at the same time chiding Baba for the want of guidance in making the whole affair a matter of mere drill. Then he wrote a letter to his son stating the facts and requested him to lay it at Baba's feet and ask his pardon for his neglect. This happened in Bandra at about Tuesday noon. At about the same time when the noon Aarti was about to commence in Shirdi, Baba said to Mrs. Tarkad, Mother, I had been to your house in Bandra with the view to have something to eat. I found the door locked. I somehow got an entry and found to my regret that Bahu, Mr. Tarkad, had left nothing to eat for me. So I have returned unappeased. The lady did not understand this, but the son, who was close by, understood the whole thing, that there was something wrong with the puja in Bandra, and he therefore requested Baba to permit him to go home. Baba refused this, but allowed him to perform puja there. Then the son wrote a letter to his father stating all that took place at Shirdi and implored his father not to neglect the puja at home. Both these letters crossed each other and were delivered to the respective parties the next day. Is this not wonderful, Mrs. Tarkad? Let us now take up the case of Mrs. Tarkad herself. She offered 3 things: barit, roasted brinjal mixed with curds and spice. Second, circular pieces of brinjal fried in ghee. Third, peda, sweetmeat bowl. Let us see how Baba accepted this. Once Mr. Raghuveer Bhaskar Purandar of Bandra, a great devotee of Baba, started for Shirdi with family. Mrs. Tarkad to prepare barit of one brinjal and kacharia of the other. When she went to Shirdi and served Baba with them, after reaching Shirdi, Mrs. Purandar went with her dish of barit to Masjid. when Baba was just sitting for meals. Baba found the bharit very tasty, so he distributed to all and said that he wanted kachariyas now. A word was sent to Radhakrishna Mai that Baba wanted kachariya. She was in a fix, as that was no season of brinjals. How to get brinjals was the question. When an inquiry was made as to who brought the bharit, it was found that Mrs. Purandar was entrusted with the duty of serving kachariyas. Everybody then came to know the significance of Baba's inquiry regarding kachariya and was wonderstruck at Baba's all-pervasive knowledge. In December 1915, one Govind Balaram Mankar wanted to go to Shirdi to perform the obsequies of his father. Before he left, he came to see Mr. Thalkar. Then Mrs. Thalkar wanted to send something with him to Baba. She searched the whole house but found nothing except a peda, which already been offered as nivedya. The boy Govind was in mourning. Out of great devotion to Baba, she sent the peda with him, hoping that Baba would accept and eat it. Govind went to Shirdi and so he went empty-handed without the peda. Baba could wait no longer and did ask him straight, "What did you bring for me?" "Nothing," was the reply. Baba asked him again. The same reply came forth again. Then Baba asked him the question, "Did not Mother, Mrs. Thalkar, give some sweetmeat to you for me at the time of your starting?" The boy then remembered the whole thing. He felt abashed, asked Baba's pardon, ran to his lodgings, brought the peda and gave it to Baba. As soon as Baba got it in his hand, he put it into his mouth and gulped it down. Thus the devotion of Mrs. Thalkar was recognized and accepted. As men believe in me, so do I accept them, was proved in this case. Baba fed sumptuously. How? Once Mrs. Thalkar was staying in a certain house in Shirdi. At noon meals were ready and dishes were being served when a hungry dog turned up there and began to bark. Mrs. Thalkar got up at once and threw a piece of bread which the dog gulped with great relish. In the afternoon, when she went to the Masjid and sat at some distance, Sai Baba said to her, "Mother, you have fed me sumptuously, famished, my pranas, life forces, have been satisfied. Ever act like this, and this will stand you in good stead. Sitting in this masjid, I shall never speak untruth. Take pity on me like this. First give bread to the hungry, and then eat it yourself. Not this well." She could not understand all this at the first meaning of what Baba was saying. So she replied, "Baba, how could I feed you? I am myself dependent on others and take my food from them on payment." Then Baba replied, "Eating that lovely bread, I am heartily contented and I am still belching. The dog which you saw before meals and to which you gave the piece of bread is one with me. So also are other creatures, cats, pigs, flies, cows, etc. are one with me. I am roaming in their forms. He who sees me in all these creatures is my beloved. So abandon the sense of duality and distinctions and serve me as you did today." Drinking these nectar-like words, she was moved. Her eyes were brimmed with tears, and her throat was choked, and her joy knew no bounds. Moral. See God in all beings is the moral of this chapter. The Upanishads, the Gita, the Bhagavad all exhort us to perceive God or divinity in all the creatures. By the instance given at the end of this chapter and other numerous to mention, Sai Baba has practically demonstrated to us how to put the Upanishadic teachings into practice. In this way, Sai Baba stands as the best exponent or teacher of the Upanishadic doctrines. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 10. Sai Baba's mode of life, Nanavali, the easiest path. Remember him, Sai Baba, always with love, for he was ever engrossed in doing good to all, and always abided in his self. To remember him only is to solve the riddle of life and death. This is the best and easiest of sadhanas, as it involves no expenditure. A little exertion here brings great rewards. So as long as our senses are sound, we should minute by minute practice this sadhana. All other gods are illusory. Guru is the only God. If we believe in Sadguru's holy feet, he can change our fortune for the better. If we serve him sincerely, we get rid of our worldly afflictions. We need not study any philosophy like the Nyaya and Mimamsa. As we trust the helmsman in crossing rivers and seas, so we have to trust our Sadguru in getting over the ocean of worldly existence. The Sadguru looks to the intense feeling and devotion of his devotees, endows them with knowledge and eternal bliss. In the last chapter, Baba's mendicancy and devotees' experiences and other subjects are dealt with. Let the readers now hear where and how Baba lived, how he slept and how he taught, etc. Baba's wonderful bedstead. Let us first see where and how Baba slept. Mr. Nana Sahib Dengle brought for Sai Baba a wooden plank, about 4 arms in length and only a span in breadth, for sleeping upon. Instead of keeping the plank on the floor and then sleeping on it, Baba tied it like a swing to the rafters of the masjid with old shreds or rags and commenced to sleep upon it. The rags were so thin and worn out that it was a wonder how they could bear or support weight of the plank itself, let alone the weight of Baba. But somehow or other, it was Baba's sheer leela that the worn-out rags did sustain the plank, along with the weight of Baba on it. On the 4 corners of this plank, Baba lighted panatis, earthen lamps, one at each corner, and kept them burning the whole night. It was a sight for the gods to see Baba sitting or sleeping on this plank. It was a wonder to all how Baba got up and down the plank. Out of curiosity, many curious observers kept watching the process of mounting and dismounting, but none succeeded. As crowds began to swell so as to detect this wonderful feat, Baba one day broke the plank into pieces and threw it away. Baba had all the 8 Mahasiddhis, powers, at his command. He neither practiced nor craved for them. They came to him naturally as a result of his spiritual perfection. Manifestation of Brahma. Though Sai Baba looked like a man, 3 cubits and a half in length, still he dwelt in the hearts of all. Inwardly he was unattached and indifferent, but outwardly he longed for a mass welfare. Though inwardly an abode of peace, he looked outwardly restless. Inwardly he had the state of Brahma. Outwardly he seemed engrossed in the world. Sometimes he looked on all with affection, at times he threw stones at them. Sometimes he scolded them, while at times he embraced them and was calm, composed, tolerant and well balanced. He always abided and was engrossed in the self and was well disposed towards his bhaktas. He always sat on one asana and never travelled. His satka was a small stick which he always carried in his hand. He was calm and thought-free. He never cared for wealth and fame and lived on begging. Such a life he led. He always uttered, Allah Malik, God is the real owner. Entire and unbroken was his love for the bhaktas. He was the mine or storehouse for self-knowledge and full of divine bliss. Such was the divine form of Sai Baba, boundless, endless and undifferentiated. One principle which envelopes the whole universe, from a stone to Brahma, incarnated in Sai Baba. The really meritorious and fortunate people got this treasure grove in their hands, while those people who, not knowing the real worth of Sai Baba, took him to be a mere human being, were indeed unfortunate. His stay in Shirdi and probable birth date. None knew or knows the parents and the exact date of birth of Sai Baba, but it can be approximately determined by his stay in Shirdi. Baba first came to Shirdi when he was a young lad of 16 and stayed there for 3 years. Then all of a sudden, he disappeared for some time. After some time, he reappeared in 18. Baba's mission and advice. Saint Ram protecting cows and Brahmins against the Yavanas, Mohammedans. But within 2 centuries after him, the split between the 2 communities, Hindus and Mohammedans, widened up, and Sai Baba came to bridge that gulf. His constant advice to all was to this effect: Ram, the god of Hindus, and Rahim, the god of Mohammedans, were one and the same. There was not the slightest difference between them. Why should their devotees fall out and quarrel among themselves? You ignorant folk, join hands and bring both the communities together, act sanely, and thus you'll gain your object of national unity. It is not good to dispute and argue, so don't argue, don't emulate others. Always consider your interest and welfare. The Lord will protect you. Yoga, sacrifice, penance, and knowledge are the means to attain God. If you do not succeed in this by any means, in vain is your birth. If anyone does any evil unto you, do not retaliate. If you can do anything, do some good unto others. This, in short, was Sai Baba's advice to all, and this will stand in good stead both in material and spiritual matters. Sai Baba as Sadguru. There are many so-called gurus who go about from house to house with cymbals and veena in their hands and make a show of their spirituality. They blow mantras into the ears of the disciples and extract money from them. They profess to teach piety and religion to their disciples, but are themselves impious and irreligious. Sai Baba never thought of making the least show of his worth or piety. He had no body consciousness, but he had great love for his disciples. There are two kinds of guru. One, niyat, appointed or fixed, and two, aniyat, unappointed or general. The latter, by their advice, develop the good qualities in us, purify our hearts and set us onto the path of salvation. But contact with the former dispels our sense of dualities, sense of difference, and establish us in unity by making us realize thou art that. There are various gurus imparting to us various kinds of worldly knowledge, but he who fixes us in our nature or self and carries us beyond the ocean of worldly existence is the Sadguru. Sai Baba was such a Sadguru. His greatness is indescribable. If anybody went to take his darshan, he, without being asked, would give every detail of his past, present and future. He saw divinity in all beings. Friends and foes were alike to him. Disinterested and balanced, he obliged the evildoers as well as the pious. He was the same in prosperity and adversity. No doubt ever touched him. Though he acted through the body, he was not in the least attached to his body or house. Though he looked embodied, he was really unembodied, i.e. free from gross existence. Blessed are the people of Shirdi who worship Sai as their God. While eating, drinking, working in their backyards and fields and doing various household works, they always remembered Sai and sang his glory. They knew no other God except Sai. What to speak of the sweetness of the love of the women of Shirdi? They were quite ignorant, but their pure love inspired them to compose poems or songs in their simple rustic language. Letters of learning they had none. Still, one can discern real poetry in their simple songs. It is not intelligence but love that inspires real poetry as such. Real poetry is the manifestation of true love, and this can be seen and appreciated by intelligent listeners. Collection of these folk songs is desirable, and by Baba's wish, some fortunate devotee may undertake the task of compiling and publishing these folk songs either in the Sai Leela magazine or separately in a book. Baba's humility. Lord or Bhagwan is said to have 6 qualities. They are 1. Fame, 2. Wealth, 3. Non-attachment, 4. Knowledge, 5. Grandeur, and 6. Liberality. Baba had all these in him. He incarnated in flesh for the sake of bhaktas. Wonderful was his grace and kindness, for he drew the devotees to him. Or how else one could have known him? For the sake of his bhaktas, Baba spoke such words the goddess of speech could not utter. Here is a specimen. Baba spoke very humbly as follows. Slave of slaves, I am your debtor. I am satisfied at your darshan. It is a great favor that I saw your feet. I consider myself blessed thereby. What a humility this is. Though outwardly Baba seemed to enjoy sense objects, he had not the least flavor in them, nor ever even the consciousness of enjoying them. Though he ate, he had no taste, and though he saw, he never felt an interest in what he saw. Regarding passion, he was as perfect a celibate as Hanuman. He was not attached to anything. He was pure consciousness, the resting place of desire, anger, envy, and other feelings. In short, he was disinterested, free, and perfect. A striking instance may be cited in illustration of this statement. Nanavali. There was in Shirdi a very quaint and queer fellow by name Nanavali. He looked to Baba's work and affairs. He once approached Baba, who was seated on his gadi seat, and asked him to get up, and he wanted to occupy the same. Baba at once got up and left the seat which he had occupied. After sitting there a while, Nanavali got up and asked Baba to resume his seat. Then Baba sat down and Nanavali fell at his feet. Baba did not show the slightest displeasure in being dictated or ousted. This Nanavali loved Baba so much, he breathed his last on the 13th day of Baba's Mahasamadhi. The easiest path, hearing the stories of the saints and being in their company. Though Sai Baba acted outwardly like an ordinary man, his action showed extraordinary wisdom and skill. Whatever he did was done for the good of his devotees. He never prescribed any asana, regulation of breathing or any rites to his bhaktas, nor did he blow any mantra in their ears. He told them to leave off all cleverness and always remember Sai Sai. If you did that, he said, all your shackles would be removed and you would be free. Sitting through 5 fires, sacrifices, chantings, eightfold yoga are possible for Brahmins only. They are of no use to the other classes. The function of the mind is to think. It cannot remain without thinking for a minute. If you give it a sense object, it will think about it. If you give it Guru, it will think about Guru. You have heard most attentively the grandeur of Sai. This is the natural remembrance of Sai. Hearing the stories of the saints is not so difficult as the other sadhanas mentioned above. Their stories remove all fear of this sansar, worldly existence, and take you onto the spiritual path. So listen to these stories, meditate on them and assimilate them. You may do or attend to your worldly duties, but give up your mind to Sai and his stories, and then he is sure to bless you. This is the easiest path, but why do not all take to it? The reason is that without God's grace, we do not get the desire to listen to the stories of saints. With God's grace, everything is smooth and easy. Hearing the stories of the saints is in a way keeping their company. The importance of the company of the saints is very great. It removes our body consciousness and egoism, destroys completely the chain of our birth and death, cuts asunder all the knots of the mind and takes us to God, who is pure consciousness. It certainly increases our non-attachment to sense objects and makes us quite indifferent to pleasures and pains, and leads us onward onto the spiritual path. If you have no other sadhana, such as uttering God's name, worship or devotion, etc., but if you take refuge in them, saints, wholeheartedly, they will carry you off safely across the ocean of worldly existence. It is for this reason that the saints manifest themselves in this world. Even sacred rivers such as the Ganges, Godavari, Krishna and Kaveri, etc., which wash away the sins of the world, desire that the saints should come to them for a bath and purify them. Such is the grandeur of the saint. It is on account of the store of merit in past births that we have attained the feet of Sai Baba. We conclude this chapter with meditation on Sai's form. He, the graceful and handsome Sai, standing on the edge of the Masjid and distributing udi to each and every bhakta with a view to his welfare. He who thinks the world is an illusion and who is ever engrossed in supreme bliss, before him we humbly prostrate ourselves. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 11. Sai as Sagun Brahma. There are 2 aspects of God, or Brahma. 1, the unmanifested Nirgun, and 2, the manifested Sagun. The Nirgun is formless, while the Sagun is the form, though both denote the same Brahma. Some prefer to worship the former, some the latter. As stated in the Gita, chapter 10, the worship of the latter is easy and preferable, as man has got a form, body, senses, etc. It is natural and easy for him to worship the God with form. Our love and devotion do not develop unless we worship Sagun Brahma for a certain period of time. And as we advance, it leads us to worship, meditation of Nirgun Brahma. So let us start with Sagun worship. Image, altar, fire, light, sun, water. Brahma are the 7 objects of worship, but Sadguru is better than all these. Let us, on this occasion, bring to our mind the form of Sai, who was non-attachment, incarnate, and who was resting place for his wholehearted devotees. Our faith in his words is the Bhagavat, a great devotee, but to us he is God incarnate. He was extremely forgiving, never irritable, straight, soft, tolerant, and content beyond comparison. Though he looked embodied, as having the form, he was really disembodied, emotionless, unattached, and internally free. The Ganges, on its way to the sea, cools and refreshes the creatures affected with heat, gives life to the crops and trees, and quenches the thirst of many. Similarly, saints' souls like Sai, while they live their own life, give solace and comfort to all. Lord Krishna has said that the saint is my soul, my living image. I am he, or he is my pure form, being. This indescribable Shakti of power of God, known as pure existence, knowledge and bliss, incarnated in the form of Sai in Shirdi. The Shruti, Taittiriya Upanishad, describes Brahma as bliss. This we read or hear daily in the books, but the devout people experience this Brahma or bliss in Shirdi Baba, the support of all, required no prop or support asan from anybody. He always used a piece of sack cloth for his seat, which was covered with a small beautiful bed by his bhaktas and had a bolster placed by them as a rest to his back. Baba respected the feelings of his devotees and allowed them to worship him as they liked. Some waved jamara or fans before him, some played on musical instruments, some washed his hands and feet, some others applied scent and chandan, some gave betel nut with leaves and other things, and some others offered naivedya. Though he looked like living in Shirdi, he was present everywhere. This all-pervasiveness of his was daily experienced by his devotees. A humble prostration to this all-pervasive Sadguru. Dr. Pandit's worship. One, Dr. Pandit, a friend of Tataya Sahib Nokar, once came to Shirdi for Baba's darshan. After saluting Baba, he sat in the masjid for some time. Baba asked him to go to Dada Bhat Kelkar. He went to the Dada Bhat, by whom he was well received. Then Dada Bhat left his house for puja and Dr. Pandit accompanied him. Dada Bhat worshipped Baba. Nobody until then dared to apply sandal paste to Baba's forehead. Only Malsapati used to apply it to his throat. But this simple-hearted devout, Dr. Pandit took Dada Bhatt's dish containing puja materials and taking sandal paste out of it, drew a tripudandra, i.e. 3 horizontal lines on Baba's forehead. To the surprise of all, Baba kept silent without uttering a single word. Then Dada Bhatt that evening asked Baba, "How is it that though you object to the sandal paste being applied by others to your forehead, but you allowed Dr. Pandit to do so now?" Baba replied that Dr. Pandit believed him to be the same as his guru. Raghunath Maharaj of Dopeshwar, known as Kaka Puranik, and he applied the paste to his forehead, as he was doing to his guru. Hence, he could not object. On inquiry, Dr. Pandit told Dada Bhatt that he took Baba as his guru, Kaka Puranik, and realized him as the same. Hence, he marked the Tripundra on Baba's forehead, as he did on his gurus. Though Baba allowed the devotees to worship him as they pleased, still sometimes he acted in a strange way. Sometimes he threw away the puja dish and was wrath incarnate. Then who could approach him? Sometimes he scolded the devotees at times. He looked softer than wax, a statue of peace and forgiveness. Though he seemed to shake with anger and his red eyes rolled round and round, still he was internally a stream of affection and motherly love. Immediately he called out his devotees and said that he never knew that he was ever angry with his devotees, that if mothers kicked their children and if the sea turned back the rivers, he too would neglect the devotees' welfare, that he, the slave of his devotees, always stood by them and responded to them whenever they called upon him, and that he always longed for their love. Haji Siddiq Falke. There was no knowing as to when Baba would accept a devotee. That depended on his sweet will. Siddiq Falke's story is to the point. One Mohammedan gentleman by name Siddiq Falke of Kalyan, after making pilgrimage to Makkah and Medina, came to Shirdi. He lived in the Javadi facing north and sat in the open courtyard of the masjid. For 9 months, Baba ignored him and did not allow him to step into the masjid. Falke felt much disconsolate and did not know what to do. Somebody advised him not to be disappointed, but to try to approach Baba through Shama. Madhavrao Deshpande, a close and infinite devotee of Baba. He told him as they approached the god Shiva through his servant and devotee Nandi, so should Baba be approached through Shama. Falke liked the idea and implored Shama to intercede for him. Shama agreed and on a convenient occasion spoke to Baba about him thus: Baba, why don't you allow the old Haji to step into the masjid, while so many persons freely came and go? After taking your darshan, why not bless him once? Baba replied, Shama, you are too young to understand things. If the Fakir, Allah, does not allow, what can I do? Without his grace, who will climb into the masjid? Well, go to him and ask him whether he will come to the narrow footpath near the Barvi well. Shama went and returned with an affirmative answer. Again, Baba said to Shama, ask him whether he is willing to pay me the sum of 40,000 rupees in 4 installments. Shama went and returned with the answer that he was willing to pay even 40 lakhs. Again, Baba said to Shama, we are going to cut a goat in the masjid, so ask him whether he would like to have its meat, haunch or testicles of the goat. Shama returned with the answer that the Haji would be happy to receive a small crumb from Baba's kolamba, mud pot. Hearing this, Baba got excited and with his hands threw away the earthen jars and kolamba and straightway advanced to the Haji and lifting his scuffed knee up and his hand said, why do you brag and fancy yourself great and pose yourself as an old Haji? Do you read Quran like this? You are proud of your pilgrimage to Makkah, but you do not know me. Buckets of mangoes and sent them to the Haji. Then again, Baba went to the Haji and took out 55 rupees from his pocket, gave them in the Haji's hand. Thenceforth, Baba loved the Haji, invited him for meals, and the Haji thereafter came into the masjid whenever he liked. Baba gave him at times some rupees, and thus the Haji was enlisted in Baba's darbar. Baba's control over the elements. We shall close this chapter after describing 2 incidents showing Baba's control over the elements. 1. Once at evening time there was a terrible storm in Shirdi. The sky was overcast with thick black clouds. The winds began to blow forcibly. The clouds roared and the lightning began to flash and the rains began to descend in torrents. In a short time the whole place was flooded with water. All the creatures, birds, beasts and men got terribly frightened and they all flocked to the masjid for shelter. There are many local deities in Shirdi, but none of them came to their help. So they all prayed to Baba, their god, who was fond of their devotion, to intercede and quell the storm. Baba was much moved. He came out and standing at the edge of the masjid, addressed the storm in a loud and thunderous voice. Stop, stop your fury and be calm. In a few minutes the rain subsided, the winds ceased to blow and the storm came to a stop. Then the moon rose in the sky and the people then went back home well pleased. 2. On another occasion at noon the fire in the Duni began to burn brightly. Its flames were seen to be reaching the rafters above. The people who were sitting in the masjid did not know what to do. They dared not to ask Baba to pour water or do anything to quench the flames. But Baba soon came to realize what was happening. He took up his sakta, short stick, and dashed it against a pillar in front, saying, Get down, be calm. At each stroke of the satka, the flames began to lower and slow down, and in a few minutes the Duni became calm and normal. This is our Sai, an incarnation of God. He will bless any man who will prostrate and surrender himself to him. He who will read the stories of this chapter daily with faith and devotion will soon be free from all our calamities. Not only this, but always attached and devoted to Sai, he will get very soon God vision. All his desires will be fulfilled, and being ultimately desireless, he will attain the supreme. Amen. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 12 Sai Leelas, Experiences, Kaka Mahajani, Dumal, Plender, Mrs. Nimankar, Muli Sastri, a doctor. Now let us see in this chapter how devotees were received and treated by Baba. Saint's mission. We have seen before that the purpose of or objects of divine incarnation is to protect the good and destroy the wicked. But the mission of the saints is quite different. To them, the good and the wicked are the same. First, they draw the evildoers and set them on the right path. They are the Augustis, to destroy the Bhava Sagar, the ocean of worldly existence, or the sun to destroy the darkness of ignorance. The God dwells in the saints. In fact, they are not different from him. Our Sai is one of these, who incarnated for all beings equally. He was unattached, foes and friends, kings and paupers, all were same to him. Here his prowess for the sake of devotees. He gave his talk of merits and was alert to help them, but the devotees could never approach him unless he meant to receive them. If their appointed time did not come, they did not remember Baba, and his leelas could not reach their ears. Then, how could they think of seeing him? Some men desired to see Sai Baba, but they did not get any opportunity of taking his darshan till his Mahasamadhi. There are many such persons whose desires for Baba's darshan was not thus satisfied. If these persons, believing in him, listen to his leela, their quest for darshan will be to a great extent satisfied by the leelas. Even if some persons went there by sheer luck and took Baba's darshan, were they able to stay there longer? No, nobody could go there of his own accord, and nobody could stay there longer if he did not wish so. They could stay there so long as Baba permitted them to stay, and had to leave the place when asked to do so by him. So everything depended on Baba's divine will. Kaka Mahajani. Once Kaka Mahajani went to Shirdi from Mumbai. He wanted to stay there for 1 week and enjoy the Gokul Ashtami festival. As soon as he took Baba's darshan, Baba asked him, "When are you returning home?" He was rather surprised at this question, but he had to give him and had to be obeyed. Kaka Mahajani therefore left Shirdi immediately. When he went to his office in Mumbai, he found his employer anxiously waiting for him. His Neem, that's the manager, suddenly fell ill. Hence, Kaka's presence was absolutely necessary. He had sent a letter to Kaka at Shirdi, which was redirected to him at Mumbai. Bahusab Dumal. Now listen to another story. Once Bahusab Dumal was going to Nipad for a case. On the way, he came to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan and wanted to proceed to Nipad immediately, but Baba did not permit him to do so. He made him stay in Shirdi for a week or more. In the meanwhile, the magistrate at Nipad suffered intensely from pain in his abdomen, and the case was adjourned. Mr. Dumal was then allowed to go and to attend his case. It went on for some months and was tried for 4 magistrates. Ultimately, Mr. Dumal won the case and his client was acquitted. Mrs. Nimankar. Mr. Nana Nimankar, Watandar of Neem, an honorary magistrate, was staying in Shirdi with his wife. Mr. and Mrs. Nimankar were spending most of their time in the Masjid with Baba and serving him. It so happened that their son fell ill in Belapur, and the mother decided with Baba's consent to go to Belapur and see her son and other relatives and stay there for a few days. But Mr. Nana Sahib asked her to return the next day. The lady was in fix and did not know what to do, but her god's Sai Wada with Mr. Nana Sahib and others and prostrated at his feet and asked his permission to go. Baba said to her, "Go quickly to calm and unperturbed stay comfortably at Belapur for 4 days. See all your relatives and then return to Shirdi." How opportune were Baba's words. Mr. Nana Sahib's proposals was overruled by Baba's decree. Muli Sastri of Nasik. An orthodox Aginotri Brahmin of Nasik, Muli Sastri, who had studied the 6 Shastras and was well versed in astrology and palmistry, once came to Shirdi to see Mr. Babu Sahib Bhuti, the famous millionaire of Nagpur. After seeing him, he and others went to see Baba in the Masjid. Baba bought various fruits and other things from vendors with his own money and distributed them to people present in the Masjid. Baba used to press the mango on all sides so skillfully that when Baba sucked it, he got all the pulp at once in his mouth and could throw away the seed. Plantains were peeled off by Baba and the pulp was distributed to the devotees, while the skin were retained by Baba for himself. Muli Sastri, a palmist, wanted to examine Baba's palm and asked him to extend his hand. Baba ignored his request and gave 4 plantains to him. Then they all returned to the Wada, and Muli Sastri bathed, wore fresh clothes, and started his routine duties was Aginotri, etc. That Baba as usual started for Lendi and said, "Take some geru, that's a red miry substance used to dye clothes in saffron color. We shall today don saffron color cloth." None understood what Baba meant. Then after some time, when Baba returned and preparations for the noon aarti were being made, Babu Sahib Jog asked Muli Sastri whether he would accompany him for the aarti. He replied that he would see Baba in the afternoon. Baba sat on his seat, was worshipped by the devotees, and aarti commenced. Then Baba said, "Get some dakshina from the new Nasik Brahmin." Bhutti himself went on the Wada to get the dakshina, and when he gave Baba's message to Muli Sastri, he was sorely perplexed. He thought in his mind thus, "I am a pure Aginotri Brahmin. Why should I pay dakshina? Baba may be a great saint. I am not his dependent. But since a great saint like Sai Baba was asking for dakshina through a millionaire like Bhutti, he could not refuse. So leaving his routine unfinished, he started with Bhutti for Masjid, thinking himself holy and the Masjid otherwise. He remained at a distance, and after joining his palms, threw flowers at Baba from there. Then, all of a sudden, he saw not Baba but his late Guru Gopal Swami there. He was wonderstruck. Could this be a dream? No, it was not, as he was wide awake. But how could his late Guru Golap be there? He was speechless for some time. He pinched himself and thought again. He could not reconcile the fact of his late Guru Golap being in the Masjid. Ultimately, leaving aside all doubt, he went up, fell at Guru's feet, and then stood there with folded hands. Other people sang Baba's aarti, while Muli Sastri chanted loudly his Guru's name. Then, casting off all pride of caste and sacredness, he fell in his Guru's feet and closed his eyes. When he got up and opened his eyes, he saw Baba asking for dakshina. Seeing Baba's blissful form and his inconceivable power, Muli Sastri forgot himself. He was extremely pleased. His eyes were full of tears of joy. He again saluted Baba and gave dakshina. He said that his doubt was removed and he saw his own Guru. On seeing this wonderful leela of Baba, all the people, including Muli Sastri, were much moved, and they realized the meaning of Baba's words. "Bring geru, we shall don saffron colored clothes." Such is the wonderful leela of Baba. A doctor. Once a Mamaldar came to Shirdi with a doctor friend of his. The doctor said that his deity was Ram and that he would not bow before Mohammedan, and so he was unwillingly to go to Shirdi. The Mamaldar replied that nobody would press him to bow down, so he should come and give the pleasure of his company. Accordingly, they reached Shirdi and went to Masjid for Baba's darshan. All were wonderstruck to see the doctor going ahead and saluting Baba. They asked him how he forgot his resolve and bowed down to Musalman. Then the doctor replied that he saw his beloved deity Ram on the seat, and therefore he prostrated himself before him. Then as he was saying this, he again saw his Sai Baba there. Being dismayed, he again said, "Is this a dream? How could be a Mohammedan? He is a great yogaspana full of yoga avatar." Next day he made a vow and began to fast. He absented himself from the Masjid, resolving not to go there until Baba blessed him. 3 days passed, and on the 4th day a close friend of his from Khandesh turned up, and with him he went to Masjid for Baba's darshan. After the salutation, Baba asked him whether anybody had gone to call him, so that he had come. Hearing his vital question, the doctor was moved. The same night he was blessed by Baba, and he experienced the bliss supreme in his sleep. Then he left for his town, where he remained in the same state for a fortnight. Thus his devotion for Sai Baba increased manifold. The moral of all the stories mentioned above, especially that of Muli Sastri, is that we should have firm faith in our Guru and on none else. More leelas of Sai Baba will be described in the next chapter. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 13, More Sai Leelas, Disease Cured, Bhimaji Patil, Bala Shimpi, Bapu Sahib Bhutti, Alandi Shavmi, Kaka Mahajani, and Dattopant of Wada. Inscrutable power of Maya. Baba's words were always short, deep, full of meaning, effective and well balanced. He was ever content and never cared for anything. He said, "Though I am a fakir, have no house or a wife, and though living all of care, I stayed at one place, and the inevitable Maya teased me often. Though I forgot myself, but she cannot forget me. She always envelops me. This Maya, elusive power of the Lord Sri Hari, harasses me, even Lord Brahma and others. Then what to speak of a poor fakir like me? Those who had a refuge in the God will be freed from her clutches with his grace." In such terms, Baba spoke about the power of Maya. Lord Sri Hari Krishna has said to Uddhava in the Bhagavat that the saints are his living forms, and see what Baba has said for the welfare of his devotees, those who are fortunate and whose demerit have vanished. Take to my worships. If you always say, "Sai, Sai," I shall take you over the 7 seas. Believe in these words, and you will be certainly benefited. I do not need any paraphernalia of worships, either 8-fold or 16th-fold. I rest there where there is full of devotions. Now read what Sai did for the welfare of those who surrendered themselves of him. Bhimaji Patil. One Bhimaji Patil of Narayangao, Taluka Junar, district Pune, suffered in year 19 tuberculosis. He tried all sort of pathies, that is remedies, but no effect. Losing all hopes, he ultimately prayed to God, "O Lord Narayan, help me now." It is a well-known fact that when our circumstances are well, we do not remember God, but when calamities and adversities overtake us, we are reminded of him. So Bhimaji now turned to God. He occurred to him that he should consult Mr. Nana Sahib Chandolkar, a great devotee of Baba, in this respect. So he wrote to him a letter giving all details of his malady and asking for his opinion. In reply, Mr. Nana Sahib wrote to him that there was only one remedy left, and that was to have a recourse to Shirdi. He was brought to Shirdi and taken to a masjid and placed before Baba. Mr. Nana Sahib and Shama Madhavrao Deshpande were present there. Baba pointed out that the disease was due to a previous evil karma and was not deposed to interfere. But the patients cried out in the despair that he was helpless and sought refuge in him. As he was his last hope and prayed for mercy, Baba's heart did melt and said, "Stay, cast off your anxiety, your sufferings have come to an end. However, opposed and troubled one may be as soon as he steps in the masjid. He is on the pathway of happiness. The fakir here is very kind, and he will cure disease and protect all with love and kindness." The patients always used to vomit blood every 5 minutes, but there was no vomiting in the presence of Baba. From the time Baba uttered the word of mercy, the malady took a favorable turn. Baba asked him to stay in Bhima Rao's house, which was not a convenient and fit place, but Baba's order had to be obeyed. While he was staying there, Baba cured him by 2 dreams. In the first dream, he saw himself as a boy, suffering a severe pain of flogging, which he received for not reciting his poetry lesson before his class master. And in the second dream, someone caused him intense pain by rolling a stone up and down over his chest. With the pain thus suffered a dream, his cure was complete and he went home. He then often came to Shirdi gratefully, remembering what Baba did for him and prostrate before him. Baba also did not expect anything from devotees, but remembrance. Unswearing with faith and devotions, people in Maharashtra always celebrate Satyanarayan Puja in their home every fortnight or a month. But it was a Bhimaji Patil who started a new Sai Satyavrat Puja instead of Satyanarayan Vrat Puja in his house when he returned to his village. From a malignant type of malaria, he tried all sorts of medicines and decoctions, but in vain. The fever did not abate a jot, and so he ran to Shirdi and fell on Baba's feet. Baba gave him a strange recipe. In this case, as follow: give a black dog some morsel of rice mixed with a curd in the front of Lakshmi temple. Bala did not know how to execute this recipe, but no sooner he went home than he found a rice and curd. After mixing them together, he brought the mixtures near the Lakshmi temple. When he found a black dog waving its tail, he placed the curd and rice before the dog. The dog ate it all, and strange to say, Bala got rid of his malaria. Bapu Saheb Bhuti. Shriman Bapu Saheb Bhuti suffered once from dysentery and vomiting. His cupboard was full of patent drugs and medicines, but none of them had any effect. Bapu Saheb got very weak on account of purging and vomiting, and therefore he was not able to go to Masjid for Baba's darshan. Baba then sent for him and made him sit before him and said, "Now take care, you should not go purge any more," and gestured with his index finger. The vomiting must also stop. Now look at the power of Baba's word. Both maladies disappeared and Bhuti felt well. On another occasions, he had an attack of cholera and suffered from a severe thirst. Dr. Pillai tried all sorts of remedies but could not give him no relief. Then he went to Baba and consulted him as what to drink that would allow his thirst and cure his disease. Baba prescribed an infusion of almonds, walnuts, pistachio, a kind of dry fruit, boiled in a sugared milk. This would be a considered cause of fatal aggravations of this disease by any other doctor or a physician. But in implict of obedience of Baba's order, the infusion was from Alandi with a desire to take Baba's darshan. Came to Shirdi, he suffered from a severe pain in his ear, which prevented him from getting the sleep. He was operated for but his served no purpose. The pain was severe and he did not know what to do. While he was returning, he came to take Baba's leave. When Shama Madhavrao Deshpande requested Baba to do something for him for the pain in the Swami's ear, Baba comforted him and saying, "Allah acha karega. God will do good." The swelling in his ear had subsided, though the swelling was there, and in order to get a swelling removed, he went to Mumbai for operations, but the surgeon on the examining the ear said that no operation was necessary. Such was the wonderful and potent effect of Baba's word. Kaka Mahajani. Another devotee named Kaka Mahajani suffered once from a diarrhea. In order that there should be no break in his service to Baba, Kaka kept a tambe pot with water in some corner of the masjid, and whenever there was a call, he would go out. As Sai Baba knew everything, Kaka did not inform him of his disease, thinking that Baba would of his own cure it soon. The work of constructing the pavement in front of the masjid was permitted by Baba, but when the actual work began, Baba got the wild and shouted out loudly. Everybody ran away, and Kaka was also doing the same. Baba caught hold of him and made him sit there. In the confusions that followed, somebody left there a small pouch of groundnuts. Baba took a handful of groundnuts, rubbed them in his hand, blew away the skins, and gave the clean nuts to Kaka and made him to eat them, scalding and cleaning the nuts and the making Kaka eat them. Went on the simultaneously, Baba himself ate some of them. Kaka brought a pitcher full of water. Then Baba drank some water and made Kaka also drink it. Baba declared, "Now your diarrhea has stopped and you may attend to the work of the payment." In the meanwhile, other persons who had run away returned and started the work, and Kaka, whose motions had stopped, also joined them. Are groundnuts medicines for diarrhea? According to current medicine's opinion, groundnuts would aggravate the disease and not to cure it. The true medicine in this is, as in this case, was Baba's word. Dantopant of Harda. A gentleman from Harda by the name of Dantopant suffered from a stomach ache for about 14 years. None of the remedies gave him any relief. Then he, hearing Baba's fame that he cures disease by sight, he ran to Shirdi and fell at Baba's feet. Baba looked at him kindly and gave him a blessings. When Baba placed of his head, and when he got Baba's uddi with blessings, he felt relieved and there was no further trouble about the malady. Towards the end of this chapter, 3 cases are cited in footnotes. 1. Madhavrao Deshpande suffered from piles. Baba gave him a docations of Sonmukhi, Sena pots. This relieved him. Then after 2 years, the trouble recurred and Madhavrao took the same decoctions without consulting Baba. The result was that the disease aggravated, but later on it was cured by Baba's grace. The second, Kaka Mahajani, elder brother, Gangadhar Pant, suffered for many years from stomach ache. Hearing Baba's fame, he came to Shirdi and requested Baba to cure him. Baba touched his belly and said, "God will cure." From the time, there was no stomach pain and he was completely cured. 3. Nana Sahib Chandolkar was once suffered from acute stomach pain. He was no effect. Then he approached Baba, who told him to eat barfi, a kind of sweetmeat, mixed with ghee. The recipe gave him a complete relief. All these stories shows that the real medicines that cured the various diseases permanently was Baba's word and grace, and not any medicines of drugs. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace to be all.
Chapter 14, Ratanji Wada of Nanad, Saint Mullah Sahib, Dakshina Mimamsa. In the last chapter, we described how Baba's word and grace cured many incurable diseases. Now we shall describe how Baba blessed Mr. Ratanji Wada and gave him an issue. The life of this saint is naturally sweet, in and out. His various doings, eating, walking, and his natural sayings are also sweet. His life is bliss incarnate. Sai gave it out as means of his devotees' remembrance to him. He gave them various stories of duty and action which ultimately led to true religion. His object may be that people should live happily in this world, but they should be ever cautious and gain the object of their life, viz. Self-realization. We get human, its body, as a result of merits in past births, and it is worthwhile that with its aid we should attain birth to gain our end and aim of life. If you daily hear the leelas, stories of Sai, you will see him day and night, your consciousness. Ratanji of Nanad. Now let us come to the main story of this chapter. In Wada, he had amassed a large amount of money and had acquired fields and lands. He had got cattle, horses, and conveyances, and was very prosperous. To all outward appearances he looked very happy and contented, but inwardly and really he was not so. Providential dispensation is such that no one in this world is completely happy and rich. Ratanji was no exception to this. He was liberal and charitable, gave food and clothing to the poor, and helped all in various ways. The people took him to be a good and happy man, but Ratanji thought himself miserable, as he had no issue, male or female, for a long time. Just as Kirtan, singing the glories of the Lord, without love or devotion, music of singing without rhythmic accompaniments, Brahmins without the sacred thread, proficiency in all the arts without common sense, pilgrimage without repentance, and ornamentation without a necklace are ugly and useless, so is the house of a man or a householder without a male issue. Ratanji also brooded on this matter and said in his mind, "Would God be ever pleased to grant me a son?" He thus looked morose and had no relish for his food. Day and night he was enveloped with anxiety as to whether he would be ever blessed with a son. He had great regard for Ganu Maharaj. He sought his feet and seek his blessing and pray for an issue. Ratanji liked the idea and decided to go to Shirdi. After some days he went to Shirdi, took Baba's darshana and fell at his feet. Then opening a basket, he took a beautiful garland of flowers and placed it around Baba's neck and offered him a basket of fruits. With great respect, he then sat near Baba and prayed to him, saying, "Many persons who find themselves in difficult situations come to you, and you relieve them immediately. Hearing this, I have sought anxiously your feet. Please, therefore, do not disappoint me." Sai Baba then asked him for dakshina of 5 rupees, which Ratanji intended to give, but added he'd already received rupees 3 and 14 from him, and that he should pay the balance only. Hearing this, Ratanji was rather puzzled. He could not make out as to what Baba meant. That was the first time he thought he went to Shirdi. And how was it that Baba said he had earlier already got 3 rupees 14 from him? He could not solve the riddle, but he sat at Baba's feet and gave the balance of the dakshina asked for, explained it to Baba fully as to why he'd come and sought his help, and prayed that Baba should bless him with a son. Baba was moved and told him not to be worried, and that thenceforward his bad days had ended. He then gave him uddi, placed his hand on his head, and blessed him, saying that Allah, God, would satisfy his heart's desire. Then, after taking Baba's leave, Ratanji returned to Nanad and told Ganu everything that took place at Shirdi. He said that everything went on well there, and he got Baba's darshana and blessings with prasad, but there was one thing which he could not understand. Baba said to him that he'd got rupees 3 and 14 before. "Please explain as to what Baba meant by this remark," he said to Ganu. "I never went to Shirdi before, and how could I give him the sum to which Baba referred?" To Ganu too, it was a puzzle, and he thought much over it for a long time. Some time afterwards, it struck to him that Ratanji had received some days ago a Mohammedan saint by name Mullah Sahib in his house, and had spent some money for him for his reception. This Mullah Sahib was a worker as a porter, saint well known to the people of Nanad. When Ratanji decided to go to Shirdi, This Mullah Sahib accidentally came to Ratanji's house. Ratanji knew him and loved him, so he gave him a small pot in his honor. Thus Ganu got from Ratanji the yadi or memo of expenses of this reception, and everybody was wonderstruck to see that the expenses amounted to exactly rupees 314. Nothing more, nothing less. They all came to know that Baba was omniscient, that though he lived in Shirdi, he knew what happened outside, far away from Shirdi. In fact, he knew the past, present and future, and could identify himself heart and soul with anybody. In this particular instance, how could he know the reception given to Mullah Sahib and that the amount spent therefore, unless he could identify himself with him and be one with him? Ratanji was satisfied with this explanation, and his faith in Baba was confirmed and increased. In due time afterwards, he was blessed with a son, and his joy knew no bounds. It is said that he had in all 12 issues, out of which only 4 survived. In a footnote towards the end of this chapter, it is stated that Baba told Rayo Bador Hari Vinayaka Sate after the death of his first wife to remarry, and that he would get a son. Very despondent. But the 3rd issue was a son. Baba's word did turn out true, and he was satisfied. Dakshina Mimansa. Now we shall close this chapter with a few remarks about Dakshina. It is well known fact that Baba always asks for Dakshina from people who went to see him. Somebody may ask a question. It burnt. If anybody placed before him a paisa or 2, he purchased oil or tobacco. He was fond of tobacco, for he always smoked saints empty-handed, and they therefore placed some copper coins before Baba. If a paisa was placed before him, he used to pocket far and wide. People began to flock in numbers, and Baba began to ask Dakshina from them. It is said that in the Shruti Veda that puja of the gods is not complete unless a golden coin was offered. If a coin was necessary in the puja of the gods, why should it not be so in the puja of the saints also? Ultimately, the Shastras laid it down that when one goes to see God, king, saint, or a guru, he should not go empty-handed. He should offer something, preferably coin or money. In this connection, we may notice the precepts recommended by the Upanishads. The Birandrakya Upanishad says that the Lord Prajapati advised the gods, men and demons by one letter, Da. The gods understood by this letter that they should practice 1. Dhamma and self-control. The men thought or understood that they should practice 2. Dana, that is charity. The demons understood that they should practice 3. Daya, that is compassion. To men, charity or giving was recommended. The teacher in the Tetra Upanishad exhorts his pupils to practice charity and other virtues. Regarding charity, he says, give with faith, or even without it, give with magnanimity. That is liberally, give with modesty, with all times more of what he received. There are many instances in which this has happened. To quote an instance, Dakshina, he emptied his money bag before him. The result of this was, Mr. Bodha says, that in later life cases in which Baba did not want any pecuniary amount. To quote 2 instances, 1. Baba asked rupees 15 as Dakshina from Professor G.G. Naik, who replied that he did not have even a pie. Then Baba said, I know you have no money, but you're reading Yoga Vashishta. Give me Dakshina from that. Giving Dakshina in this case meant deriving lessons from the book and lodging them in the heart where Baba resides. 2. In the second case, Baba asked a certain lady, Mrs. R.A. Takad, to give 6 rupees as Dakshina. The lady felt pained as she had nothing to give. Then her husband explained to her that Baba wanted 6. It's to be noted that though Baba collected a lot of money by dakshina, he would distribute the whole amount the same day, and next morning he would become poor fakir as usual. When Baba took his Mahasamadhi, even after receiving thousands and thousands of rupees as dakshina, for about 10 years, he had only a few rupees in his possession. In short, Baba's main object in taking dakshina from his devotees was to teach them the lessons of renunciation and purification. Postscript. Mr. B.V. Deo of Thana, retired Mamlata and a great devotee of Baba, has written an article on this subject, dakshina, in the Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 7, page 6 all. If asked, some gave dakshina. He sometimes accepted it and other times refused it. He asked it from certain devotees only. He never demanded it from those devotees who thought in their minds that Baba should ask them for it and that they should pay it. If anybody offered it against his wish, he never touched it. And if he kept it there, he asked him to take it away. He asked for a small or a bit amount from devotees according to their wish, devotion and convenience. He asked it even from women and children. He never asked all the rich for it, nor from all the poor. Baba never got angry with those from whom he asked dakshina and who did not give it. If any dakshina was sent through some friend who forgot to hand it over the same to Baba, he reminded him somehow of it and made him pay it. On some occasions, demanded dakshina from them and asked them to go to the school, Radha Krishnamai's house. If they stood these two tests well, that is, if they showed that they were free from attachment for women and wealth, their progress in spirituality was rapid and assured by Baba's grace and blessings. Mr. Dev also has quoted passages from the Gita and Upanishads and shown that charity given in a holy place and to a holy personage conduces to the donor's welfare to a great degree. What is more holy than Shirdi and its presiding deity, Sai Baba? Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 15, Naradya Kirtan Padati, Mr. Choker's sugarless tea and 2 lizards. The readers may remember that mention was made in the 6th chapter regarding the Rama Navami festival in Shirdi, how the festival originated and how the early years there was great difficulty in getting a good Haridas for doing Kirtan, and has been doing it successfully ever since. Now in this chapter we shall describe the manner in which Das Ganu has been doing the Kirtan. Naradya Kirtan Padati. Generally our Haridas, which doing the Kirtan, wear a gala and a full dress. They put on a headdress, either a feta or a turban, a long flowing coat with a shawl from the waist below, to Baba for prostrating before him. Baba put uparni and feta, etc. Lay off all that before me. Why wear them on the body? Das Ganu immediately took them off and placed them at Baba's feet. Thenceforth, Das Ganu never wore those things again while doing the Kirtan. He was always bare from the waist upwards. A pair of chiplis was in his hand and a garland round his neck. This is not in consonance with the practice generally followed by all the Haridas, but this is the best and the purest method. The sage Narad, from whom the Kirtan Padati originated, wore nothing on his torso and head. He carried a veena in his hand and wandered from place to place, singing the glory of the Lord. In fact, it was Das Ganu, may God bless him, who by his beautiful and inimitable Kirtans made Baba available to so many people there. The audience who came to hear the kirtans have different tastes. Some like the erudition or learning of the Haridas, some his gestures, some his singing, some his wit and humor, some his preliminary dissertation on Vedanta, and some his main theme, and so on. But among them there are very few who, by hearing the kirtan, get faith and devotion or love for God or saints. The effect of hearing Das Ganu's kirtan on the minds of audience was, however electric as it were. We give an instance here. Das Ganu was once doing his kirtan and singing the glory of Sai Baba in Kopaneshwar temple in Thana. One Mr. Choker, a poor man serving as a temporary employee in the city, he there and then mentally bowed and vowed to Baba, saying, Baba, I am a poor man, unable to support my family. If, by your grace, I pass the departmental examination and get a permanent post, I shall go to Shirdi, fall at your feet and distribute sugar candy in your name. As luck would have it, Mr. Choker did pass the examination and did get the permanent post, and now it remained for him to fulfill his vow. The sooner the better. Mr. Choker was a poor man with a large family to support, and he could not afford to pay for the expenses of a Shirdi trip. As well as is well said, one can easily cross over Nanegat in Thana district or even the Sahidri range, but it is very difficult for a poor man to cross the Umbargat, that is the threshold of his house. As Mr. Choker was anxious to fulfill his vow as early as possible, he resolved to cut down his expenses and save money. He determined not to use sugar in his diet and began to take his tea without it. After he was able to save some money in this way, he came to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan, fell at his feet, offered a coconut, distributed it with a clean conscience along with the sugar candy, as per his vow, and said to Baba that he was much pleased with his darshan and that his desires were fulfilled that day. Mr. Choker was in the Masjid with his host Bapu Sahib Jog. When the host and the guest both got up and were about to leave the Masjid, Baba spoke to Jog as follows. Give him, that is your guest, cup of tea fully saturated with sugar. Hearing the significant words, Mr. Choker was much moved. He was wonderstruck. His eyes were bedewed with tears and he fell at Baba's feet again. Mr. Jog was also curious about this direction. Baba wanted by his words to create faith and devotion in Choker's mind. He hinted it as it were that he got the sugar candy as per his vow, and Baba meant to say, if you spread your palms with devotion before me, I am immediately with you day and night. Though I am here physically, still I know what you do beyond the 7 seas. Go wherever you wish over the wide world. I am with you. My abode is in your heart, and I am with you. Always worship me, who is seated in your heart as well as in the hearts of all beings. Blessed and fortunate indeed is he who knows me thus. What a beautiful and important lesson Baba had thus imparted to Mr. Choker. 2 lizards. Now we close this chapter with the story of 2 little lizards. Once Baba was sitting in the masjid. A devotee sat in front of him when a lizard tic-tacked. Out of curiosity, the devotee asked Baba whether this tic-tacking of the lizard signified anything good or was it bad omen. Baba said that the lizard was overjoyed as a sister from Aurangabad was coming to see her. The devotee sat silent, not making out the meaning of Baba's words. Immediately a gentleman from Aurangabad came on horseback to see Baba. He wanted to proceed further, but his horse would not go as it was hungry and wanted grams. He took out a bag of grams from his shoulders to bring grams and dashed it on the ground to remove dirt. A lizard came out therefrom and in the presence of all climbed up the wall. Baba asked the questioner devotee to mark her well. She at once went strutting to her sister. Both sisters met each other after a long time, kissed and embraced each other, whirled around and danced with love. Where is Shirdi and where is Aurangabad for the lizard? How should the man on horseback come there from Aurangabad with lizard? And how should Baba make the prophecy of the meeting of the two sisters? And this is really very wonderful and proves the omniscience, the all-knowing nature of Baba. Postscript: he who respectfully reads this chapter or studies it daily will get all his miseries removed by the grace of Sadguru Sai Baba. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Bye.
gentleman who wanted Brahmagyan quickly from Sai Baba. The last chapter described how Mr. Choka's vow of small offerings was completed and accepted. In that story, Sai Baba showed that he would accept with appreciation any small thing offered with love and devotion, but if the same thing was offered with pride and haughtiness, he would reject it. Being himself full of Satchit Ananda, pure consciousness, knowledge and bliss, he did not care much for mere outward formalities. But if any offering was made in a humble spirit, the same was welcome, and he accepted it with pleasure and avidity. In fact, there is no person more generous and benevolent than a Sadguru, like Sai Baba. He cannot be compared to Chitamani jewel, the Kalpatura, the celestial tree which fulfills our desires, or the Kamadenu, the celestial cows which yields what we desire. They give us only what we desire, but the Sadguru gives us the most precious thing, that is inconceivable and inscrutable, the reality. Now let us hear how Sai Baba disposed of a rich man who came to him and implored him to give him Brahmagyana. There was a rich gentleman, unfortunately his name, whereabouts are not mentioned, who was very prosperous in his life. He had amassed a large quantity of wealth, houses and land, and had many servants and dependents. When Baba's fame reached his ears, he said to a friend of his that he was not in want of anything, and so he would go to Shirdi and ask Baba to give him Brahmagyan, which, if he got, would certainly make him more happy. His friend disguised him, saying, "It is not easy to know Brahma, and especially so for an avaricious man like you, who is always engrossed in wealth, wife and children. Who will in your quest of Brahmagyana satisfy you? Who does not give away even a paisa in charity?" Not minding his friend's advice, the fellow engaged a return journey to Tonga and came to Shirdi. He went to the Masjid, saw Sai Baba, fell at his feet and said, "But I am much fatigued by the journey, and if I get Brahmagyana from you, my troubles will be well paid and rewarded." Baba then replied, "Oh, my dear friend, do not be anxious. I shall show you Brahma. Many people come to me and ask for wealth, health, power, honor, position, cure of diseases, and other temporal matters. Rare is a person who comes to me and asks for Brahmagyan. There is no dearth of people asking for worldly things, but people interested in spiritual matters are very rare. I think it is a fortunate and auspicious moment when persons like you come and ask for me for Brahmagyana. So forthwith I shall too. I show to you with pleasure Brahma with all its accompaniments and complexities." Saying this, Baba started to show him Brahma. He made him sit there and engaged him in some other talk, and thus made him forget his question for the time being. Then he called a boy and told him to go to one Nanda Mardwani and get from him a loan of 5 rupees. The boy left and returned immediately, saying that Nandu was absent and his house was locked. Then Baba asked him to go to the Bal grocer and get from him the same loan. This time also the boy was unsuccessful. This experiment was repeated again, twice or thrice, with the same result. Sai Baba was, as we know, the living and moving Brahma incarnate. Then someone may ask, why did he want the paltry sum of 5 rupees, and why did he try hard to get it? In reality, he did not want this sum at all. He must have known that Nandu and Bala were absent, and he seemed to have adopted this procedure as a test for a seeker of Brahma. Then that gentleman had a roll or a bundle of currency notes in his pocket, and if he was really honest, he would not have sat quiet and be a mere onlooker, but when Baba was frantically trying to get a paltry sum of 5 rupees. He knew that Baba would keep his word and repay the debt, and that the sum wanted was insignificant. Still, he could not make up his mind and advance the sum. Such a man wanted from Baba the greatest thing in the world, viz. The Brahmagyan. Only other man who really loved Baba would have given to him 5 rupees at once, instead of being a mere onlooker. It was otherwise with this man. He advanced no money, nor did he sit silent, but began to be impatient, as he was in the haste of return, and implore Baba, saying, "O Baba, please give me Brahmagyan soon." Baba replied, eliminating all base ideas and emotions. Unless a man has turned away from wickedness and stopped from doing wrong, and has entirely composed himself, and unless his mind is at rest, he cannot gain self-realization, even by means of knowledge. 5. Right conduct. Unless a man leads a life of truth, penance and insight, a life of celibacy, he cannot get God realization. 6. Preferring shreyas, the good, to prayers, the pleasant. There are 2 sorts of things, viz. The good and the pleasant. The former deals with spiritual affairs, and the latter is mundane matters. Both these are open to man for acceptance. He has to think and choose one of them. The wise man prefers the good to the pleasant, but the unwise, through greed and attachment, chooses the pleasant. Control of the mind and the senses. The body is a chariot, and the self are the horses, and sense objects are their path. He who has no understanding and whose mind is unrestrained has his senses unmanageable, like the stray horse of a charioteer, does not reach his destination and get self-realization, but goes through the rounds of birth and death. But he who has understanding and whose mind is restrained has his senses under control, like the good obedient horse of a charioteer reaches the destination, i.e. the state of self-realization, whence he is not born again. The man who has understanding has his charioteer, the guide, and is able to rein his mind, reaches the end of the journey, which is the supreme abode of all-pervading Vishnu. 8. Purification of the mind. Unless a man discharges satisfactorily and disinterestedly the duties of his station in life, his mind will not be purified, and unless his mind is purified, he cannot get self-realization. Unless egoism is dropped, avarice got rid of, and the mind made desireless, pure, self-realization is not possible. The idea that I am the body is a great delusion, and attachment to this idea to the cause of bondage. Leave off this idea and attachment, therefore, if you want to reach the goal of self-realization. 9. The necessity of a guru. The knowledge of the self is a subtle and mystic that no one can, by his own individual effort, ever hope to attain it. So the help of another person, teacher, who has himself got self-realization is absolutely necessary. What others cannot give with great effort and pain can be easily gained with the help of such a teacher, for he has walked on the path himself and can easily take the disciple step by step on the ladder of spiritual progress. 10. And lastly, grace of Lord is the most essential thing. When the Lord is pleased with anybody, he gives him viveka and vairagya and takes him safe beyond the ocean of mundane existence. The self cannot be gained by the study of Vedas, nor by the intellect, nor by learning. He who the self chooses gains it. To him the self reveals its nature, says the Katha Upanishad. After the dissertation was over, Baba turned to the gentleman and said, "Well, sir, There is in your pocket the Brahma in form of 50 times of 5 rupees, which is 250 rupees. Please take that out. The gentleman took out from his pocket the bundle of currency notes, and to his great surprise found, on counting them, that there were 25 notes of 10 rupees each. Seeing this omniscience of Baba, he was moved and fell at Baba's feet and craved for his to him, roll up your bundle of Baba, viz. Currency notes. Unless you completely get rid of your avarice or greed, you will not get the real Brahma. How can he whose mind is engrossed in wealth, prudence and prosperity, expect to know the Brahma without removing his attachment for them? The illusion of attachment or the love for money is a deep, eddy whirlpool of pain, full of crocodiles in the form of conceit and jealousy. He who is desireless can alone cross this whirlpool. Greed and Brahma are asunder as poles. They are eternally opposed to each other. Where there is greed, there is no room for thought or meditation of the Brahma. Then a greedy man, get dispassion and salvation. For a greedy man, there is no peace, neither contentment nor steadiness. If there be even a little trace of greed in mind, all the sadhanas, spiritual endeavors, are of no avail. Even the knowledge of a well-read man who is not free from this desire of the fruit or reward of his actions is futile and can't help him in getting self-realization. The teachings of a guru are of no use to a man who is full of egoism and who always thinks about sense objects. Purification of mind is absolutely necessary. Without it, all our spiritual endeavors are nothing but useless show and pomp. It is therefore better for one to take only what he can digest and assimilate. My treasury is full, and I can give anyone what he wants, but I have to see whether it is qualified to receive my gift. If you listen to me carefully, you will certainly benefited. While sitting in this masjid, I never speak any untruth, entertained along with the guest. So all who that were present in the masjid at that time could partake of the spiritual feast that was served by Baba for the rich gentleman. After getting Baba's blessings, one and all, including the gentleman, left the place quite happy and contented. Special characteristics of Baba. There are many saints who, leaving their houses, stay in forests, caves and hermitage and in always self-absorbed society. He begged his bread for 4 or 5 houses, always lived at the foot of the Neem tree, carried on worldly dealings and taught all the people how to act and behave living in this world. The rare are the foremost of these, and therefore, says Hemadpant, blessed is the country, blessed is the family, and blessed are the chaste parents, which this extraordinary, transcendent, precious, and pure jewel, Sai Baba, was born. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace to be all.
chapter 18 and 19. How Hemadpant was accepted and blessed. Story of Mr. Sathe, Mrs. Desmukh, encouraging good thoughts to fruitions, variety in Updesh, teaching regarding slender, and remunerations for labor. In the last two chapters, Hemadpant described how a rich gentleman aspiring for a quick Brahmagyan was treated by Baba, and now in these two chapters, he described how Hemadpant himself was accepted and blessed by Baba, how Baba encouraged good thoughts and fructified them, and his teachings regarding self-improvement, slender, and remunerations for labor. Preliminary. It is a well-known fact that the Sadguru looks give them suitable instructions without unsetting their minds in the least, and leads them towards the goal of self-realizations. In this respect, some says that what the Sadguru teaches or instructs should not be divulged to others. They think that their instructions become useless if they are published. This view is not correct. The Sadguru is like a monsoon cloud. He pours down profusely, that is scattered widely, others with them without any reservations. This rule should not apply not only to what he teaches in our waking state, but to vision liberated Ram Rakshi children for the sake of their health. Sai Baba imparted spiritual instructions to his devotees. His method was not veiled, secret, but quite open. The devotees who followed his instructions got their object. Sadguru, like Sai Baba, open our eyes of the intellect and show us the divine beauty of the self, and fulfill our tender longing and devotions. When this is done, our desire for sense object vanish, twin fruits of vivek, that is discriminations, and vairagya, that is dispassions or non-attachment, come to our hand, and knowledge sprout of our up even in the sleep. All this we get when we come in contact with the saints. Sadguru serve them and secure their love. The Lord, who fulfill their desire of his devotees, comes to our aid, removes our troubles and sufferings, and make us happy. This progress of development is entirely due to the help of Sadguru, who is regarded as the Lord himself. Therefore, we should always be after the Sadguru, hear his stories, fall at his feet, and serve him. Now we come to our main story, Mr. Sathe. There was a gentleman named Mr. Sathe who had attained some publicity many years ago during Crawford regime, which was put down by Lord Ray, the governor of Mumbai. He suffered severe losses in trade. Other adverse circumstances gave him such a trouble and made him sad and dejected. Being restless, he thought of leaving home and going out to a distant place. Man does not generally think of God, but when difficulties and calamities overtake him, he turns to him and prays for a relief. If these demerit have come to an end, God arranges his meeting with a saint who give him proper directions regarding his welfare. Mr. Sathe had similarly experienced. His friend advised him to go to Shirdi, where so many people were flocking to get Sai Baba's darshan. 1917, seeing Baba's form, which was like eternal Brahma, self-luminous, peerless, and the pure, his mind lost his restlessness and became calm and composed. He thought that it was an accumulation of merits in his former birth that brought him to the holy feet of Baba. He was a man of strong will. He at once started to make a Parayan study of Guru Charitra. When the reading was finished in the Sapta, 7 days, Baba gave him a vision that night. It was this effect: Baba, this Guru Charitra in his hand was explaining its content to Mr. Sathe, who was sitting in front and listening carefully. When he woke up, he remembered the dream and felt very happy. He thought that it was extremely kind of Baba, who awakened souls like his, that are snoring in ignorance and make them taste the nectar of Guru Charitra. Next day, he informed Kaka Saheb Dixit of his vision and requested him to consult Sai Baba regarding its meaning of significance, whether one saptah reading was sufficient or whether he should begin again. Kaka Saheb Dixit, when got a suitable opportunity, asked Baba, Deva, what did you suggest to Mr. Sathe by this vision, where he should stop or continue the saptah? He is a simple devotee, his desire should be fulfilled. Then Baba replied, he should make one more saptah of the book. If the work be studied carefully and the devotee will become pure and will be benefited, the Lord will be pleased and will rescue him from the bondage of the mundane existence. At this time, Hemadpant was present there. He was shampooing Baba's leg. When he heard Baba's word, he thought in his mind, what Mr. Sathe read for 1 week only and got rewarded, and I am regarding it 40 years with no result. His 7 days stay here become fruitful, while my 7 years stayed 1910 to 1917 goes for nothing. Like Chatak bird, I am ever waiting for a merciful cloud to pour its nectar on me and bless me with his instructions. No sooner did this thought that Baba understood all their thoughts and that he suppressed that the evil thoughts and encouraged the good ones. Reading Hemadpant's mind, Baba at once asked him to get up and go shamas, that is Madhavrao Deshpande, get from him to rupees 15 as a dakshina, sit and chit-chat with him for a while and then return. Mercy dawned in Baba's mind, and so he issued this order, and who could disobey Baba's order? Hemadpant immediately left the masjid and came to Shama's house. He had just bathed and was wearing a dhota. He came and dejected. Why are you alone? Please sit and rest, while I shall do my worships and return. In the meanwhile, you please take pan bidas, that is leaves and betel nuts, etc. Let us then have a pleasant chat. After saying this, he went inside and Hemadpant sat alone in the veranda. He saw in his window a well-known Marathi book named Nath Bhagavat. This is the commentary by the Saint Eknath of the 11th skand chapter of the bigger Sanskrit verse. This is Bapu Sahib Jog and the Kaka Sahib Dixit read Bhagavad Gita daily with his Marathi commentary named Bhavarth Deepika or a Gnaneshwari, a dialogue between the Krishna and his friend devotees Arjun, and the Nath Bhagavat, a dialogue between the Krishna and his several servant devotees Uddhav, and also Eknath, other big work, that is Bhavarth Ramayan. When devotees came to Baba and asked him to certain questions, he sometimes treatised of Bhagavad Dharma. When the devotees went and listened, they got full and the satisfactory replies to their questions. Hemadpant also used to read daily some portions of Nath Bhagavat. That day, he did not complete the daily portions of his reading, but he left it unfinished in order to accompany certain devotees who were going to the masjid. When he took up the book from the Sama's window and casually opened it, he found to his surprise that the unfinished portions opened up. He thought that Baba sent him very kindly to Shama's house for enabling him to complete his daily reading. So he went through the unfinished portions and completed it. As soon as this was over, Shama, after doing the worships, came out and the following conversations took place between them. Hemadpant, I have come with a message from Baba. He has asked me to return with rupees 15 as a dakshina from you. Also to sit with you and for a while and have a pleasant chit chat and then return to the masjid with you. Shama, with surprise, I have no money to give. Take my 15 namaskar in lieu of rupees as a dakshina of Baba. Hemadpant, all right, your namaskars are accepted. Now let us have some chit chat. Tell me some stories and leelas of Baba which will destroy our sins. Sama, then sit here for a while. Wonderful is the spot, leela of Sai Baba. You knew it already. I am a village rustic, while you are in an enlightened citizen. You have seen some more leelas. Since you are coming over here, how should I describe them before you? Well, take these leaves, betel nuts, and tuna, and have the panbida, while I'll go in and dress myself and came out. In a few minutes, Sama came out and sat talking with Hemadpant. He said, the leelas of this God, Baba, is inscrutable. There is no end to his leelas. Who can see them? He plays or a sport with his leelas. Still he is beyond, unaffected by them. What do we rustic now? Why does not Baba himself tell stories? Why does he send learned men like you to fool like me? He always are inconceivable. I can only say that they are not human. With this perfect Shama added, I now remember a story which I shall relate to you. I know it personally. As a devotee is resolved and determined, so is a Baba's immediate response. Sometimes Baba puts the devotees to severe test and then gives them updesh, instructions. As soon as the Hemadpant heard the word updesh, as he flashed off a lightning cross through his mind, he at once remembered the story of Mr. Sathe, Guru Charitra reading, and thought that Baba might have sent him to Shamas in order to give a piece of his restless mind. However, he curbed his feeling and began to listen Sama's story. They all showed how kind and affectionate Baba's was his devotees. Hemadpant began to feel joy on hearing all this. Then Shama began to tell the story, following the story. Mrs. Radhabai Deshmukh. There was an old woman by name Radhabai. She was the mother of one of Khasaba Deshmukh. Hearing Baba's fame, she came to Shirdi with the people of Sangmaner. She took Baba's darshans and was much satisfied. She loved Baba intimately and resolved in her mind that she should accept Baba as her guru and take some updesh from him. She determined it so fast herself unto the death, so long as Baba did not accept her and give her any updesh or a mantra. She stayed in her lodging and stopped taking any food or water for 3 days. I was frightened by his ordeal of the old woman and interceded with Baba on her behalf. I said, Deva, what is this you have started? You draw so many persons here. You know that old lady, she is very obstinate and depends on you. She has resolved to fast unto and say that Baba did not instruct her and its consequence. She met her death. So take some mercy on her. Bless her and instruct her. On seeing the determinations, Baba sent for her and made her change her mind by addressing as follows. O mother, why do you have to object yourself to unnecessary tortures? You are my mother and I am your child. Take pity on me and hear me through. I tell you my own story, which, if you listen carefully, will do you good. I had a guru. He was a great saint and most merciful. I served him long, very long. Still he would not blow any mantra into my ears. I had keen desire never to leave him, but to stay with my head shaved, and asked me for 2 paisa as a dakshina. I gave the sum at once. You may say that as my guru was perfect, why should he ask for money, and how should he be called a desireless? The reply is that he never cared for coins. What had he to do with them? His 2 paisa were firm faith and patience or a perseverance. I gave this 2 paisa to him and he was pleased. I restored to my Guru for 12 years. He brought me up. There was no dirt or a food or a clothing. He was full of love, or say, he was a love incarnate. How can I describe it? He loved me most. Rare is the Guru like him. When I looked at him, he seemed as if he was in a deep meditations, and then we both were filled with bliss. Night and day I gazed at him, with no thought of a hunger and thirst. Without him I felt restless. I had no other subject to meditate, nor any other thing than my Guru to attain. He was my sole refuge. My mind was always fixed on him. This nistha, firm faith, is 1 paisa of dakshina. Saburi, patience of a perseverance, is the other paisa. I waited patiently and saw my Guru. This saburi will ferry you across the sea of this mundane extents. Saburi removes all sins and afflictions, gets rid of calamities in various ways, and cast aside all fear and ultimately give you a success. Saburi is the mine of virtues, concert of good thought. My Guru never expected any other thing from me. He never neglected me, but protected me at all times. I lived with him and was sometimes away from him, still I never felt the absence of his love. He always protected me by his glance, just as the tortoise feeds her young ones, whether they are near her or away from on the other side of the bank. By her loving glance, O mother, my Guru never taught me any mantra. Then how shall I blow any mantra in your ears? Just remember that Guru's tortoise like loving glance gives us happiness. Do not try to get mantras or updesh from anybody. Make me the sole object of your thoughts and actions, and you will no doubt attain a paramartha, that is, spiritual goal of life. Look at me wholeheartedly, and I in turn look at you. Sitting in this masjid, I speak the truth, but nothing but the truth. No sadhanas or a proficiency in the 6 Shastra is necessary. Have faith and confidence in your Guru. Believe that Guru is the sole actor, or blessed is he who knows a greatness of his Guru and thinks him to be Hari, Hara, or Brahma, Trimurti incarnate. Instructed in this way, the old lady was convinced. She bowed to the Baba and gave up her fast. Hearing this story carefully and alternatively, and marking its significance and appropriateness, Hemadpant was most agreeable surprised. On seeing these wonderful leelas of Baba, he was moved from top to toe. He was overflowing with joy. His thought was choked and he was not able to utter a single word. Shama, on seeing him in this condition, asked him, "What is the matter with you? Why are you silent?" How innumerable leelas of Baba shall I describe? Just at this time, the bell in the masjid began to ring, proclaiming that the noon worship and arti ceremony has begun. Therefore, Sama and Hemadpant hurried to the masjid. Bapu Sahib Jog had just started the worships. Women were up and masjid, and then men were standing below in the open courtyard, and they were all singing the arti in the chorus to the accompaniment of drums. Shama went up, pulling Hemadpant with him. He sat to the right and the Hemadpant in the front of Baba. On seeing them, Baba asked Hemadpant to give the dakshina bought from Sama. He replied that Shama gave namaskar in lieu of rupees and that he was there in the portion. Baba said, "All right, now let me know whether you both had a chit chat, and if so, tell me all that you talked about it." Now, not minding the sound of the bell, the drum, and the chorus songs, Hemadpant was eager to tell what they had talked and started to narrate it. Baba was also anxious to hear, and so he left the bolster and the learned forward. Hemadpant said, all that they talked about was very pleasant, especially the story of the old lady was the most wonderful, and that on hearing it, he thought that his leelas was inexplicable, and under the guise of that story, he really blessed him. Baba then said, "Wonderful is the story. How were you blessed? I would like to know everything in details from you. So tell me all about it." Then Hemadpant related in a full the story which he had heard a little while before and which is made lasting impressions on his mind. Hearing this, Baba was much pleased and asked him, "Did the story strike you? You have got true peace and rest and came to know the true path." Then Baba spoke as follows, "My method is quite unique. Remember well this one story, and it will be a very useful to get the knowledge, realizations of the self. Dhyana meditations is necessary. If your practice is continuously, the vrittiyo, sub-thought, will be pacified. Being quite desireless, you should meditate on God, who is in all the creatures, and when the mind is concentrated, the goal will be achieved. Meditate always on my formless nature, which is knowledgeable, which is knowledge incarnate, consciousness and bliss. If you cannot do this, meditate on my form from top to toe. As you see here, night and day, as you go on the doing this, your vritti will be single pointed, and distinctions between the dhyata and a dhyan, act of meditations, there, that is the thing, meditations upon will be lost, and the meditator will be one who with the consciousness and the merge in the Brahma, the mother. Tortoise is on one bank of the river and her young ones are on the other. She gives neither milk nor warmth to them. Her mere loving glance gives them nutrition. The young ones do nothing but they remember, meditate upon their mother. The tortoise glance is to the young ones. The only source of substance is happiness. The chorus of the Aarti songs was over and all cried out loudly and unisons, "Victory to be our Sadguru, Sai Maharaj, who is the pure consciousness, knowledge and bliss." Dear readers, let us imagine that we are at this time standing amongst the crowd in the Masjid, and let us join them in this Jai Jaikar. After the Aarti festival and after saluting Baba, gave into his palm and a handful of sugar candy. Baba pushed all this into the hands of Hemadpant and said to them, "If you take this story to heart and remember it well, your state will be sweet as the sugar candy. All your desire will be fulfilled and you will be happy." Hemadpant bowed down to Baba and implored, "Do favor me like this, bless and protect me always." Baba replied, "Hear this story, meditate on it and assimilate its spirit. Then you will always remember and meditate on the Lord who will manifest himself to you." Dear readers, Hemadpant got prasad of sugar candy, and we now get to this prasad of sugar candy or nectar of his story. Let us drink it or our hearts contain, meditate on it and assimilate it, and be strong and happy by Baba's grace. Amen. Towards the end of the 19th chapter, Hemadpant had dealt with some other matters which are given below.
Baba's advice regarding our behavior. The following words of Baba are of general welfare and invaluable. If they are kept in mind and acted upon, they will always do you good. Unless there is some relationship or connection, nobody goes anywhere. If any men or creatures come to you, do not discourteously drive them away, but receive them well and treat them with due respect. Shri Hari, God will be certainly pleased if you give water to the thirsty, bread to the hungry, clothes to the naked, and your veranda to strangers for resting. If anybody wants any money from you and you are not inclined to give, do not give, but do not bark at him like a dog. Let anybody speak hundreds of things against you. Do not resent by giving any bitter reply. If you tolerate such things, you will certainly be happy. Let the world go topsy-turvy, you remain where you are. Standing in your own place, look only calmly at the show of all things passing before you. Demolish the wall of difference that separates from his master, and unless that is destroyed, the state of union or atonement is not possible. Allah Malik, i.e., God is the sole proprietor, nobody else is our protector. His method of work is extraordinary, invaluable, and inscrutable. His will be done, and he will show us the way and satisfy our heart's desires. It is on account of Rinanubandh, former relationship, that we have come together. Let us love and serve each other and be happy. He who attains the supreme goal of life is immortal and happy. All others merely exist, means live so long as they breathe. Encouraging good thoughts to fruition. It is interesting to know how Sai Baba encouraged good thoughts. You have to surrender yourself completely to him with love and devotion, and then you will see how he helps you throughout. Some saint has said that when you get a good thought immediately after awakening from sleep, and if you develop the same after during the day, your intellect will be unfolded and your mind will attain calmness. Hemadpant wanted to try this. On one Wednesday night before going to bed, he thought, tomorrow's Thursday, an auspicious day, and the place means Shirdi is so holy, so let me pass the whole day in remembering and celebrating the Ram Nam. And then he slept off. Next morning when he got up and he remembered without any effort the name of Ram and was much pleased. He then, after finishing his morning duties, went to see Baba with flowers. When he left Dikshitwara and was passing by Butiwara, present Samadhi Mandir, he heard a beautiful song that was being sung nicely by one Aurangabadkar in the Masjid before Baba. The song was Guru Kripanjan Payo Mere Bhai, etc. by Eknath, in which he says that he got collyrium in the form of his Guru's grace, which opened his vision and made him see Ram in and out, in sleep, dream and waking state, and everywhere. There were so many songs, but why was this song particularly chosen by Aurangabadkar, a devotee of Baba? Is it not a curious coincidence arranged by Baba to amplify the determination of Hemadpant to sing unceasingly Ram Nam during the day? All saints agree and lay stress upon the efficacy of uttering God's name in fulfilling the ambitions of the bhaktas and in protecting and saving them from all calamities. Variety in Upadesh, slanderer condemned. Sai Baba required no special place nor any special time for giving instructions. Whenever any occasion demanded, he gave them freely. Once it so happened that the Bhakta of Baba reviled someone behind him, his back, before other people. On leaving aside merits, he dwelt on the faults of his brother and spoke sarcastically, so sarcastically that the hearers were disgusted. Generally, we see that people have a tendency to scandalize others unnecessarily, and this brings on ill feelings. Saints see scandal in another light. They say that there are various ways of cleansing or removing dirt, by means of water and soap, etc., but a scandal monger has got a way of his own. He removes the dirt, faults of others by his tongue, so in a way he obliges the person whom he reviles, and for this he is to be thanked what the slanderer had done. And when he met him at noon near Lendi, Baba pointed out to him a pig that was eating filth near the fence and said to him, "Behold, how with what relish it is gulping filth. Your conduct is similar. You go on reviling your own brethren to your heart's content. After performing many deeds of merit, you are born as a human, and if you act like this, how can Shirdi help you in any way?" Needless to say that the Bhakta took the lesson to his heart and went away. In this way, Baba went on giving instructions whenever necessary. If these are born in our minds and acted upon, the spiritual goal, realization, is not far off. There is a proverb which says, if there be my Hari Lord, he will feed me on my cot. This proverb is only true in respect of food and clothing, but if anyone believing this sits idle and does nothing in spiritual matters, he will be ruined. One has to exert himself to his utmost for attaining self-realization. The more he endeavors, the better for him. Baba said that he was omnipresent, transcending land, air, world, light and heaven, and that he was not localized. To remove the misunderstanding of those who thought that Baba was only his body, 3 cubits and a half in length, he incarnated himself in this form, and if any devotee meditated on him day and night with complete self-surrender, he experienced complete union with him, like sweetness and sugar waves and sea, eye and its sight. He who wants to get rid of the cycle of births and death should lead a righteous life with his mind calm and composed. He should not speak harshly to anyone so as to hurt him. He should always engage himself in good actions, should do his duties and surrender himself, heart and soul to him. He need not then be afraid of anything. He who trusts him entirely, hears and expounds his leelas and does not think of anything else is sure to attain self-realization. Baba asked many to remember his name and to surrender to him, but to those who wanted to know who they were, who am I, he advised Shravan, study, and Manan, contemplation. To some he advised remembering God's name, to others hearing his leelas, to some worship of his feet, and to others reading and studying Adhyatma Ramayan, Dhyaneshwari and other sacred scriptures. Some he made sit near his feet, some he sent to Khandoba's temple, and some he advised the repetition of the 1,000 names of Vishnu, and some the study of Chandogya Upanishad and Gita. There was neither any limit nor any restriction to his instructions. He gave in person or by visions and dreams. To someone addicted to drink, he appeared in his dream, sat on his chest, pressed it, and left him after he gave a promise not to touch liquor anymore. To some, he explained some mantras like Guru Brahma in dreams. To some devotee who was practicing Hatha Yoga, he sent word that he should leave off Hatha Yoga practices, sit quiet and wait, saburi. It is impossible to describe all his ways and methods. In ordinarily worldly dealings, he set examples by his actions, one of which is given below. Remuneration for labor. One day at noon, Baba came near Radhakrishna Mai's house and said, "Bring me a ladder." Some men bought it and set it against the wall of a house as directed by Baba. He climbed up on the roof of the Vaman Gonkar's house, passed over the roof of Radhakrishna Mai's house, and then got down from the other corner. What object Baba had, none could know. Radhakrishna Mai was at that time shivering with malaria. It may be to drive off that fever that he may have gone up there. Immediately after getting down, Baba paid 2 rupees to the person who brought the ladder. Somebody asked Baba why he paid so much for this. He replied that nobody should take the labor of others in vain. The worker should be paid his dues promptly and liberally. If the principle taught by Baba be followed, means if both the laborers and their employers will be profited, and there will be no room for lockouts and strikes, no ill feeling between labor and capital. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Problem solved by Kaka Maid Servant. In this chapter, Hemadpant describes how Daskanu's problem was solved by Kaka Sahib Dixit's maid servant. God was originally formless. He assumed a form from the sake of Bhaktas. With the help of Maya, he played the part of an actor in the big drama of the universe. Let us remember and visualize Shri Sai. Let us go to Shirdi and see carefully the program after the noon Aarti. After the Aarti ceremony was over, Sai used to come out of the Masjid and standing on its edge distribute uddi to the devotees with very kind, gracious and loving looks. The Bhagtas also got up with equal fervour, clasped his feet and had the bliss of uddi. Baba passed handfuls of uddi into the palms of the devotees and marked their foreheads with uddi with his own hands. The love he bore for them in his heart was boundless. Then he addressed the Bhaktas. "O Bal, come home to take your lunch. You, Anna, go to your lodgings. You, Bapu, enjoy your meal." In this way he accosted each and every devotee and sent them home. Even now you can have the pleasure of these sights if you bring into play your imagination. Now bringing Sai into our mental vision, let us meditate on him from his feet upwards to his face, prostrating yourself before him humbly, lovingly and reverently. Isha Upanishad. Ganu once started to write a Marathi commentary on the Isha Upanishad. Let us find it is embodied in the mantras of the Vedic Samhita. It constitutes the last or the 40th chapter of the Vajraseni Samhita, Yajurveda, and it is therefore called the Yajurveda Samhitopanishad. Being embodied in the Vedic Samhitas, this is regarded as superior to all the other Upanishads, which are in the Brahmanyaks and Aranyaks, explanatory treatises on the mantras and rituals. Not only this, other Upanishads are considered to be commentaries on the truth mentioned briefly in the Isha Upanishad. For instance, the biggest of the Upanishads, viz. the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, is considered by Pandit Satawalika to be running commentary on the Isha Upanishad. Professor R.D. Remedies says the Isha Upanishad is quite a small Upanishad, and yet it contains many facts which show an extraordinarily piercing insight. Within the short compass of 18 verses, it gives a valuable mystical description of the Atma, a description of the ideal sage who stands unruffled in the midst of the temptations and sorrows, an adumbration of the doctrine Karma Yoga as later formulated. The most valuable idea that lays at the root of the Upanishad is that of a logical synthesis between the two opposites of knowledge and work, which are both required. 24 of the constructive survey of the Upanishadic philosophy. In another place he says the poetry of the Isha Upanishad is a co-mixture of moral, mystical and metaphysical knowledge. I bid page 41. From the brief description given above about this Upanishad, one can see how difficult it is to translate this Upanishad in a vernacular language and bring out its exact meaning. Thus Ganu translated it in Marathi, Ovi Mita, verse by verse, but as he did not comprehend the gist or essence of the Upanishad, he was not satisfied with his performance. On being dissatisfied, he consulted some learned men to solve them, nor did they give him any rational and satisfactory explanation. So Ganu was a little restless over this matter. Sadhguru only competent and qualified to explain. As we have seen, this Upanishad is the quintessence of the Vedas. It is the science of realization. It is the scythe or weapon which can rend asunder the bondage of life and death and make us free. Therefore, he thought that he who has himself attained self-realization can only give him the true or correct interpretation of the Upanishad. When nobody could satisfy Ganu, he resolved to consult Sai Baba about this. When he got an opportunity to go to Shirdi, he saw Sai Baba, prostrated himself before him, and mentioned his difficulties about the Isha Upanishad and requested him to give the correct solution. Sai Baba blessed him and said, "You need not be anxious. There is no difficulty about the matter. The maidservant of Kaka Mahajani will solve your doubts at Bala on your way home." The people who were present there and heard this thought that Baba was joking and said, "How can a literate maidservant solve difficulties of this mystic nature?" But Ganu thought otherwise. He was sure that whatever Baba spoke must come true, as Baba's words were the decree of Brahma Almighty. Kaka's maidservant. Fully believing Baba's words, he left Shirdi and came to Vile Parli, on a suburb of Mumbai, and stayed with Kaka Sahib Dixit. There the next day, when Dasganu was enjoying his morning nap, some say when he was engaged in worship, he heard a poor girl singing a beautiful song in a clear and melodious voice. The theme of the song was a crimson-coloured sari. How nice it was, how fine was its embroidery, how beautiful were its borders, etc. He liked the song so much that he came out and saw that it was being sung by a young girl, the sister of Namya, who was a servant of Kaka Saheb. The girl was cleaning vessels and had only a torn rag on her person. On seeing her impoverished condition and her happy temperament, Dasganu felt pity for her, and when Rao Bahadur M.V. Pradhan gave him a pair of dhotas, the Shirdi, small sari, and presented it to her. Like a starved person getting delicious dishes to eat, her joy knew no bounds. Next day she wore the sari and out of great joy and merriment whirled and danced around and played Fogadi with the other girls. The following day she kept the new sari in her box at home and came in the old and torn rags, but she looked as merry as she was the previous day. On seeing this, Dasganu's pity transformed into admiration. He thought that the girl was being poor, had to wear a torn rag, but now she had a new sari, which she kept in reserve, and putting on the old rag, strutted about, showing no trace of sorrow or dejection. Thus he realized that all our feelings of pain and pleasure depend upon the attitude of our mind. On thinking deeply over this incident, he realized that a man ought to enjoy whatever God has bestowed on him, in the firm conviction that he possesses everything from all sides, and whatever is bestowed on him by God must be for his good. In this particular case, the impoverished condition of the poor girl, her torn rag, and the new sari, the dona, the doni, and the deal were all parts of the Lord and pervaded by him. Here Dasganu got a practical demonstration of the lessons of the Upanishad, the lesson of contentment with one's own lot, in the belief that whatever happens is ordained by God and is ultimately good for us. Unique method of teaching. From the above incidents, the reader will see that Baba's method was unique and varied. Though Baba never left Shirdi, he sent some to Machindragad, some to Kolhapur or Solapur for practicing sadhanas. To some he appeared in his usual form, to some he appeared in waking or dreaming states, day or night, and satisfied their desires. It is impossible to describe all the methods that Baba used in imparting instructions to his bhaktas. In this particular case, he sent Dasganu to Ville Parle, where he got his problem solved. Through the maidservant to those who say that it was not necessary to send away Dasganu, and that Baba could have personally taught him, and a great lesson that the poor maidservant and her sari were pervaded by the Lord. Now we close the chapter with another beautiful extract about this Upanishad. The ethics of the Isha. One of the main features of the Isha Upanishad is that the ethical advice it offers, and it's interesting to note that the ethics of the Upanishad are definitely based upon the metaphysical position given in it. The very opening words of the Upanishad tells us that God pervades everything. As a corollary from this metaphysical position, the ethical advice it offers is that a man ought to enjoy whatever God bestows on him, in the firm belief that as he pervades everything, whatever is bestowed on him by God must be good. It follows naturally that the Upanishad forbids us from coveting another man's property. In fact, we are fittingly taught here a lesson of contentment with one's own lot, in belief that whatever happens is divinely ordained, and hence it is good for us. Another moral advice is that man must spend his lifetime always in doing action, according to this Upanishad, would be the canker of the soul. It is only when a man spends his lifetime in doing actions in this sees all beings in the self, and sees the self as existing in all beings, in fact, for whom all beings and everything that exists have become the self. How can such a man suffer from infatuation? What ground would such a man have for grief? Loathfulness, infatuation, and grief verily proceed from our not being able to see the Atma in all things, but a man who realizes the oneness of all things, for whom everything is self, for everything has become the self, must ipso facto cease to be affected by the common foibles of humanity. Page 169 to 170 of the Creative Periods by Messrs. Bilverkar and Renede. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 21. In this chapter, Hemadpant relates the stories of Vinayak Harishchandra Thakur, B.A. Anandrao Patnakar of Pune, and a pleader from Badarpur. All these stories are very interesting, which, if very carefully read and grasped, will lead the readers onto the spiritual path. Preliminary. It is a general rule that it is our good luck in the form of accumulation of merits in past births that enables us to seek the company of saints and prophets from it thereby. As an illustration of this rule, Hemadpant gives his own instance. He was a resident magistrate of Bandra, a suburb of Mumbai, for many years. A famous Mohammedan saint named Pir Mulana was living there, and many Hindus, Parsis, and many others who followed different religion used to go to him and take his darshan. His Mujawar, priest, by name Yunus, pressed Hemadpant many a time, night and day, for going to see him. But for some reason or other, he was not able to see him. After many years, his turn came and he was called to Shirdi, where he was permanently criticized in Sai Baba's darbar. Unfortunate, fellows do not get this contact of the saints. It is only the fortunate ones that get it. Institution of saints. There have been many institutions of saints in this world from time immemorial. Various saints appear, incarnate themselves in various places to carry out the missions allotted to them. But though they work in different places, they are, as it were, one. They work in unison under the common authority of the Almighty Lord and know full well what each of them is doing in his place and supplement his work where necessary. An instance illustrating this is given below. Mr. Thakur. Mr. V.H. Thakur, B.A., was a clerk in the revenue department, and he once came to a town named Vadgaon, near Belagaon, South Mysore country, along with a survey party. There he saw a Ganarase saint, Appa, and bowed before him. The saint was explaining portion from the book, Vichar Sagar, of Nishchal Das, a standard work of Vedanta, to the audience. When Thakur was taking his leave to go, he said to him, "You should study this book, and if you do so, your desires will be fulfilled. And when you go to the north in the discharge of your duties in future, you will come across a great saint by your good luck, and then he will show you the future path and give rest to your mind and make you happy." Then he was transferred to Junnar, where he had to go by crossing Nana Gut. This gut was very steep and impassable, and no other conveyance other than a buffalo was of use in crossing it. So he had to take a buffalo ride through the gut, which inconvenienced and pained him much. Thence he was transferred on the promotion to Kalyan, and there he became acquainted with Nana Sahib Chandorkar. He heard much about Sai Baba from him and wished to see him. Next day, Nana Sahib had to go to Shirdi, and he asked Thakur to accompany him. He could not do so as he had to attend the Thana civil court for a civil case. So Nana Sahib went alone. Thakur went to Thane, but there the case was postponed. Then he repented for not accompanying Nana Sahib. Still, he left for Shirdi, and when he reached there, he found that Nana Sahib had left the place the previous day. Some of his other friends whom he met there took him to Baba. He saw Baba, fell at his feet, and was overjoyed. His eyes were full of tears of joy, and his hair stood on end. Then after a while, the omniscient Baba said to him, "The path of this place is not so easy as the teachings of the Kanarase Saint Appa, or even as the buffalo ride in the Nanagat. In this spiritual path, you have to put in your best exertion, as it is very difficult." When Thakur heard these significant signs and words, which only he knew, he was overwhelmed with joy. He came to know these things have to be practiced and lived. Mere reading won't do. You have to think and carry out what you read, otherwise it is of no use. Mere book learning without the grace of the Guru and self-realization is of no avail. The theoretical portion was read from the work Vichar Sagar by Thakur, but the practical way was shown to him at Shirdi. Another story given below will bring out the truth more forcibly. Anantrao Patnagar. One gentleman from Pune by name Anantrao Patnagar wished to see Baba. He came to Shirdi and took Baba's darshan. His eyes were appeased, and he was much pleased. He fell at Baba's feet, and after performing all the Puranas, "But still, I have not got any peace of mind. So I think that all my reading was useless. Simple, ignorant, devout persons are better than myself. Unless the mind becomes calm, all book learning is of no avail. I have heard from many people that you easily give peace of mind to so many people by your mere glance and playful word. So I have come here. Please take pity on me and bless me." Then Baba told him a parable, which was as follows. Parable of 9 bowls of stool, Navavida Bhakti. Once a Sodagar merchant came here. Before him a mare passed his stool, 9 bowls of stool. The merchant, intent on his quest, spread the end of his dhotar and gathered all the 9 bowls in it. And thus he got concentration, peace of mind. Mr. Patankar could not make out the meaning of this story, so he asked Ganesh Damodar, alias Dada Kelkar, "What does Baba mean by this?" He replied, I too do not know all that Baba says and means. 9 bowls excreted are the 9 forms or types of bhakti. 1. Shravan, hearing. 2. Kirtan, praying. 3. Smaran, remembering. 4. Padasevan, resorting to the feet. 5. Archan, worship. 6. Namaskar, bowing. 7. Dasya, service. 8. Sakyatva, friendship. And 9. Atmanivedam, surrender of the self. They are the 9 types of bhakti. If any of these is faithfully followed, Lord Hari will be pleased and manifest himself in the home of the devotee. All the sadhanas, viz. Japa, vocal worship, tapa, penance, yoga practice, and studying the scriptures are expounding them are quite useless unless they are accompanied by bhakti, i.e. devotion. Knowledge of the Vedas or fame as a great dhyani and mere formal bhajan worship are of no avail. What is wanted is full devotion. Consider yourself as the merchant or seeker after the truth and be anxious and eager like him to collect or cultivate the 9 types of devotion. Then you will attain stability and peace of mind. Next day, when Patankar went to Baba for salutation, he was asked whether he collected the 9 bowls of stool. Then he said that he, being a poor fellow, should first be graced by Baba and then they will be easily collected. Then Baba blessed and comforted him, saying that he would attain peace and welfare. After hearing this, Patankar became overjoyed and happy. The Pandharpur pleader. We shall close this chapter with a short story showing Baba's omniscience and his using it for correcting people and setting them on the right path. Once a pleader from Pandharpur came to Shirdi, went to the Masjid, saw Sai Baba, fell at his feet, and without being asked, offered some dakshina and sat in a corner eager to hear the talk that was going on. Then Baba turned his face towards him and said, "How cunning the people are. They fall at the remark, fitted the pleader, and he had to wear, take it." None understood the remark. The pleader grasped it, but kept silent. When they returned to the Wada, the pleader said to Kaka Sahib Dikshit, "What Baba remarked was perfectly right. The dart remark was aimed at me. It was a hint to me that I should not indulge in reviling or scandalizing others, calling by names. Only when the sub-judge or Mansif of Pandarpur, Mr. Nurkar, came and stayed here for the improvement of his health. A discussion about this matter was going on in the bar room at Pandarpur, as it ever happens in many bar rooms. It was said or discussed there whether the ailments from which the sub-judge suffered were ever likely to be got rid of without medicines, by merely going after Sai Baba, and whether it was proper for an educated man like the sub-judge to have recourse to such methods. The sub-judge was taken to task, i.e. he was criticized, as also Sai Baba. I also took some part in this affair, and now Sai Baba showed the impropriety of my conduct. This is not a rebuke to me, but a favor and advice that I should not indulge in any scandal or slander of others, and not interfere unnecessarily in others' affairs. Shirdi is about 100 kos. Kos equals 3 miles, which equals 4.8 kilometers away from Pandarpur. Still, Baba, by his omniscience, knew what transpired there in the barroom. The intervening places, rivers, jungles, and mountains were not a bar to his all-perceiving sight, and he could see or read the hearts of all, and there was nothing secret or veiled from him. Everything far or near was plain and clear to him, as broad as daylight. Let a man be far or near, he cannot avoid the all-pervading gaze of Sai Baba. From this incident, the pleader took the lesson that he should never speak ill of others or unnecessarily criticize them. Thus, his evil tendency was completely got rid of, and he was set on the right path. Though the story refers to a pleader, still it is applicable to all. All should therefore take this lesson to heart and profit thereby. Sai Baba's greatness is unfathomable. So are his wonderful leelas. His life is also such, for he is Parabrahma, Lord God incarnate. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 22. Rescues from serpent bites. 1. Bala Saheb Miracle. 2. Bapul Saheb Bhuti. 3. Amir Shaka. 4. Hemadpant. Baba's opinion regarding killing of serpents. Preliminary. How to meditate on Baba. No one has been able to fathom the nature or form of the Almighty. Even the Vedas and 1,000-tongued Shesha are not able to describe it fully. The devotees also cannot know, but only look at the form of the Lord, for they know that his feet are their only refuge. They know no other method of attaining his supreme goal of life, except meditating on the holy feet. Hemadpant suggests an easy way of devotion and meditation as follows. As the dark fortnight of every month wears out gradually, the moonlight also wanes in the same degree, and on the new moon day. On the first day the moon is not seen, and on the second day she emerges as a thin crescent. Then the people are asked to see the moon through the opening between the two branches of a tree, and where they begin to see through this aperture eagerly, the distant small crescent of the moon comes to their sight. Following this instant, let us see Baba's form. Look at Baba's posture, how fine it is. He is sitting with his legs folded, the right leg held across the left knee. The fingers of his left hand are spread on the right foot. On the toe are spread his 2 fingers, the index and middle ones. By this posture, Baba seems to say, "Place a pilgrimage. on account of Baba's stay there. People from all quarters began to flock there, and both the rich and the poor began to be benefited in more ways than one. Who can describe Baba's boundless love and his wonderful knowledge and his all-pervasiveness? Blessed is he who could experience these. Sometimes Baba observed long silence, which was in a way his dissertation on Brahma. At other times he was pure consciousness, bliss incarnate, surrounded by his devotees. Sometimes he spoke in parables, and at other times indulged in wit and humour. At times he was quite calm, and at times he seemed enraged. Sometimes he gave his blessings in a nutshell, at other times he argued at length. Many a time he was very direct. In this way he gave varied instructions to many, according to their requirements. His life was therefore inscrutable, beyond the ken of our mind, intellect and speech. Our longing to see his face, to talk with him and hear his leelas was never satisfied. Still we were overflowing with joy. We can gauge the showers of rain, capture the wind in a leather bag, but who can measure his leelas? Now we deal here with one aspect of them, viz., how he anticipated or forestalled the calamities of his devotees and warned them in time. Bala Saheb Mirikar. Bala Saheb Mirikar, son of Sardar Kaka Saheb Mirikar, was Mamlatar Dar of Kopagan. He was going on tour to Chitali. On the way he came to Shirdi to see Sai Baba. When he went to the Masjid and prostrated himself before Baba, the usual conversation regarding health and other matters commenced, when Baba sounded a note of warning. Do you know our Dua Kamai? As Bala Saheb did not understand, he kept quiet. Baba continued, This is our Dua Kamai, where you are sitting. She wards off all dangers and anxieties of the children who sit on her lap. This Masjid Mai, its presiding deity, is very merciful. She is the merciful mother of the simple devotees, whom she will save in calamities. Then Baba gave him Uddi and placed his hand on his head. When Bala Saheb was about to depart, he again said, Do you know the Lamba Baba? Long gentleman, viz. Serpent. And then closing his left fist, he brought it under the right elbow, and moving his left arm like the hood of a serpent, said, He is so terrible, but what can he do to the children of Dwarakamai? When the Dwarakamai, its presiding deity, protects, what can the serpent do? All who were present there were curious to know the meaning of all this and its reference to Mirikar, but none had the courage to ask Baba about this. Then Bala Saheb saluted Baba and left the masjid with Shama. Baba called Shama back and asked him to accompany Bala Saheb and enjoy the Chitali trip. Shama came to Bala Saheb and told him that he would go with him according to Baba's wish. Bala Saheb replied that he need not come as it would be inconvenient. Shama returned to Baba and told him what Bala Saheb said to him. Baba said, All right, do not go. We should mean well and do well. Whatever is destined to happen will happen. In the meantime, Bala Saheb thought over again and calling Shama, asked him to accompany him. Then Shama went to Baba and after taking his leave, started with Bala Saheb in the Tonga. They reached Chitali at 9 p.m. and encamped in the Maruti temple. The office people had not come, so they sat in the temple, talking and chit-chatting. Bala Saheb was sitting on a mat, reading a newspaper. His uparani, apadota, was spread across his waist, and on it a snake was sitting unnoticed. It began to move with a hissing sound, which was heard by the peon. He brought a lantern, saw the snake, and raised an alarm. Serpent, serpent! Bala Saheb was frightened and began to quiver. Shama was also stunned. Then he and others moved quietly and took sticks and clubs in their hands. The snake got slowly down the waist and moved away from Bala Saheb, and it was immediately done to death. Thus this calamity, which was prophesied by Baba, was averted and Bala Saheb's devotion in Baba was confirmed. Bapul Saheb Bhuti, a great astrologer named Nanul Saheb Dengi, told Bapul Saheb Bhuti, who was then in Shirdi, Today is an inauspicious day for you. There is danger to your life. This made Bapul Saheb restless. When they as usual came to Masjid, Baba said to Bapul Saheb, "What does this Nana say? He foretells death for you. Well, you need not be afraid. Tell him, let us see how death kills." Then, later in the evening, Bapul Saheb went to his privy for easing himself, where he saw a snake. His serpent saw it and lifted a stone to strike at it. Bapul Saheb asked him to get a big stick, but before the serpent returned with the stick, the snake was seen moving away and soon disappeared. Bapul Saheb remembered Baba's words of fearlessness. Amir Shakar. Amir Shakar was a native of the village Kohali in Kopagan Taluka. He belonged to the butcher caste. He worked as a commission agent in Bundra, Mumbai, and was well known there. He once suffered from rheumatism, which gave him much pain. He then remembered Allah, God, left his business, and went to Shirdi and prayed to Baba to relieve him from this malady. Baba then stationed him in the Chavadi. The Chavadi was then a damp, unhealthy place, unfit for such a patient. Any other place in the village or Koali would itself have been better for Amir, but Baba's word was the command, the chief medicine. Baba did not allow him to come to the Masjid, but fixed him in the Chavadi every morning and evening. Every alternate day, Baba went to the Chavadi in a procession and slept there, so Amir got Baba's contact very often. Amir'd stay there for full 9 months, and then he got a disgust for the place. So one day he stealthily left the place and came to Kaparde and stayed in a dharmashala. There he saw a old dying Fakir who asked him for water. Amir brought it and gave it to him. As soon as he drank it, he passed away. Now Amir was in a fix. He thought that if he went and informed the authorities, he would be held responsible for the death, as he was the first and sole informant and knew something about it. He repented for his action, his leaving Shirdi without Baba's permission, and prayed to Baba. He then determined to return to Shirdi, and same night he retreated, remembering and muttering Baba's name all the way, and reached Shirdi before daybreak, and became free from anxiety. Then he lived in the Chavadi in perfect accordance with Baba's wishes and orders, and got himself cured. One against the side of my bed. Abdul came with a lantern, examines Baba's bed, but found nothing. Baba asked him to examine carefully all the place, and began to strike the ground with his sakka. Seeing this leela of Baba, Amir thought that Baba might have suspected some serpent there. Amir could know by close contact with Baba the meaning of his words and actions. Baba then saw Amir's cushion, something moving. He asked Abdul to bring in the light, and when he brought it, he saw the serpent coiled up there, moving its head up and down. Thereupon, the serpent was immediately beaten to death. Thus, Baba gave timely warning and saved Amir's life. Hemadpant, scorpion and serpent. 1. At Baba's recommendation, Kaka Saheb Dixit was daily reading the 2 works of Sri Eknath Maharaj, viz. Bhagavat and Bhavata Ramayana, and Hemadpant had the good fortune to be one of the audience when the reading of the works was going on. Once, when a portion from the Ramayana relating to Hanuman's testing Rama's greatness, according to his mother's instructions, was being read, all the listeners were spellbound. Hemadpant was one of them. A big scorpion, none knew where it came from, jumped and sat on the right shoulder of Hemadpant, on his Uparani Apadota. First it was not noticed, but as the Lord protects those who are intent on hearing his stories, he casually cast a glance over his right shoulder and noticed it. It was dead silent, not a bit moving here or there. It seemed as if it also enjoying the reading. Then, by the Lord's grace, Hemadpant, without disturbing the audience, took the 2 ends of his dhota. On occasion, some persons were sitting in the upper floor of Kaka Saheb's Wada just before midnight, when a serpent crept through a hole in the window frame and sat coiled up. A light was brought. Though it was first dazzled, yet it sat still and moved its head up and down. Then many persons rushed there with sticks and cudgels, but as it sat in an awkward place, no blow could be dealt. But hearing the noises of men, the serpent went out hastily through the same hole. Then all the persons present felt relieved. Babas challenged him, saying that serpents should better be killed. There was a hot discussion between them, the former contending that serpents and such creatures should not be killed. The next day the question was referred to Baba. who gave his settled opinion as follows: God lives in all beings and creatures, whether they be serpents or scorpions. He is the great wire puller of the world, and all beings, serpents, scorpions, etc., obey his command. Unless he wills it, nobody can do any harm to others. The world is all dependent on him, and no one is independent. So we should take pity and love all creatures, leave off killings and be patient. The Lord God is the protector of all. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 23. Yoga and Onion, Shama cured of snake bite, cholera ordinance broken, ordeal of Guru Bhakti. Really, this jiva, human soul, transcends the three qualities, viz. Sattva, Rajas and Tamas, but being deluded by Maya, he forgets his nature, which is existence, knowledge, bliss, and thinks that he is the doer and enjoyer, and thus entangles himself in endless miseries, and does not know the way of deliverance. The only way of deliverance is the loving devotion towards the Guru's feet. The great player or actor, Lord Sai, has delighted his bhaktas and transformed them into himself, his nature. We regard Sai Baba as an incarnation of God for reasons already stated, but he always said that he was an obedient servant of God. Though an incarnation, he showed the people the way how to behave satisfactorily and carry out the duties of their respective stations, varnas, in life. He never emulated others in any way, nor asked others to have something done for him. For him, who was the Lord in all movable and immovable things of this world, humility was the most proper thing. None he disregarded or disrespected, for he saw Narayan, Lord, in all beings. He never said, I am God, but that he was a humble servant, and he always remembered him and always uttered, Allah Malik. God is the sole proprietor or owner. We do not know the various kinds of saint, how they behave, what they do and eat. We only know that by God's grace they manifest themselves in this world to liberate the ignorant and bound souls. If there be any store of merit on our account, we get is not. Let us now turn to the main stories of this chapter. Yoga and Onion. Once it so happened that a sadhak of yoga came to Shirdi with Nana Chandorkar. He had studied all the works on yoga, including the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, but had no practical experience. He could not concentrate his mind and attain samadhi even for a short time. He thought that if Sai Baba be pleased with him, he will show him the way to attain samadhi for a longer time. With this object in view, he came to Shirdi, and when he went to the Masjid, he saw Sai Baba eating bread with onion. On seeing this, a thought arose in his mind. How can this man eating stale bread and raw onion solve my difficulties and help me? Sai Baba read his mind and said to Nana Sahib, "Oh Nana, he who has the power to digest onion should eat it and none else." Hearing this remark, the yogi was wonderstruck. He asked his difficulties and got their solution from Baba. Thus being satisfied and happy, he left. Before Hemadpant begins the story, he says about the jiva that it can be very well compared with a parrot. It is only when a helper, that is, Guru, comes and by God's grace opens their eyes and liberates them from their bondage that their eyes are opened to a greater and larger life, compared to which their former limited life is nothing. In the last chapter, it was shown how Baba anticipated the calamity that was to befall on Mr. Miracle and rescued him from it. Now let the readers hear a story grander than this. Once Shama was bitten by a poisonous snake. His little finger of the hand was stung and the poison began to spread into the body. The pain was also severe, and Shyama thought that he would pass soon. His friends wanted to take him to God Viroba, and such cases were often sent, but Shyama ran to the masjid, to his Viroba, Sai Baba. When Baba saw him, he began to scold and abuse. He got enraged and said, "Oh, vile Paturdya, priest, do not climb up. Beware if you do so," and then roared, "Go, get away, come down." Seeing Baba thus red with wrath, Shyama was greatly puzzled and disappointed. He thought that the masjid was his home and Sai Baba was his sole refuge. But if he was driven away like this, where should he go? He lost all hope of life and kept silent. After a while, Baba became normal and calm. When Shyama went up and sat near, then Baba said to him, "Don't be afraid. Don't care a jot. The merciful Fakir will save you. Go and sit quiet at home. Don't go out. Believe in me and remain fearless and have no anxiety." Then he was sent home. Immediately afterwards, Baba sent Tatya Patil and Kaka Dikshit to him with instructions to the effect that he should eat what he liked, should move in the home, but should in no case lie down and sleep. Needless to say that these instructions were acted upon, and Shyama got all right in a short time. The only thing to be remembered is, "Go, get away, calm down," were not addressed to Shyama as it apparently looked, but they were a different order to the snake and its poison not to go up and circulate through Shyama's body. Like others well versed in mantra shastra, he had not to use any incantation, charged rice or water, etc. His words only were the most efficacious in saving the life of Shyama. Anyone hearing this story or other similar ones will beget firm faith in the feet of Sai Baba. And the only way to cross the ocean of Maya is to remember ever the feet of Baba in the heart. Cholera epidemic. Once cholera was raging virulently in Shirdi. The residents were much frightened and they stopped all communication with the outside people. The punches of the village assembled together and decided upon 2 ordinances as a remedy to check and put down the epidemic. They were: 1. No fuel cart should be allowed to come in the village, and 2. No goat should be killed there. If anyone disobeyed these ordinances, they were to be fined by the village authorities and the punchers. Baba knew that all this was mere superstition, and therefore he cared 2 pence for the cholera ordinance. While the ordinances were in force, a fuel cart came there and wanted to enter the village. Everybody knew that there was dearth or scarcity of fuel in the village, but still the people began to drive away the fuel cart. Baba came to know of this. He came to the spot and asked the cartman to take the fuel cart to the masjid. None dared to raise his voice against this action of Baba. He wanted fuel for his dhuni, so he purchased it, like an Agnihotri keeping his sacred fire alive throughout his life. Baba kept his dhuni ever burning all day and night, and for this he always stocked the fuel. Baba's home, that is the masjid, was free and open to all. It had no lock and key, and some poor people removed some wood from there for their use. Baba did not grumble about this. Baba saw that the whole universe was pervaded by the Almighty, and so he never bore enmity or ill will to anyone. Though perfectly detached, he behaved like an ordinary householder to set an example to the people. Ordeal of Guru Bhakti. Let us now see how second cholera ordinance fared with Baba. While it was in force, somebody brought a goat to the masjid. It was weak, old, and about to die. At this time, Fakir Pir Muhammad of Melgaon, alias Bade Baba, was near. Sai Baba asked him to behead it with one stroke and offer it as oblation. This Bade Baba was much respected by Sai Baba. He always sat by, he sat on the right hand of Sai Baba. After the chilim was first smoked by him, it was then offered to Baba and others. After the dishes were served at the time of taking meals at noon, Baba respectfully called Bade Baba and made him sit on his left side, and then all partook of food. Baba paid him daily rupees 50 out of the amount collected as dakshina. Baba accompanied him 100 steps whenever he went away. Such was his position with Baba. But when Baba asked him to behead the goat, he flatly refused, saying, "Why should it be killed for nothing?" Then Baba asked Shyama to kill it. He went to Radha Krishna Mai and bought a knife from her and placed it before Baba. Knowing the purpose for which the knife was taken, she recalled it. Then Shyama went to bring another knife, but stayed in the Wada and did not return. Then came the turn of Kaka Dikshit. He was good gold, no doubt, but he had to be tested. Baba asked him to get a knife and kill the goat. He went to the Satyavada and returned with a knife. He was ready to kill it at Baba's bidding. He was born in a pure Brahmin family and never in his life knew killing. Though quite averse to an act of violence, still he made himself bold to kill the goat. All the people wondered to see that, while Bade Baba, a Mohammedan, was unwilling to kill it, but this pure Brahmin was making preparations to do so. He tied Baba for the final signal. Baba said, "What are you thinking of? Go on, strike." Then when the hand was just about to come down, Baba said, "Stop! How cruel you are. Being a Brahmin, you're killing a goat." Kaka Sahib obeyed and kept the knife down and said to Baba, "Your nectar-like word is law unto us. We do not know any other ordinance. We remember you always, meditate on your form, and obey you day and night. We do not know or consider whether it is right or wrong to kill. We do not want to know. We do not want to reason or discuss things, but implicit and prompt compliance with Guru's orders is our duty and dharma." Then Baba said to Kaka Sahib that he would himself do the offering and killing business. It was settled that the goat should be disposed of near a place called the Takia, where fakirs used to sit. Then when the goat was being removed to the place, it fell dead on the way. Hemadpant closes the chapter with a classification of disciples. He says there are of three kinds. One, first or best, second or average, and third or ordinary. The best kind of disciples are those who guess what their gurus want and immediately carry it out and serve them without waiting for an order from them. The average disciples are those who carry out the orders of their masters to a letter without any delay. And the third kind of disciples are those who go on postponing the carrying out of their orders and make mistakes at every step. The disciples should have firm faith backed up by intelligence. And if they add patience to these, their spiritual goal will not be distant. Control of breath ingoing and outgoing, or hatha yoga, or other difficult practices are not at all necessary. When the disciple gets above mentioned qualities, they become ready for further instructions, and the masters then appear and lead them on in their spiritual path to perfection. In the next chapter, we deal with Baba's interesting wit and humor. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। ब्रह्मानंदं परम सुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुत्वं नमामि। सद्गुरु साईनाथ देवताभ्यो नमः। नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि। शर्कराखंड खाद्यानि दधिक्षिरदुतानि च आहारं भक्ष्यभोजं च नैवेद्यं प्रतिगृह्यतां माम्। ॐ प्राणाय स्वाहा, ॐ अपानाय स्वाहा, ॐ व्यानाय स्वाहा, ॐ उदानाय स्वाहा, ॐ समानाय स्वाहा, ॐ ब्रह्मणे नमः। मद्यपान्यं समर्पयामि। पुनः नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि। ॐ प्राणाय स्वाहा, ॐ अपानाय स्वाहा, ॐ व्यानाय स्वाहा, ॐ उदानाय स्वाहा, ॐ समानाय स्वाहा, ॐ ब्रह्मणे नमः। हस्तप्रक्षालनं समर्पयामि। मुखप्रक्षालनं समर्पयामि। करोदवर्धनार्थे चन्दनं समर्पयामि। अथ धूपः वनस्पतिरसोद्भूतो गन्धाद्यो गन्धोत्तमः। आग्रे सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यतां माम्। अथ दीपः शुभं करोति कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदा। शत्रुबुद्धि विनाशाय दीप ज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते। आराध्य दीपकं दर्शयामि। श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। ये उन्हीं पंचारती करो बाबा सी आरती, करो साईं सी आरती, करो बाबा सी आरती। उठा उठा हो बांधव, हुआ रूहार माधव, हुआ माधव, हुआ लोहार माधव। करुणीय स्थिर मन, पाहो गंभीर है ध्यान। साईं चे है ध्यान, पाहो गंभीर है ध्यान। कृष्णनाथा दत्त साईं, जड़ो चित्त तो जे पाई। चित्त बाबा पाई, जड़ो चित्त तो जे पाई। आरती साईं बाबा, सौख्य दातार जीवा। चरण रजातली, ध्यावा दासा विसावा। भक्ता विसावा, आरती साईं बाबा। जया मणि जैसा भाव, तया तैसा अनुभव। माव तुझी माव, आरती साईं बाबा। तुम चे नाम ध्याता, हरे संस्कृति व्यथा। अगाध तव करणी, मार्ग दाविसियनाथा, दाविसियनाथा। आरती साईं बाबा। कलियुग अवतार, सगुण पर ब्रह्म साचार अवतीर्ण झाला से स्वामी दत्ता दिगंबर दत्ता दिगंबर आरती साई बाबा आठा दिवसा गुरुवारी भक्त करी तिवारी प्रभु पद पावया भव भय निवारी भय वारी आरती साई बाबा माझा निज द्रव्य ठेवा तव चरण रज सेवा मागण्याची आता तुम्हा देवा देवा आरती साई बाबा इच्छित दिन चातक निर्मल दोय निज सुख आजावे माधवाय सांभाळ आपोले भाक आरती साई बाबा जय देव दत्ता अवधूता ओ साई अवधूता जोडून कर तव चरणी ठेवी तो माथा जय देव जय अवतरासी तू येत धर्मा ते ग्लानी नास्तिका नाही तुला विसी निज भजनी दाविसी नाना लीला असंख्य रूपाणी हरसी दिन चेतु संकट दिन रजनी जय देव दत्ता अवधूता ओ साई अवधूता जोडून कर तव चरणी देवी तो माथा जय देव यवन स्वरूपी क्या दर्शन फादिदले संशय निरसुनिया तद्वैत गालविले गोपी चंदा मंदा त्वांची उत्तरिले मोमिन वंशी जन्मुनि लोक तारेले जय देव दत्ता अवधूता ओ साई अवधूता जोडून कर तव चरणी ठेवी तो माथा जय देव पीडनत्री हिंदू यवनाच्या काही दावयासी जाला पुनरपि नरदेही पायसी प्रेमाने तू हिंदू यवनाही देवीसी आत्मत्वने व्यापक हसाई जय देव दत्ता अवधूता ओ साई अवधूता जोडून कर तव चरणी घेवी तो माथा जय देव देवा साई नाथा त्वत्पनत्र भावे परमाय मोहित जन मोचन जनि भावे त्वत्कृपया सकलांचे संकट निरसावे देशी तरी दे त्वत्यश कृष्णाने गावे जय देव दत्ता अवधूता ओ साई अवधूता जोडून कर तव चरणी घेवी तो माथा जय देव शिर्डी माझे पंढरपूर साई बाबा रमावर साई बाबा रमावर शुद्ध भक्ती चंद्रभागा भाव पुंडलिक जागा पुंडलिक करा बाबा सी वंदन साई सी वंदन करा बाबा सी वंदन गणू माणे बाबा साई धाव पाव माझे आई धाव पाव माझे आई काणी लोटांगण वंदेन चरण डोल्यान पायन रूप तुझे प्रेमे आलिंगन आनंद पूजन भवे अवालिन मणि नमः त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव सर्वं मम देवदेव कायेन वाचा मनसेन्द्रियैर्वा बुद्ध्यात्मना वा प्रकृतिस्वभाव करोमि यद्यत् सकलं परस्मै नारायणायति समर्पयामि Achyutam Keshavam Ramanarayanam Krishna Damodaram Vasudevam Hari Sridharam Madhavam Gopika Vallabham Janaki Nayakam Ramchandram Bhaje Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Shri Gurudeva Datta Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Ki Jai Raja Dhinaj Yogi Raja Parabrahma Sainath Maharaj Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai Sai Baba Ki Jai Sai Baba Ki Jai Sai Baba Ki Jai
Chapter 24. Baba's Wit and Humor. Chanak Leela, Hemadpant, Sudama, Anna Chinchalkar, and Mausibai. To say that we shall state such and such in the next chapter is a sort of egoism. Unless we surrender our ego to the feet of our Sadguru, we will not succeed in our undertaking. If we become egoless, then our success is assured. By worshipping Sai Baba, we attain both the objects worldly and spiritual, and are fixed in our true nature and get peace and happiness. Therefore, those who want to accomplish or gain their welfare should respectfully hear Sai Baba's leelas or stories and meditate on them. If they do this, they will easily attain the object of their life and get bliss. Generally, all people like wit and humor, but they do not like that the joke should be cut at their expense. But Baba's method was peculiar. When it was accompanied with gestures, it was very interesting and instructive, and the people therefore did not mind if they were held up to ridicule. Hemadpant gives his own instance below. Chanak Leela. In Shirdi, a special bazaar was held every Sunday, and people from the neighboring villages came there, erected booths and stalls in the open street, and sold their wares and commodities. Every noon the masjid was crowded more or less, but on Sunday it was crowded to suffocation. On one such Sunday, Hemadpant sat in front of Baba, shampooing his legs and muttering God's name. Shama was on Baba's left, Bhagavantrao to his right. Shriman Bhutti and Kaka Dikshit and others were also present there. Then Shama laughed and said to Anna Sahib, "See, there are some grains. Seems to have stuck to the sleeve of your coat." So saying, he touched the sleeve and found that there were some grains. Hemadpant straightened his left forearm to see what the matter was, when, to the surprise of all, some grains of gram came rolling down and were picked up by the people who were sitting there. This incident furnished a subject matter for joke. Everybody present began to wonder and said something or other as to how the grains found their way into the sleeve of the coat and lodged there so long. Hemadpant could not guess how they found an entrance and stayed there. When nobody could give any satisfactory explanation in this matter, and everybody was wondering about this mystery, Baba said as follows: "This fellow, Anna Sahib, has got a bad habit of eating alone. Today is bazaar day, and he came here chewing grams. I know his habit, and these grams are a proof of it. What wonder is there in this matter?" Hemadpant: "Baba, I never know of eating anything. I went to the bazaar today, anything unless I share it with others present near me at the time of my meals." Baba: "It is true that you give it to the person present, but if none be nearby, what could you or I do? But do you remember me before eating? Am I not always with you? Then do you offer me anything before you eat?" Moral. Let us mark and note carefully what Baba has taught us by this incident. He has advised us that before the senses, mind and intellect enjoy their objects, he should first be remembered. And if this be done, it is in a way by making an offering to him. The senses, etc., can never remain without their object. But if those objects are first offered to the Guru, the attachment for them will naturally vanish. In this way, all the vrittis, thoughts regarding desire, anger, avarice, should first be offered and directed to the Guru. And if this practice be followed, the Lord will help you in eradicating all the vrittis. When before enjoyment of objects you think that Baba is close by or present, the question whether the object is fit to be enjoyed or not will at once arise. Then the object that is not fit to be enjoyed will be shunned, and in this way our vicious habits or vices will disappear and our character will improve. Then love for the Guru will grow and pure knowledge will sprout up. When this knowledge grows, the bondage of body consciousness, we are the body, will snap, and our intellect will be merged in spirit consciousness. We are the spirit. Then we shall get bliss and contentment. There is no difference between Guru and God. He who sees any difference in them sees God nowhere. So leaving aside all ideas of differences, we should regard Guru and God as one. And if we serve our Guru as stated above, Lord, God will be certainly pleased, and while purifying our minds, will give us self-realization. To put the matter in a nutshell, we should not enjoy any object with our senses, etc., without first remembering our Guru. When the mind is trained in this way, we will be always reminded of Baba, and our meditation on Baba will grow apace. The Sagun form of Baba will be ever before our eyes, and then devotion, non-attachment and salvation will all be ours. When Baba's form is thus fixed before our mental vision, we forget hunger, thirst, and this samsara, world. The consciousness of worldly pleasures will disappear, and our mind shall attain peace and happiness. Sudama's story. When the above story was being narrated, Hemadpant was reminded of a similar story of Sudama, which illustrates the same principle, and therefore it is given here. Sri Krishna and his elder brother Balaram were living with a co-student named Sudama in the ashram of their guru Sandapani. Once Krishna and Balarama were sent to the forest for bringing fuel. Then the wife of Sandipani sent also Sudama for the same purpose, with some quantity of grams for the three. When Krishna met Sudama in the forest, he said to him, Dada, I want water as I'm thirsty. Sudama replied, no water should be drunk on an empty stomach, so it is better to rest a while. He did not say that he had grams with him and that Krishna should take some. As Krishna was tired, he lay down for rest on the lap of Sudama and was soon snoring. On seeing this, Sudama took out the grams and began to eat. Then Krishna suddenly asked him, Dada, what are you eating? Whence is the sound? He replied, what is there to eat? I'm shivering with cold and my teeth are chattering. I can't even repeat distinctively Vishnu Sahasranama. Hearing this, the omnipresent Krishna said, I just dreamt a dream in which I saw a man eating things of another. And when asked about this, he said, what, earth, dust should he eat? Meaning thereby that he had nothing to eat. The other man said, let it be so. Dada, this is only a dream. I know you won't eat anything without me. Under the influence of the dream, I asked not acted as he did. Therefore, he had to suffer for what he did. Though he was a chum of Sri Krishna, he had to pass his later life in utter poverty. But when he later offered Krishna a handful of parched rice earned by his wife with her own labor, Krishna was pleased and gave him a golden city to enjoy. This story should be remembered by those who have the habit of eating things alone without partaking them with others. The Shruti also emphasizes this lesson and asks us to offer things first to God and then enjoy them after they are renounced by Him. Baba also has taught us the same lesson in his inimitable and humorous way. Anna Chinchankar versus Mosibai. Hemadpant now describes another witty incident in which Baba played a peacemaker's part. There was one devotee by the name of Damodar Ghanshyam Babre, alias Anna Chinikar. He was simple, rough, and straightforward. He cared for nobody, always spoke plainly, and carried all dealings in cash. Though he looked outwardly harsh and uncompromising, he was good-natured and guileless. So Sai Baba loved him. One day, like others serving Baba in their own way, this Anna was one noon standing inclined and was shampooing the left arm of Baba, which rested on the cutard railings. On the right side, one old widow named Venubai Gojilgi, whom Baba called Mother, and all others Mausibai, was serving Baba in her own way. This Mausibai was an elderly woman of pure heart. She clasped the fingers of both her hands around the trunk of Baba and was at this time massaging or churning Baba's abdomen. She did this so forcibly that Baba's back and abdomen became flat, one, and Baba moved from side to side. Anna on the other side was steady, but Mausibai's face moved up and down with her strokes. Once it so happened that her face became very close to Anna's. Being of a witty disposition, she remarked, "Oh, this Anna is lewd, bad fellow. He wants to kiss me. Even being so old with grey hair, he feels no shame in kissing me." These words enraged Anna, and he pulled up his sleeve and said, "You say I am an old bad fellow? Am I quite a fool? It is you that have picked up a quarrel and are quarrelling with me." All the persons present were enjoying this encounter between Baba, who loved both of them equally and wanted to pacify them, managed the affair very skillfully. Lovingly he said, "Oh, Anna, why are you unnecessarily raising this hue and cry? I do not understand what harm or impropriety is there when the mother is kissed." Hearing these words of Baba, both of them were satisfied, and all the persons laughed merrily and enjoyed Baba's wit to their heart's content. Baba's characteristics, his dependency on bhaktas. Baba allowed his devotees to serve him in their own way and did not like any other persons interfering in this. To quote an instant, the same Mausibai was on another occasion kneading Baba's abdomen. Seeing the fury and force used by her, all other devotees felt nervous and anxious. They said, "Oh, Mother, be considerate and moderate. Otherwise you will break Baba's arteries and nerves." At this, Baba got up at once from his seat, dashed his satka on the ground. He got enraged, and his eyes became red like a live charcoal. None dared to stand before or face Baba. Then he took hold of one end of the satka with both hands and pressed it in the hollow of his abdomen. The other end he fixed to the post and began to press his abdomen against it. The satka was about 2 or 3 feet in length, seemed all to go into the abdomen, and the people feared that the abdomen would be ruptured in a short time. The post was fixed and immovable, and Baba began to go closer and closer to it and clasped the post firmly. Every moment the rupture was expected, and they were all dismayed, did not know what to do, and stood dumb with wonder and fear. Baba suffered this ordeal for the sake of his bhaktas. The other devotees wanted only to give a hint to Mausibai to be moderate in her service and not cause any trouble or pain to Baba. This they did with good intention, but Baba did not brook even this. They were surprised to see that their well-intentioned effort had resulted in this catastrophe, and they could do nothing but wait and see. Fortunately, Baba's rage soon cooled down. He left the satka and resumed his seat. From this time onward, the devotees took the lesson that they should not meddle with anyone, but allow them to serve Baba as he chooses, as he was capable to gauge the merits and the worth of the service rendered unto him. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 25. Damu Anna Kasar of Ahmednagar, Speculations and Amra Leela. We begin this chapter with a bow with all our 8 limbs to Sai Baba. We begin this chapter with a bow with all our 8 limbs to Sai Baba, who is the ocean of mercy, the God incarnate, the Parabrahma, the great Yogeshwara, Lord of Yoga. Victory be unto Sai Baba, who is the crest jewel of the saints, and abode of all auspicious things, our Atmaram, dear self, and the able refuge of the devotees. We prostrate ourselves before him, who has attained the aim and end of life. Sai Baba is always full of mercy. What is wanted on our part is wholehearted. His wishes are soon fulfilled. When a desire arose in the mind of Hemadpant to write the life and leelas of Sai Baba, he immediately got it written by him. When the order to keep the memos was given, Hemadpant was inspired, and his intellect got strength and boldness to undertake and finish the work. He was not, he says, qualified to write the work, but the gracious blessing of Baba enabled him to complete the undertaking, and thus you have this Satcharitra, which is a well or a cistern or a somakant jewel, from which nectar in the form of Sai Leelas oozes out for the readers to drink to their heart's content. Whenever a devotee had complete and wholehearted devotion to Sai Baba, all his calamities and dangers were warded off, and his welfare attended to by Baba. The story of Damodar Salvaram, a Rasan Kasar of Ahmednagar, now of Pune, alias Damu Anna, illustrating the above statement is given below. Damu Anna. The readers are aware that a mention of this gentleman was made in the 6th chapter regarding the celebration of Rama Navami festival in Shirdi. He went to Shirdi about the year 1895, when the Rama Navami Utsav celebration began, and since that time he has been providing an ornamental flag or standard for that occasion every year. He also feeds the poor and the fakirs who come there for the festival. His speculation. Cotton. A Bombay friend of Damoana wrote to him that they should do some cotton speculation business in partnership, which would bring them about 2 lakhs of rupees as profit. Damoana says in his statement made about the year 1936 to Mr. V.B. Narasimha Swami that the proposal about speculating at Bombay in cotton was from a broker. The broker wrote that the business was good and involved no risks, and that the opportunity should not be lost. He thought about this, and as he was a devotee of Baba, he wrote a detailed letter to Shyama giving all the facts and requested him to consult Baba and take his advice in the matter. Shyama got the letter the next day, and when he went in at noon to the Masjid and placed it before Baba, he asked Shyama what the matter was and what the paper, the letter, was about. He replied that Damu Anna of Nagar wanted to consult him about something. Then Baba said, "What does he write and what does he plan? It seems he wants to reach the sky and that he is not content with what God has given him. Read his letter." Shyama then said, "The letter contains what you've just said now. Oh Deva, you sit here calm and composed and agitate the devotees, and when they get restless you draw them here, some in person, others through letters. If you know the contents of the letter, why do you then press me to read it?" Baba said, "Oh Shyama, read it please. I speak at random, and who believes me?" Then Shyama read the letter, and Baba heard it attentively and said feelingly, "The Sheth, Damuanna, has gone mad. Write to him in reply that nothing is wanting in his house. Let him be content with the half-loaf bread he has now, and let him not bother himself about lakhs." Shyama sent the reply, which Damuanna was anxiously waiting for. After reading it, he found that all his hopes and prospects about lakhs of rupees as profit was dashed to the ground. He thought that he had done a mistake in consulting Baba, but as Shyama had hinted in the reply that there was always much difference in seeing and hearing, and that therefore he should come to Shirdi personally and see Baba, he thought it advisable to go to Shirdi and consult Baba personally about the affair. So he went to Shirdi, saw Baba, prostrated himself before him, and sat shampooing his legs. He had no courage to ask Baba openly about the speculation, but he thought in his mind that it would be better if some share in the business should be assigned to Baba, and said in his mind that if Baba were to help him in this transaction, he would surrender some share of the profits to him. Damu Anna was thinking secretly in his mind, but nothing was veiled from Baba. Everything past, present and future were clear to him as an amalaka fruit in hand. The child wants sweets, but his mother gives bitter pills. The former spoils his health while the latter improves it. So the mother, looking to the welfare of the infant, coaxes it and gives it bitter pills. Baba, kind mother as he was, knew the present and future prospects of his devotees, and therefore, reading Damu Anna's mind, he openly spoke to him. Bapu, I do not want to be entangled in any such worldly things. On seeing Baba's disapproval, Damu Anna dropped the enterprise. Grain dealing. Then he thought of trading in grain, rice, wheat, and other groceries. Baba read also this thought and said to him, You will be buying at 5 seers and selling at 7 seers a rupee. So this business was also given up. The rise in the price of grains was kept up for some time, and Baba's prophecy seemed to be falsified. But in a month or two, there was abundant rain everywhere, and the price suddenly fell down, and therefore those who stored grain suffered a severe loss. Damu Anna was saved from this fate. Needless to say that the cotton speculation, which was conducted by the broker with the help of another merchant, also collapsed with a severe loss to the adventurers. After seeing that Baba had saved him from too severe wrong, and he remained a true devotee of Baba till his passing away and even now. Amra Leela, mango miracle. One Mamlatdar named Raleigh to Sai Baba in the name of Shyama. When it was opened, all the mangoes were found to be in good condition. They were given in Shyama's charge, and only 4 were retained and placed in the Columba pot by Baba. He said, These 4 fruits are for Damu Anna. Let them lie there. This Damu Anna had 3 wives, according to the statement mentioned above. He had not 3 wives, but 2 wives only. He had no issue. He consulted many astrologers and himself studied astrology to some extent, and found that there was a Papi, inauspicious planet, in his horoscope. There was no prospect of any issue to him in this life, but he had great faith in Baba. When he went to Shirdi 2 hours after the receipt of the mango parcel for worshipping Baba, he said, Though other people are looking for mangoes, they are damyas. He whose they are should eat and die. Damu Anna, on hearing these words, self or ego, and to have it at Baba's feet was a blessing. He said that he would accept the fruits and eat them. But Baba said to him, Do not eat yourself, but give them to your junior wife. This Amra Leela, mango miracle of 4 mangoes, will give her 4 sons and 4 daughters. This was done, and ultimately, in due course, it was found Baba's words turned out true, and not those of the astrologers. Baba's speech established his efficacy or greatness while he was living in the flesh. But wonder of wonders, it did the same even after his passing away. Baba said, Believe me, though I pass away, my bones in my tomb will give you hope and confidence. Not only myself, but my tomb will be speaking, moving, and communicating with those who would surrender themselves wholeheartedly to me. Do not be anxious that I would be absent from you. You will hear my bones speaking and discussing your welfare, but remember me always. Believe in me, heart and soul, and then you will be most benefited. Prayer. Hemadpant closes this chapter with a prayer. O Sai Sadguru, the wish-fulfilling tree of the Bhaktas, we pray Let us never forget and lose sight of your feet. We have been troubled with the ins and outs, births and deaths in this samsara. Now free us from this cycle of birth and death. Restrain us to face with the Atma, self. As long as this outgoing tendency of the senses and the mind is not checked, there is no prospect of self-realization. Neither son, no wife, no friend will be of any use in the end. It is only you who will give us salvation and happiness, destroy completely our tendency for discussions and other evil matters. Let our tongue get a passion for chanting your name, drive out our thoughts, good and otherwise, and make us forget our body and houses and do away with our egoism. Make us ever remember your name and forget all other things. Remove the restlessness of our mind and make it steady and calm. If you just clasp us, the darkness of the night of our ignorance will vanish, and we will live happily in your light. That you made us drink the nectar of your leelas and awakened us from our slumber is due to your grace and our store of merits in the past births. Note, in this connection, the following extract from Damu Anna's statement mentioned above is worth perusal. Once, when I sat at his feet along with many others, I had two questions in my mind, and he gave answers to both. One, there are so many crowding to Sai Baba. Do they all get benefit from him? To this he replied orally, look at the mango tree in blossom. If all the flowers brought fruit, what a splendid crop it would be. But do they? Most fall off, either as flowers or as unripe fruits, by the wind, etc. Very few remain. 2. The second question, and how am I to fare then? To this Baba answered that he would be with me when and wherever I feel with me. He's still guiding me. This was about 1910, 1911, when brothers separated from me and very much. When my sister died, my mind was much upset. I did not care for life and enjoyments. When I went to Baba, he pacified me with his updesh and made me eat a feast of Puran Poli at Appa Kulkarni's house and get pasted with sandal. My wife's jewel box, including her auspicious nati nose ring. I wept before Baba's photo. The next day, the man returned the jewel box and prayed for pardon. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 26. Stories of 1. Bhaktapant, number 2. Harish Chandra Patel, and number 3. Gopal Ambedkar. Preliminary. All the things that we see in the universe are nothing but a play of Maya, the creative power of the Lord. These things do not really exist. What really exists is the real absolute. Just as we mistake a rope, a garland, or a stick for a serpent on account of darkness, we always see the phenomena, i.e. things that they outwardly appear, and not the phenomena which underlies all the visible things. It's only the Sadguru that opens the eyes of understanding and enables us to see things in the true light and not as they appear. Let us therefore worship the Sadguru and pray to him give us a true vision, which is nothing but God vision. Inner worship. Hemadpant had given us a novel, Sadguru's Feet. Let us besmear his body with sandal paste of pure love. Let us cover his body with cloth of true faith. Let us offer 8 lotuses in the form of our 8 sattvic emotions and fruit in form of a concentrated mind. Let us apply to his head puka, black powder, in form of devotion, and in tie the waist of bhakti and place her head on his toes. After decorating the Sadguru with all the jewelry in this way, let us offer all out to him and wave chamar of devotion to ward off heat. After such blissful worship, let us pray thus. Introvert our mind, turn it inwards, give us discrimination between the unreal and the real, and non-attachment for all worldly things, and thus enable us to get self-realization. We surrender ourselves, body and soul, body consciousness and ego. Make our eyes yours so that we should never feel pleasure and pain. Control our body and mind as you will wish, and let our mind get rest in your feet. Now let us turn to the stories of this chapter. Bhakta Pant. Once it so happened that a devotee named Pant, a disciple of another Sadguru, had the good fortune of visiting Shirdi. He had no mind to go to Shirdi, but man proposes one way and God disposes the other. He was traveling in BBC Rail train, which he'd met many friends and relations bound for Shirdi. They all asked him to accompany him, and he could not say nay. They alighted at Bombay, while Pant got down at Virar. There he took the permission of his Sadguru of Shirdi trip, and after arranging for expenses, led the party for Shirdi. They all reached the place in the morning and went to Masjid at about 11 a.m. Seeing the concourse of devotees assembled for Baba's worship, they were all pleased. But Pant suddenly got a fit and fell senseless. Prostrated before Baba and placed his sixth son on Baba's feet. No sooner Baba saw the child than untoward thing happened. The son immediately revolved his eyes and fell down senseless. His mouth began to foam, and his whole body began to perspire profusely, and it seemed as if he breathed himself out. Seeing this, the parents became very nervous and excited. The boy used to get such fits very often, but this fit seemed to persist long. Tears began to flow ceaselessly from the mother's eyes, and she began to wail, crying that her condition was like that of a person who, being afraid of the robbers, ran into a house which collapsed on him, or like a cow fearing a tiger, ran into the hands of a butcher, or like a traveller who, being tormented by the heat of the sun, went to take refuge under a tree which fell upon him, or like a devout person going for worship into a temple which collapsed upon him. Then Baba comforted her, saying, "Do not wail like this. Wait a bit. Have patience. Take the boy to your lodgings. He will come to his senses within half an hour." They did as directed by Baba and found that his words came true. Soon as he went into Wada, the boy recovered, and all the Patel family, husband, wife, and others were very delighted, and all their doubts disappeared. Then Patel went with his wife to see Baba and prostrated himself before him very humbly, respectfully, and sat shampooing his legs and mentally thanking Baba for his help. Baba then smilingly said, "Are not all your thoughts, doubts, and apprehensions calmed down now? Hari, Lord, will protect him, who has got faith and patience." Mr. Patel was rich and well-to-do gentleman. He distributed sweetmeats on large scale, gave Baba excellent fruits and palm betel leaves. Mrs. Patel was very sattvic lady, simple, loving, and faithful. She used to sit near, post staring at Baba with tears of joy flowing down from her eyes. On seeing her on an amicable and loving nature, Baba was much pleased with her. Like gods, saints are always dependent on their devotees to surrender and worship them with their heart and soul. After passing some happy days in Baba's company, the Patel family came to Masjid to take Baba's leave to depart. Baba gave them udi and blessing and called Mr. Patel close by and said to him, "Bapu, I have given you before 2 rupees. Now I give you 3 rupees. Keep them in your shrine for worship and you will be benefited." Mr. Patel accepted this as prasad, prostrated himself again before Baba, prayed for his blessings. A thought arose in his mind that as this was his first trip to Shirdi, he could not understand what Baba meant when he said that he had given 2 rupees previously. Bombay, he narrated to his old mother all that had happened at Shirdi and the mystery about Baba's giving him 2 rupees formally. The mother also did not understand the mystery, but thinking seriously about it, she was reminded of an old incident which solved the mystery. She said to her son, "As you now went to Sai Baba with your son, so had your father done when he took you to Akkalkot for the darshan of Maharaj there many years ago. That Maharaj was also a Siddha, perfect yogi, omniscient for being kept in the shrine and worshipped. Your father worshipped them accordingly till his death. But thereafter the worship was neglected and the rupees were lost. After some years, the memory of those 2 rupees also disappeared. And now, as you are fortunate, the Akkalkotkar Maharaj has appeared to you in the form of Sai Baba, just to remind you of your duties and worship, and to ward off all dangers. Now beware henceforth. Leave off all the doubts and bad thoughts. Follow your ancestors and behave well. Go on worshipping the family gods and the rupees. Appraise properly and take pride in blessings of the saints. Sai Samartha had kindly revived the spirit of bhakti in you. Cultivate it to your benefit." Hearing the remarks of his mother, Mr. Patel was very much delighted. He came to know and was convinced about all pervasiveness of Baba and the significance of his darshan. Thenceforth, he became very careful about his behavior. Mr. Ambedkar. Mr. Gopal Narayan Ambedkar of Pune was a devotee of Baba. He served for 10 years in Amkari department in Thana district and Jawhar state, from where he had to retire. He tried to get some other job. He did not succeed. He was overtaken by other calamities and his condition grew from bad to worse. He passed 7 years in this condition, visiting Shirdi every year, placing his grievance before Baba. In 1916, his plight became worse and he decided to commit suicide in Shirdi. He came there with his wife and stayed for 2 months. One night, while sitting in the bullock cart in front of Dikshit Wada, he resolved to end his life by throwing himself into a well close by. He proposed to do one way, but Baba wished to do something else. A few paces from this place, there was a hotel, and its proprietor, Mr. Sagun, a devotee of Baba, came out, accosted thus, "Did you ever read this Akkalkotkar Maharaj's life?" Ambedkar took that book from Sagun and began to read it. Casually, or we may say providentially, he came across a story which was to this effect. During the lifetime of Akkalkot Maharaj, a certain devotee suffered very much from an incurable disease. When he could endure the agony and pain no longer, became desperate to end his miseries, threw himself one night into a well. Immediately the Maharaj came there and took him out with his own hands and advised him thus: "You must enjoy the fruit, good or bad, of your past actions. If the enjoyment be incomplete, suicide won't help you. You have to take another birth and suffer again. So instead of killing yourself, why not suffer for some time, finish up your store of fruit of all your past deeds and be done with it once and for all?" Reading this appropriate and timely story, Ambedkar was very much surprised and moved. He had not gone to Baba's hymn through the story, he would have been no more. On seeing Baba's all-pervasiveness, benevolence, his faith in him was confirmed and he became staunch devotee. His father was a devotee of Akkalkotkar Maharaj, and Sai Baba wanted him to walk into his father's footsteps and continue his devotion to him. He then got Sai Baba's blessings and his prospects began to improve. He studied astrology and gained proficiency in it and thereby improved his lot. He was able to earn sufficient money and passed his afterlife in ease and comfort. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 27. favour shown by giving Bhagavat and Vishnu Sahasranam, Dikshit's vital vision, Gita Rahasya Kapardes. This chapter describes how Sai Baba favoured his devotees by granting them religious books after he had touched and consecrated them for Parayan, reading regularly, and certain other matters. Preliminary. When a man takes a plunge into sea, he gets the merit of bathing in all the tirthas and sacred rivers. Similarly, when a man takes refuge at the feet of the Sadguru, he gets the merit of bowing to the Trinity, i.e. Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh, and also Parabrahma. Victory be unto Shirdi Sai, the wish-fulfilling tree and the ocean of knowledge, who gives us self-realization. O Sai, create in us reverence for your stories. Let the readers and audience devour them with the same relish with which the chatak bird drinks the water from the clouds and becomes happy. While listening to your stories, let them and their families get all the true and pious emotions. That is, let their bodies perspire, let their eyes be full of tears, let their breath be steady, let their minds be composed. Let their hair stand on end, let them cry, sob and quiver, let their hostilities vanish. When these things happen, that is a sign of the grace of the Guru dawning upon them. When these emotions grow in you, the Guru is most pleased and will certainly lead you on the path of self-realization. The best way, therefore, to get free from the shackles of Maya is our complete and wholehearted surrender to Baba. The Vedas cannot take you across the ocean of Maya. It is only the Sadguru who can do so and make you see God in all creatures. Granting consecrated book. The various methods of imparting instructions followed by Baba have already been noticed in the previous chapters. In this, we shall deal with one aspect of it. It was the habit of some devotees to take to Baba some religious books, of which they wanted to make a special study and to receive the same back from him, after they were touched and consecrated by him. While reading such books daily, they felt that Baba was with them. One Kaka Mahajani came to Shirdi with a copy of Eknath Bhagavat. Shama took this book to read in the Masjid. There Baba took it from him, touched it, and turning some pages here and there, gave it back to Shama and asked him to keep it with him. When Shama said that it belonged to Kaka and had to be returned to him, "No, no," replied Baba, "as I have given it to you, you better keep it. It will be of use to you." In this way, many books were entrusted to Shama. Kaka Mahajani, after a few days, came again with another copy of the same Bhagavat and gave it to Baba's hand. Then Baba gave it back as prasad and asked him to preserve it well and assured him that it would stand him in good stead. Kaka accepted it with reverence. Shama and Vishnu Sahasranama. Shama was a very intimate devotee of Baba, and Baba wanted to favour him in a particular way by giving him a copy of Vishnu Sahasranama as prasad. This was done in the following way. Once a Ramadasi, follower of the Saint Ramadas, came to Shirdi and stayed there for some time. The routine he followed daily was as follows. He got up early in the morning, washed his face, bathed, and then after wearing saffron-coloured clothes and besmearing himself with sacred ashes, read Vishnu Sahasranama, a book giving 1,000 names in praise of Vishnu and held second in importance to the Bhagavad Gita, and Adhyatma Ramayana, esoteric version of Rama's story, with faith. He read these books very often. After some days, Baba thought of favouring and initiating Shama with Vishnu Sahasranama. He therefore called the Ramadasi to him and said to him that He was suffering from intense stomach pain, and unless he took Cenopods, Sonamukhi, a mild purgative drug, the pain would not stop, so he should please go to the bazaar market and bring the drug. Ramdasi's place of reading and took out the copy of Vishnu Sahasranama, and after coming back to his seat said to Sharma, "Sharma, this book is very valuable and efficacious, so I present it to you. You read it. Once I suffered intensely, and my heart began to palpitate, and my life was in danger. At that critical moment I hugged this book to my heart, and then Sharma, what a relief it gave me. I thought that Allah himself came down and saved me. So I give this to you. Read it slowly, little by little. Read daily one name at least, and it will do you good." Sharma replied that he did not want it, and that the owner of it, the Ramdasi, who was a bad-tempered, obstinate and irritable fellow, would certainly pick up a quarrel with him. Besides, being a rustic himself, he could not read distinctly the Sanskrit Devanagari script text of the book. Sharma thought that Baba wanted to set him up against the Ramdasi by this act of his, but he had no idea what Baba felt for him. Baba must have thought, "The efficacy of God's name is well known. It saves us from all sins and bad tendencies, purify of our mind, so effective." This sadhana, Baba wanted Sharma to practice, though he did not crave for it. This Vishnu Sahasranama on a poor Brahmin neighbour, and thus saved him. The reading and study of this Vishnu Sahasranama is a broad, open way of purifying the mind, and hence Baba thrust this on his devotee Sharma. The Ramdasi returned soon with the Cenopods. Anna Chinchanikar, who was then present and wanted to play the part of Narad, the celestial rishi, who was well known for setting up confrontations between gods and demons and vice versa under the pretext of stomachache, for bringing the medicine, and thus took away the book. He began to scold and abuse Sharma, and remarked that if the book was not returned, he would dash his head. Sharma calmly remonstrated, "How is it that you are so quarrelsome? Can you not speak soft and tender words? You read these sacred books daily, and still your mind is agitated and your passions uncontrolled. What sort of a Ramadasi are you? You ought to be indifferent to all things. Is it not strange that you should possess this book so strongly? A true Ramdasi should have no mamata, attachment, but have samata, equality towards all. You are now quarrelling with Sharma for a mere book. Go take your seat. Books can be had in plenty with money, but not men. Think well and be considerate. What worth is your book? Sharma had no concern with it. I took it up myself and gave it to him. You know it by heart. I thought Sharma might read it and benefit thereby, and so I gave it to him." How sweet were these words of Baba, soft, tender, and nectar-like. Their effect was wonderful. The Ramdasi calmed down and said to Sharma that he would take Panchratni Gita in return. Sharma was much pleased and said, "Why one? I shall give 10 copies in return." So the matter was ultimately settled. The question for consideration is, why should the Ramdasi press for Pancharatni Gita, a book which he never cared to know, and why should he, who daily read religious books in the Masjid in front of Baba, quarrel with Sharma before him? We do not know how to apportion the blame and whom to blame. We only say that had this incident not happened, the importance of the subject, the efficacy of God's name, and the significance of Vishnu Sahasranama would not have been brought home to Sharma. So we see that Baba's method of teaching and initiating was unique. In this case, Sharma did gradually study the book and mastered its contents to such an extent that he was able to explain it to Professor G. G. Nark M.A. of the College of Engineering, Pune, the son-in-law of Shriman Bhuti and a devotee of Baba. Vital Vision. One day, while Kaka Sahib Dixit was in meditation after his morning bath in the Wada at Shirdi, he saw a vision of Vital. When he went to see Baba afterwards, Baba asked him, "Did Vital Patil come? Did you not see him? He is very elusive. Hold him fast, otherwise he will give you the slip and run away." Then at noon, a certain hawker came there with 20 or 25 pictures of Vital of Pandapur for sale. Mr. Dixit was surprised to see that the form of Vital he saw in his meditation exactly tallied with that in the picture, and he was also reminded of Baba's words. He therefore bought one picture most willingly and kept it in his shrine for worship. Gita Rahasya. Baba always loved those who studied Brahma Vidya, metaphysics, and encouraged them. To give an instance, once Bapu Hasab Yog received a post parcel. It contained a copy of Gita Rahasya by Lokmanya Tilak. Taking it under his arm, he came to the masjid and prostrated himself before Baba. When the parcel fell at Baba's feet, Baba inquired what it was. It was opened then and there, and the book was placed in Baba's hand. He turned some pages here and there for a few minutes and took out a rupee from his pocket, placed it on the book, and handed the same with the rupee to Jog and said to him, "Read this completely and you will be benefited." Mr. and Mrs. Kaparde. Let us close this chapter with a description of the Kapardes. Once Dada Saheb Kaparde came with his family and lived in Shirdi for some months. Dada Saheb was not an ordinary man. He was the affluent and the most famous advocate of Amravati Berar and was a member of the Council of State Delhi. He was intelligent and a very good speaker. Still, he dared not open his mouth before Baba. Most devotees spoke and argued with Baba, off and on, but only three, that is Kaparde, Nulkar and Bhuti, kept always silent. They were meek, modest, humble and good-natured. Dada Saheb, who was able to expound Panchadashi, well-known Sanskrit treatise on the Advaita philosophy by the famous Vidyarayana, to others, uttered no word when he came to the masjid before Baba. A man, however learned he may be, even in Vedas, fades away before one who has realized Brahma and becomes one with it. Learning cannot stand before self-realization. Dada Saheb stayed for 4 months, but Mrs. Kaparde stayed for 7. Both were highly pleased with their Shirdi stay. Mrs. Kaparde was faithful and devout and loved Baba deeply. Every noon she brought Naivedya herself to the masjid, and after it was accepted by Baba, she used to return and take her meals. On seeing her steady and firm devotion, Baba wanted to exhibit it to others. One noon, she brought a dish containing sanza, wheat pudding, puris, rice, soup and kheer, sweet rice, and other sundry articles to the masjid. Baba, who usually waited for hours, got up at once, went up to his seat, and removing the cover from the dish, began to partake of the things zealously. Shama then asked him, "Why this partiality? At times you throw away dishes of others and do not care to look at them. But this appeals to you earnestly. Why is the dish brought by this lady so sweet? This intrigues us." Baba then explained, "Milk." Then she disappeared. Merchant takes some sweet morsels of love from her dish. After saying this, Baba did full justice to her dish, washed his hand to shampoo Baba's legs, and he began to talk with her and knead her arms which were shampooing his legs. On seeing this reciprocal service, Shama began to joke and said, It is going on well. It is a wonderful sight to see God and his bhaktas serving each other. After being pleased with her sincere service, Baba asked her in low and fascinating tone to chant Rajaram, Rajaram, then and always, and said, "If you do this, your life's object will be achieved. Your mind will spiritual matters." This might appear as a polite gesture, but really it was not so. It was a case of what is technically called Shaktipat, transference of power from the Guru to the disciple. How effective were Baba's words! In an instant they pierced her heart and remained there. This case illustrates the nature of the relations that there is no distinction nor any difference between them. Both are one, and one cannot live without the other. The disciple placing his head at the Guru's feet is a gross or outward vision. Really and internally they are both one and the same. Those who see any difference between them are yet unripe and not perfect. Bow to Shirdi Sai. Peace be to all.
Partishwara Satya Sai
drawn to Shirdi. Lakshmi Chand, Purnapur Lady, and Megha. Preliminary. Sai is not finite or limited. He dwells in all beings, from ants and insects to the god Brahma. He pervades all. Sai was well versed in the knowledge of the Vedas, as well as in the science of self-realization. Not able to awaken the disciples and establish them in self-realization, does not deserve to be called a Sadguru. Generally, the worldly parents give birth to the body, but death invariably follows life. But Sadguru does away with both life and death, and so he is more kind and merciful than anybody. Sai Baba often said that, let his man, devotee, be at any distance, 1,000 kos away from him, he will be drawn to Shirdi like a sparrow, with a thread tied to its feet. This chapter describes the stories of 3 such sparrows. Lala Lakshmichand. This gentleman was first serving in the Sri Venkateshwara Press in Mumbai, then in the railway department, and afterwards in the firm of Messrs. Raleigh 10. 1 or 2 months before Christmas, he saw in his dream at Santa Cruz, a suburb of Mumbai, an old man with a beard standing surrounded by his bhaktas. A few days later, he went to the house of his friend, Mr. Dattatreya Manjunath Bijur, to hear the kirtan by Das Ganu. It was and is always the practice of Das Ganu to keep Baba's pictures in front of the audience while doing the kirtan. Lakshmi Chand was surprised to see that the features of the old man he saw in his dream tallied exactly with those in the picture, and thus he came to the conclusion that the old man he saw in his dream was Sai Baba himself. The sight of this picture, Das Ganu's kirtan, and the life of the Saint Tukaram on which Das Ganu discoursed, all these things made a deep impression on his mind, and he decided to go to Shirdi. It is always the experience of the bhaktas that God always helps them in their search for Sadguru and other spiritual endeavours. That very night, a friend named Shankar bounds, and he at once decided to go to Shirdi. He borrowed 15 rupees from his cousin, and after making due preparations left for Shirdi. In the train, he and his friend Shankararo did some bhajan, sang religious songs, and inquired about Sai Baba with some fellow passengers, 4 Mohammedans, who were returning to their place near Shirdi. They all told them that Sai Baba was a great saint living in Shirdi for many years. When they reached Kopagaon, he wanted to buy some good guavas as offerings to Baba, but he was so wrapped in the scenery and sights there that he forgot to purchase them. When they were nearing Shirdi, he was reminded of the guavas. Just then he saw an old woman with a guava basket on her head running after the tonga. The tonga was stopped, and he gladly purchased some fruits when the woman said, "Take all the rest and offer them on my behalf to Baba." The facts that he had intended to purchase guavas, but had forgotten to do so, the old woman's encounter and her devotion to Baba, all these were a pleasant surprise to both the friends, and Lakshmi Chand thought in his mind that the old woman might be some relation of the old man he saw in his dream. Then they drove on and came near Shirdi, and on seeing flags on the Masjid, they saluted them. With puja materials in hand, they went to the Masjid and worshipped Baba with due ritual. Lakshmi Chand was much moved and was extremely happy to see Baba. He wrapped himself around with Baba's feet as a bee with a sweet-smelling lotus. Then Baba spoke as follows. Cunning fellow, he does bhajan on the way and inquiries from others. Why ask others? Everything we should see with our own eyes. Where is the necessity to question others? Just think for yourself whether your dream is true or not. Where was the necessity of the darshan by taking a loan from a Mawari? Is the heart's desire now satisfied? Hearing these words, Lakshmi-chan was wonderstruck at Baba's omniscience. He was at a loss to know how Baba came to know about all the things that had happened en route from his house to Shirdi, or celebrating any holiday or making any pilgrimage. Sanza. At noon, when Lakshmi-chan was sitting for meals, he got some sanza, wheat pudding, from a devotee as prasad. He was pleased to have it. Next day also he expected it, but got nothing. So he was anxious to get it again. Then on the third day at the noon arti time, Bapa Saheb Yog asked Baba what Nevedya he should bring. Baba told him to bring sanza. Then the bhaktas brought 2 big pots full of sanza. Lakshmi-chan was very hungry and there was some pain in his back. Then Baba said to him, "It is good that you are hungry. Take some sanza and some medicine for the pain in the back." He was again wonderstruck to see that Baba again read his mind and spoke out what was passing therein. How omniscient was he! Evil eye. During this visit, he, Lakshmi-chan, also witnessed one night the procession to the Chavdi. Baba then suffered much from cough. He thought that this suffering of Baba might be due to somebody's evil eye. Next morning, when he went to the Masjid, Baba spoke to Shama as follows: "I suffered last night from cough, and so I am suffering." In this case, Baba spoke out what was passing in Lakshmi-chan's mind. On seeing these proofs of Baba's omniscience and kindness to his bhaktas, he fell prostrate at Baba's feet and said, "I am much blessed with your darshan. Ever be kind and merciful to me and protect me always. There is no other God to me in this world except you. Let my mind be ever wrapped in your bhajan and feet. Let your grace protect me from the miseries of the world, and let me ever chant your name and be happy." After getting Baba's udi and blessings, he returned home with his friend, much pleased and contented, and was singing Baba's glory on the way. He remained a staunch devotee of Baba then onwards, and always sent garlands of flowers, camphor and dakshina with any person of his acquaintance bound for Shirdi. Burhanpur lady. Now let us turn to another sparrow, devotee. One lady in Burhanpur saw in a dream Sai Baba come to her door and begging khichdi, rice cooked with dal and salt, for his meals. On waking up, she saw nobody at her door. However, she was pleased with the vision and told it to all, including her husband. He was employed in the postal department, and when he was transferred to Akola, both husband and wife, who were devout persons, decided to go to Shirdi. Then, on a suitable day, they left for Shirdi, and after visiting Gomati Tirt on the way, reached Shirdi and stayed there for 2 months. Every day they went to the Masjid, worshipped Baba and passed their time happily. The couple came to Shirdi to offer khichdi as Nevedya, but for the first 14 days, somehow or other, it could not be offered. The lady did not like this delay or tardiness. Then, on the 15th day, she came at noon to the Masjid with her khichdi. There she found that Baba and others were already sitting for meals and that the curtain was down. Nobody dared enter in when the curtain was down, but the lady could not wait. She lifted up the curtain and entered. Strange to say that Baba seemed that day hungry for khichdi and wanted that thing first, and when the lady came in with the dish, Baba was delighted and began to eat morsel after morsel of the khichdi. On seeing the earnestness of Baba in this respect, everybody was wonderstruck, and those who heard the story of khichdi were convinced about his extraordinary love for his devotees. Megha. Now let us go to the third sparrow. Megha of Viramagaon was a simple and illiterate Brahmin cook of Rao Bahadur H.V. Sate. He was a devotee of Shiva and always chanted the 5-syllabled mantra Namah Shivaya. He did not know that Sanya, nor its chief mantra, the Gayatri, Rao Bahadur Sati, was interested in him, taught in the Sanya and the Gayatri. Approach railway station, he learned that Sai Baba was a Muslim, and his simple and orthodox mind was much perturbed at the prospect of bowing down to a Muslim, and he prayed to his master not to send him there. His master, however, insisted on his going there and gave him a letter of introduction to his Sathi's father-in-law, Ganesh Damodar, alias Dada Kelkar at Shirdi, to introduce him to Sai Baba. When he reached Shirdi and went to the Masjid, Baba was very indignant and would not allow him to enter. "Kick out the rascal," roared Baba, and then said to Megha, "You are a high caste Brahmin and I am a low Muslim. You will lose your caste by coming here. Just get away." On hearing these words, Megha began to tremble. He was wondering as to how Baba had come to know about what was passing in his mind. He stayed there for some days, serving Baba in his own way, but was not convinced. Then he went home and then to Triambak, Nasik district, and stayed there for a year and a half. Then again he returned to Shirdi. This time at the intercession of Dada Kelkar, he was allowed to enter the Masjid and stayed in Shirdi. Sai Baba's help to Megha was not through any oral instruction. He worked upon Megha internally, mentally, with the result that he was considerably changed and benefited. Then Megha began to look upon Sai Baba as an incarnation of Shiva. In order to worship Shiva, bell leaves are required, and Megha used to go miles and miles every day to bring them and worship his Shiva, Baba. His practice was to worship all the deities in the village and then come to the Masjid, and after saluting Baba's Gadi, Asan, he worshipped Baba, and after doing some service, shampooing his legs, drank the washings tirth of Baba's feet. Once it so happened that he came to the Masjid without worshipping Khandoba, as the door of the temple was closed. Baba did not accept his worship and sent him back again, saying that the door was as usual. Ganges bath. On one Makar Sankranti day, Megha wanted to smear the body of Baba with sandal paste and bathe him with Ganges water. Baba was first unwilling to undergo this, but at his repeated requests he consented. Megha had to traverse a distance of 8 kos, going and returning, to bring the sacred water from the Godavari river. He brought the water, made all preparations for the bath at noon, and asked Baba to get ready for the same. Then Baba again asked him to be spared from this bath, saying that as a fakir he had nothing to do with Ganges water. But Megha did not listen to him. He knew that Shiva is pleased with Abhishek, sacred bath, on that auspicious day. Baba then consented, came down and sat on a wooden board, and projecting his head said, "Oh Megha, do at least this favour. Head is the most important organ of the body, so pour the water over that only. It is equivalent to the whole bath." "All right," said Megha, and lifting the water pot up, began to pour it on the head. But in doing this, he was so much overwhelmed with love that he cried out, "Hara Hara Gange! Hail Goddess Ganga!" and emptied the pot on the whole body. He kept the pot aside and began to look at Baba. But to his surprise and amazement, he found that only Baba's head was drenched, while the body quite dry. Trident and Pindi. Megha worshipped Baba at 2 places. In the Masjid, he worshipped Baba in person, and in the Wada, Baba's big picture given by Nana Sahib Chandakor. This he did for 12 months. Then, in order to appreciate his devotion and confirm his faith, Baba gave him a vision. One morning, when Megha was still lying down on his bed with eyes closed, but internally awake, he saw clearly Baba's form. Baba, knowing him to be awake through akshata, rice grains marked red with kumkum, and he said, "Megha, draw a trident," and disappeared. Hearing Baba's words, he eagerly opened his eyes, saw no Baba there, but only rice grains spread here and there. He then went to Baba, told him about the vision, and asked permission to draw a trident. Baba said, "Did you not hear my words asking you to draw a trident?" It was no vision, but direct order. My words are always pregnant with meaning and never hollow. Mega said, "I thought you woke me up, but all the doors were closed, so I was doubtful and thought it to be a vision." Baba rejoined, "I require no door to enter. I have no form. I always live everywhere. As a wire puller, I carry on all the actions of the man who trusts me and merges in me." Mega returned to the Wada and drew a red trident on the wall near Baba's picture. Next day, a Ramdasi Bhakta came from Pune, saluted Baba and offered him bindi, a phallic image of Shiva. At this time, Mega also turned up there. Baba said to him, "See, Shankar has come. Protect, I worship him now." Mega was pleasantly surprised to see Pindi. Also in the Vada, Kaka Mahajani was standing with a towel on his head after having taken his bath and was remembering Sai when he saw a Pindi in his mental vision. While he was wondering about this, Mega came and showed him the Pindi presented to him by Baba. Dikshit was happy to know that this Pindi exactly tallied with the one he saw a few minutes before in his vision. In a few days after the drawing of the trident was complete, Baba installed the Pindi near the big picture, which Mega was worshipping. The worship of Shiva was dear to Mega, and by the drawing of the trident and the installation of the Pindi, Baba confirmed his faith therein. After continuous service of Baba for many years, doing regular worship and arti every noon and evening, Mega passed away in 1912. Then Baba passed his hands over his mortal remains and said, "This was a true devotee of mine." Baba also ordered that at his own expense the funeral dinner should be given to the Brahmins, and this order was carried out by Kaka Mahajani. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 29, Stories of Chennai Bhajani Mala, Tendulkar's father and son, Dr. Captain Haight, and woman Narvekar. This chapter describes other interesting and wonderful stories of Sai Baba. Chennai's Bhajan Mala. It was in the year 1916 when Chennai's Bhajan Mala party of the Ramdasi Panth started on the pilgrimage to the holy city of Banaras. The party consisted of a man, his wife, daughter and sister-in-law. Unfortunately, their names are not mentioned. On their way to the party, heard that they lived in Shirdi, Ahmednagar district, a great saint named Sai Baba, who was God realized and who was very generous and distributed money every day to his bhaktas and to skillful persons who went and showed their talent there. A lot of money in the form of dakshina was collected daily by Sai Baba, and out of his amount, he gave daily 1 rupee to a 3-year-old girl, Amani, the daughter of Bhakta Kondaji, and rupees 2 to 5 to some rupees 6 to Jamali, the mother of Amani, and rupees 10 to 20 or even rupees 50 to other bhaktas, as he pleased. On hearing all this, the party came to Shirdi and stayed there. the Mela did very good bhajans and sang very good songs, but inwardly they desired money. 3 of the parties were full of avarice, but the lady or mistress was of a very different nature. Their arati was going on. Baba was much pleased with her faith and devotion and gave her vision of her Isha, chosen deity. To her Baba appeared and Sitanath Ram, while to her others the usual Sainath. On seeing her beloved deity, she was very much moved. Tears began to flow from her eyes, and she clapped her hands in joy. The people began to wonder at her joyful mood, but they was not able to guess its cause. Late in the afternoon, she disclosed everything to her husband. She told him how she saw Sri Ram in Sai Baba. She thought that she was a very simple and devout woman, and her seeing Ram might be a creation of her mind. He ignored her, saying that it was not possible, that she alone should see Ram, while they all saw Sai Baba there. She did not resent this remark, and she was fortunate enough to get Ram Darshan, and when her mind was calmed and composed and free from avarice. Wonderful vision. Things were going like this when her husband got a strange vision in his dream one night. He was in a big city The police there had arrested him, tied his hands with a rope, and put him up in the cage, lockup. As the police were tightening the grip, he saw Sai Baba standing quiet outside near the cage. On seeing Baba so close, he said in a plaintive tone, "After hearing your fame, I resorted your feet, and then why should a calamity befall me when you are standing here in person?" Baba said, "You must suffer the consequences of your action." He said, "I have not done anything in this life which would bring such a misfortune on me." Baba said, "If not in this life, you must have committed some sins in your past life." He replied, "I do not know anything of my past life. In your presence, as happens to dry grass before fire." Baba, "Have you not got such faith?" He said, "Yes." Baba then asked him to close his eyes. No sooner he did shut them than he heard a thumping sound of something falling down, and after opening his eyes, he saw that he was free and the police fallen down, bleeding. Being much frightened, he began to look at Baba, who said, "Now you are well caught. Officers will now come and arrest you." Then he begged, "There is no other surveyor except you. Save me somehow." Then Baba again asked him to close his eyes. He did so, and when he opened them again, he saw that he was free, out of the cage, and that Baba was by his side. He then fell at Baba's feet. Baba then asked him, "Is there any difference between this namaskar and your previous one?" "Think well and then reply." He said, "There is a lot of difference. My former namaskars were offered with the object of getting money from you, but the present namaskar is one offered to you as God. Besides, earlier I thought resentfully that you, being a Muhammadan, were spoiling us, the Hindus. Baba, do you not believe in your mind in Muhammadan gods?" He said, "No." Then Baba said, "Have you not got a panja, emblem of hand, in your house, and do you not worship the same in Tabut, i.e. Muharram festival? Also, there is in your house another deity by name Gadbibi, whom you propitiate and appease on marriage occasion, other festivals. Is it not so?" He admitted all this. Then Baba said, "What more do you want?" Then a desire arose in his mind and to get the darshan of his guru, Ramdas. When Baba asked him to turn to fall at his feet, Guru Ramdas vanished. Then he inquisitively asked Baba, You look old. Do you know your age? Baba, what? Do you say I am old? Just race with me and see. On saying this, Baba began to run as to follow. He too followed. Baba disappeared in the dust, raised by his footsteps while running. And at that moment, man awoke. After waking up, he began to think seriously about the dream vision. His mental attitude was completely changed, and he realized the greatness of Baba. After this, his doubting tendencies disappeared, and pure devotion to Baba's feet descended on his mind. The vision was a mere dream, but the questions and answers therein were most significant and interesting. Next morning, when all assembled in the Masjid for the Arati, Baba gave him as prashad 2 rupees worth of sweetmeats, and there was a few more days, and gave him his blessing, saying, Allah, God, will give you the plenty, and he will do you all good. He did not get more money there, but he got far better things with Baba's blessings, which stood him in good stead all along. The party got plenty of money afterwards, and their pilgrimage was successful, as they did not suffer any trouble or inconveniences during their journey. They all returned home safe, thinking of Baba's words and blessings, and the Anand bliss they experienced by his grace. This story illustrates one of the methods which Baba followed in some cases to improve and reform his devotees. Tendulkar family. They lived in Bandra, a suburb of Mumbai, a Tendulkar family, all the members of which were devoted to Baba. Mrs. Savitri Bai Tendulkar had published a Marathi book named Shirdi Sai Satcharitra, containing 800 abhangas and padas. Describing the leelas of Baba, it is a book worth reading by those who are interested in Baba. The son Babu Tendulkar was studying hard day and night. In his horoscope, they told him that the stars were not favorable that year, and that he should appear for the examination the next year, when he would be certainly successful. This cast a gloom over him and made him restless. Few days afterwards, his mother went to Shirdi and saw Baba. Amongst other things, she mentioned the gloomy and morose condition of her son, who was to appear for the examination in a few days. On hearing this, Baba said to her, "Tell your son to believe in me, to throw aside horoscopes and predictions of astrologers and palmists, and go on with his studies. Let him appear for the examination with a calm mind. He is sure to pass this year. Ask him to trust me and not to get disappointed." The mother returned home and communicated Baba's message to her son. Then he studied hard and in due course appeared for the examination. In the written papers he did well, but being overtaken by doubts, he thought that he would not secure sufficient marks for passing. So he did not care to appear for the oral examination. But the examiner was after him. He sent word through a fellow student stating that he had passed in his written examination and that he should appear for the oral. The son, being thus encouraged, appeared for the oral examination and was successful in it also. Thus, he got through the examination that year successfully by Baba's grace, though the stars were against him as indicated. It is to be noted that doubts and difficulties surround us just to move us and confirm our faith. We are tested as it were. If we only hold on steadily to Baba with full faith and continue our endeavors, our efforts will be ultimately crowned with success. The father of this boy, Rao, was serving in some foreign mercantile firm in Mumbai. As he grew old, he was not unable to attend to his work properly, so he had to take leave and rest. As he did not improve during the period of leave, a further extension of leave or premature retirement from service was inevitable. The chief manager of the firm decided to retire him on pension as he was an old and reliable servant. The question regarding the amount of pension to be given for under consideration, he was getting rupees 150 per month, and his pension, i.e. half the amount, is rupees 75, would not be enough to meet the expenses of the family. So they were all anxious about this matter. 15 days before the final statement, Baba appeared to Mrs. Tendulkar in her dream and said, "I wish that rupees 100 should be settled as pension. Will this satisfy you?" She replied, "Baba, why ask me this? We full special case." Such wonderful love and care did Baba exhibit towards his bhaktas. Captain Hatte. Captain Hatte, who was staying in Bikaner, was a great devotee of Baba. Once, Baba appeared to him in his dream and said, "Did you forget me?" Hatte then immediately held Baba's feet and replied, "If a child forgets his mother, how could he be saved?" Then Hatte went into the garden and took out fresh wal papri vegetables, and after arranging sita, ghee, wheat flour and dal, and dakshina, was about to offer all to Baba when he was awakened and came to know that the whole thing was a dream. Then he decided to send all these things to Baba at Shirdi. When he came to Gwalior, some days afterwards, he sent rupees 12 by money order to a friend with instructions that rupees 2 should be spent in buying sita articles and wal papri vegetables, and those should be offered to Baba with rupees 10 as dakshina. A friend went to Shirdi and purchased the things mentioned, but wal papri was not available. In a short time, a woman turned up with a basket on her head, which curiously enough contained the wal papri vegetables. It was purchased, and then all the things were offered to Baba on behalf of Captain Hatte. Mr. Nimankar prepared the Nevedya, rice and wal papri vegetable, next day and offered the same to Baba. All the people who were surprised to see that Baba, while dining, took and ate wal papri and did not touch rice and other things. Hatte, joy knew no bounds when he learned this from his friend. Concentrated rupees. At another time, Captain Hatte wished that he should have in his house a rupees concentrated by Baba with his touch. He came across a friend who was bound for Shirdi. Through him, Hatte sent his rupees. The friend went to Shirdi and after the usual salutation gave first his dakshina with Baba, which Baba accepted. Then he gave Hatte rupees which Baba took in his hands and began to gaze at it. He held it in front, tossed it up with his right thumb and played with it. Then he said to his friend, "Return this to his owner, as owner with the prasad of Udi. Tell him that I want nothing from him. Ask him to live in peace and contentment." The friend returned to Gwalior, handed over the consecrated rupees to Hatte and told him all that had happened in Shirdi. This time Hatte was much pleased and realized that Baba always encouraged good thoughts. Rama Navami. Now let the readers hear a different story. A gentleman named Vaman Narvakar loved Baba very much. He once brought a rupee and sita rupee. On one side, observed of it were engraved the figures of Ram, Lakshman and Sita. On the other reverse side was engraved the figure of Maruti with folded hands. He offered it to Baba with a hope that he should consecrate it with his touch and return it to him with Udi. But Baba immediately pocketed it. Then Shama spoke to Baba regarding Vamanrao's intentions and requested him to return it. Then Baba spoke in the presence of Vamanrao. Why should it be returned to him? We should keep it ourselves. If he gives rupees 25 for it, it will be returned. Then for the sake of that rupee, Vamanrao collected rupees 25 and placed them before Baba. And then Baba said, the value of that rupee exceeds 25 rupees. Shama, take this rupee. Let us have it in our store. Keep it in your shrine and worship it. No one had the courage to ask Baba why he followed this peculiar action. He only knows what is best, the most suitable to each of all. Bow to Shri Sai, peace to be all.
Drawn to Shirdi, Kaka Mahajani of Vani, Ramla Punjabi of Mumbai. In this chapter, the story of two more devotees who were drawn to Shirdi is narrated. Preliminary. Bow to the kind Sai who is the abode of mercy and who is affectionate towards his devotees. By his mere darshan, he does away with their fear of worldly illusions, sansar, and destroys their calamities. He was first nirgun, formless, but on account of the devotion of his bhaktas, he was obliged to take form. To give liberation, self-realization to the bhaktas is the mission of the saints. For Sai, the chief of them, that mission is inevitable. Those who take refuge in his feet have all their sins destroyed and their progress is certain. Remembering his feet, Brahmins from holy places come to him and read scriptures and chant the Gayatri Mantra in his presence. We who are weak and without any merits do not know what bhakti is, but we know this much, that though all others may leave us, Sai won't forsake us. Those whom he favours gets enormous strength, discrimination between the unreal and real, and knowledge. Sai knows fully the desire of his devotees and fulfills the same. Hence, they get what they want and are grateful. So we invoke him and prostrate ourselves before him. Forgetting all our faults, let him free us from all anxieties. He who became overcome with calamities remembers and prays Sai thus, will get his mind calmed and pacified through his grace. This Sai, the ocean of mercy, says Hemadpant favoured him, and the result of this is the present work Sai Satcharitra. Otherwise, what qualifications had he to undertake this enterprise? But as Sai took all responsibility, Hemadpant felt no burden nor any care about this. When the powerful light of knowledge was there to inspire his speech and pen, why should he entertain any doubt or feel any anxiety? Sai got the service in the form of this book done by him. This is due to the accumulation of his merits in past births, and therefore he thinks himself fortunate and blessed. The following story is not a mere tale but pure nectar. He who drinks it will realize Sai's greatness and all-pervasiveness. Those who want to argue and criticize should not go in for this. What is wanted here is not discussion but unlimited love and devotion. Learned, devout and faithful believers, or those who consider themselves as servants of the saints, will like and appreciate these stories. Others will take them to be fables. The fortunate bhaktas of Sai will find the Sai leelas as the kalpataru, wish-fulfilling tree. Drinking in or devouring this nectar of Sai leelas will give liberation to the ignorant jivas, satisfaction to the householders, and a sadhana to the aspirants. Now we come to the story of this chapter. Kaka Mahajani. There lived in Vani, Nasik district, a man named Kaka Mahajani. He was the priest of goddess Saptashingi. There, he was so overpowered by adverse circumstances and calamities that he lost peace of mind and became quite restless. Under such circumstances, one evening he went into the temple of goddess and prayed unto her from the bottom of his heart and invoked her aid to free him from anxiety. The goddess was pleased with his devotion, and the same night appeared to him in his dream and said to him, "You go to Baba, and then your mind will become calm and composed." Kakaji was anxious to know from her who this Baba was, but before he could get any explanation, he was awakened. Then he began to think as to who might this Baba, to whom the goddess had asked him to go. After some thinking, he resolved that this Baba might be Trayambakeshwar, Lord Shiva. So he went to the holy place Trayambakam, Nasik district, and stayed there for 10 days. During this period, he bathed early in the morning, chanted the Rudram hymns, did the Abhishek, pouring fresh water over the pind, and did other religious rites. But with all this, he was as restless as before. Then he returned to his place and again invoked the goddess most pitifully. That night she again appeared in his dream and said, "Why did you go to Trayambakeshwar in vain? I mean by Baba Shirdi Sai Satcharitra of Shirdi." The question before Kakaji now was how and when to go to Shirdi and how to see Baba. If anybody is in real earnest to see a saint, not only the saint, but God also fulfills his wish. In fact, the saint, the Sant, saint, and the Anant God are one, and the same. There is not the least difference between them. If anybody thinks that he will go on his own wish and see a saint, that will be a mere boast. Unless the saint wills it, no one is able to go and see him. Even the leaf of the tree won't move without his bidding. The more anxious a bhakta is for the visit to the saint, the more devout and faithful he is, the more speedily and effectively is his wish satisfied to his heart's content. He who invites anybody for a visit also arranges everything for his reception. And so it happened with Kakaji. Shama's vows. When Kakaji was thinking about his intended visit to Shirdi, a guest came to him at his place to take him to Shirdi. He was no other than Shama, a very close and intimate devotee of Baba. How he came to Vani at this juncture we shall just see. Shama was severely ill when he was very young, and his mother had taken a vow to a family goddess Saptasringi at Vani that if her son got well, she would bring and dedicate him at her feet. Then, after some years, the mother herself suffered much from ringworms on her breasts. At that time, she again took another vow to her deity that if she got all right, she would offer her 2 silver breasts. These 2 vows remained unfulfilled. At her deathbed, she called her son Shama and drew his attention to the vows, and after taking a promise from him that he would fulfill them, she breathed her last. After some time, Shama forgot about these vows, and thus 30 years elapsed. About this time, a famous astrologer had come to Shiva's brother Bapaji, consulted him, and was told about his mother's vows, which his elder brother had promised to fulfill at her deathbed, and not yet fulfilled. Hence, goddess was displeased with them, and that was bringing troubles on them. Bapaji told this to his brother Shama, who was then reminded of the unfulfilled vows. On thinking that any further delay would be dangerous, he called a goldsmith and got a pair of silver breasts prepared. Then he went to the Masjid, prostrated himself before Baba, and placing before him the 2 silver breasts, requested him to accept them and free him from the vows as to him he was his Saptasringi goddess. Then Baba insisted upon him to go himself to the temple of Saptasringi and offer them at the feet of the goddess. Thus, after taking Baba's permission and Udi, he left for Vani, and while searching for the priest, reached Kakaji's house. Kakaji was then very anxious to visit Baba, and Shama went there to see him at that very time. What a wonderful coincidence was this! Kakaji asked him who he was and whence he come, and on learning that he came from Shirdi, he at once embraced him, so overwhelmed was he with love. Then they talked about Sai leelas, and after finishing the rites of Shama's vows, they both started for Shirdi. On reaching the place, Kakaji went to the Masjid and fell at Baba's feet. His eyes were soon bedewed with tears, and his mind attained calmness. According to the vision of Goddess, no sooner did he see Baba, his mind lost all its restlessness and became calm and composed. Kakaji began to think in his mind, what a wonderful power is this! Baba spoke nothing, there was no question and answer, no benediction pronounced, and the mere darshan itself was so conducive to happiness. The restlessness of my mind disappeared. By his mere darshan, consciousness of joy came upon me. This is what is called the greatness of darshan. His vision was fixed on Sai's feet, and he could utter no word. Hearing Baba's leelas, his joy knew no bounds. He surrendered himself completely to Baba, forgot his anxiety and cares, and got undiluted happiness. He lived happily there for 12 days, and after taking Baba's leave, Udi and blessings, returned home. Kushal Chand of Raita. It is said that a dream which we get in the wee hours of the morning generally comes true in the waking state. This may be so, but regarding Baba's dreams, there is no restriction of time. To quote an instance, Baba told Kaka Dikshit one afternoon to go to Raita and fetch Kushalchand to Shirdi. As he had not seen him since long, Kaka Sahib accordingly took a tonga and went to Raita. He met Kushalchand and gave him Baba's message. On hearing it, Kushalchand was surprised and said that while he was taking a noon nap after meals, Baba appeared in his dream. He had sent his son to inform Baba. When his son was just out of the village border, Dixit's tonga turned up. Dixit then said that he was sent specially to bring him. Then they both went in the tonga back to Shirdi. Kushalchand saw Baba and all were pleased. Seeing this leela of Baba, Kushalchand was much moved. Ramlal Punjabi of Mumbai. Once, a Punjabi Brahmin of Mumbai named Ramlal got a dream in which Baba appeared and asked him to come to Shirdi. Baba appeared to him as a Mahant saint, but he did not know his whereabouts. He thought that he should go and see him, but as he had not his address, he did not know what to do. But he who calls anybody to him also makes the necessary arrangements for the same. The same happened in this case. The same afternoon, when he was strolling in the street, he saw a picture of Baba in a shop. The features of the Mahant he saw earlier in the dream tallied exactly with those of the picture. Then, on making inquiries, he came to know that the picture was of Sai Baba of Shirdi. He went soon after this to Shirdi and stayed there till his death. In this way, Baba brought his devotees to Shirdi for darshan and satisfied their wants, material as well as spiritual. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 31. The passing away in Baba's presence of 1. Sannyasi Vijayanand, 2. Balaram Mankar, 3. Nolkar, 4. Mega, 5. The Tiger. In this chapter, Hemadpant describes the passing away of certain devotees and a tiger in Baba's presence. Preliminary. The last wish or thought that a man has at the hour of death determines his future course. Sri Krishna has said in Gita that he who remembers me in his last moments comes verily to me, and he who meditates otherwise at that time goes to what he longs for. We cannot be certain that we can entertain a particular good thought at our last moment, for more often than not, we are more likely to be frightened and terrified by death. Hence, constant practice is necessary for enabling us to fix our mind on any desired good thought at any moment. All saints therefore recommend us to remember God and chant his name always, so that we may not be perplexed or perturbed when the time for departure comes. The devotees on their part surrender themselves completely to the saints, fully believing that the saints would guide and help them in their last moments. A few such cases will be noted here. 1. Vijay Anand. A Chennai's sannyasi named Vijay Anand started on pilgrimage to Mansarovar. En route, hearing Baba's fame, he halted at Shirdi. There he met one Soma Devaji Swami of Hardwar and inquired from him about the Mansarovar trip. The Swami told him that the Sarovar was 500 miles above Gangotri and described to him the difficulties of the journey, viz. Plenty of snow and the change of dialect every 50 kos, and the suspicious nature of the local people the trip. Then, when he went to Baba and prostrated himself before him, Baba got enraged and said, "Drive out this useless sannyasi, his company is of no use." The sannyasi did not know Baba's nature. He felt discomforted, but sat there watching things that were going on. It was the morning darbar and the masjid was overcrowded. Baba was being worshipped in various ways. Some were washing his feet, some taking the tirth, holy water, and drinking it heartily, and some touching their eyes with it. Some were applying sandal paste and some scents to his body, and all were doing these things, and he did not feel like leaving the place. He stayed in Shirdi for 2 days when he got a letter from Chennai stating that his mother was very ill. He felt very dejected and wanted to be by his mother's side, but he could not leave without Baba's permission to return home. The omniscient Baba, knowing the future, said to him, "If you so loved your mother, why did you take sannyas? Attachment makes misuse of an okra garb. Go very vigilant, the thieves will carry this. Do your duty, leaving all attachment with the things of this world and next. He who does this and surrenders himself to the feet of Hari, Lord, will get free from all troubles and attain bliss. The Lord runs and helps him who remembers and meditates on him with love and affection. Your store of past merits is considerable, so you have come here. Now attend to what I say and realize the goal of your life. Begin from tomorrow the study of Bhagavat. Do 3 saptas, i.e. 3 readings during 3 weeks conscientiously. The Lord will be pleased with you and will destroy your sorrows, and illusions will vanish, and you will get eternal peace." On seeing that this end was approaching, Baba prescribed this remedy and made him read Rama Vijaya, which pleases the god of death. Next morning, after bathing and other purifying rites, he commenced to read Bhagavat at a secluded spot in the Lendi garden. The police afterwards came and on making proper inquiries gave permission for the disposal of the body. It was buried in a proper place with due rites. There was a householder devotee of Baba by the name Bala Niminkar. When his wife passed away, he got dejected and entrusted his household to his son, left home and came to Shirdi and lived with Baba. Being pleased with his devotion, Baba wanted to give a good turn to his life, and he did it in this way. He gave him 12 rupees and asked him to go to live in Machindragad district, Satara. Manka was first unwilling to go and stay away from Baba, but Baba convinced him that he was giving the best course for him and asked him to practice meditation thrice a day in the Gad. On believing in Baba's words, Manka went to the Gad. He was much pleased with the serenity, pure water, healthy air, and the surroundings of the place, and began to practice assiduously the meditations as recommended by Baba. After some days, he got a revelation. Generally, bhaktas get revelation in the samadhi or trance states, but in Mankar's case, he got it when he came down to his ordinary consciousness from his trance. Baba appeared to him in person. Not only that Mankar saw him, but he also asked him why he was sent there. Baba replied, "In Shirdi, many thoughts and ideas begin to rise in your mind, and I sent you here to bring you your unsteady mind to rest. You thought that I was in Shirdi with a body composed of 5 elements and 3.5 cubits in length. Now you see and determine for yourself whether the person you see here now is the same as you saw in Shirdi. It is for this reason that I sent you here." Then after the period was over, Mankar left the Gad and proceeded to his native place, Bandra. He wanted to travel by rail from Pune to Dada. but when he went to the booking office to get a ticket, he found it very much crowded. He could not get his ticket. Soon a villager with a langoti piece of cloth on his waist and kambali on his shoulders turned up and said, "Where are you going?" "To Dada," replied Mankar. Then he said, "Please take this Dada ticket of mine, as I have some urgent work there. Here, I have cancelled my Dada trip." Mankar was very glad to receive the ticket and was taking out money from his pocket when the rustic disappeared in the crowd. Mankar tried to find him out in the crowd, but in vain. He waited for him till the train left the station, but found no trace of him. This was the second revelation Mankar got in a strange form. Then Mankar, after visiting his home, again returned to Shirdi and remained there at Baba's feet, following his bidding and advice. In the end, he was very fortunate to leave this world in the presence of Baba. 3. Tatya Sahib Nolkar. Hemadpant gives no particulars regarding Tatya Sahib Nolkar, except the bare mention of the fact that he gave up his ghost in Shirdi. A brief summary of his account that appeared in the Sai Leela magazine is given here. Tatya Sahib was a sub-judge at the Pandapur in 1909, when Nana Sahib Chandakar was a mamlatdar there. Both met often and exchanged words. Tatya Sahib did not believe in saints, while Nana Sahib respected them. Nana Sahib often told him the leelas of Sai Baba and pressed him to go to Shirdi and see Baba. Nolkar finally agreed to go to Shirdi on 2 conditions. 1, he must get a Brahmin cook, and 2, he must get good Nagpur oranges for the presentation. Both these conditions were providentially fulfilled. A Brahmin came to Nana Sahib for service, and he was sent to Tatya Sahib, and a fruit parcel containing 100 beautiful oranges was received by Tatya Sahib, the consignor being unknown. As the conditions were fulfilled, Tatya Sahib had to go to Shirdi. At first, Baba was much enraged with him, but by and by, Tatya Sahib got such experiences that he was convinced that Baba was God incarnate. So he was enamored of Baba and stayed there till his death. As his end was approaching, sacred literature was read out to him, and at the last hour, Baba's Pada Tirth was brought and given to him for drinking. Baba, on hearing of his death, said, "O Tatya went ahead of us, he won't be reborn." 4. Mega. The story of Mega has been already described in chapter 28. When Mega died, all the villagers followed the funeral procession. Baba also accompanied them and showered flowers on Mega's body. After the obsequies were performed, tears flowed from Baba's eyes, and like an ordinary mortal, Baba showed himself overcome with grief and sorrow. Then covering the body with flowers and crying like a near relation, Baba returned to the Masjid. Many saints have been seen giving sadgati to men, but Baba's greatness is unique. Even an animal like tiger came to Baba's feet for being delivered from demerits. It is this story which will be narrated now. 5. Tiger. This tiger is buried in Shirdi in front of Mahadev temple. 7 days before Baba passed away, a wonderful incident occurred at Shirdi. There came a country cart and stopped in front of the Masjid. A tiger was on the cart, fastened with iron chains, with its agonized face turned to the rear. It was suffering from some painful malady. Its keepers, 3 dervishes, had been taking it from place to place and making money by exhibiting it. It was the means of their subsistence. They tried all sorts of remedies to cure it from the malady it was suffering from, but all in vain. Then they heard of Baba's fame and came to him with the animal. They got it down with chains in their hands and made it stand at the door. It was naturally fierce, besides disease-ridden, so it was restless. The people began to look at it with fright and amazement. The dervishes told Baba everything about the animal, and with his consent brought it before him. As it approached the steps, it retreated on account of the awe of Baba and hung its head down. When both saw each other, it got onto the step and looked at Baba with affection. Immediately it did, and full of sorrow, but on proper thought they came to terms with it. They considered that as the animal was diseased and nearing its end, it was very meritorious on its part that it met its death at the feet of Baba. It was their debtor, and when the debt was paid off, it was free and met its end at Sai's feet. When any creatures bow down their heads at saints' feet and meet death, they are liberated. Unless they have got a good store of merit on their account, how could they get such a meritorious end? Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 32, In Quest of Guru and God, Fasting Disapproved. In this chapter, Hemadpant describes two things. One, how Baba met his Guru in the woods and through him God, and two, how Baba made Mrs. Gokali, who made up her mind to fast for 3 days, eat puram polis. Preliminary. In the beginning, Hemadpant describes the samsara, visible world, by the allegory of Ashvatata, banyan tree, which has in the phraseology of the Gita roots above and branches below. Its branches are spread downward and upwards and are nourished by the gunas, qualities, and its sprouts are the objects of the senses. Its roots leading to actions are extended downwards to this world of men. Its form cannot be known in this world, nor its end, its beginning, nor its support. After cutting this Ashvata tree of strong roots with the sharp weapon of non-attachment, one should seek the path, beyond treading which there is no return. For traversing this path, the help of a good guide, Guru, is absolutely necessary. However learned a man may be, or however deep his study of Veda and Vedant, sacred literature, may be, he cannot reach his destination safely. If the guide be there to help him and show him the right way, he would avoid the pitfalls and the wild beasts on the journey move aside. Baba's experience in this matter, through the story which he gave out himself, is really wonderful, which when attended to will give you faith, devotion and salvation. The quest. Once 4 of us were studying religious scriptures and other books, and being thus enlightened, we began to discuss the nature of Brahma. One of us said that we should raise the self with self-efforts and not depend on others. To this the second replied that he who controls his mind is blessed. We should be free from thoughts and ideas, and there is nothing in the world without us. The third said that the world, phenomenon, is always changing. The formless is eternal, so we should discriminate between the unreal and the real. And the fourth, Baba himself, argued that bookish knowledge alone is worthless, and added, let us do our prescribed duty and surrender our body, mind and 5 pranas, life, to the Guru's feet. Guru is God, all-pervading. To get this conviction, strong, unbounded faith is necessary. While discussing in this way, we 4 learned men began to ramble through the woods in the quest of God. The 3 wanted to make the quest with their free and unaided intellect. On the way, Avanjari, a man who trades in certain things such as grain, etc., by carrying them on bullock, met us and asked us, "It is hot now. Where and how far are you going?" "In the woods," we replied. He inquired, "On what quest are you bound?" We gave him an ambiguous and evasive reply. On seeing us rambling aimlessly, he was moved and said, "Without knowing the woods fully, you should not wander at random. If you want to walk through forests and jungles, you should take a guide with you. Why do you exert yourselves unnecessarily during this hot noon sun? You may not give out to me your secret of the quest. Still, you can sit down, eat bread, drink water, take rest, and then go. Be always patient at heart." Though he spoke so tenderly, we discarded his request and marched on. We thought that we were self-contained men and needed nobody's help. The woods were vast and trackless. The trees therein grew so close and tall that the sun's rays could not penetrate through them. So we lost our way and wandered here and there for a long time. Ultimately, through sheer good luck, we came back to the place from where we started. The Vanjari met us again and said, "By relying on your own cleverness, and no quest can be successfully carried on an empty stomach. Unless God wills it, no one meets us on the way. Do not discard offers of food. Served dish should not be thrust away. Offers of food should be regarded as auspicious signs of success." On saying this, he again offered us food and asked us to be calm and patient. Again, my companions did not like this unsolicited hospitality and discarded his offer. Without doing any quest and without taking any food, the 3 began to move out. So obstinate were they. I was hungry and thirsty, and I was moved by the Vanjari's extraordinary love. We thought ourselves very learned, but were strangers to kindness. The Vanjari was a quite illiterate and unqualified fellow, and belonged to a low caste. Still he had love in his heart, and asked us to eat the bread. In this way, he who loves others disinterestedly is really enlightened. And I thought acceptance of his hospitality was the best beginning of getting knowledge. So very respectfully, I accepted the loaf of bread offered, ate it, and drank water. Then he, the Guru, came and stood before us. What was the dispute about? He asked, and I told him everything that had happened. Then he said, would you like to come with me? I will show you what you want, but he alone who believes in what I say will be successful. The others did not agree to what he said and left him. But I bowed to him reverently and accepted his dictum. Then he took me to a well, tied my feet with a rope and hung me, head downwards and feet up, from a tree near the well. I was suspended 3 foot above the water, which I could not reach with my hands or with my mouth. After suspending me in this manner, he went away. No one knew where. After 10 or 12 katakas, 4 or 5 hours, he returned, and after taking me out quickly, asked me how I fared. In bliss supreme I was. How can a fool like me describe the joy I experienced, I replied. On hearing my answer, the Guru was much pleased with me, drew me near him, and stroking my head with his hand, kept me with him. He took care of me as tenderly as a mother bird does of her young ones. He put me into his school. How beautiful it was. There I forgot my parents, all my attachment was snapped, and I was liberated easily. I thought that I should embrace him and keep staring at him always. If his image was not fixed in my eyes, I would better be blind. Such was the school. No one who entered it once could return empty-handed. My Guru became my all in all, my home, mother and father, everything. All my senses left their places and concentrated themselves in my eyes, and my sight was centered on him. Thus my Guru was the sole object of my meditation, and I was conscious of none else. While meditating on him, my mind and intellect were silent, and I had thus to keep quiet and bow to him in silence. There are other schools where you see an altogether different spectacle. The disciples go there to seek knowledge and spend their money, time and labour, but ultimately they don't gain much. The Guru there boasts of his secret knowledge and his straightforwardness. He makes a show of his sacredness and holiness. He speaks a lot and sings his own glory, but his own words do not touch the disciples' heart, and they are not convinced. So far as self-realization is concerned, he has not yet reached that. How can such schools be of any use to the disciples, and how can they be benefited? The master, Guru, mentioned above was of different type. By his grace, realization flashed upon me of itself, without effort or study. I had nothing to seek, everything became clear to me as broad daylight. The Guru alone knows how the inverse suspension, with head down and feet up, can give happiness. Among the 4, one was a Kanata, ritualistic, who only knew how to observe and abstain from certain rites. The second was Jnani, who was puffed up with pride of knowledge, and the third was a Bhakta, who they were discussing and arguing, the question of God came up, and they, depending on their unaided knowledge, went in search of him. Sai, who was discrimination and dispassion incarnate, was one of the 4. On being himself Brahma incarnate, some may ask, why did he mix with them and act foolishly? He did this for setting an example to follow. Though an incarnation himself, he respected a low Vanjari by accepting his food with the firm belief that food is Brahma, and showed how those who rejected Vanjari's hospitable offer suffered, and how it was impossible to get Jnana without a Guru. The Shirdi Sai Satcharitra Upanishad exhorts us to honour and worship mother, father and preceptor, and to study, learn and teach the sacred scriptures. These are the means of purifying our minds, and unless this purification is effected, self-realization is not possible. Neither the senses nor the mind and intellect reach the self. Modes of proof such as perception and inference will not help us in the matter. It is the grace of the Guru that counts. The objects of our life such as Dharma, Artha and Karma are attainable with our effort, but the fourth object, moksha, i.e. liberation, can only be had with the help of the Guru. In the life story of Shirdi Sai, many personalities appear and play their part. Astrologers come and give out their predictions, princes, noblemen, ordinary and poor men, sannyasis, yogis, singers and others come for darshan. Even a maha comes and making a johar, this salutation, says, Sai is the Maibap, true parents, he who will do away with our rounds of births and deaths. So many others, such as jugglers, gondolas, who sing devotional songs, the blind and the lame, Hemadpantis, dancers and other players come and are given suitable reception. The Vanjari also appeared at the right time and played the part assigned to him. Let us now revert to the other story. Who fasts is never at ease, then how could he attain his Paramatma goal of life? God is not attained on an empty stomach. First, the soul has to be appeased. If there be no food in the stomach and nutrition, with what eyes should we see God? With what tongue should we describe his greatness? And with what ears should we hear the same? In short, when all our organs get their proper nutrition and are sound, we can practice devotion and other sadhanas to attain God. Therefore, neither fasting nor overeating is good. Moderation in diet is really wholesome, both to the body and mind. One Mrs. Gokali came to Shirdi with an introductory letter from Mrs. Kashibai Kanikar, a devotee of Baba, to Dada Kelkar. She came to Baba with a determination to sit at Baba's feet and observe a 3-day fast. The previous day, Baba said to Dada Kelkar that he would not allow his children to starve during the Shimgar, i.e. holy holidays, and that if they had to starve, why was he there? Next day, when the woman went with Dada Kelkar and sat at Baba's feet, Baba at once said to her, "Where is the necessity of fasting? Go to Dagabat's house, prepare the dish of puran poli, wheat rotis with gram flour and jaggery, feed his children and yourself too." Shimgar holidays were on. Mrs. Kelkar was then going through her menses, and then was nobody to cook in Dagabat's house. So Baba's advice was very timely. Then Mrs. Gohali had to go to Dadabat's house and prepare the dishes directed. She cooked that day, fed others and herself. What a good story and how beautiful its import. Baba's Saka. Baba gave a story of his childhood as follows. When I was a youngster, I was in search of bread and went to Bede. Then I got embroidery work. I worked hard, sparing no pains. The employer was very much pleased with me. 3 other boys worked before me. The first got 50 rupees, the second got 100 rupees, and the third 150 rupees, and I was given twice the total of this amount, viz. 600 rupees. After seeing my cleverness, the employer loved me, praised me, and honoured me with a full dress, a turban for the head, and a shella for the body, etc. I kept this dress intact without using it. I thought that what a man might give does not last long, and it is always imperfect. But what my Saka, God, gives, lasts to the end of time. No other gift from any man can be compared to his. My Saka says, "Take, take," but everyone comes to me and says, "Give, give." Nobody attends carefully to the meaning of what I say. My Saka's treasury, spiritual wealth, is full, it is overflowing. I say, dig out and take away this wealth in cartloads. The blessed son of a true mother should fill himself with this wealth. The skill of my Fakir, the leela of my Lord, and the aptitude of my Sakar is quite unique. What about me? Body, that's earth, will mix with earth, breath with air. This time won't come again. No matter where I go or where I sit, Maya always troubles me much. Still I am always anxious for my men. He who does anything spiritual endeavour will reap its fruit, and he who remembers these words of mine will get invaluable happiness. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace be to all.
Nargan Rao's sickness, Balabhu's Sutta, Appa Bhai's Kulkarni, and Habur Karnik. In the last chapter, we described the greatness of the Guru. Now in this, we describe the greatness of Udi. However, both are interlinked. The greatness of Udi is due to the spiritual grandeur of Baba and do away with all the blemishes of our character. Their talk gives us good teachings and confers on us invaluable happiness. Their minds do not know any difference, such as this is ours, that is yours. Such differentiations never arise in their minds. Their debts, obligations will never be repaid by us in this birth as well as in many future births. Udi. It is well known that Baba took dakshina from all and out of amount thus collected. He spent on charity and purchased fuel. This fuel put in dhumi, the sacred fire, then he kept ever burning. The ash from this fire was called Udi, and it was freely distributed to devotees at the time of the departure from Shirdi. What did Baba teach by Udi? Baba taught by this Udi that all the visible phenomena in the universe are transient as the ash. Our bodies, composed of matter of 5 elements, will fall down after all the enjoyments are over and be reduced to ashes. In order to remain the devotees of the fact that bodies will be reduced to ashes, Baba distributed Udi to them. Baba also taught by Udi that Brahma is the only reality and the universe is ephemeral, and that no one in this world is a son, father, or wife is really yours. We come here in this world alone, and we have to go from here alone. It has been found that the Udi cured many physical and mental maladies, but Baba wanted to repeat into devotees' ears the principles of discrimination between the unreal and the real. He taught non-attachment from the unreal by his Udi and Dakshina. The former Udi taught us the discrimination, and the latter Dakshina taught us non-attachment. Unless we have these two things, it's not possible for us to cross over the sea of the mundane existence. So Baba asked for Dakshina and asked the devotees to leave. He gave Udi as prasad, besmeared some of them on their foreheads, and placed his boon-confirming hand on them. When Baba was in a cheerful mood, he used to sing merrily. One such song was about Udi. The meaning of the song was, "Oh, playful Rama, come, come and bring with you sacks of Udi." Baba used to sing in very clear and tender tones. So besides the spiritual implication of Udi, it also has been material significance. It conferred health, prosperity, freedom from anxiety, and many other worldly gains. So the Udi has helped us to gain both our ends, material as well as spiritual. We shall now begin with the stories about Udi. Scorpion sting. Narayan Moti Ramjani of Nasik was a devotee of Baba. He was serving under another devotee of Baba by name of Ramchandra Vaman Modak. Once he went to Shirdi with his mother and saw Baba. Then Baba himself told her that his son should start independent business. Some days after, this prophecy turned true. Narayan Jani left service and started a boarding house, Anand Ashram, which thrived well. Once a friend of this Narayan Rao was stung by a scorpion. The pain caused by it was severe and unbearable. Udi is very most efficacious in such cases. It is to be applied on the point of pain, so Narayan Rao searched for it but found none. Then he stood before Baba's picture and invoked Baba's aid, chanted Baba's name, and taking out a pinch of the ashes at the joss stick burning in front of Baba's picture, and thinking of it as Baba's Udi, applied it on the seat of the pain and the sting. As soon as he moved his fingers, the pain vanished, and both the persons were moved and felt delighted. Bubonic plague. Case. Once a devotee in Bandra came to know that his daughter, who was staying in another place, was down with bubonic plague. He had no Udi with him, so he sent word to Nana Sahib Chandokar to send the same. Nana Sahib got his message en route Thana railway station when he was travelling with his wife Kalyan. He had no Udi with him then. He therefore took up some dust from the road, meditated upon Sai Baba, invoked his aid, and applied it to his wife's forehead. The devotee was very glad to learn that his daughter, who was suffering from 3 days, began to improve from the very moment Nana Sahib invoked Baba's aid near Thana railway station. The Jamna miracle. In the year 1904-5, Nana Sahib Chandokar was Malata at Jamna in Kandesh district, which is more than 100 miles from Shirdi. His daughter Mentai was pregnant and was due to deliver. Her case was very serious as she was suffering from labor pains for at least 2 or 3 days. Nana Sahib tried all remedies but in vain. He then remembered Baba and invoked his aid. There in Shirdi, one Ram Giribai and Baba called Bapu Girubau were leaving for their native place in Khandesh. Baba called him and told him to stop Jama on his way home and give the Udi and Aarti to Nana Sahib. Ram Girbau said that he had only 2 rupees with him and this amount was barely sufficient for him to railway fare into Jalgaon, and it was not possible for him to go from Jalgaon to Jamna, a distance of about 30 miles. Baba assured him that he need not care, as everything would be provided for. Then Baba asked Shama to write a well-known Aarti composed by Madhav Adkar. Aarti and translation of this is given at the end of this work, and gave a copy of this with Udi to Ram Girau to be delivered to Nana Sahib. Then, relying on Baba's words, Ram Girau left Shirdi and reached Jalgaon at 2:45 a.m. He had only 2 annas left with him, and he was in plight. To his great relief, he heard somebody calling out, "Who is Bapu Giruba Shirdi?" He went to him and told him that he was Bapu Giruba. Then persons professing to be sent by Nana Sahib took him to an excellent tonga with a good pair of horses. They both drove it. The tonga ran fast, and early in the morning they came to a brooklet. The man took the horses for watering them. Then he asked Rami Girbau to partake of some eatables. On serving the beard, moustache, and the livery of the person, Rami Girbau suspected him to be a Muslim, but was unwilling to take any refreshments from him. But he satisfied Ram Girbau by saying that he was a Hindu, a Kshatriya of Garhwal, and that Nana Sahib had sent him these refreshments, and there should be no difficulty in acceptance. Then both of them took the refreshments and started again. They reached Jamnar at dawn. Ram Girbau alighted and attended a call of nature and returned within few minutes, but found there was no tonga and no driver. He was dumbfounded. Then he went to the neighboring Kacheri, and on making inquiries learned that Mamlata was at home. He went to Nana Sahib's house and gave to Nana Sahib Baba's Udi and Aarti. At this time, Mehta's case was in most serious condition, and all were in deep anxiety about her. Nana Sahib called out his wife and asked her to give the Udi, mixed with water, to their daughter to drink. He thought that Baba's help was most opportune. In a few minutes came the news the delivery was safe and the crisis had passed away. Where Ram Girbau thanked Nana Sahib for the peon, tonga, and the refreshments. The latter was greatly surprised, as he had sent none to the station and was not aware of any person coming to Shirdi. Mr. B.V. Dev of Thana, retired Mamlata, made inquiries about the matter with Bapu Rao Chandokar, son of Nana Sahib and Ram Girbau of Shirdi, and after satisfying himself, wrote an elaborate article, part prose and party poetry, in the Shirdi Sai Leela magazine, volume 13, numbers 11, 12 and 13. B.V. Narasimha Swami has already taken down the statements of 1. Mentai, number 5, page 14, and 2. Bapu Sahib Chandokar, number 20, page 50, and 3. Ram Girbau, number 27, page 83, dated 1st of June 1936, 16th September 1936, and 1st September 1936 respectively, and published them in the Devotees' Experiences, Part 3. The following is quoted Ram Girbau's statement. One day, Baba called me to him and gave me a packet of Uday and a copy of Baba's Aarti. I had to go to Kandesh at the time. Baba directed me to go to Jamna and told me to deliver the Aarti and Udi to Nana Sahib Chandokar at Jamna. I said to Baba all that I had was 2 rupees and asked him that I could take me a train from Kopangaon to Jalgaon and next from Jalgaon to Jamna. Baba said, God will give. That was a Friday and I started at once. I reached Manmad at 7:30 and Jalgaon at 2:45 a.m. At that time, plague regulations were enforced and I had much trouble. I was to discover that I should do with other details of good dress, that I should get Jamna. At about 3 a.m., a peon in boots, turban, equipped with other details of good dress, came to me and took me to a tonga and drove me on. On the way of Baghu, I took refreshments. We reached Jamna early in the morning, and by the time I attended my call of nature, the tonga and the driver had disappeared. Page 83. Narayan Rao. Bhakta Narayan Rao, father's name and surname are not given, had the good fortune to see Baba twice during the latter's lifetime. 3 years after passing away of Baba in 1918, he wanted to come to Shirdi but could not. Within a year of Baba's Mahasamadhi, he fell sick and suffered much. All possible remedies gave him no relief. So he meditated on Baba day and night. One night he had a vision. Baba came through a cellar, comforted him. Don't be anxious. You will be well, be improving from tomorrow, and within a week you will be on your legs. Narayan Rao got perfectly well within that time indicated in the vision. Now the point for conversation in this was Baba living because he had the body, or was he dead because he left it? No, Baba is ever alive, for he transcends both life and death. He who loved him wholeheartedly gets response from him at any time, at any time. He is always by our side and will take any form, appear before the devout bhakta and satisfy him. Appa Sahib Kulkarni. In 1917, Appa Sahib Kulkarni was transferred to Thana and began to worship Baba's picture presented to him by Bala Sahib, but in real earnest, he did the worship. He offered flowers, sandal paste, and naivedya daily to Baba in picture, longed intently to see him. In this connection, it may be remarked that seeing Baba's picture earnestly is equivalent to seeing him in person. The following story illustrates this statement. Balabhau Sutta, a saint of Mumbai named Balabhau Sutta, who accounts for his piety, devotion and style, was called modern Tukaram, came to Shirdi for the first time in 1917. He bowed before Baba. The letter said, I know this man since 4 years. Balubhai wondered and thought, how could he be, as this was the first trip to Shirdi? But thinking about it seriously, he recollected that he had prostrated 4 years ago before Baba's portrait in Mumbai and was convinced about the significance of Baba's words. He said to himself, how omniscient and all-pervading are the saints, and how kind are they to the devotees. I merely bowed to his photo, but this fact was noticed by Baba, and in due time he made me realize that seeing his photo is equivalent to seeing him in person. Now we return to Appa Sahib's story. While he was in Thane, he had to go on a tour to Bhiwandi and was expected to return after a week. In his presence, the following wonderful thing took place on the 3rd day. At noon, a fakir turned up. Appa Sahib's house. His features resembled exactly that of Baba's photo. Mrs. Kulkarni and the children all asked him whether he was Sai Baba of Shirdi. He said no, but that he was an obedient servant of his and came there at his order to inquire about the well-being of the family. Then he asked for Dikshana. The lady gave him a rupee. He gave her a small packet of udi and asked her to keep this in the shrine. Then he left the house and went away. Now, hear the wonderful leela of Sai. Appa Sahib could not proceed with his tour, as his horse fell sick at Bhiwandi. He returned home that afternoon and learned from his wife and Fakir's visit. He got very restless. He did not have the darshan of the Fakir. Moreover, he did not like that only 1 rupee was paid to him in Dikshana. He said that had he been present, he would have paid not less than 10 rupees. Then he immediately started the quest of the Fakir and searched for him in the Masjid and other places without taking any food. The search was in vain. He then returned home and took his food. The readers may remember here Baba's dictum in chapter 32 that God's quest should not be made on empty belly. Then after meals, we went out for a walk with a friend. Mr. Chitta, after going some distance, they saw a man approaching them rapidly. Appa Sahib thought that he might be Fakir and came to his house at noon. As his features tallied with those of Baba in the photo, the Fakir immediately put forth his hand and asked for Dakshina. Appa Sahib gave him a rupee. He demanded again and again, and so Appa Sahib gave him 2 more. Still he was not satisfied. Then he borrowed 3 rupees from Mr. Chittar and gave them to him. He wanted still more. Appa Sahib asked him to accompany him to the home. Then they all returned home and Appa Sahib gave him 3 rupees, in all 9. He looked unsatisfied and demanded again. Then Appa Sahib told him that he had a currency note of 10 rupees. The Fakir asked for the same, took it, returned the 9 rupees and went away. Appa Sahib had earlier said that he would pay 10 rupees and that sum was taken from him. 9 rupees consecrated by Baba's touch were returned to him. The figure 9 is significant. It denotes the 9 types of devotion, White Scepter 21. It may also be noted here that Baba gave 9 coins to one Lakshmi Bai Shinde at his last moment. Appa Sahib examined the Udi packet and found that it contained some flower leaves and akshata. Then some time afterwards, he got a hair from Baba when he knew him at Shirdi. He put the Udi packet and the hair in tabiz and wore it around on his arm. Appa Sahib realized the power of Udi. Though he was very efficient, he got 40 rupees as pay in the beginning. But later he secured Baba's photo and his Udi. He got many times more and also got much power and influence. And along with these temporal benefits, his spiritual progress was also rapid. So those who are fortunate enough to get Baba's Udi should, after bath, apply it on the forehead and take some of it mixed with water as holy drink. Hari Bhau Karnik. In 1917, Hari Bhau Karnik of the now Thana district came to Shirdi on Guru Purnima day in the month of Ashada and worshipped Baba with all formalities. He offered clothes and Dakshina and after taking Baba's leave, got down the steps of Masjid. Then he thought that he should offer more rupee to Baba and was just turning to climb up again when Shama signaled him by gesture that he had got Baba's leave, he should go now and not return. So he started for home. On his way, when he went to the temple of Kala Ram at Nasik for darshan, the Saint Narsingh Maharaj, who used to sit inside the temple, came to Hari Bhau, caught him by the wrist and said, "Give me my 1 rupee." Karnik was surprised. He paid the rupee most willingly and thought that Sai Baba recovered the rupee which he intended in his mind to give those Saint Narsingh Maharaj. This story illustrates the fact that all saints are one and illustrates how they work in unison. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 34, Greatness of Udi, continued. Doctor's nephew. Number 2, Dr. Pillai. 3, Shama's sister-in-law. 4, Irani girl. 5, Harda gentleman. And 6, Mumbai lady. This chapter continues the subject, greatness of Udi, and describes cases in which the application of Udi was most efficacious. Doctor's nephew. In Melgaon district, Nasik, there lived a doctor, qualified and degree holder. His nephew suffered from an incurable disease, tubercular bone abscess. The doctor, along with his relatives and medical practitioners, tried all sorts of remedies and even surgery, and relatives and advised the parents to the boy to seek a divine and recommended them to go to Sai Baba, who was known to have cured such incurable cases by his mere glance. The parents therefore came to Shirdi. They prostrated themselves before Baba, placed the boy before him and pleaded humbly and implored him to save their son. The merciful Baba comforted them saying, "Those who resort to this masjid shall never suffer anything in this life to the end of time. Now do not worry. Apply Udi on the abscess and within a week he will recover. Believe in God. This is no masjid but Dwarkamai. He who steps here will soon get health and happiness, and his sufferings will come to an end." The boy who made to sit before Baba, who moved his hand on the affected part and cast his loving glances on him. The patient was pleased with his application of Udi. He began to recover and was all right after some days. The parents then left Shirdi with their son, thanking Baba for the cure, which was effected by Udi and Baba's gracious looks. After knowing this, the doctor, the uncle of the boy, became wonderstruck and desired to see Baba. While he was on his way to Mumbai for some business, at Melgaon and Manmat, somebody spoke to him against Baba and poisoned his ears. Therefore, he dropped the idea of visiting Shirdi and went to Mumbai direct. He wanted to spend the rest of his leave at Alibag, but at Mumbai he heard for 3 successive nights to voice, "Still you disbelieve me." Then the doctor changed his mind and resolved to go to Shirdi. He had to attend to a case of infectious fever in Mumbai, which showed no signs of quick abatement. So he thought that his Shirdi trip would be postponed. He, however, proposed a test in his mind and said that if the patient gets all right by today, I will start for Shirdi tomorrow. The wonder is that exactly from the time when his determination was done, the fever began to abate and the temperature became normal. Then he went to Shirdi, as per his determination, took Baba's darshan and prostrated himself before him. Baba gave him such experiences that he became his devotee. He stayed there for 4 days and returned home with Baba's Udi and blessings. Within a fortnight, he was transformed on promotions to Bijapur. His nephew's case gave him an opportunity for seeing Baba, and his visit garnered in him a never-failing love for saints' feet. Dr. Pillai. Dr. Pillai was an intimate devotee of Baba. He was much liked by Baba, who always called him Pau, brother. Baba talked to him and consulted him in all matters, wanted him always at his side. This Pillai suffered once very badly from genia worms. He said to Kaka Sahib Dixit, "The pain is most excruciating and unbearable. I prefer death to it. This pain I know is for repaying past karma, but go to Baba and tell him to cease the pain and transfer the balance of my past karma to 10 future births of mine." Mr. Dixit went to Baba and told him his request. Then Baba, being moved by his request, said to Dixit, "Tell him to be fearless. Why should he suffer for 10 births? In 10 days he can work out the sufferings and consequences of his past karma. While I am here to give him temporal and spiritual welfare, why should he pray for death? Bring him here on somebody's back and let us work Baba's right side." Baba gave him his bolster and said, "Lie down calmly here and be at ease. The true remedy is that the result of past actions has to be suffered and got over. Our karma is the cause of our happiness and sorrow. Therefore, put up with whatever comes to you. Allah, God, is the sole dispenser and protector. Think of him always. He will take care of you. Surrender him with body, mind, and speech, and then see what he does." Dr. Pillai said that Nana Sahib had put a bandage over the leg, but he had no relief. "Nana is a fool," replied Baba. "Take off that bandage or else you will die. Now a crow will come and peck at you, and then you will recover." While this conversation was going on, Abdul, who always cleaned the masjid and trimmed the lamps, turned up. While he was attending to his work, his foot accidentally fell upon the stretched leg of Dr. Pillai. The leg was already swollen, and when Abdul's foot fell upon it and pressed it, all the 7 guinea worms were squeezed out at once. The pain was unbearable, and Dr. Pillai cried out loudly. After some time, he calmed down and began to sing and cry ultimately. Then Pillai inquired when the crow was coming and pecking Baba. Baba said, "Did you not see the crow? He won't come again. Abdul was the crow. Now go and rest in Wada, and you will be soon all right." By application of Udi and by taking it orally with water without taking any other treatment or medicine, the disease was completely cured in 10 days as assured by Baba. Shama's sister-in-law. Shama's younger brother, Bapaji, was staying near the Shauli well. Once his wife was attacked by bubonic plague. She had high fever and 2 buboes in her groins. Babaji rushed to Shama at Shirdi and asked him to come and help him. Shama was frightened by, according to his wont custom. He went to Baba, prostrated himself before him to evoke his aid by requesting him to cure the case. He also asked his permission to go to his brother's house. Then Baba said, "Don't go there at this later hour. Send her the Udi. Why care for the fever and buboes? God is our Father. She will be all right easily. Do not go now. Go there in the morning and return immediately." Shama had full faith in Baba's Udi. It was sent with Babaji. It was applied on the buboes, and some it was mixed with water given to the patients to drink. No sooner was it taken in, perspiration set in profusely. The fever abated and patient had sound sleep. Next morning, Babaji was surprised to see his wife all right, with no fever and no buboes. When Shama went there next morning, with Baba's permission, he was all surprised to see her in the kitchen preparing tea. On questioning his brother, he learned that Baba's Udi cured her completely in one night. Then Shama realized the significance of Baba's words, "Go there in the morning and return immediately." After taking tea, Shama returned and after saluting Baba said, "Deva, what is this play of yours? You first raise a storm and make us restless and then calm it down and comfort us." Baba replied, "You see, mysterious is the path of action. Though I do nothing, they hold me responsible for the actions which take place on account of her. He is the most merciful. Neither I am God nor master. I am his obedient servant, and remember him constantly. He who casts aside with egoism thanks him, and he who trusts him entirely will have his shackles removed and will obtain liberation." Irani's daughter. Now read the experiences of Irani gentleman. His young daughter got fits every hour. When the convulsion came, she lost her power of speech. Her limbs contorted and she fell down senseless. No remedy gave her any relief. Some friend recommended Baba Zudi to her father and asked him to get it from Kaka Sahib Dixit at Ville Parle, suburb of Mumbai. Then the Irani gentleman got the udi and gave it mixed with water to his daughter daily for drinking. In the beginning, the convulsions, which were coming hourly, came every 7 hours, and after a few days the daughter recovered completely. Harda gentleman. An old gentleman of Harda was suffering from a stone in his kidney. Such stones are gently removed by surgical operations, and people recommended him to undergo one. He was old and weak, lacked strength and mind. He could not think of submitting himself to surgical treatment. His suffering was soon to end in another way, and had always a stock of udi with him. On the recommendation of friends, his son got some udi from him, and after mixing it with water, gave it to his old father to drink. Within 5 minutes, the udi was assimilated, the stone was dissolved and came out through the Prabhu, cast in Mumbai, always suffered terrible pain at her delivery. She was very much frightened. Each time she became pregnant and did not know what to do. Sri Rama Maruti of Kalyan, who was a devotee of Baba, advised her husband to take her to Shirdi. When she next became pregnant, both husband and wife came to Shirdi, stayed there for some months and worshipped Baba. After some time, the hour of delivery came, and as usual there was obstructions in the passage from the womb. She began to suffer labor pains, did not know what to do, but began to pray to Baba for her relief. In the meantime, some neighboring women turned up, and after evoking Baba's aid, gave her udi mixture to drink. In 5 minutes, the woman delivered safely and painlessly. The issue was still born according to its fate, but the mother who got rid of the anxiety and pain thanked Baba for the safe delivery and ever remained grateful to him. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 35. Tested and never found wanting. Kaka Mahajani's friend and master. Bandra insomnia case. Bala Patil Nuaska. This chapter also continues with the subject of the importance and effectiveness of the udi. It also gives 2 cases in which Baba was tested and not found wanting. These cases will be taken up first. Preliminary. In spiritual matters or endeavours, sectarianism is the greatest bar to our progress. Those who believe that God is without form are heard saying that to believe that God is with form is an illusion, and that the saints are only human beings. Then why should they bow down their heads before them and offer dakshina? Persons belonging to other sects will also raise objections and say, why should they bow and offer allegiance to other saints, leaving their own gurus? Similar objections regarding Sai Baba were heard before and even now. Some said that when they went to Shirdi, Baba asked for dakshina from them. Is it good that saints should collect money in this fashion? If they do so, where is their sainthood? But there are many instances where men went to Shirdi to scoff but remained there to pray. 2 such instances are given below. Kaka Mahajani's friend. A friend of Kaka Mahajani was a worshipper of Nirgun, God without form, and was averse to idolatry. Out of curiosity, he agreed to go to Shirdi with Kaka Mahajani on 2 conditions. 1, that he would neither bow down to Baba, 2, nor pay him any dakshina. Kaka agreed to these conditions, and they both left Mumbai on a Saturday night and reached Shirdi the next morning. As soon as they put their feet on the steps of the Masjid, Baba looking at the friend from a little distance, the tone in which he uttered these words was a very peculiar one. It exactly resembled the tone of the friend's father. It reminded him of his departed father and sent a thrill through his body. What an enchanting power the tone had. Being surprised, the friend said, "This is no doubt the voice of my father." Then he at once went up and, forgetting his resolution, placed his head upon Baba's feet. Then Baba asked for dakshina twice, once in the morning and again at noon, at the time of their taking leave, but he asked it from Kaka only and not from the friend. The latter whispered to Kaka, "Baba asked for dakshina from you twice. I am with you. Why does he ignore me?" "You ask Baba yourself," was Kaka's reply. Baba asked Kaka what his friend was whispering. When the friend asked Baba himself whether he should pay any dakshina, Baba replied, "You had no mind to pay, so you were not asked. But if you want to pay now, you may." Then the friend paid 17 rupees as dakshina, the same amount that Kaka paid. Baba then addressed him with a few words of advice. "You destroy the Telly's wall, sense of difference between us, so that we can see and meet each other face to face." Then Baba allowed them to leave. Though the weather was cloudy and rough, Baba assured them of their safe journey, and both of them reached Mumbai safely. When he reached home and opened the door and windows of his house, he found 2 sparrows dead on the ground, and one just flying out through a window. He thought that if he had left the windows open, 2 sparrows would have been saved, but thought again that they had made their lot, and that Baba had sent him back soon just to save the 3rd sparrow. Kaka Mahajani's master. Kaka was the manager in the firm of Thakur Dharamasi, Jetabai, a solicitor of Mumbai. Both the master and the manager were on intimate terms. Mr. Thakur knew that Kaka would often go to Shirdi, stay there for some days and return when Baba permitted him. Out of curiosity, Mr. Thakur decided to go to Shirdi with Kaka during Shimga holidays. As Kaka's return was uncertain, he took another man with him for his company. The 3 started together, and Kaka bought 2 seers of raisins, dried grapes with seed, on their way for presentation to Baba. They reached Shirdi in due time and went to the Masjid for darshan. Baba Saheb Thakur was also there, and Mr. Thakur asked him why he came there. "For darshan," Thakur replied. Mr. Thakur asked if miracles took place there. Thakur replied that to see miracles was not the concern. The earnest intentions of the bhaktas were satisfied here. Then Kaka prostrated himself before Baba and offered the raisins to him. Baba ordered them to be distributed. Mr. Thakur also got a few of them. He did not want to have the raisins, as he was advised by his doctor not to eat them without washing and cleaning them, so he was in a fix. He did not want to eat them, nor could he reject them. To keep up formalities, he put them into his mouth but did not know what to do with the seeds. He could not spit them out on the floor of the masjid, so he pocketed them against his wish. He then said in his mind that if Baba was a saint, how could he be ignorant of his dislike for the raisins, and how could he force them on him? When this thought arose in his mind, Baba again gave him some more raisins. He could not eat them, but held them in his hand, and then Baba asked him to eat them up. He obeyed, and found to his surprise that they were all seedless. He wanted to see miracles, and here was one. He knew that Baba read his thought, and as per his wish, converted raisins with seeds into seedless grapes. What a wonderful power! Again, to test further, he asked Thakur, who was sitting by, with seeds. Mr. Thakur was still more surprised to hear this. Then, to confirm his faith further, Thakur thought in his mind that if Baba was a real saint, the raisins should be now given to Kaka first. Reading this thought also, Baba ordered that distribution should be commenced from Kaka. These proofs were sufficient for Thakur. Then Sharma introduced Mr. Thakur as the master of Kaka, upon which Baba said, "How could he be his master? He has got a..." Thakur saluted Baba and returned to the Wada. After the noon arati was over, they all went to the Masjid for taking Baba's leave for their departure. Sharma spoke for them. Baba then spoke as follows. There was a fickle-minded gentleman. He had health and wealth and was free from both physical and mental afflictions, but he took on needless anxieties and burdens and wandered hither and thither, thus losing his peace of mind. Sometimes he dropped the burdens and at other times carried them again. His mind knew no steadiness. On seeing his state, I took pity on him and said, "Now keep your faith on one place you like. Why roam like this?" Thakur at once understood that this was an exact description of himself. He wished that Kaka should also return with him, but no one expected that Kaka would be allowed to leave Shirdi so soon. Baba read this thought also and permitted Kaka to return with his master. Then Baba asked Kaka for 15 rupees as dakshina and received it. He said, "If I take 1 rupee as dakshina from anybody, I have to return tenfold to him. I never take anything gratis. I never ask anyone indiscriminately. I only ask and take from him, whom the Fakir, my guru, points out. If anyone is indebted formally to the Fakir, dakshina is received from him. The donor gives, i.e. sows his seeds, only to reap a rich harvest in future. Wealth should be the means to work out dharma. If it is used for personal enjoyment, it is wasted. Unless you have given it before, you do not get it now. So the best way to receive is to give. The giving of dakshina advances vairagya, non-attachment, and thereby bhakti and jnana, give one and receive tenfold." On hearing these words, Mr. Thakur himself gave 15 rupees in Baba's hand, forgetting his earlier resolve not to do so. He thought it was good that he came to Shirdi, as all his doubts were solved and he learned so much. Baba's skill in handling such cases was unique. Though he conducted all, that he was totally non-attached to them. Whether anybody saluted him or not, or whether anybody gave him dakshina or not, all was same to him. He felt no pleasure if he was worshipped and felt no pain if he was disregarded. He had transcended the pair of opposites, i.e. pleasure and pain, etc. Insomnia case. A Kayasta Prabhu gentleman of Bandra suffered from insomnia for long. As soon as he lay down for sleep, his departed father appeared to him in his dream, abused and scolded him severely. This disturbed his sleep and made him restless the whole night. Every night this went on, and the man did not know what to do. One day he consulted a devotee of Baba in this respect. He recommended the udi as the only infallible remedy he knew. He gave him some of the udi and asked him to apply a little on his forehead before going to bed and keep the udi packet under his pillow. He tried this remedy and found, to his great surprise and joy, that he had a sound sleep and there was no disturbance of any kind. He continued the remedy and always remembered Sai. Then he got a picture of Sai Baba, which he hung on the wall near his pillow, and started worshipping it daily. and on Thursdays offered gala, Nevedya, etc. Then he got well and forgot his trouble altogether. Balaji Patil Newaskar. This man was a great devotee of Baba. He rendered excellent and selfless service. Every day he swept and kept clean all the passages and streets in Shirdi through which Baba passed in his daily routine. After him, this work was done equally well by another devotee, Radha Krishnamai, and after her by Abdullah. When Balaji reaped his corn every year, he bought the whole quantity and presented it to Baba. He returned with what Baba gave him back and maintained himself and his family with it. This course was followed by him for many years and after him by his son also. Power and efficacy of Udi. Once it happened that on Balaji's death anniversary, a certain number of guests were invited and the dinner was prepared for them. But at dinner time it was found that thrice the number of people invited turned up. Mrs. Newaskar was in a fix. She thought that the food would not suffice for the people assembled, and if it fell short, the honour of the family would be at stake. Her mother-in-law comforted her by saying, "Don't be afraid, it is not ours, but Sai's food. Cover every vessel with cloth, putting some udi in it, and serve from the same without opening it. Sai will save us from ignominy." She did as she was advised, and it was found, to their surprise and joy, that not only did the food suffice for all, but place. Sai appearing as serpent. Once, Raghu Patil of Shirdi went to Balaji Patil at Nuez. That evening, he prayed and became restless. The inmates of the house were frightened, but Balaji thought that it was Sai, who appeared in his house as a serpent. Without being afraid in the least, he brought a cup of milk and placing it before the serpent said, "Baba, why do you hiss like this? Do you want to frighten us? Take this cup of milk and drink it with a calm mind." Saying this, he sat down close by. The other members were frightened and did not know what to do. In a short time, the serpent disappeared of its own and nobody knew where it went. It was not found, though a thorough search was made in the cowshed. Balaji had 2 wives and some children. They sometimes went to Shirdi from Nuez for taking Baba's darshan. Then Baba bought saris and other clothes, which were given to them with his blessings. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 38, Baba's Handi, Disrespect of the Shrine, the Cup of Buttermilk. In the last chapter, we described Baba's Chavdi procession. In this, we take up Baba's Handi, cooking pot, and some other subjects. Preliminary, O blessed Sadguru Sai, we bow to you, who has given happiness to the whole world, accomplished the welfare of the devotees, and also removed the affliction of those who have resorted to your feet. By being very liberal and also being the protector and the savior of the bhaktas who surrendered themselves to you, you have incarnated yourself in this world to oblige the mankind and do them good. The liquid essence of the pure self was poured into the mold of Brahma, and out of this has come out the crest jewel of the saints, Sai. This Sai is Atma Ram himself. He is the abode of the perfect divine bliss. After having attained himself all objects of the life, he made his devotees established on the path. Baba's Handi. Different sadhana. Chapter 36. Wonderful stories of two Goa gentlemen, Mrs. Aurangabadkar. This chapter relates the wonderful stories of two gentlemen from the Goa and Mrs. Aurangabadkar of Solapur. Two gentlemen. Once two gentlemen came from Goa for taking darshan of Sai Baba and prostrated themselves before him. Though both came together, Baba asked only one of them to give him rupees 15 as dakshina, which was paid willingly. The other man voluntarily offered rupees 35, which was rejected by Baba, to the astonishment of all. Shama, who was present, asked Baba, "What is this? Both came together. Once dakshina you accepted and others, though voluntarily paid, you refused. Why this distinction?" Baba replied, "Shama, you know nothing. I take nothing from anybody. This Masjid Mai, the presiding deity of the Masjid, calls for a debt. The donor pays it and becomes free. Have I any home, property or family to look after? I require nothing. I am ever free. Debt, enmity and murder have to be atoned for, as there is no escape from them." Baba then continued in his characteristic way as follows. At first, he was poor and took a vow to his God that he would pay his first month's salary if he got a job. He got one for rupees 15 per month. Then he steadily got promotions. From rupees 15, he got rupees 30, 60, 100 and 200 and ultimately rupees 700 per month. But in his prosperity, he forgot completely the vow he took. The force of his karma has driven him here, and I ask that amount, rupees 15, from him as dakshina. Another story. While wandering by the seaside, I came to a huge mansion and sat on its veranda. The Brahmin owner gave me a good reception and fed me sumptuously. He showed me a neat and a clean place near the cupboard for sleeping. I slept there. While I was sound asleep, the man removed a laterite slab and broke the wall, crept in the scissor of all the money from my pocket. When I woke up, I found that rupees 30,000 was stolen. I was greatly distressed and sat weeping and moaning. The money was in currency notes, and I thought that the Brahmin had stolen it. I lost all interest in the food and drink and sat for a fortnight on the veranda bemoaning my losses. After the fortnight was over, the passing Fakir saw me crying and made inquiries regarding the cause of my sorrow. I told him everything. He said, "If you act according to my bidding, you will recover your money. Go to a Fakir. I shall give his whereabouts. Surrender yourself to him and he will get your money back. In the meanwhile, give up your favorite food until you recover your money." I followed the Fakir's advice and got my money, then went to the seashore where a steamer was standing, but I could not get into it as it was overcrowded. There are good-natured Pune interceded for me, and I got in luckily. That brought me to another shore, from where I caught a train and came to Masjid Mai. The story finished in Baba asked Shama to take the guests and arrange for their feedings. Then Shama took them home and fed them. At dinner, Shama said to the guests that Baba's story was rather mysterious, as he had never gone to the seaside, never had any money of rupees 30,000, never travelled, never lost any money, and never recovered it, and inquired from them whether they understood it and caught its significance. The guests were deeply moved and were shedding tears. In a choked voice, they said that Baba was omniscient, infinity, and a supreme one, Parabrahma, without a second. The story he gave out is exactly our story. What he spoke has already taken place in our case. How he knew this is a wonder of wonders. We shall give all the details after the meals. Then after the meals, while they were chewing betel leaves, the guests began to tell their story. One of them said, "A hill station on the Ghats is my native place. I went to Goa to earn my living by securing a job. I took a vow to the god Data that if I got any service, I would offer him my first month's salary. By his grace, I got a job of rupees 15, and then I got promotions as described by Baba. I did forget about my vow. Baba had just reminded me of it in this way and recovered rupees 15 from me. This is not dakshina as one may think it to be, but the repayment of the old debt and fulfillment of a long forgotten vow. Moral. In fact, Baba never begged for any money, nor allowed his bhaktas to beg. He regarded money as danger or bar to the spiritual progress and did not allow his bhakta to fall into the clutches. Bhagat Mahal Sapati is an instance on this point. He was very poor and could hardly make both ends meet. Baba never allowed him to make any money nor gave him anything from the Dakshina collection. Once a kind and a liberal merchant named Hansraj gave a large amount of money to Mahal Sapati in Baba's presence, but Baba did not permit him to accept it. Then the second guest began his tale. My Brahmin cook was serving me faithfully for 35 years. Unfortunately, he fell into bad ways. His mind changed and he robbed me of my treasure by removing a laterite slab from my wall where my cupboard is fixed. He came in while we were all asleep, deeper the exact amount. I sat crying day and night. My inquiries came to nothing. I spent a fortnight in great anxiety. As I sat on the veranda, sad and dejected, a passing fakir saw my condition and inquired of its cause, and I told him all about it. He told me that an Avalia saint by name Sai lives in Shirdi, Kopargaon Taluka. Make vow to him and give up any food that you like best, and say to him mentally that I have given up eating that food till I take your darshan. Then I took the vow and gave up eating rice and said, Baba, I will eat it after recovering my property and after taking your darshan. 15 days passed after this. The Brahmin of his own accord came to me, returned my money, and apologized, saying, I went mad and acted thus. I now place my head on your feet. Please forgive me. Thus everything ended well. The fakir that met me and helped me was not seen again. An intensive desire to see Sai Baba, whom the fakir pointed out to me, arose in my mind. I thought that the fakir who came all the way to my house was no other than Sai Baba. Would he, who saw me and helped me to get my lost money, ever covet to get rupees 35? On the contrary, without expecting anything from us, he always leads us on the path of spiritual progress. I was overjoyed. When I recovered my stolen property and being ignorant, I forgot all about my vow. Then, when I was at Kolaba, one night, I saw Sai Baba in my dreams. This reminded me of my promised visit to Shirdi. I went to Goa and from there wanted to start for Shirdi by taking the steamer to Mumbai en route. But when I came to the harbor, I found that the steamer was crowded and there was no place. The captain did not allow me in, but on the intercession of a peon who was a stranger to me, I was allowed to get into the steamer which brought me to Mumbai. From there I came by train. Surely I think that Baba is all-pervading and all-knowing. What are we and where Baba has played, laughed, talked and lived with you for so many years? I think that your store of good merits must be infinite. Sai is our Data, Lord Dattatreya. He gave me a seat in the steamer and brought me here, and thus gave. The wife of Sakharam, Aurangabadkar, had no issue during a long period of 27 years. She had made a number of vows to gods and goddesses. To make the last attempt in this matter, she came to Shirdi with her stepson Vishwanath and stayed there for 2 months serving Baba. Whenever she went to Masjid, she found Baba surrounded by devotees. She wanted to see Baba alone, fall at his feet and open her heart and pray for an issue, but she did not get any suitable opportunity. Ultimately, she requested Shama to intercede with Baba for her when he was alone. Shama said to her that Baba's darbar was open, still he would try for her and that the Lord might bless her. He asked her to sit ready with a coconut and joss sticks in the open courtyard at the time of Baba's meal, and that when he beckoned to her, she should come up. One day after dinner, when Shama was wiping Baba's wet hands with a towel, the latter pinched Shama's cheek. Shama, feigning angry, said Deva, is it proper for you to pinch me like this? We don't want such a mischievous God who pinches us thus. Are we your dependents? In this, the fruit of our intimacy, Baba replied, O Shama, during the 72 generations that you were with me, I never pinched you till now. And now you resent my touching you. Shama replied, I want a God who will always love us. Give us these new dishes to eat. We do not want any reward from you or heaven, etc. Let our faith unto your feet be ever awake. Baba, yes, I have indeed come for that. I have been feeding and nursing you, and I have got love and affection for you. Then Baba went up and took his seat. Shama beckoned to the lady. She came up, bowed down and presented the coconut and joss sticks. Baba shook the coconut, which was dry. The kernels within rolled and made a noise. Baba said, Shama, this is rolling. See what it says. Shama, the woman prays that the child should similarly roll in her womb. So please give her the coconut of your blessing. Baba, will the coconut give her any issue? How foolish people are you to fancy such things? Shama, I know the power of your words and blessings. Your words will give her series of children. You are wrangling and not giving real blessing. The parley went on for a while. Baba repeatedly ordered to break the coconut, and Shama pleaded for a gift for the entire fruit to the lady. Finally, Baba yielded and said, she will have an issue. When? Asked Shama. In 12 months, was the reply. At this, the coconut was broken into 2 parts. One was eaten by the 2, and the others was given to the lady. Then Shama turned out to the lady and said, Dear lady, you are a witness of my words. If within 12 months you do not get an issue, I will break the coconut against this Deva's head and drive him out of this masjid. If I fail this, I will not call myself Madhav. You will soon realize what I say. She delivered a son in a year's time, and the son was brought to Baba in his 5th month. The couple, both husband and wife, prostrated themselves before Baba, and the grateful father, Mr. Aurangabadkar, paid a sum of rupees 500, which was spent in constructing a shed for Baba's horse, Shyam Karna. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 37, Shirdi Procession. In this chapter, Hemadpant, after making some preliminary observations on some points of Vedanta, describes the Shirdi procession. Preliminary. Blessed is Sai's life for his devotees. Blessed is his daily routine. His ways and actions are indescribable. Sometimes he was intoxicated with Brahmanand, divine bliss, and at other times completely self-absorbed. While doing so many things at the same time, he was yet unconcerned with them. Though he seemed at times quite inactive, he was not idle or dozing. He always abided in his own self. Though he looked calm and placid as the sea, he was deep and unfathomable. Who can describe his ineffable nature? He regarded men as brothers, women as sisters and mothers. He was a perfect celibate, as everybody knows. May the knowledge we got in his company last long unto death. Let us ever serve him with wholehearted devotion to his feet. Let us see him, God, in all beings, and let us constantly remember his name. Hemadpant, after making some lengthy dissertations on some topics of Vedanta, which he himself considers as a digression, goes on to describe the Shirdi procession. Shirdi procession. Baba's dormitory has been already described. One day he slept in the Masjid, and on the next in the Shirdi near the Masjid. He slept in the Masjid and the Shirdi on alternate days. This alternate sleeping at both these places went on till Baba's Mahasamadhi. From 10th of December 1909, devotees began to offer regular worship to Baba in the Chivadi. This we will now describe with His grace. When the day of retiring to the Chivadi came, people flocked to the Masjid and did bhajan in the mandap courtyard for a few hours. Behind them was a beautiful palanquin, to the right a Tulsi Vrindavan, and in front Baba adorned his seat, and there were the devotees singing bhajan. Men and women who had a liking for the bhajan came in time. Some took thal, chiplis and kartal, mridang, ganjari and gol, all musical instruments, in their hands and conducted the bhajan. Sai Baba was the magnet who drew all the devotees to him. Outside in the open, some trimmed their divatyas, torches. Some decorated the palanquin. Some stood with cane sticks in their hands and held victory to Baba. The corners were decorated with buntings. In the masjid, rows of burning oil lamps shed their light. Baba's horse, Shyam Karna, stood fully decorated outside. Then Tatya Patil came with a group of men to Baba and asked him to be ready. Baba sat quiet in his place till Tatya came and helped him to get up by putting his arm under Baba's arm. Tatya called Baba by the name of Mama, maternal uncle. Really, their relationship was extremely intimate. Baba wore on his body the usual kafni, took his satka short stick under his armpit, and after taking his chilim, tobacco pipe and tobacco, and placing a cloth over his shoulder, became ready to start. Then Tatya placed a golden embroidered beautiful shela shawl over his body. After this, Baba himself put a few fuel sticks into the dunni to keep it alive, and with his right hand extinguished the lamp burning near the dunni, and then started for the Chavadi. Then all sorts of musical instruments, band and horns, etc., gave out different sounds, and fireworks exhibited various coloured views. Men and women singing Baba's name started walking, doing bhajan to the accompaniment of mridang and veena. Some danced with joy, and some carried various flags. The boulders announced Baba's name when he came on the steps of the masjid. On two sides of Baba stood persons who held charmas and others who fanned Baba. On the way were spread folds of cloth which Baba walked on, being supported by devotees' hands. Tatya Patil held the left hand and Mausapati the right, and Bapu Sahib Jog had the chhatra umbrella over his head. In this fashion, Baba marched on to the Chavadi. The fully decorated horse, named Shyam Karna, led the way, and behind him were all the carriers, waiters, musical players, and the crowd of devotees. Harinam, the name of the Lord, was being chanted to the accompaniment of music, as also the name of Sai. In this manner, the procession reached the corner, and everyone who joined this party seemed pleased and delighted. On reaching this corner, Baba stood facing the Chavadi and shone with a peculiar aura. It seemed as if the Baba of Baba, face of Baba, took over the glory of the rising sun. Baba stood there with a concentrated mind, facing the north, as if he was signalling something. All the instruments played music, while Baba moved his right hand up and down for some time. Kaka Sahib Dikshit at this time came forward with a silver plate containing flowers besmeared with gulal, red powder, and threw them on Baba's body, off and on. The musical instruments played their best at this juncture, and Baba's face beamed with radiance and beauty, and all the persons viewed to their heart's content. Words fail to describe the splendour of this scene. Sometimes Mausapati began to dance, as if possessed by some deity, but all were surprised to see that Baba's concentration was least disturbed. With a lantern in his hand, Tatya Patil walked on Baba's left side, and Bhagat Mausapati on the right, holding in his hand the hem of Baba's garment. What a beautiful procession, and what an expression of devotion. To witness this, men and women, poor and rich, flocked there. Baba walked at very slow pace. Bhaktas followed on both sides with love and devotion. With joy permeating the whole atmosphere of the place, the procession reached the Chavadi. Those days are gone now. Nobody can see them in future, but by remembering and visualizing that sight, we can bring solace and ecstasy to our minds. The Chavadi was also fully decorated with a good white ceiling, mirrors, and many sorts of lamps. On reaching there, Tatya went ahead and spread an asan, seat cushion, and placing a bolster, made Baba sit there and made him wear angarka, coat. Then the devotees worshipped him in various ways. They put a crown on his head with a tuft above, placed garlands of flowers and jewels round his neck, and marking his forehead with musk mixed vertical lines, as Vaishnava devotees do. They gazed at him for long to their heart's content. They changed his headdress now, and then held it aloft on their head, fearing that Baba might throw it away. Baba knew what the Bhaktas wished for, and meekly submitted to all their ways without objection. With these adored the chhatra, state umbrella, with its beautiful pendants, which moved in a circle with its supporting stick. Bapu Sahib Jog washed his feet in a silver dish, offered agya and worshipped with due rituals, then besmeared his arms with sandal paste and offered him tambu, betel leaves. Baba sat on the asan, gadi, while Tatya and others kept standing. When Baba sat on the gadi, supporting himself against the bolster, devotees on both sides waved charmers and fans. Sharma then prepared the chilim and handed it over to Tatya Patil, who drew a flame out of it by inhaling a deep breath through his mouth and gave it to Baba. After Baba had his smoke, it was given to Bhagat Mausapati, and then it was passed round to all. Blessed was the inanimate chilim. It had first to undergo many ordeals of penance, such as being kneaded by pot makers, dried in the sun and burnt in fire, and then it had the good fortune to get the contact of Baba's hand and his kiss. After this function was over, devotees put garlands of flowers around his neck and gave him scent and bunches of flowers. Baba, who was an incarnation of dispassion, cared a fig for all these necklaces of jewels and garlands of flowers and other decorations. But out of real love to his devotees, he allowed them to have their own way and to please themselves. Finally, Bapu Sahib Jog waved the arati over Baba, observing all formalities, and the musical instruments played the auspicious tunes. When this arati was over, the devotees returned home, one by one saluting Baba and taking his leave. When Tatya Patil, after offering chilim, atta, scent, and rosewater, stood to depart, Baba said to him lovingly, "Guard me properly. Go if you like, but return sometimes at night and inquire for me." On replying in the affirmative, Tatya Patil left the Chavadi and went home. Then Baba himself prepared his bed. He arranged some sheets one upon another, and thus making his bed went to rest. We shall also now take rest and close this chapter with a request to the readers that they should remember Baba and his Chavadi procession daily before they retire and go to bed. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Handi, disrespect of shrine, cup of buttermilk. In the last chapter, we described Baba's Chavdi procession. In this, we take up Baba's Handi, cookie pot, and some other subjects. Preliminary. Oh, blessed Sadguru Sai, we bow to you who has given happiness to the whole world, accomplished the welfare of the devotees, and have removed the affliction of those who have resorted to your feet by being very liberal
and also being the protector and savior of the bhaktas who surrender themselves to you. You have incarnated yourselves in this world to oblige the mankind and do them good. The liquid essence of pure self was poured into the mold of Brahma, and out of this has come out the crest jewel of the saints, Sai. This Sai is Atmaram himself. He is the abode of the perfect divine bliss. After having attained himself all objects of life, he made his devotees established on the path. Baba's Handi. Different sadhanas, means of accomplishments, are described in our scriptures for different ages. Tap, penance, is recommended for Kripa age, Dhyan, knowledge for Treta age, Yagna, sacrifice for Dwapar age, and Dan, charity for Kali, present age. Of all the charities, giving food is the best one. We are much perturbed when we get no food at noon. Others being feel similarly under such circumstances. After knowing this, he who gives food to the poor and hungry is the best donor of the charitable person. The Tattarya Upanishad says that food is Brahma. From food all the creatures are born, and by food they live, and after having departed, into food again they enter. When an Atithi guest comes to our house at noon, it is our duty to welcome him by giving him food. Other kinds of charities, giving away wealth, property and clothes, etc., require some discrimination, but in the matter of food, no such consideration is necessary. If anybody, but in the matter of food, no such consideration is necessary. If anybody comes to our door at noon, he should be served forthwith and in lame. Crippled, blind and diseased person come. They should be fed first, and able-bodied persons and other relatives afterward. The merit of feeding the former is much greater than that of feeding the latter. Other kinds of charities are imperfect without this anadan, donation of food, just as stars without the moon, necklace without its pendant, crown without its pinnacle, pond without a lotus, bhajan without devotion, married lady without the kumkum mark, song without a sweet voice of buttermilk, without salt. Just as Varan, pearl's soup, excels all other dishes, Annadatta is the best of all merits. Now let us see how Baba prepared food and distributed it to others. It has been stated before that Baba required very little food for himself, and whatever little he wanted was obtained by begging from a few houses. But when he decided to distribute food to all, he made all preparations himself. He depended on nobody and troubled none. In this matter, first he went to the bazaar and bought all the things, corn, flour, spices, etc., paying cash. He also did the grinding in the open courtyard of the Masjid. He arranged a big hearth, and after lighting a fire, he kept a handi over it with the proper measure of water. There were two kinds of handis, one small and the other big. The former provided food for 50 persons, the latter for 100. Sometimes he cooked mithi chawal, sweet rice, and at other times biryani with meat. At times in the boiling varan soup, he let in small bowls of thick or flat bread of wheat flour. He grinded the spices on a stone slab and put the thin pulverized spices into the cooking pot. He took all the pains to make the dishes very palatable. He prepared ambli by boiling jawari flour, ambil by boiling jawar flour in water and later mixing it to buttermilk, and then boiled both together. With the food, he distributed this ambil to all alike. To see whether the food was properly cooked or not, Baba rolled up the sleeve of his kafni and put his bare arm in the boiling cauldron without fear and churned, moved the whole mass from side to side and up and down. There was no mark of burn on his arm, no fear on his face. When the cooking was over, Baba got the pots in the masjid and had them duly consecrated by the Maulvi, Muslim priest. First, he sent part of the food as prasad to Malsapati and Tatya Patil, and then he served the remaining contents with his own hands to all the poor and helpless people, to their heart's content. Really blessed and fortunate must be those who got food prepared by Baba and served by him. Somebody may raise a point here and ask, did Baba distribute vegetarian and non-vegetarian food as prasad to all his devotees? The answer is plain and simple. Those who were accustomed to non-vegetarian food were given non-veg food from the handi as prasad, and those who were not so accustomed were given vegetarian meal. There is a principle that when a guru himself gives anything as prasad, the disciple who thinks and doubts whether it is acceptable or otherwise goes to perdition, future misery. In order to see whether any disciple has imbibed this principle, Baba at times put them on test. For instance, on an Ekadasi day, he gave some rupees to Dada Kalka and asked him to go in person to Kolhar to get meat from there. This Dada Kalha was orthodox Brahmin and adhered to all orthodox manners in his life. He knew that offering wealth, grain and clothes to a Sadguru was not enough, but that implicit obedience to him and prompt compliance with his order was the real dakshina that pleased him most. So Dada Kalka dressed himself and started for the place. Then Baba called him back and said, "Don't go yourself, but send somebody." Then Dada sent his own servant, Pandu, for the purpose. When Baba saw him going, he asked Dada to call him back and cancel that program. On another occasion, Baba asked Dada just to see how the saltish biryani mutton dish was done. The latter replied casually that it was all right. Then Baba said to him, "Neither have you seen it with your eyes nor tasted it with your tongue. Then how could you say that it was good? Just take off the lid and see." While saying this, Baba caught his arm and thrust it into the pot and added, "Take some out of this, leaving aside your orthodox ways. Taste a little." When a wave of real love rises in a mother's mind, she pinches her child, and when he begins to cry, she hugs him close to her bosom. Similarly, Baba, in a true motherly way, pinched Dada Kalhar in this way. Really, no saint or guru will ever force his orthodox disciple to eat food forbidden in his religion. The handi business went on for some time till 1910 and was stopped thereafter. As stated before, Das Ganu spread the fame of Baba by his kirtans far and wide. In the Mumbai residence, and people from that part of the country began to flock to Shirdi, which became very soon a place of pilgrimage. The devotees brought with them various articles for presentations and offered various dishes of food as navedam. The quantity of navedya offered by them was so much that the fakirs and paupers could feed themselves to their hearts' content, leaving some surplus behind before stating how navedya was distributed. We shall refer to Nana Sahib Chandokar's story, showing Baba's regard for local shrines and deities. Nana Sahib's disrespect of shrine. By drawing inference or guessing in their own way, some people said that Sai was a Brahmin and some said that he was a Muslim. In reality, he belonged to no caste. No one knew definitely when he was born and in what community and who his parents were. Then how could he be a Muslim or Brahmin? If he was a Muslim, how could he keep Dhuni ever burning on the Masjid? How could there be Tulsi Vrindavan there? How could he allow the blowing of conches and ringing of bells? How could he allow all the different forms of Hindu worships there? Had he been a Muslim, could he have ears pierced, and could he have spent money from his pocket for repairing Hindu temples? On the contrary, he never tolerated the slightest disrespect of shrines and deities. Once Nana Sahib Chandokar came to Shirdi with his sadhu husband of his wife's sister, Mr. Biniwala. When they went to the masjid and sat before Baba, the latter suddenly got angry with Nana Sahib and said, "You have been so long in my company to explain." Baba asked him when did he come to Kopagaon and how he came to Shirdi from there. Nana Sahib then at once realized his mistake. He usually worshipped the shrine of Datta on the banks of the Godavari at Kopagaon on his way to Shirdi, but this time he dissuaded his relative who was a Datta Bhakta, from going to that shrine in order to avoid delay and drove straight. He confessed all this to Baba and told him that while bathing in the Godavari, a big thorn went into his foot and gave him much trouble. Baba said that there was a slight punishment he met and warned him to be more careful in future. Kala, Forge. In revert to the distribution of the Naivedya, after the Aarti was on to the Nimbar, for meals with 2 rows of intimate devotees, one on each side. The Bhaktas brought Naivedya containing a variety of foods such as puris, mandis, pools, basundi, sansa, fine rice, etc. and kept waiting outside for prasad consecrated by Baba. All the foods were mixed in a hot pot and placed before Baba. He offered it all to God and consecrated it. Then portions of the same were given to the persons waiting outside, and the rest was served to the group of devotees inside with Baba at the center. The Bhaktas sitting in 2 rows then dined to their heart's content. Baba asked Shama and Nana Nimankar daily to serve the consecrated food to all the persons sitting inside and look to their individual needs and comforts. This they did very carefully and willingly. Every morsel of the food thus partaken gave them fulfillment and satisfaction. Such sweet, lovely and consecrated food it was, ever auspicious and ever holy. Cup of buttermilk. Once Hemadpant had eaten to his full capacity in this company when Baba offered him a cup of buttermilk. Its white appearance pleased him, but there was no space for it. He however took only a sip. On seeing his faltering attitude, Baba said, "Drink it all. You won't get any such opportunity hereafter." He drank it off then and found that Baba's words were prophetic, for he passed away after a brief period. Now readers, we have certainly to thank Hemadpant. He drank the cup of buttermilk, but has supplied us with sufficient quantity of nectar in the form of Baba's leelas. Let us drink this nectar to our heart's content and be satisfied and happy. Bow to Shri Satya Sai, peace to all.
From the Gita, Construction of the Samadhi Mandir. This chapter 39 deals with Baba's interpretation of a verse from the Bhagavad Gita, as some people believed that Baba had little knowledge of Sanskrit. But by the interpretation of Nana Chandrakara's query, Hemadpant refuted that charge in chapter 50, and as it deals with the same subject matter, it is incorporated in this chapter. Preliminary. Blessed is Shirdi and blessed is Dwarkamai, where Shri Sai lived and moved. Until he took Mahasamadhi, blessed are the people of Shirdi, whom he obliged and for whom he lived there. Shirdi was a small village first, but it attained importance on account of his contact and became a tirtha, holy place of pilgrimage. Equally, blessed are the womenfolk of Shirdi. Blessed is their whole and undivided faith in him. They sang the glories of Baba while bathing, grinding, pounding corn, and doing other household work. Baba's interpretation. An interpretation of a verse from the Gita. To Nana Chandrakar. A brief account about this matter was written by Mr. B.V. Dev, retired Mamlatadar, and published in Marathi in Shirdi Sai Leela Magazine, Volume 4, Sfuta Vishaya, page 563. Short accounts of the same are also published in Sai Baba's Charters and Saying, page 61, and in The Wondrous Saint, Sai Baba's page 36, both by B.V. Narasimha Swami. Mr. B.V. Dev has also given an English version of this in his statement dated 27/9/1936 and published on page 66. Subject from Nana Sahib himself, we give below his version. Nana Chandrakar was a good student of Vedanta. He had read Gita with commentaries. He fancied that Baba knew nothing of Sanskrit texts, so Baba one day pricked the bubble. These were the days before crowds flocked to Baba, and Baba had individual meetings at the mosque with such devotees. Nana was sitting near Baba and massaging his legs and muttering something under his breath. Baba: "Nana, what are you mumbling to yourself?" "Nana, I am reciting a sloka verse. Baba said, what sloka? Nana said, from Bhagavad Gita. Baba said, say it loudly. Nana then recited Bhagavad Gita 4 verse 34, which is as follows. Tatvidi pranipatana pariprashnana sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnan inastat varshidarshina. Baba said, Nana, do you understand it? Nana said, yes. Baba said, if you do, then tell me its meaning. Nana said, it means this, making Shashtanga Namaskar, i.e. prostration, asking the Guru, serving him, learn what his knowledge is. Then those who have attained the real knowledge of this Sadvastu, Brahma, will give you Upadesha, instruction of knowledge. Baba says, Nana, I don't want this sort of collected purport of the whole stanza. Give me each word, its grammatical force and meaning. Then Nana explained it word by word. Baba said, Nana, is it enough to merely make prostration? Nana said, I do not know any other meaning for the word pranipat than making prostration. Baba said, what does prashna mean? Nana said, the same, questioning. Baba said, if pariprashna means the same as prashna, question, why did Vyasa add the prefix pari? Was Vyasa off his head? Nana said, I do not know of any other meaning for the word pariprashna. Baba said, seva. What sort of seva is meant? Nana said, just what you are doing to you. Baba said, is this enough to render such service? Nana said, I do not know what more is signified by the word seva. Baba said, in the next line, upadekshanti te jnanam, can you read any other word in lieu of jnanam? Nana said, yes. Baba said, what word? Nana said, ajnanam. Baba said, taking the word instead of jnanam, jnan, is any meaning made out of the verse. Nana said, no, Shankara, Vyasa gives no such construction. Baba said, never mind if he does not. Is there any objection to using the word ajnan if it gives a better sense? Nana said, I do not understand how to construe by placing ajnan in it. Baba said, why does this Krishna refer to Tattvadarshis, to this prostration, interrogation and service? Was not Krishna a Tattvadarshi, in fact, Jnana itself? Nana said, yes, he was, but I do not make out why he referred Arjun to Jnanis. Baba said, have you not understood this? Nana was humiliated. His pride was knocked down. Then Baba began to explain. 1. It is not enough merely to prostrate before the Jnanis. We must make Sarvasya Sharanagati, complete surrender to the Sadguru. 2. Mere questioning is not enough. The question must not be made with any improper motive or attitude or to trap the Guru and catch mistakes in the answer, or out of idle curiosity. It must be earnest with a view to achieve spiritual progress or liberation. 3. Seva is not rendering service with the feeling that one is free to offer or refuse service. One must feel that he is not the master of the body, that the body is Guru's and exists merely to render service to him. If this is done, the Sadguru will show you what the knowledge referred to in the previous stanza is. Nana did not understand what is meant by saying that a Guru teaches Ajnan. Baba said, how is Jnan Upadesh, i.e. imparting of realization, to be affected? Destroying ignorance is Jnan, of verse OV 1396 of Dhyaneshwari, commenting of Gita 18-66 says, removal of ignorance is, O Arjun, if dream and sleep disappear, you are yourself. It is like that also, of ignorance. Expelling darkness means light. Destroying duality, Dvaita, means non-duality, Advaita. Whenever we speak of destroying Dvaita, we speak of Advaita. Whenever we talk of destroying darkness, we talk of light. If we have to realize the Advaita state, the feeling of Dvaita in ourselves has to be removed. That is a realization of Advaita state. Who can speak of Advaita while remaining in Dvaita state? Unless one gets into the state of non-duality, how can one know it and realize it? Again, the Shishya, disciple, like the Sadguru, is the embodiment of Jnan. The difference between the two lies in the attitude, high realization of Sadguru and his marvelous superhuman sattva, beingness, and unrivaled capacity and Aishwarya yoga. divine powers. The Sadguru is Nirgun Satchidanand. He has indeed taken human form to elevate mankind and raise the world, but his real Nirgun nature is not destroyed thereby. Even a bit, his existence or reality, divine power and wisdom remain undiminished. The disciple also is in fact the same Swarupa, but it is overlaid by the effect of the sanskars of innumerable births in the shape of ignorance, which veils his views that he is Shuddha Chaitanya. See Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 15. As stated therein, he gets the impressions: I am Jiva, a creature, me and poor, meek and poor. The Guru has to root out of these offshoots of ignorance and has to give upadesh or instruction. To the disciple, held spellbound for endless generations by the ideas of him being a Jiva, the Guru imparts the teaching: you are God, you are mighty and opulent. Then he realizes that he is God really. The perpetual delusion under which the disciple is laboring, that he is the body, that he is a creature, Jiva, or ego, that God, Paramatma, and the world are different from him, is an ignorance inherited from innumerable past births. From actions based on it, he has derived joy, sorrows, and mixtures of both. To remove this delusion, this error, this root ignorance, he must start the inquiry. How did the ignorance arise? Where is it? And to show him, this is called the Guru's Upadesh. The following are the instances of Ajnan. 1. I am the Jiva, creature. 2. Body is the soul. I am the body. 3. God, world and Jiva are different. 4. I am not God. 5. Not knowing that body is not the soul. 6. Not knowing that God, world and Jiva are one. Unless these errors are exposed to his view, the disciple cannot learn what is God, Jiva, world, body, how they are interrelated and whether they are different from each other, or are one and the same. To teach him these and destroy his ignorance is this instruction in Jnana and Ajnan. Why should Jnana be imparted to the Jiva? Who is Ajnan Murti? Upadesh is merely to show him his error and destroy his ignorance. Construction of the Samadhi Mandir. Baba never made any fuss about things which he wanted to accomplish, but he so skillfully arranged the circumstances that the people were surprised at the slow but sure results attained. The construction of the Samadhi Mandir is an instance. Shriman Bapu Saheb Bhuti, the famous multimillionaire of Nagpur, lived in Shirdi with his family. Once an idea arose in his mind that he should have a building of his own there. Some time after this, while he was sleeping in Dikshit's Wada, he got a vision. Baba appeared in his dream and ordered him to build a Wada with a temple. Shama, who was sleeping there, also got a similar vision. When Bapu Sahib woke up, he saw Shama crying and asked the latter as to why he was in tears. Shama replied that in his vision, Baba came to him and ordered distinctly, build the Wada with the temple. I shall fulfill the desires of all. On hearing the sweet and loving words of Baba, I was overpowered with emotion. My throat was choked, my eyes were overflowing with tears, and I began to cry. Bapu Sahib was surprised to see that both their visions tallied. Being a rich and capable man, he decided to build a Wada there and drew up a plan with Shama, Madhavrao. Kaka Sahib Dikshit also approved of it, and when it was placed before Baba, he also sanctioned it immediately. Then the construction work was duly started, and under the supervision of Shama, the ground floor, the cellar, the well were completed. Baba on his way to and from the Lendi also suggested some improvements. Further work was entrusted to Bapu Sahib Jog, and when it was going on, an idea struck Bapu Sahib Bhuti's mind that there should be an open space or platform, and in the centre, the image of Muralidhar, Lord Krishna with a flute, be installed. He asked Shama to refer this matter to Baba and get his consent. The latter asked Baba about this when he was just passing by the Wada. On hearing Shama, Baba gave his consent, saying, after the temple is complete, I will come there to stay. And staring at the Wada, he added, after the Wada is complete, we shall use it ourselves, where we shall live, move and play there, embrace each other, and be happy. Then Shama asked Baba whether this was the auspicious time to begin the foundation work of the central room of the shrine. Baba answered in the affirmative. Then Shama got a coconut broken there and started the work. In due time the work was completed and an order was also placed for making a good image of Mulidhar. But before it was ready, a new situation turned up. Baba became seriously ill. Bapu Saheb became very sad and dejected, thinking that if Baba passed away, his Wada would not be consecrated by the holy touch of Baba's feet, and all his money, about 1 lakh of rupees, would be wasted away. But the words, "Keep me in the Wada," which came out of Baba's mouth just before his passing away, consoled not only Bapu Saheb, but one and all. In due time, Baba's holy body was placed and preserved in the central shrine meant for Mulidhar, and Baba himself became Mulidhar, and the Wada thus became the Samadhi Mandir of Sai Baba. His wonderful leela is unfathomable. Blessed and fortunate is Bapu Saheb Bhutti. In those Wada lies the holy and the pure body of Baba.
कृपा रक्षा करो हे भगवान दया करो कृपा करो रक्षा करो हे भगवान साई राम एक नाम सुंदर नाम 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 शिरडी साई द्वारकमाई प्रशांत निवासी साई राम
Chapter 40 Stories of Baba. Attending Mrs. Dev's Udyapan ceremony as a sannyasi with two others, visiting Hemadpant's house in the form of his picture. In this chapter, we give two stories. One, how Baba attended the Udyapan ceremony organized by Mr. B.V. Dev's mother at his house in Dahno, and two, how Baba attended the Shimga dinner party in Hemadpant's house at Bandra. Preliminary. Blessed is Shirdi Sai Satcharitra, who gives instructions in both temporal and spiritual matters to his devotees and makes them happy by enabling them to achieve the goal of their life. Sai, when places his hand on their heads, transfers his powers to them, and thus destroying the sense of differentiation, makes them attain the unattainable thing. He, who embraces the bhaktas, who prostrates themselves before him with no sense of duality or differentiation. He becomes one with the bhaktas, as the sea with the rivers. Now to revert to the stories of this chapter. Mr. Dev's Udyapan ceremony. Mr. B.V. Dev was a Mamlatar at Dahanu, Thana district. His mother had observed 25 or 30 religious vows, and at Udyapan concluding ceremony in connection therewith was to be performed. This ceremony included the feeding of 100 or 200 Brahmins. Mr. Dev fixed a date for the ceremony and wrote a letter to Bapu Sahib Jog, asking him to request Sai Baba on his behalf to attend the dinner of the ceremony, as without his presence the ceremony would not be duly completed. Bapu Sahib Yog read out the letter to Baba. Baba noted carefully the pure-hearted invitation and said, "I always think of him who remembers me. I require no conveyance, carriage, tonga, train or aeroplane. I manifest myself to him who lovingly calls me. And will go and attend it." Mr. Yog informed Mr. Dev of what Baba said. Mr. Dev was much pleased, but he knew that Baba never went to any place except Rahata, Roy and Nimgaon in person. He also thought that Nothing was impossible for Baba, as he was all-pervading, and that he might suddenly come in any form and fulfill his words. A few days before this, a sannyasi in Bengali dress and professing to work for the cause of the protection of the cows came to the station master at Ganu to collect donations. The station master told him to go into the town and see the Mamlatdar, Mr. Dev, and with his help collect funds. Just then, the Mamlatdar happened to come there. The station master then introduced the sannyasi to him. Both sat talking on the platform. Mr. Dev told him that a subscription list for some other charitable cause had already been prepared by the leading citizen, Rao Sahib Narottam Shetty, and so it was not proper to start another subscription list, and that it would be better if he would visit the place after 2 or 4 months. Hearing this, the sannyasi left the place. About a month afterwards, the sannyasi came in a tonga which stopped in front of Mr. Dev's house at about 10 a.m. Dev thought that he came for donations. On seeing him busy with the preparations of the ceremony, the sannyasi said that he had come not for money but for meals. Dev said, "All right, you are welcome in the house." The sannyasi said, "2 lads are with me." Dev said, "Well, come with them." As there was about 2 hours for the meals to be served, Dev inquired where he should send for them. He said that it was not necessary, as he would come himself at the appointed time. Dev asked him to come at noon. Exactly at 12 noon the trio came, joined the party, and after feeding themselves went away. After the ceremony was finished, Dev wrote a letter to Bapu Sahib Yog complaining of Baba's breach of promise. Yog went to Baba with the letter, but before it was opened, Baba spoke. "Ah," he says, "that I promised him to come but deceived him. Tell him that I did attend his dinner with 2 others, but he failed to recognize me. Then why did he call me at all? He thought that the sannyasi came to ask for subscription money. Did I not remove his doubt in that respect? And did I not say that I would come with 2 others? And did not the trio come in time and have their meals? See, to keep my words, I would sacrifice my life. I would never be untrue to my words." This reply pleased Yog's heart, and he communicated the whole reply to Dev. As soon as he read it, he burst into tears of joy, but he took himself to task mentally for vainly blaming Baba to him for subscriptions, how he also failed to catch the significance of the sannyasi's words that he would come with 2 others for meals. This story clearly shows that when the devotees surrender themselves completely to their Sadguru, he sees to it that the religious functions in their house are duly executed and complied with all the necessary formalities. Hemadpant's Shimga dinner. Now let us take another story which shows how Baba appeared in the form of his picture and fulfilled the desire of his devotee. In 1917, on the morning of the full moon day, Hemadpant had a vision. Baba appeared to him in his dream in the form of a well-dressed sannyasi, woke him up and said that he would come to him for a meal that day. This vision constituted a part of the dream. When he was fully awake, he saw neither Sai nor any sannyasi, but when he began to recollect the dream, he remembered each and every word the sannyasi uttered in his dream. Though he was in contact with Baba for 7 years and always meditated on Baba, he never expected that Baba would come to his house for meals. However, being much pleased with Baba's words, he went to his wife and informed her that being the holy day, a sannyasi was coming for meals and that some more rice should be prepared. She inquired about the guest, who he was and where he was coming from. Then, not to cause any misunderstanding, he gave her the truth and told her about the dream. She doubtingly asked whether it was possible that Baba should come there, Bandra, from Shirdi, leaving the dainty dishes there to accept their coarse food. Hemadpant then assured her that Baba might not come in person, but he might attend in the form of a guest, and that they would lose nothing if they cooked some more rice. After this, preparations for the dinner went on, and it was ready at noon. The Holika worship was through, and the leaves were spread and arranged with rangoli around them. 2 rows were arranged with a central seat between them for the honourable guest. All members of the family, sons, grandsons, daughters and sons-in-laws, etc., came and occupied their seats, and the serving of the various items commenced. While this was being done, everybody was watching for the guest, but none turned up, though it was past noon. Then the entrance was closed. The Anashudi ghee was served. This was a signal to start eating. Formal offering to the Vaishvadeva fire and Nevedya to Sri Krishna were also over, and the members were about to begin when footsteps in the staircase were heard distinctly. Hemadpant went immediately and opened the door and saw 2 men there. One Ali Mohammed and 2 Maulana Ismu Mujawar. These 2 persons, seeing that meals were laid out and all the members were about to begin eating, apologized to Hemadpant and requested him to excuse their interference. They said, "You left your seat and came running to us. Others are waiting for you, so please take this thing and I shall relate all about it later at your convenience." Saying so, he took out from under his arm a packet, wrapped in an old newspaper, and placed it on the table. Hemadpant uncovered the packet and saw, to his great wonder and pleasant surprise, a big and nice picture of Sai Baba. On seeing it, he was much moved. Tears ran down from his eyes and hair stood on end all over his body, and he bent and placed his head on the feet of Baba in the picture. He thought that Baba had blessed him by this miracle or leela. Out of curiosity, he asked Ali Muhammad how he got this picture. He said that he bought it from a shop and that he would give all the details about it afterwards, and wished that as all the members were waiting for him, he should go and join them. Hemadpant thanked him, bade them goodbye, and returned to the dining hall. The picture was placed on the central seat, reserved for the guest, and after making the due offering of the Nevedya, the whole party commenced eating and finished it in a proper time. On seeing the beautiful form of Sai in the picture, everybody was extremely pleased and wondered how all this happened. This is how Sai Baba fulfilled his words, uttered by him in the dream of Hemadpant. The story of the picture, with all its details, viz. How Ali Muhammad got it, why he bought it and gave it to Hemadpant, is reserved for the next chapter. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 41. Story of the Picture, Stealing the Rugs and Reading of the Aneshwari. As stated in the last chapter, we continue here the story of the picture. 9 years after the incident described in the last chapter, Ali Muhammad met Hemadpant again and related to him the following story. One day, while wandering in the streets of Mumbai, he bought the picture from a street hawker. Then he got it framed and set it on a wall in his house at Bandra, suburb of Mumbai. As he loved Baba, daily he took darshan of it. 3 months before he gave the picture to Hemadpant, he was suffering from an abscess or swelling on his leg, for which an operation was performed, and he was convalescing in the house of his brother-in-law, Mr. Noor Muhammad Peerboy in Mumbai. For 3 months, his house in Bandra was closed, and nobody was living there. Only the pictures of the Baba Abdul Rahman, Maulana Sahib Muhammad Hussain, Sai Baba, Baba Tajuddin, and few other saints living were there. The wheel of time did not even spare these. He was lying sick and was suffering in Mumbai. Why should the pictures suffer there in Bandra? All the pictures met their end. But how Sai Baba's picture escaped it? Nobody had been able to explain it to me up until now. It shows the all-pervasiveness, omnipresence of Sai and his inscrutable power. The story goes like this. He had a small picture of Saint Baba Abdul Rahman from Muhammad Hussain Tariothapan many years ago. He gave it to his brother-in-law Nur Muhammad Pirboy, and it was lying on his table for 8 years. Once, Pirboy took it to his photographer and got it enlarged to life size, and distributed copies of the same amongst his relations and friends, including Ali Muhammad, who fixed it up in his Bandra house. Nur Muhammad was a disciple of Saint Abdul Rahman, and when he went to present the picture to his guru in an open darbar held by him, the guru got wild and ran to beat him and drove him out. He felt sorry and dejected. He also thought that he spent so much of his money and incurred his guru's displeasure and wrath as his guru. Baba Abdul Rahman did not like image worship. He took the enlarged picture of Baba Rahman with him to a polar bunda, and after hiring a boat, took it and immersed it in the sea. He requested the friends and relations to return their copies, and after getting them, 6 in all back, had them immersed in Bandra Sea. At this time, Ali Muhammad was in his brother-in-law's house. He was told by him that his suffering would come to an end if he would soon immerse the pictures of the other saints also in the sea. On hearing this, Ali Muhammad sent Mehta, his manager, to his Bandra house and got all the pictures of the saints in the house to be thrown into the sea. When Ali Muhammad returned home after 2 months, he was surprised to find Sai Baba's picture on the wall as before. He did not understand how Mehta took away all the pictures except this. He immediately took it out and kept it in his cupboard, fearing that if his brother-in-law saw it, he would do away with it. While he was thinking how it should be disposed of and who would keep it with care, Sai Baba himself, as it were, suggested to him that he should see and consult Maulana Ismu Mujawar and abide by his opinion. He met the Maulana and told him everything. After much consultation, they both decided that the picture should be presented to Anna Sahib Hemadpant, that he would protect it well. Then they both went to Hemadpant and presented him the picture in the nick of time. This story shows how Baba knew all past, present and future, and how skillfully he pulled the wires and fulfilled desires of his devotees. The following story shows that Baba liked very much those who took real interest in spiritual matters, and that he removed all their difficulties and made them happy. Stealing the rags and reading of the Aneshwari. Mr. B.V. Dev, who was the Mamlatdar of Dahanu, Thana district, wished for a long time to read Dhyaneshwari, the well-known Marathi commentary on the Bhagavad Gita by Dhyaneshwara, along with other scriptures. He could read daily 1 chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, but when he took Dhyaneshwari in hand, some difficulties cropped up, and he was precluded from reading it. He took 3 months' leave, went to Shirdi, and thence to his home at Paud for rest. He could read other books there, but when he opened Dhyaneshwari, some evil or stray thoughts came crowding up in his mind and stopped him in the effort. Try as much as he could, he was not able to read even a few lines of the book with ease. So, he resolved in his mind that when Baba would create love for the book and would order him to read it, he would begin and not till then. Then, in the month of February 1914, he went with his family to Shirdi. There, Jog asked him whether he reads Dhyaneshwari daily. Dev replied that he was desirous of reading it, but he was not successful, and that only when Baba would order him to read it, he would commence. Jog then advised him to take a copy of the book and present it to Baba, and start the reading after it was consecrated and returned by him. Dev replied that he did not want to resort to this device, as Baba knows his heart. Would he not know his desire and satisfy it by giving him a clear order to read? Dev then saw Baba and offered 1 rupee as dakshina. Baba asked for 20 rupees, which he gave. At night, he met one Balakram and inquired from him as to how he secured Baba's devotion and grace. Balakram told him that he would communicate everything next day after Arati. When Dev went to Fadarshan the next day, Baba asked for 20 rupees, which he gave willingly. As the masjid was crowded, Dev went aside and sat in a corner. Baba asked him to come closer and sit with a calm mind, which Dev did. Then, after the noon, Arati was over and the men dispersed. Dev saw Balakram again and asked him his previous experiences, what Baba told him and how he was taught meditation. While Balakram was going to reply, Baba sent one Chandru, a leopard devotee, to call Dev to him. When Dev went to Baba, the latter asked him with whom and what he was talking. He said that he was with Balakram and heard from him his fame. Then Baba asked again 25 rupees as dakshina, which Dev gladly gave. Then Baba took him inside and sitting near the post charged him, saying, "You stole away my rags without my knowledge." Dev denied any knowledge of the rags, but Baba asked him to make a search. He searched but found none. Then Baba got angry and said, "There is nobody here. You're the only thief, grey-haired and old. You came here for stealing." After this, Baba lost his temper, got terribly wild, gave all sorts of abuses and scoldings. Dev remained silent and apprehended that he might get a beating also. After about an hour or so, Baba asked him to go to the Wada. He returned to the Wada and told Jorg and Balakram that all that had happened. Then, in the afternoon, Baba sent for all of them and said that his words might have pained the old man Dev, but as he committed the theft, he took him to task. Then, Baba asked again for 12 rupees. Dev collected the amount, paid it, and prostrated himself before him. Then Baba said to him, "Go on reading the Pothi, Dhyaneshwari, daily. Go and sit in the Wada, read regularly every day, and while reading, explain the portion read to all with love and devotion. I am sitting here, ready to give you the whole gold-embroidered shela, valuable shawl. Then, why go to others to steal rags, and why should you get into the habit of stealing?" Dev was very much pleased to hear the words of Baba, for he directly asked him to start reading Pothi, Dhyaneshwari. He thought that he got what he wanted, and that he could read the book with ease thenceforth. He again prostrated himself before Baba, and said that he surrendered himself to him, and that he should be treated as a child and be helped in his reading. He realized then what Baba meant by stealing the rags. What he asked Balakram constituted the rags, and Baba did not like his behavior in this respect. As he was ready to answer all his questions, he did not like him to ask others and make unnecessary inquiries, and therefore he scolded him. Dev thought that he really did not scold him, but taught that he was ready to fulfill his desires, and there was no use asking others in vain. Dev took these scoldings as blessings and went home satisfied and contented. The matter did not end here. Baba did not stop with only issuing an order to read. Within a year, he went to Dev and inquired about his progress. On 2nd of April 1914, on Thursday morning, Baba gave him a dream. He sat on the upper floor and asked him whether he understood the Pothi. "No," answered Dev. Baba said, "Then, when are you going to understand?" Dev burst into tears and said, "Unless you shower your grace, the reading is mere burden, and the understanding is still more difficult." Baba told, "While reading, you make haste. Read it before me in my presence." Dev asked, "What shall I read?" Baba said, "Read Adhyatma, spiritualism." Dev went in to bring the book. When he opened his eyes, he was fully awakened. We leave the readers to imagine what ineffable joy and bliss they felt after this vision. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all.
Baba's passing away. Previous indication, averting death of Ramchandra Dada Patil and Tatya Kote Patil, charity to Lakshmi Bai Shinde, and last moment. This chapter describes the passing away of Baba. Preliminary. The stories given in this previous chapter have shown that the light of Guru's grace removes fear of mundane existence, opens a path of salvation, and turns our misery into happiness. If we always remember the feet of the Sadguru, our troubles come to an end, death loses its sting, and the misery of this mundane existence is obliterated. Therefore, those who care for the welfare should carefully listen to these stories of Sai Samarth, which will purify their minds. In the beginning, Hemadpant dwells on Dr. Pandit's worship and his marking Baba's forehead with Tripanda, 3 horizontal lines. But as this has been already described in chapter 11, it has been omitted here. Previous indication. The readers up till now heard of the stories of Baba's life. Let them now hear attentively of Baba's passing away. Baba got a slight fever on the 28th of September 1918. The fever lasted for 2 or 3 days, but afterwards Baba gave up his food and thereby grew weaker and weaker. On the 17th day, i.e. Tuesday the 15th October 1918, Baba left his mortal coil at about 2:30 p.m. Read Professor G.G. Nurka, letter dated 5th November 1918 to Dada Sahib Kaparde, published in Sai Leela magazine, page 78, first year. 2 years before this, i.e. in 1916, Baba gave an indication of his passing away, but nobody understood it then. It was as follows. On the Vijaya Dashmi Dashara day, Baba all of a sudden got into a wild rage in the evening. When people were returning from Simulangan, crossing the border of all the limits of the village, taking off his head dress, gofni and longota, etc., he tore them and threw them in the dhuni before him. On being fed this offering, the stark naked and with his head burning, with his burning red eyes, shouted, "You fellows, now have a look and decide finally whether I am Muslim or Hindu." Whether everybody was trembling with fear, and none dared to approach Baba. After some time, Bhaja Shinde, the leper devotee of Baba, went boldly near him and succeeding in tying a longota waistband round his waist and said, "Baba, what is all this? Today is a Simungan, i.e. Dashara holiday." Baba, striking the ground with his satka, said, "This is my Simulangan, crossing the border." Baba did not cool down till 11 p.m. and the people doubted whether the Chowdi procession would ever take place that night. After an hour, Baba resumed his normal condition and, dressing himself as usual, attended the Chowdi procession as described before. By this incident, Baba gave a suggestion that Dashara was the proper time for him to cross the border of life, but none understood its meaning then. Baba gave another indication also as follows, averting death of Ramchandra and Tatya Patil. Sometime after this, Ramchandra Patil became seriously ill. He suffered a lot. He tried all remedies, but finding no relief, despaired of his life and was waiting for the last moment. Then one midnight, Baba suddenly stood near his bed. Patil held his feet and said, "I've lost all hopes of life. Please tell me definitely when I shall die." Merciful Baba said, "Don't be anxious. Your hundi death warrant has been withdrawn and you will soon recover, but I am afraid of Tatya Patil. He will pass away on Vijay Dashami of Shaka 1840, 1918 AD. Do not divulge this to anybody, nor to him, for he will be terribly frightened." Ramchandra Dada got well, but he felt nervous about Tatya's life, for he knew that Baba's words was unalterable, and that Tatya would breathe his last within 2 years. He kept the secret, told it to none, but to Bala Shimpi, a tailor only. Only these two persons, Ramchandra Dada and Bala Shimpi, were in fear and suspense regarding Tatya's life. Ramchandra Dada soon left his bed and was on his legs. Time passed quickly. The month of Bhadrapad of Shaka 1840, 1980 was ending and Ashwin was approaching. True to Baba's words, Tatya fell sick and was bedridden, and so he could not come for Baba's darshan. Baba was also down with fever, Datya had full faith in Baba. Datya's illness began to grow from bad to worse, and he could not move at all, but always remembered Baba. The predicament of Baba began to grow equally worse. The day predicted, Vijaya Dashmi, was impending, and both Ramchandra Dada and Bala Shimpi was terribly frightened about Datya, and their bodies trembling and perspiring with fear, thought that, as predicted by Baba, Datya's end was near. Vijaya Dashmi dawned and Datya's pulse began to beat very slow, and he was expected to pass away shortly. But a curious thing happened. Datya remained, his death was averted, and Baba passed away instead. It seemed as if there was an exchange. People said that Baba gave up his life for Datya. Why did he so? He alone knows, as his ways are inscrutable. It seems, however, that in the incident Baba gave a hint of his passing away, substituting Datya's name for his own. Next morning, 16th October, Baba appeared to Das Ganu at Pandarpur in his dream and said to him, "The masjid collapsed. All the oilmen and the grocers of Shirdi harassed me a lot, so I leave the place. I therefore came to inform you here. Go there quickly and cover me with buckle flowers." Das Ganu got the information also from Shirdi letters, so he came to Shirdi with his disciples and started bhajan and kirtan and sang the Lord's name throughout the day before Baba's Samadhi. Himself weaving a beautiful garland of Lord Hari's name, he placed it on Baba's Samadhi and gave a mass feeding in Baba's name. Charity to Lakshmi Bai. Dashara or Vijaya Dashmi is regarded by all the Hindus as the most auspicious time, and it is befitting that Baba should choose this time for his crossing the borderline. He was ailing some days before this, but he was ever conscious internally. Just before the last moment, he sat up without anybody's aid and looked better. People thought that the danger had passed off, and he was getting well. He knew that he was to pass away soon, and therefore he wanted to give money as charity to Lakshmi Bai Shinde. Baba pervading all creatures. This Lakshmi Bai Shinde was a good and well-to-do woman. She was serving in the masjid day and night. Except Bhagat Malsapati, Datya and Lakshmi Bai, none was allowed to step in the masjid at night. Once, while Baba was sitting in the masjid with Datya in the evening, Lakshmi Bai came and saluted Baba. Baba said to her, "Oh Lakshmi, I am very hungry." Off she went saying, "Baba, wait a bit." He took it and gave it to a dog, and you threw it to a dog without eating a morsel of it. The people speak, and others are dumb. Know for certain that he who feeds the hungry really serves me with the food. Regard this as truth. This is an ordinary incident, but Baba thereby propounded a great spiritual truth and showed its practical application in daily life, without hurting anybody's feelings. From this time onward, Lakshmi Bai began to offer him daily bread and milk with love and devotion. Baba accepted and ate it appreciatingly. He took a part of this and sent the remainder through Lakshmi Bai to Radha Krishna Mai, who always relished and ate Baba's remnant prasad. This bread story should not be considered as a digression. It shows how Baba Sai Baba pervaded all creatures and transcended them. He is omnipresent, birthless, deathless, and immortal. Baba remembered Lakshmi Bai's service. How could he forget her? Just before leaving his body, he put his hand in his pocket and gave 5 rupees and then 4 rupees, in all 9 rupees. This figure, 9, is indicative of the 9 types of devotion described in chapter 21, or it may be the dakshina offered at the time of the Simulungan. Lakshmi Bai was a well-to-do woman, and so she was not in want of any money. Baba might have suggested to her and brought to her notice the 9 characteristics of a good disciple, mentioned in the 6th verse of the chapter 10, Skanda 11 of the Bhagavad, wherein first 5 and then 4 characteristics are mentioned in the first and second couplets. Baba's this gift of 9 she will remember ever. Being so watchful and conscious, he ordered them all to clear off. Kaka Sahib Dikshit, Baba Sahib Bhutti, and others were in the masjid anxiously waiting upon Baba, but he asked them to go to the Wada and return after meals. They could not leave Baba's presence, nor could they disobey him. So with heavy hearts and heavy feet, they went to the Wada. They knew that Baba's condition was very serious, and that they could not leave him. They sat for meals, but their mind was elsewhere. It was with Baba. Before they finished, news came to them of Baba shedding the mortal coil. Leaving their dishes, they ran to the masjid and found that Baba rested finally on Bhayaji's lap. He did not collapse on the ground, nor did he lie on his bed, but sitting quietly on his seat and doing charity with his own hand, left the mortal coil. Saints embody themselves and come into this world with a definite mission, and after that is fulfilled, they pass away, as quietly and easily as they came. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 43 and 44. Baba's passing away. Continued. Preparation. Samadhi Mandir, breaking of the brick, 72 hours Samadhi, Jog Sannyas, Baba's nectar-like words. Chapter 43 and 44 continue the story of Baba's passing away, and therefore they are taken together. Previous preparation. It is the general practice among the Hindus that when a man is about to die, some good religious scripture is read out to him, with the object that his mind should be withdrawn from the worldly things and fixed in matters spiritual, so that his future progress should be natural and easy. Everybody knows that when King Parikshit was cursed by the son of a Brahmin Rishi and was about to die after a week, the great sage Sukha expounded to him the famous Bhagavad Puran in that week. This practice is followed even now, and the Gita, Bhagavad and other sacred books are read out to dying persons. Baba, being an incarnation of God, needed no such help, but just to set an example to the people, he followed this practice. When he knew that he was to pass away soon, he ordered one Mr. Vaz to read the Rama Vijaya to him. Mr. Vaz read the book once in a week. Then Baba asked him to read the same again, day and night, and he finished the second reading in 3 days. Thus 11 days passed. Then again he read for 3 days and was exhausted, so Baba let him go and kept himself quiet. He abided in his self and was waiting for the last moment. 2 or 3 days earlier, Baba had stopped his morning peregrinations, going out and begging rounds, and sat in the masjid. He was conscious to the last and was advising the devotees not to lose heart. He let nobody know the exact time of his departure. Kaka Dikshit and Sriman Bhuti were dining daily with him in the masjid. That day, 15th October, after the Aarti, he asked them to go to their residence for dining. Still a few, viz. Lakshmi Bai Sinde, Bhagoji Sinde, Bayaji, Lakshman Bala Shimpi and Nana Nimankar remained there. Shyama was sitting down on the steps. After giving rupees 9 to Lakshmi Bai Sinde, Baba said that he did not feel well there in the masjid and that he should be taken to the Dagadi stone, Wada of Bhuti, where he would be all right. While saying these last words, he leaned on Bayaji's body and breathed his last. Bhagoji noticed that his breathing had stopped, and he immediately told this to Nana Nimankar, who was sitting below. Nana Sahib brought some water and poured it into Baba's mouth. It came out. Then he cried out loudly, "Oh, Deva!" Baba seemed to just open his eyes and say, "Ah," in a low tone, but it soon became evident that Baba had left his body for good. The news of Baba's passing away spread like wildfire in the village of Shirdi, and all the people, men, women and children, ran to the masjid and began to mourn this loss in various ways. Some cried out loudly, some wallowed on in the streets, and some fell down senseless. Tears ran down from the eyes of all, and everyone was smitten with sorrow. Some people started remembering the words of Sai Baba. Somebody said Maharaj Sai Baba told his devotees that in time to come he would appear as a lad of 8 years. These are the words of a saint, and hence nobody should take doubt about them, because in the Krishna avatar, Chakrapani, Lord Vishnu performed this very deed. Krishna appeared before Devaki in the prison as a lad of 8 years, who had bright complexion and who wielded weapons in all 4 arms. In that incarnation he, Lord Krishna, lightened the burden of the earth. This incarnation, Sai Baba, was for the uplift of his devotees. Then where is the reason for doubt? The ways of the saints are really inscrutable. This contact of Sai Baba with his devotees is not only for one generation, but it is there for the last 72 generations. Generating such ties of love, it appears that Maharaj Sai Baba had gone for tour, and the devotees had a firm belief that he will return soon. Then the question arose, how to dispose of Baba's body. Some Mohammedans said that the body should be interned in an open space and a tomb built over it. They said to the villagers with a firm and determined voice, your thought is not acceptable to us. Baba's body should be nowhere placed except in the Wada. Thus people were divided on this point, and discussion regarding this point went on for 36 hours. On Wednesday morning, Baba appeared to Lakshman Mama Joshi in his dream and drawing him by the hand said, get up soon. Bapu Sahib thinks I am dead and so he won't come. You do the worship and the Kakad morning aarti. Lakshman Mama was the village astrologer and was the maternal uncle of Shama. He was an orthodox Brahmin and daily first worshipped Baba in the morning and then all the village deities. He had full faith in Baba. After the vision, he came with all the puja materials and not minding protests of the Maulvis, did the puja and Kakad Aarti with all due formalities and went away. Then at noon, Bapu Sahib Jog came with all the others and went through the noon Aarti ceremony as usual. After paying due respects to Baba's words, the people decided to place his body in the Wada and started digging the central portion there. In the evening of Tuesday, the sub-inspector came from Rahata and others from other places turned up, and they all agreed to the proposal. Next morning, some insisted on interring his body in the open field. The Mamlatdar therefore took a general plebiscite and found that the proposal to use the Wada secured double the number of votes. He, however, wanted to refer the matter to the collector, and Kakasad Dixit got himself ready to go to Ahmednagar. In the meanwhile, by Baba's inspiration, there was a change in the opinion of the other people, and all the people unanimously voted for the proposal. On Wednesday evening, Baba's body was taken in procession and brought to the Wada, and interned there with due formalities in the Garbha, that is, the central portion reserved for the Murlidhar. In fact, Baba became the Murlidhar, and the Wada became a temple and a holy shrine, where so many devotees since then have been going to find rest and peace. All the obsequies of Baba were duly performed by Bala Sahib Bate and Upasni, a great devotee of Baba. It may be noted that here that, as observed by Professor Narke, Baba's body did not get stiff, though it was exposed for 36 hours, and that all the limbs were elastic, and his kafni could not be taken out. At night he leaned against it, and he had his asan. Then this went on for it slipped from thence, fell down and broke into pieces. When Baba came to know about this, he bemoaned its loss, crying, "This is not the brick, but my fate that has been broken into pieces. It was my lifelong companion. With it, I always meditated on the self. It was as dear to me as my life. It has left me today." Some may raise here a question that saints incarnate in this world with the express mission of saving the poor, helpless people, and when they embody themselves and mix and act with the people, they act like them. That is, outwardly they laugh, play and cry like all the other people, but inwardly they are wide awake to their duties and mission. 72 hours Samadhi. 32 years before this, that is in 1886 AD, Baba made an attempt to cross the borderline. Rid of it, Baba decided to take his prana high up and go into samadhi. He said to Bhagat Malsapati, "Protect my body for 3 days. If I return, it'll be all right. If I do not, bury my body in that open land," pointing to it, and fixed 2 flags there as a mark. After saying this, Baba fell down at about 10 p.m. His breathing stopped, as well as his pulse. It seemed as if his prana left the body. All the people, including the villagers, came there and wanted to hold an inquest and bury the body in the place pointed by Baba. But Malsapati prevented this. With Baba's body on his lap, he sat there, full 3 days guarding it. After 3 days passed, Baba showed signs of life. At 3 a.m., his breathing commenced. The abdomen began to move. His eyes opened and stretching his limbs, Baba returned to consciousness, life again. From this and other accounts, let readers consider whether Sai Baba was the 3.5 cubits body that he occupied for some years and that he left thereafter, or he was the self inside. The body composed of the 5 elements is perishable, transient, and the self within is the thing, absolute reality, which is immortal and intransient. This pure being, consciousness or Brahma, the ruler and controller of the senses and mind, is the thing, Sai. This pervades all things in the universe, and there is no space without it. For fulfilling his mission, he assumed the body, and after it was fulfilled, he threw away the body, the infinite aspect, and assumed the finite aspect, and assumed his infinite aspect. Sai ever lives, as also the previous incarnation of God Dattatreya. See Narasimha Saraswati of Gangapur. His passing away is only an outward aspect, but really he pervades all animate and inanimate things, and is their inner controller and ruler. This can be and is even now experienced by many who surrender themselves completely to him and worship him with wholehearted devotion. This is not possible, though it is not possible for us to see Baba's form now onwards. Still, if we go to Shirdi, we will find his beautiful, lifelike portrait adorning the Masjid. This has been drawn by Shamrao Jaikar, a famous artist and well-known devotee of Baba. To an imaginative and devout spectator, this portrait can give even today the satisfaction of taking Baba's darshan. Though Baba had no body now, he lives there. Though Baba has no body now, he lives there and everywhere, and will effect the welfare of the devotee even now as he was doing before, when he was embodied. Saints like Baba never die. Though they look like men, they are in reality God himself. Bapu Sahib Jog Sannyas. Hemadpant closes this chapter with the account of Jog Sannyas. Sakaram Hari, alias Bapu Sahib Jog, was the uncle of the famous Varkari Vishnu Bhuva Jog of Pune. He had no issue. After his retirement from the government services, he was a supervisor in the PW department. In 1909 AD, he came and lived in Shirdi with his wife. Both husband and wife loved Baba and spent all their time in worshipping and serving Baba. After Megha's death, Bapu Sahib daily did the Aarti ceremony in the Masjid and the Chowdi till Baba's Mahasamadhi. He was also entrusted with the work of reading and explaining the Gyaneshwari and the Eknathi Bhagwat in Satevada to the audience. After serving for many years, Jog asked Baba, "I've served you so long, my mind is not yet calm and composed. How is it that my contact with saints has not improved me? When will you bless me?" Hearing the Bhakta's prayer, Baba replied, "In due time, your bad actions, their fruit or result will be destroyed, your merits and demerits will be reduced to ashes, and I shall consider you blessed when you will renounce all attachments, conquer lust and sense of taste, and getting rid of all impediments, serve God wholeheartedly and resort to the begging bowl, except sannyas. After some time, Baba's words came true. His wife predeceased him, and as he had no other attachment, he became free and accepted sannyas before his death and realized the goal of his life. Baba's nectar-like words. The kind and merciful Sai Baba and said many a time the following sweet words in the Masjid. He who loves me most always sees me. The whole world is desolate to him without me. He who tells no stories but mine, he ceaselessly meditates upon me and always chants my name. I feel indebted to him who surrenders himself completely to me and ever remembers me. I shall repay his debt by giving him salvation, self-realization. I am dependent on him who thinks and hungers after me and who does not eat anything without first offering it to me. He who thus comes to me becomes one with me, just as a river gets to the sea and becomes merged, one with it. So leaving out pride and egoism, and with no trace of them, you should surrender yourself to me, who is seated in your heart. Who is this me? Sai Baba expounded many a time who this me or I is. He said, you need not go far or anywhere in search of me. Barring your name and form, there exists in you as well in all beings a sense of being or consciousness of existence that is myself. Knowing this, you see me inside yourself as well as in all beings. If you practice this, you will realize all pervasiveness and thus attain oneness with me. Hemadpant therefore makes a bow to the readers and requests them humbly and lovingly that they should love and respect all God's saints and devotees. Has not Baba often said, he who carps and cavils at others pierces me in the heart and injures me, but he that suffers and endures pleases me most. Baba thus pervades all beings and creatures and besets them on all sides. He likes nothing but love. He likes nothing but love to all beings. Such nectar, pure auspiciousness, ambrosia always flowed from Baba's lips. He therefore concludes, those who lovingly sing Baba's fame and those who hear the same with devotion both become one with Sai. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 45. Kaka Sahib's Doubt and Anandrao's Vision. Wooden plank, Baba's bedstead and not boggarts. Preliminary. We have described in the last 3 chapters Baba's passing away. His physical or finite form has no doubt disappeared from our view, but the infinite or spiritual form, spirit of Baba, ever lives. The leelas which occurred during his lifetime have been dwelt upon at great length up till now. Ever since his passing away, more leelas have taken place and are now even happening. This clearly shows that Baba is ever living and helping his devotees as before. The people who got the contact of Baba when he was living were indeed very fortunate. But if any of them did not get a dispassion for the things and enjoyments of the world, and had not their minds turned to the Lord, it was their sheer ill luck. What was then desired and is still desired in the wholehearted devotion to Baba? All our senses, organs and mind should cooperate in worshipping and serving Baba. It is no use in engaging some organs in the worship and deflecting others.
If a thing like worship or meditation is to be done, it ought to be done with all our mind and soul. The love that a chaste woman bears to her husband is sometimes compared to that which a disciple bears to his master, the Guru. Yet the former falls far short of the latter, which is incomparable. No one, whether he be father, mother, brother, or any other relation, comes to the aid in attaining the goal of life, self-realization. We have to chalk out and traverse the path of self-realization ourselves. We have to discriminate between the unreal and the real, renounce the things and enjoyments of this world and the next, and control our senses and mind and aspire for liberation only. Instead of depending upon others, we should have full faith in ourselves. When we begin to practice discrimination, we come to know that the world is transient and unreal, and our passion for worldly things becomes less, and ultimately we get dispassion or non-attachment for them. When we know that Brahma, which is no other than our Guru, is the sole reality as it transcends and besets the seeming universe, we begin to worship it in all creatures. This is the unitive bhajan or worship. When we thus worship Brahma or Guru wholeheartedly, we become one with him and attain self-realization. In short, always chanting the name of the Guru and meditating on him enables us to see him in all beings and confers eternal bliss on us. The following story will illustrate this. Kaka Sahib's doubt and Anandrao's vision. It is well known that Sai Baba had enjoined Kaka Sahib Dikshit to read daily 2 works of Sri Eknath, 1 Bhagavat and 2 Bhavarata Ramayan. Kaka Sahib read these daily while Baba was living, as he followed the practice even after Baba's passing away. Once in Kaka Mahajani's house in Chowpatty, Mumbai, Kaka Sahib was reading Eknathi Bhagavat in the morning. Madhavrao Deshpande, Alaya Sharma and Kaka Mahajani were then present and listened attentively to the portion read, viz. The 2nd chapter, 11th skanda of the book. Therein the 9 nathas or siddhas of the Rishabha family, viz. Kavi, Hari, Antariksha, Prabhuda, Pipalyan, Avirhota, Damil, Chamas and Karabhajan expanded the principles of the Bhagavad Dharma to King Janak. The latter asked all the 9 nathas most important questions, and each of them answered them satisfactorily. The first, i.e., Gavi, explained what is Bhagavad Dharma, Hari, the characteristics of a bhakta, devotee, Antariksha, what is Maya, Prabhuda, how to cross Maya, Pipalayan, what is Parabrahma, Avihotra, what is Karma, Drumil, the incarnations of God and their deeds, Jamas, how a non-devotee fares after death, Garabhajan, the different modes of worship of God in different ages. The substance of all the exposition was that in this Kali age, the only means of liberation was the remembrance of Hari's, Lord's or Guru's feet. After the reading was over, Kaka Sahib said in a despondent tone to Madhavrao and others, "How wonderful is the discourse of the 9 nathas on bhakta or devotion, but at the same time, how difficult it is to put this into practice. The nathas were perfect, but it is possible for fools like us to attain devotion as delineated by them. We won't get it even after several births, then how are we to get salvation? It seems that there is no hope for us." Madhavrao did not like this pessimistic attitude of Kaka Sahib. He said, "It is a pity that one who, by his good luck, got such a jewel, Guru as Baba, should cry out so disparagingly. If he has unwavering faith in Baba, why should he feel restless? The bhakti of the nathas may be strong and powerful, but it is ours but is not ours loving and affectionate? And has not Baba told us authoritatively that remembering and chanting Hari's and Guru's name confers salvation? Then where is the cause for fear and anxiety? Kaka Sahib was not satisfied with Madhavrao explanation. He continued to be anxious and restless the whole day, thinking and brooding over how to get the powerful bhakti of the Nathas. Next morning, the following miracle took place. One gentleman named Anandrao Pakade came there in search of Madhavrao. The reading of the Bhagavad was then going on. Mr. Pakade sat near Madhavrao and was whispering something to him. He was mentioning in low tone his dream vision. As there was some interruption in the reading by this whispering, Kaka Sahib stopped the reading and asked Madhavrao what the matter was. The latter said, "Yesterday you expressed your doubt. Now here is the explanation of it." Here, Mr. Pakade's vision, explaining the characteristics of devotion and showing that the devotion in the form of bowing down to or worshipping of Guru's feet is sufficient. All were anxious to hear the vision, especially Kaka Sahib. At their suggestion, Mr. Pakade began to relate the vision as follows. I was standing in deep sea in waist deep water. There I saw Sai Baba all of a sudden. He was sitting on a beautiful throne, studded with diamonds, with his feet submerged in water. I was most pleased and satisfied with the form of Baba. The vision was so realistic, I never thought that it was a dream. Curiously enough, Madhavrao was also standing there. He said to me feelingly, "Anandro, fall at Baba's feet." I rejoined, "I also wish to do so, but his feet are in water. How can I place my head on them? I am helpless." Hearing this, he said to Baba, "O Deva, take out your feet, which are under water." Then Baba immediately took out his feet. I caught them without delay and bowed down to them. On seeing this, Baba blessed me, saying, "Go now, you will attain your welfare. There is no cause for fear and anxiety." He also added, "Give a silk-bordered dhota to my Shama. You will benefit thereby." In compliance with Baba's order, Mr. Pakade brought the dhota and requested Kaka Sahib to hand it over to Madhavrao, but the latter refused to accept it, saying that unless Baba gave a hint or suggestion for acceptance, he would not accept it. Then, after some discussion, Kaka Sahib decided to cast lots. It was the practice of Kaka Sahib to cast lots in all matters in doubt and to abide by the decision as given in the picked up chit. In this particular case, 2 chits, on one of which was written to accept and on the other to reject, were placed at the feet of Baba, and a child was asked to pick one of them. The accept chit was picked up and the dhota was accepted by Madhavrao. In this way, both Anandrao and Madhavrao were satisfied, and Kaka Sahib difficulty was solved. This story exhorts us to give respect to the words of other saints, but at the same time asks us to have full faith in our mother, i.e. the Guru, and abide by his instructions, for he knows our welfare better than any other person. Carve out on your heart the following words of Baba. There are innumerable saints in this world, but our father,